Hi guys, don't forget to like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 80. All the genin nodded. Apart from a few people, the rest of the people were not actually very sad. They didn't have much of a relationship with Moonlight Gale. Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino all had serious expressions on their faces. Their teacher was Uzuki Yujao. They could also see the moonlight and the wind several times on ordinary days. We get along very well. Therefore, their sorrow was the greatest among all the genin. They are also the ones who most want to know who the murderer is. Zhou Cheng snapped out of his self-reproach and looked to the side. He was woken up by Ino, who was looking at him with a worried expression. Zhou Cheng shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and his eyes began to search for Uzuki Yujao's figure. Looking around, he didn't see her, but he did see Maki standing behind Feng Ying. A fierce killing intent flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes. He didn't have much of a relationship with Hayate Gecko, but he had a pretty good relationship with Yujao Uzuki. Zhou Cheng was naturally furious that his friend's lover had been murdered. However, the exam is the most important thing right now. The exam was not conducted, and Orochimaru dared not launch an attack. His gaze then fell on the other four people behind the Kazekage, and he recognized them as the Sound Four. Then, another group of people arrived at the venue. It's Gaara's team. Gaara looked at Zhou Cheng with the gaze one would give a dead man. In his eyes, Zhou Cheng was already a corpse. From the very beginning on the streets of Konoha, he had already intended to kill Zhou Cheng. Having been unable to get a good night's sleep for a long time, he had long been driven mad by Shikaku's torment and was easily angered. Temari and Kankuro, who were beside Gaara, looked at Zhou Cheng with pity. Facing Gaara would be his misfortune. Did Rock Lee, who hadn't mastered the 8 gates, ultimately fail? Even their hands and feet were broken. Zhou Cheng is very strong, but compared to a Jinkraki, he is still far inferior. As the two groups of people brushed past each other, Temari stopped and turned to look at Zhou Cheng. Admit defeat. You are no match for Gaara. To avoid suffering heavy losses as well. Zhou Cheng chuckled, shrugged, and said in a relaxed tone. Let's have Ira admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll break one of his arms and one of his legs. How could the hot-tempered Kankuro tolerate such words? He glared at Zhou Cheng, ready to fight him. What did you say? UBD. Zhou Cheng glanced at him, his tone growing increasingly indifferent. As for you? I can defeat you in one move. Kankuro's hand had already touched the puppet on his back, looking ready to fight Zhou Cheng. Kankuro, that's enough. You are no match for him. As the eldest sister, Temari exerts a bloodline-based pressure on Kankuro. He immediately lowered his hand and stood obediently behind Temari. You're strong, but you can't possibly be a match for Gaara. That's all I have to say. After Temari finished speaking, she prepared to lead her people into the venue. Let's make a bet. Zhou Cheng's voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention to him. If I win, you must leave behind a secret technique related to wind release. If I lose, I'll teach you Tai Chi. Temari stopped and agreed without hesitation, having extreme confidence in Gaara. Okay, I agree. Thank you for sending advanced taijutsu to our sand village. Naruto disliked arrogant people, so he jumped out. Zhou Cheng, why did you make the bet with them? Tai Chi is far more powerful than any secret technique. Before Zhou Cheng could speak, he was interrupted by the highly intelligent Shikamaru. Naruto, stop arguing. The wind release techniques of Tsunagakure are also very powerful. If we could get one, it would benefit the village and us all. And don't forget, you're also a wind elemental. Naruto was stunned for a moment after hearing this, somewhat bewildered. What does this have to do with whether I'm a wind elemental or not? Shikamaru slapped his face, looking like he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhou Cheng smiled and began to explain to Naruto. I made this bet in my own name, and if I win, the secret technique will be my personal property. Then I can let whoever I want cultivate. Nobody can control me anymore, so you can cultivate too. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. I can also cultivate secret techniques. Zhou Cheng nodded. He made this bet for Naruto and the other people with wind attribute. The special nature and power of secret techniques surpass those of ordinary ninjutsu. However, it doesn't have the same stringent requirements as bloodline limits. Naruto scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Zhou Cheng, you absolutely have to win. Zhou Cheng put his arm around Naruto's shoulder and walked forward with a smile. He gambled on the secret technique partly because he was thinking of his companions. But more importantly, it's for the sake of whiteness. Based on what happened in the Forest of Death, Zhou Cheng felt that Bai was still not strong enough. It didn't meet his expectations, at least not. Perhaps it was because she followed him that she didn't experience life or death situations early on. This prevented him from achieving sufficient development. Compared to the original work, its strength is somewhat weaker. He can't help with ice release, so we can only try wind release and water release. Collect more advanced ninjutsu and even secret techniques. The highest stand in the examination venue is where the shadows of the two villages are located. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, spotted Zhou Cheng at a glance. The boy who deeply moved him in the forest. The third Hokage didn't promote him directly to Jonin. With him around, the plans have become more unpredictable. We must find a way to stall him. His gaze fell on Maki, who was standing to the side. Yes, it's a good piece. A cold glint appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Maki wasn't his subordinate, so it was most appropriate for him to stop Zhou Cheng. Even if he died in battle, he wouldn't feel any remorse. He beckoned to Maki, signaling him to come closer. Once the plan begins, you go and kill that Konoha boy who's leading the way. Maki was somewhat puzzled. What kind of boy could warrant the personal attention of the Wind Shadow? He looked up and saw Zhou Cheng's handsome face. It's him. According to intelligence, he is the most talented person in Konoha this generation. That gives me a reason to kill him. Maki glanced at Feng Ying and nodded almost imperceptibly. Because he saw that the third Hokage was looking in their direction. Lord Raza, is there anything I can help you with? Feng Ying chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Nothing much, just some village decorations. The three generations nodded in agreement, having no doubts, the entire village was naturally bustling with activity. His gaze fell on Zhou Cheng. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. I hope you won't let people down. Otherwise, just disappear. Then he saw that almost all the people who were going to take the exam had arrived. He summoned a member of the Secret Service and instructed him to inform Genma Shiranui that the exam could begin. The audience members took their seats, eagerly anticipating the view of the arena. The first match was between Naruto and Neji. Everyone looked at Naruto with pity. What incredible luck that Naruto ran into Neji. The outcome is already decided, there's no need to continue fighting. Only Zhou Cheng had absolute faith in Naruto. Chapter 81. With a command from Genma Shiranui, the battle began. Naruto is now no match for Neji. He was immediately overwhelmed by Neji. Naruto withstood the first wave of attacks with his indomitable will. Then Neji activated his Byakugan. Naruto also used his strength, the multiple shadow clone technique. Neji couldn't see through the shadow clones with his Byakugan, so he couldn't find Naruto's real body. However, Naruto's taijutsu is far inferior to Neji's. Even with the multiple shadow clone technique, he couldn't get close to Neji. They were defeated one by Neji. Then Neji started mocking Naruto. A team at the bottom will always be at the bottom, that will never change. A person's fate is already predetermined at birth. Why do you want to defy your fate? Fate cannot be changed. Despite Neji's words, Naruto did not give up. Instead, he yelled his thoughts at Neji. I will not accept that kind of fate that I cannot accept. Giving up is the end. Why do you always jump to conclusions? Unfortunately, in the end, Naruto was still able to have his pressure points sealed by Niji. He could no longer use any chakra. Naruto had no choice but to ask the 9 tails inside him for help. Ask Kurama to share some of its chakra with him. Naruto thus obtained the most basic tailed beast cloak. Everyone watching was taken aback by the amount of chakra Naruto possessed. How could a servant and a 10-year-old child possibly possess such a vast amount of chakra? Only a few people could discern the source of Naruto's chakra. Zhou Cheng sat in the audience, watching Naruto fight. He gave a complicated smile. Naruto has finally realized he should start using his cheat codes. The third generation Hiruzen Sarutobi also ensured that the Anbu were always ready. He was truly afraid that the 9 tails would go berserk again. Surrounded by red chakra, Naruto far surpassed his previous speed and strength. Now he can fight Niji to a standstill using only his physical skills. Finally, Naruto shouted that if he became Hokage, he would change the situation of the Hyuga clan. Then it collided with Huishin. An explosion then occurred, sending up clouds of dust that obscured the view of what had happened. Genma Shiranui, who was the examiner, rushed directly into the dust. Wait for the dust to settle. Everyone saw Naruto lying on the ground, while Niji was crawling out of the ground. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. They weren't just shouting for Niji. It was because I witnessed such a spectacular battle. This is only the first battle. So what will happen in the next battle? But just then, Naruto, who was lying on the ground, turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. This is just his shadow clone. What? The entire audience erupted in uproar. Then the soil beneath Niji's feet began to loosen. Naruto burst out of the ground and landed a rising dragon punch on Niji's chin. Niji was sent flying several meters and lay on the ground, too weak to get up. Genma Shiranui raised his hand and announced Naruto's victory. The entire room fell silent. This was immediately followed by deafening cheers. The other 12 members also happily applauded the celebrity. There's nothing we can do about it. Whether it's a celebrity or Niji, they were unlucky enough to be grouped together. A winner must be determined. Regardless of who wins, they will applaud him. However, they still somewhat favored Naruto. Because Niji often gets stuck on a single point while fighting. He would then become a scholar of the theory of fate. They just say that a person's fate is predetermined at birth. These kinds of words are extremely annoying to the 12 little strong men. Zhou Cheng also breathed a huge sigh of relief. He knew from this moment on. Whether it's Naruto or Niji, everything will undergo tremendous changes. Naruto will become more composed and will also learn to utilize the chakra of the tailed beasts. Niji stopped dwelling on the details and faced the conflict between the main family and the branch families head-on. He also reverted to being the doting brother he was when he was a child. He had someone he wanted to protect, Hinata and the 12 Konoha 12. Once a person has something they want to protect, then he will become incredibly powerful. The next 2 battles were not much different from what Zhou Cheng remembered. Kankuro and Shino, the oil woman. Kankuro voluntarily withdrew in order to preserve his strength. The third match. Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. In the end, because Shikamaru's chakra was exhausted, I chose to admit defeat. Haku then faced off against Kurama Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo chose to concede defeat from the very beginning. She said she would never lay a hand on her friend. Then it's Sasuke's turn to fight the sound ninja, Tosu. He was instantly defeated by Sasuke, who had just learned Chidori from Kakashi. Zhou Cheng could tell that Sasuke had become more confident. She's no longer like before, always cold and aloof. The massacre of his entire family made him cherish his friends in Konoha even more. The last game. This is the highly anticipated match between Gaara and Zhou Cheng. The people of Tsunagakure naturally believed that Gaara would win. Most people in Konoha also believed that Zhou Cheng was no match for Gaara. Gaara is the jinkraki of the one-tailed beast. He can borrow unlimited amounts of chakra from aids. That means he's essentially a mobile artillery platform. Ninjutsu alone could blast Zhou Cheng to smithereens. Aside from a few people who knew Zhou Cheng's strength, they were silently praying for Gaara. Pray that Zhou Cheng won't go too far. The Third Hokage also instructed the Anbu to prepare. Be ready to step in at any moment to save Gaara. Gaara is not only the jinkraki of the one-tailed beast, but also the son of the Kazekage. If something happens to him in Konoha, this will undoubtedly exacerbate the conflict between the two ninja villages. This could potentially spark a war. This is not what the third generation wanted to see. Having witnessed the power of a jinkraki, Orochimaru sat on the high platform, quietly watching Zhou Cheng. In the forest of death, he chose to flee in order to avoid making too much of a commotion. Because he had just undergone a reincarnation, this body was simply unable to unleash his full power. Even so, he still possessed the strength of an elite jonin. However, Zhou Cheng easily defeated him. Orochimaru knew that the strength Zhou Cheng displayed at that time was not his full power. Hopefully, the one-tailed Jinchuriki will unleash his full power today. Only by knowing Zhou Cheng's full strength could Orochimaru devise a detailed plan for him. The plan to seize Zhou Cheng's body. On the other side, Kakashi and a group of jonin served as Konoha's temporary security force. They each stood in a corner. Apart from the jonin who had been to the forest of death, the other jonin didn't think highly of Zhou Cheng. After all, he had only been a ninja for a very short time. Talent has not translated into ability. The opponent is a jinkraki of the one-tailed beast. They possess formidable immediate combat capabilities. Furthermore, they possess an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra. How could Zhou Cheng possibly defeat Gaara like this? What could he possibly use to defeat him? Chapter 82. Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing in the stands, kept his eyes fixed on the arena. He was eager to know just how strong Zhou Cheng was, and using the one-tailed Jinchuriki to test him would be the best way. However, based on the strength Zhou Cheng has shown so far, Hiruzen Sarutobi guesses that Zhou Cheng's strength should be about the same as that of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Of course, this is under the condition that Shikaku is sealed. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi himself wouldn't dare say he could reliably suppress a tailed beast. Therefore, it would be even less likely for Zhou Cheng to defeat the tailed beast. Gaara stepped into the arena, his gaze remaining indifferent throughout. He had an overconfidence in his own abilities. He firmly believes that no one can defeat him, and he kills everyone who dares to challenge him. He looked at Zhou Cheng opposite him, his face expressionless. It's just a dead person, why does he need to make an expression? Zhou Cheng smiled and waved to his teammates, responding to their encouragement and cheers. He was also assessing Gaara's strength. How much power would it take to force him to voluntarily release Shikaku? That way, he could legitimately fight the tailed beasts and seize a part of their bodies. Only then can one obtain the chakra of the tailed beasts and fulfill their aspiration to achieve six-path sage mode. It's not too late to give up now. Once the fight starts, I won't stop, and you'll die. Gaara's expression remained completely unchanged even after he said those words. His indifference had reached an almost pathological level. Panda eyes, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue in the wind? Do you think being a jinkraki of the one-tailed beast makes you invincible? I told you, I would break one of your arms and legs, so you could experience what it's like to have your limbs broken. Having said that, Zhou Cheng stopped arguing. His aura suddenly erupted, and a powerful aura surrounded him, forming a small tornado around him. Everyone present, at the Chunin level or higher, changed their expression. Such imposing presence is something that a mere ninja could never unleash. Even a Chunin couldn't do that. This kid has been hiding his true abilities well. They still held the view that Zhou Cheng was just an ordinary genin. The group from Tsunagakure also changed their expressions. They were even more shocked by Zhou Cheng's imposing presence. How could a 10-year-old genin possibly be like that? Was Zhou Cheng a jonin from the beginning, and only pretended to be a genin to take the exam in order to attack Tsunagakuer? However, Zhou Cheng was indeed only about 10 years old. In the entire ninja world, those who become jonin at the age of 10 are extremely rare. Kakashi is one. Zhou Cheng is Kakashi's disciple. Could he be another 10-year-old jonin? Then, Kakashi's lineage is truly terrifying. The ninjas of Tsunagakuer stared at each other blankly, unable to explain anything clearly to them. Even the high-ranking officials from Tsunagakuer themselves didn't know what was going on. Temari and Kankuro's expressions finally changed, they were no longer as relaxed as before. They miscalculated, they had greatly overestimated Zhou Cheng, yet they still underestimated him. Gaara waved his hand, and countless grains of sand flew out of the gourd on his back. The sand flowed like water, surrounding Gaara. "Humph! All bark and no bite." He said that, but he had already unleashed his strongest fighting force. Zhou Cheng's imposing presence clearly intimidated him. The ninja's starting stance in combat, unleashing shuriken. Gaara scoffed, "How dare you underestimate me? If he gets injured by a few shuriken, then he deserves to be a jinkraki." He didn't move, and the sand flew out like bullets, intercepting all of Zhou Cheng's shuriken. Zhou Cheng sneered, clapped his hands, and the shuriken that was halfway through its flight split into 2, then 4, and finally flew towards Gaara like a dense swarm of bees. The sand Gaara separated was clearly less than the number of shuriken, and was instantly overwhelmed by them. The shuriken continued to fly towards Gaara, and he no longer had time to create more sand to block them. He could only build a sand wall. All the shurikens were blocked by the sand wall, which was also riddled with holes and cracks. The sand wall could not be maintained and broke into fine sand, which then re-entered the sand flow. Gaara waved his hand again, and countless grains of sand transformed into a giant hand that reached out to grab Zhou Cheng. If Zhou Cheng is caught, he will surely be crushed into mincemeat. Chakra blade. Zhou Cheng displayed the ninjutsu he had created. He used chakra-shaped transformation to form a chakra blade, which he held in his hand. Then it slashed fiercely at the giant sand hand. The giant sand hand was as fragile as tofu, easily cleaved in two by the wind ninja. Asuma, who was smoking, was taken aback. This ninjutsu is very similar to chakra attachment. However, in terms of sharpness, it completely surpasses chakra-infused sharpness. Kakashi, on the other side, also had a sudden flash of inspiration. How come he hadn't thought of that? He could easily have simply copied it. Combined with his family's ancestral swordsmanship, his combat power will be elevated to another level. However, he also realized where the difficulty lay in this ninjutsu. First, you need to have enough chakra to extend it long enough. Then, you need to have a high level of chakra control. The degree of chakra control affects the quality of chakra and the sharpness of the chakra blade. Such a chakra blade cannot be wielded casually. Then, Zhou Cheng began to unleash his fastest speed. In an instant, his figure appeared in every direction from Gaara. First, Zhou Cheng slashed at the left side, not caring whether the slash would hit the target. He immediately appeared to Gaara's right and unleashed another slash. Then, he instantly appeared behind Gaara and slashed out with his sword. In just a few breaths, Zhou Cheng had managed to slash Gaara more than a dozen times. Unfortunately, all of it was blocked or evaded by the special sand in Gaara's gourd. Those who had taken the third exam all stared at Zhou Cheng in disbelief. This speed is about the same as Xiao Li's speed after unloading his load. How exactly did he cultivate? Are they still human? But all he does is swing his knife and slash, he has absolutely no technique whatsoever. Zhou Cheng swung his sword in a final strike, then jumped back. He was slightly out of breath, he still needed to learn some swordsmanship, as this was both unsightly and physically exhausting. Gaara's sand speed isn't particularly fast, and this can be used as an advantage. He held the chakra blade horizontally and began chakra nature transformation. Wind release, sky blade. The chakra blade changed, countless tiny wind blades swirled around it. The blade length also doubled. Countless wind elemental forces gathered around him, forming a wind belt. Countless grains of sand were carried by the wind and flew through the air. Zhou Cheng pointed his empty blade diagonally at the ground, and the ground was immediately cleaved into a pit by the wind blade. Hiss! A series of gasps rang out. In addition to chakra form transformation, nature transformation is added. Zhou Cheng accomplished with ease what even a group of jonin couldn't do. This ninjutsu, it's at least S rank, right? That amount of chakra is terrifying. Even a cage-level expert wouldn't dare to take that strike head-on. Zhou Cheng is now like a war god incarnate, looking down upon the world. Gaara's pupils suddenly contracted as he frantically called out to Shikaku in his mind. He absolutely couldn't have stopped that blow on his own. Chapter 83. Gaara never even dared to hope that he could dodge an S-rank ninjutsu. The speed and accuracy are both too high. He could only block the attack with the help of Shikaku. Everyone present was shocked by Zhou Cheng's chakra reserves, but also somewhat bewildered. Who uses their ultimate move right from the start of a match? Isn't it always the same, first test the waters, then proceed step by step? Ugly raccoon, if I die, you die too. Help me. Gaara was discussing things with Shikaku in his mind. If we don't pay the rent, we'll all die together. Ugly brat, remember this, I'm not here to help you. I'm doing this for myself. Shikaku's slightly shrill voice rose from the depths of Gaara's heart. A massive amount of chakra gathered within Gaara. The ninjas of Tsunagakure were all too familiar with this kind of aura. That's the chakra of a tailed beast. Gaara has mobilized Shikaku's power. In that case, Zhou Cheng is doomed. Every time Shikaku goes out, it won't go back without drawing blood. Temari and Kankuro regained their relaxed expressions. They had witnessed the power of Shikaku, and the despair and helplessness they felt still lingered in their hearts. They never want to fight against the tailed beasts. That's like throwing an egg against a rock. Zhou Cheng is in for a rough time. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Kazekage leaned forward slightly, a gesture that was enough to pique their interest in the battle. They each harbored their own ulterior motives, yet they all shared the same goal. They wanted to know just how strong Zhou Cheng really was. How much of a chance does Zhou Cheng have against Xiao or he? Whoosh! Zhou Cheng gripped the sword with both hands, turned around to use the momentum, and slashed fiercely at Gaara. A massive blade of energy, carrying countless tiny wind blades, flew towards Gaara. The ground cracked, leaving a deep ravine. The huge waves made it difficult for the audience in the front row to open their eyes for a moment. The examiner, Genji Shiranui, leaped out of the range of the sword's attack with a few bounds. His eyes were full of apprehension. Even an immortal couldn't save someone struck by that blade of energy. Boom! A massive amount of sand appeared on Gaara's body. It coalesced into a sphere, enveloping him within it. The sand didn't stop there. Instead, it continues to converge and grow larger based on the sphere. This eventually resulted in a giant Shikaku statue. Shikaku, the strongest shield. Bang! The blade's energy slammed fiercely into Shikaku's shield. It produced a deafening sound. Everyone present instinctively covered their ears, the loud noise made their eardrums ache. The enormous Shikaku statue shattered with a crash, cleaved open by the blade's energy, leaving a huge crack. The statue then transformed into a cloud of flying sand, which gathered around Gaara. As the smoke cleared, a giant crater more than 10 meters deep appeared, centered on Gaara. In the center of the giant crater was a sand sphere, and Gaara was inside it, completely unharmed. A huge cheer erupted from the arena, and he actually stopped them. Although the statue was destroyed, at least he stopped it. A small hole appeared in the sand ball, and an eyeball flew out of it. This is Gaara's ninjutsu, it allows him to conjure a third eye and observe his surroundings. This compensated for his lack of vision in shuffleboard. As expected of the strongest shield. Zhou Cheng sincerely praised him, saying that although his strike wasn't as explosive as the spiral shuriken, it was still quite similar. The power of the tailed beasts truly defies common sense. Are you just going to stay curled up in your shell like this? Coward! Zhou Cheng tried to provoke Gaara out with words, but the sandball remained unmoved, as if no one was inside. I've shattered the strongest shield, do you think your little sandball can stop me? Gaara remained silent, only the eyeball in midair staring intently at him. Gaara doesn't ignore Zhou Cheng, he simply can't. He is fighting with Shikaku for control of his body. Shikaku believed that Gaara alone could not defeat Zhou Cheng. Gaara, of course, did not want his body to be controlled by the tailed beast. The last time this happened, many people died. Gaara wasn't feeling sorry for those people, he simply disliked being manipulated by others. Kid, it's your honor that I'm helping you. It'll all be over after a good night's sleep. That brat outside dared to break my shield. I'm going to kill him. Zhou Cheng waited another minute, but seeing that the sandball still didn't move, he lost patience. If you've got the guts, then don't come out. He stretched out his hands, and two rays nan appeared in his hands, one on the left and one on the right. Another gasp rippled through the audience. Another shape-shifting ninjutsu. After using an S-rank ninjutsu, he still has chakra left. How much chakra does he actually have? Could it be another S-rank ninjutsu? Zhou Cheng raised both hands, his left hand undergoing water release nature transformation and his right hand undergoing wind release nature transformation. Dark blue and cyan shurikens appeared in his hands, one on his left and one on his right. Water release, Rasen Shuriken. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Wow! When the two shuriken appeared, the entire audience erupted in uproar. It's another case of morphological change combined with property change. Zhou Cheng's chakra control is terrifying. To perform two chakra nature transformations simultaneously without suffering a backlash, could his arm withstand it? This isn't just one S-rank ninjutsu, it's two. Simultaneously unleashing two S-rank ninjutsu, and without even needing hand seals. Oh no, Gaara is in danger. All the ninjas in Tsunagaku are tensed up. Gaara is their village's Jinkraki, he absolutely cannot die. The sand ninja were already running towards the arena, and among them was Baiki. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he really wanted Shikaku to appear in the central area of Konoha. But he didn't want Gaara to die. Furthermore, he felt somewhat helpless. When Zhou Cheng unleashed his S-rank ninjutsu with one hand, he already knew he couldn't kill Zhou Cheng. 3 S-rank ninjutsu in a row, that's an enormous amount of chakra. Luo Sha actually wanted him to kill such a person. It's a miracle he didn't kill them. It's terrifying that a kid in his early teens is so powerful. Right now, all he wants to do is save Gaara. All the jonin from Konoha jumped onto the walls of the arena. The 2 S-rank ninjutsu brought them immense pressure. If those 2 ninjutsu were to explode, this wall of the arena would probably be destroyed. They were prepared to deploy earthen walls at any time to protect the people in the stands. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already stood up from his seat. His face showed a look of frustration. He should have been killed long ago. Now that he has gained sufficient power, killing him would come at too high a price. He could only hope that Zhou Cheng wouldn't betray Konoha. Break it! Zhou Cheng threw 2 spiral shuriken at Gaara. The powerful gust of wind forced the jonin in the arena to squint. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their hands quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. 7 or 8 earthen walls rose up in succession, blocking the view of the audience. Boom! 2 spiral shuriken landed on Gaara's ball simultaneously. A huge explosion occurred. The entire village of Konoha trembled, and many spectators were so shaken that they fell to the ground. A violent force swept across the entire arena. The earthen walls crumbled and disappeared one after another. No, Gaara! Temari and Kankuro cried out in anguish, with such power, Gaara is doomed. Kankuro's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Zhou Cheng and roared furiously. I'm going to kill you! Chapter 84. All the ninjas of Tsunagakure were filled with righteous indignation. Their village's Jinchuriki died in Konoha, and they are determined to make Konoha pay a heavy price. The 3 generations slumped heavily into their chairs, utterly defeated. It was over. War between the 2 villages is inevitable. That damned Zhou Cheng, he should have been killed long ago. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, narrowed his eyes, not expecting Zhou to create such a perfect opportunity for him. Now, we can launch the Konoha Crush plan without even revealing ourselves. However, he hesitated. With someone as capable as Zhou Cheng added to the mix, the variables became too great. He couldn't make up his mind. All the ninjas in Konoha were on high alert, in case Tsunagakure launched a surprise attack on Konoha in a fit of rage. Some people who had no connection with Zhou Cheng even began to complain about him. He alone sparked a war between 2 ninja villages. But just then, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. Amidst the swirling sand and debris, a figure in a yellowish-brown hue stood up. It stands tens of meters tall, like a raccoon dog magnified thousands of times. Its palm was missing, and countless grains of sand gathered towards it, slowly forming a new palm. You brat, you actually broke my hand. I'm going to kill you. As it spoke, Gaara, who had fallen into a deep sleep above its head, slowly entered its body. The current Shikaku is in its complete form. That's Gaara. He's not dead yet. Temari's joyful cries pulled the Tsunagakure ninjas back from their rage. Gaara, he's not dead? Very good. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, is still the tailed beast of our Tsunagakure village. We are still one of the 5 great ninja villages. Zhou Cheng, who had become the target of everyone's criticism, laughed heartily. You finally came out. Come, let me see the power of the tailed beasts. We've successfully lured out the tailed beast, the next step is to seize some of its chakra. Zhou Cheng, we can't make a move here, or Konoha will be reduced to ruins. Kakashi appeared just in time to Zhou Cheng's side, patting him on the shoulder. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him, what a nuisance. He turned to look at his companions and nodded helplessly. If a fight breaks out here, it will affect our teammates. He leaped onto the wall, a spiral shuriken already appearing in his hand. He leaped towards the Leaf Village forest and threw a Rasen shuriken at Shikaku in mid-air. The group of Jonin were so shocked they were almost numb. Just how much chakra does this kid have? This is the 4th S-rank ninjutsu. Shikaku is so large that there's no need to aim at it. The Rasen shuriken slammed directly into Shikaku's belly. It blasted out a huge crater. Then it was quickly repaired by Shikaku. Ouch! 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 I'm going to kill you! Its belly bulged high, and then it slapped its belly hard with both hands. Wind release, practice air bullet. A gust of wind shot out from its mouth, like a cannonball, and flew towards Zhou Cheng. Those caught in midair have no way to dodge, so they can only clap their hands and shout. Wind release, wind slice technique. A massive amount of wind energy gathered in his mouth, which he then exhaled. A sharp wind blade rushed towards the training bullet. When the two intersected, the training bullet was easily sliced apart, turning into 2 gusts of wind that flew past Zhou Cheng on either side. Everyone on the ground was stunned by Zhou Cheng's maneuvers in mid-air. Spellcasting without hand seals? How much more ability do you actually have that you haven't shown yet? Also, why is your ninjutsu so powerful? How could a simple wind slicer technique slice through a tailed beast's attack? In ninja battles, when ninjutsu of the same attribute are compared, the one with the higher power is the winner. Whoever wins will have the advantage. The power of ninjutsu depends not only on the level of the ninjutsu itself, but also on the strength of the user. Just like Madara Uchiha's Great Fire Annihilation, a B-rank ninjutsu, he performed it like an S-rank ninjutsu. It would take dozens of ninjas to form a water barrier to withstand it. This means that Zhou Cheng's wind-slash technique is more powerful than Shikaku's sky bullet. The group of ninjas were filled with dread upon closer examination. Is Zhou Cheng even human? Please stop your supernatural powers, our hearts can't take it. Wind release, great breakthrough. Using the recoil from his breakthrough, Zhou Cheng, still in mid-air, descended towards the forest like a jet engine. Kid, don't even think about running away. Shikaku roared repeatedly as it chased after the forest. It won't rest until Zhou Cheng is killed today. Its massive body kicked down the wall in one swift motion, then trampled several buildings blocking its path, and chased after Zhou Cheng. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with delight. Zhou Cheng left on his own, saving him the trouble of finding a way to get rid of him. The Konoha Crush plan is now underway. With a wave of his hand, a firework shot into the sky, leaving behind a trail of brilliant colors. Fireworks fade quickly, disappearing in an instant. Then, one by one, the genin in the Chunin arena fell down. They've all fallen under an illusion. Kurama Yakumo, however, stood out from the crowd, completely unaffected. Such wide-range illusions are usually not very high level, they're simply not enough for her. Sakura was also unaffected by the illusion, she possesses extremely keen observation skills. They sensed something was wrong early on and took precautions in advance. Kakashi and the other Jonin were unaffected by the genjutsu and appeared beside their respective students, attempting to awaken them. At that moment, explosions occurred throughout Konoha village, producing a series of loud bangs. Just as the Third Hokage was about to go and take command of the battle, he was stopped by the Kazekage. "What are you doing?" As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, he saw the Kazekage grab his robe and rip it hard. "Sarutobi-sensei, it's been a long time." Orochimaru revealed his true form, staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi like a snake. "Orochimaru! How dare you impersonate the Wind Shadow? They've even allied with Tsunagakuer." Orochimaru did not answer him, but nodded to the four sound ninja who were disguised as his bodyguards from the Anbu. The four sound ninja understood and ran off in four different directions. After landing in the four directions, they simultaneously formed hand seals. 4 Purple Flame Formation. Purple barriers appeared in front of them and then quickly merged together. Purple flames ignited on the barrier. With this barrier in place, you can forget about going out to provide aid anywhere. Orochimaru chuckled and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Orokai. 3 giant snakes, each tens of meters long, appeared in Konoha village, wreaking havoc with their enormous bodies. Orochimaru. Enraged, Hiruzen Sarutobi ripped off his Hokage robe, revealing the tight-fitting combat suit underneath. Outside the barrier, the Anbu had already appeared. They wanted to break through the barrier and rescue the Hokage. One of the assassins charged forward and slammed his fist into the barrier. The moment he touched the barrier, flames erupted from his body, and he fell off the roof. "Do not touch the barrier." The captain of the Dark Guard waved his hand to stop the other Dark Guards who wanted to step forward. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru licked the kunao in his hand. "You'd better decide on the 5th Hokage quickly. Because you will die here today." The Third Hokage. Ha ha ha. Chapter 85. On the other side, Zhou Cheng landed on a large tree in the forest. Immediately afterwards, the sound of countless trees snapping rang out. Then came the sound of the massive object hitting the ground. Shikaku followed them here. "You brat, come out here. Let me crush you." Then, it fired 5 or 6 consecutive blanks. Clearings were created in the forest. But Zhou Cheng was nowhere to be seen. "Little mouse, don't hide, I see you." Its words were meant to provoke Zhou Cheng, trying to get him to come out. Zhou Cheng shook his head and jumped to the top of the tree. Big raccoon, don't look anymore, I'm here. He stretched his body, there was no one else around, so he could go all out for a fight. He pushed his chakra to its maximum. With a flick of his wrist, a raised nan appeared in his hand. Then the raised nan rapidly grew larger, until it grew to a size of over 20 meters in diameter. Then, he infused it with wind-style chakra. The raised nan changed shape again, transforming into an enormous shuriken, and its size increased once more. Ugly raccoon, can you catch this? Even with his sage body's chakra reserves, this Rasen shuriken consumed more than half of his chakra. Zhou Cheng leaped into the air, holding a spiral shuriken several tens of meters long in one hand. The entire village of Konoha, which had been engulfed in chaos, came to a halt. Looking at the scene on the horizon, everyone was stunned. What is that? Why does it look so much like Zhou Cheng's S-rank ninjutsu? But why did it become so big? Even a tailed beast couldn't withstand this attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru, holding their kunao against each other, witnessed this astonishing scene. They were all wondering if they could dodge such ninjutsu. Aside from trying every possible way to dodge, they couldn't think of any way to withstand such ninjutsu. Even the triple Rashomon technique couldn't withstand such an attack. Perhaps, only those two adults can fight Zhou Cheng. Everyone in Konoha was shocked by Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu. How much chakra would that take? Is he really human? Even a cage-level ninjutsu would appear insignificant in the face of such a technique. Immediately, the Konoha ninjas became excited. Zhou Cheng is a Konoha ninja, the stronger he is, the stronger Konoha becomes. They recalled how prosperous and thriving Konoha was when the Sunin were young. Unlike now, they can't even find a candidate for the 5th generation. In the forest, Shikaku was startled to see a Rasen shuriken half its own size. This amount of chakra is almost comparable to that of the tailed beasts. The only way to break Zhou Cheng's move is with the tailed beast ball. Its mouth was wide open, and a ball of energy condensed within. The amount of chakra contained within the ball was even more powerful than Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng nodded inwardly, the tailed beasts truly lived up to their name. He wasn't confident he could withstand the tailed beast ball. He threw the Rasen shuriken at Shikaku. The rapid rotation generated gusts of wind. Wherever it went, all the trees were uprooted. The forest was in complete disarray. The tailed beast ball shot out like a cannonball, hitting the Rasen shuriken. The Rasen shuriken only lasted a few breaths before being pierced by the tailed beast ball. The Rasen shuriken exploded violently. The wind element raged wildly, and everything within the blast radius was crushed to dust by the invisible wind blades. A vacuum zone appeared within a 100-meter radius. Everything except the massive crater was reduced to dust. The tailed beast ball continued to fly forward. Zhou Cheng could only dodge using the Flying Thunder God technique. He didn't want to waste his chakra transferring the tailed beast ball for nothing. He wasn't backed by Konoha. The tailed beast ball slammed into a mountain peak. After the loud noise, the entire mountain peak disappeared without a trace. A dozen or so breaths later, the shockwave from the explosion swept through the entire Hidden Leaf village, causing chaos and disarray. Everyone felt a deep sense of fear. Is this the true power of the tailed beasts? That's terrifying. No wonder legend says that any one of the tailed beasts could destroy a ninja village. Zhou Cheng then realized he had acted impulsively. I really don't have any good ways to deal with the tailed beasts. Perhaps only by infusing the raised nan with the power of a bloodline limit, like Naruto did, can one use the raised nan to fight against the tailed beasts. If only I had the bloodline at this moment, I could directly control the tailed beasts. Oh, right, illusion. Just then, a huge figure appeared in midair above Shikaku's head. It stomped hard on Shikaku. Its enormous size combined with the acceleration of free fall. Shikaku was stomped hard and forced to the ground. Zhou Cheng quickly dodged the shockwave with several leaps. He looked up and saw an enormous toad riding on Shikaku's back. A white-haired ninja stood atop the toad's head. Jiraiya. Zhou Cheng breathed a slight sigh of relief. You've finally arrived. Meanwhile, the ninjas in Konoha erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing the giant toad Gamabuntat. One of the legendary Sunin, Lord Jiraiya, has returned to the village. Jiraiya, you're the one who's going to get me killed. It's a tailed beast. Jiraiya laughed heartily, pointing at Zhou Cheng. You, me, and this boy together, we can definitely suppress it. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Cheng. This kid's chakra reserves are enviable. Where did the old man find this genius? Jiraiya naturally saw Hiruzen Sarutobi trapped inside the barrier, but he wasn't in a hurry to rescue him. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's strength, he won't be in any danger for a while. Let's deal with the biggest threat to Konoha first. Buntai uses toad oil. Hey kid over there, cooperate with us. Jiraiya began forming hand seals. Gamabunta's throat bobbed. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Bunta spat out a huge amount of toad oil from his mouth. Then Jiraiya spat out a large amount of flames. The flames instantly ignited the toad oil. A pillar of fire ripped through the sky and hurtled towards Shikaku. The entire sky was dyed red by flames, and countless trees were set ablaze. Just as the pillar of fire was about to strike Shikaku, Zhou Cheng's voice rang out. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. The wind attribute can enhance the power of the fire attribute. The shuriken instantly merged into the pillar of fire upon contact with it. The fire was fueled by the wind, and it grew larger with the wind. The pillar of fire began to spin, like a vortex of flames. Then, as it rotated, wind blades appeared around the pillar of fire, spinning around it. Fire plus wind, this is already fire release. Shikaku tilted its head back, and a massive amount of chakra once again gathered in its mouth. A tailed beast ball was formed instantly and shot out like a cannonball. The tailed beast ball slammed into the vortex of flames. Boom! Chakra energy explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose up. The blast wave had an impact area of several hundred meters. The effects have already spread to the outskirts of Konoha. Numerous buildings were instantly reduced to ruins. Then, a violent shockwave swept across the surrounding area. Trees were uprooted, and numerous buildings were destroyed. The ninjas who didn't have time to dodge were blown into the air like leaves before falling back down. The three giant snakes were blown so hard they couldn't lift their heads. The only ones unaffected were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru inside the barrier. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with relief. Luckily, Zhou Cheng wasn't in the village, otherwise the plan would have been much more difficult. Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled with rage. Damn it, why didn't we lure it any further away? Zhou Cheng doesn't know, and neither does Jiraiya. His heart was bleeding. This time, Konoha had suffered a tremendous loss. Chapter 86. Who knows how many ninjas will die in this battle? Training each ninja requires a significant investment of time and resources. It takes several years to go from Ninja Academy to Chunin, and Jonin are extremely rare. Many buildings were also damaged, and it will take a lot of manpower and financial resources to rebuild them after the war. These resources are being wasted in Konoha. There's simply no way to gain any more benefits in the ninja world. Hiruzen Sarutobi now felt like killing Zhou Cheng and Jiraiya. In the forest. No, it should be called wasteland now. The entire forest has disappeared. In the few unaffected areas, only a few scattered trees remain. Jiraiya stared in the direction of Konoha, his eye twitching. The ninjutsu was too powerful. We're not far enough from Konoha yet. What a mistake. Kid, lure it a little further away. Otherwise, Konoha will be destroyed by us. Jiraiya looked at him with admiration in his eyes. A massive amount of chakra, an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. He actually managed to evolve the Raise Nan to the next level. It became an S-rank ninjutsu. Adding a change in property to a change in form? Even I can't do that. His control over chakra must be incredibly abnormal. Then, something occurred to him, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Could he be the child of prophecy spoken of by the Toad Sage? No, I need to spend more time with him. At this moment, Zhou Cheng also saw the tragic state of Konoha and couldn't help but shrink back. Oh my god, this seems like we've gone too far. I hope Bai and the others are all right. Then he looked at Shikaku and continued his persuasive talk. Oh, ugly raccoon, is that all you've got? Weren't you going to kill me? Come on. Then he leaped rapidly across the few remaining trees, heading further into the distance. Jiraiya pointed in the direction Zhou Cheng had gone. Let's go too, and lure Shikaku away. Wen Tai pushed off with both legs and jumped into the air, then fell towards Zhou Cheng's direction. Ugh, those wretched brats! Those wretched toads! I'm going to kill you all! It chased after Jiraiya. After a brief period of silence, fighting broke out again in Konoha village, plunging most of the village into conflict once more. The Secret Service also arrived at the location of the three giant snakes at this time. Use combined ninjutsu to suppress the giant snake. The giant serpent was brought under control, and the battle situation immediately changed. The Sand Village was only launching a surprise attack, so they couldn't send too many ninjas. Furthermore, since the Konoha ninjas were fighting on their home turf, with their homes and families right behind them, they fought even more bravely. However, it will take some time to completely eliminate the Sand Ninja. Zhou Cheng ran frantically for more than 10 minutes before stopping. The distance should be far enough. He paused to think about how to deal with Shikaku. Now that Jiraiya is involved, he can no longer openly seize parts of Shikaku's body. Not long after he stopped, Gamabunta also fell from the sky and stood a few dozen meters away from him. Kid, do you have any way to get rid of it? Jiraiya pointed into the distance, and Shikaku's enormous figure appeared in their field of vision. Zhou Cheng shook his head and helplessly shrugged. Tailed beasts are aggregates of chakra, and are nearly immortal. The only option is to continue sealing it. Find a way to locate the Jinchura key. Awaken the Jinchura key, then have the sealing team cooperate in the sealing. Otherwise, our chakra will eventually run out. Jiraiya wholeheartedly agreed. After listening, Zhou Cheng's method was currently the only solution. He formed hand seals and summoned a communication toad, instructing it to return to Konoha and request support from the sealing team. Zhou Cheng glanced at the communication toad and calculated the time. It should take about half an hour for the communication toad to travel to Konoha and notify the sealing team to come here again. You must obtain a part of Shikaku's body within this half hour. The more people present, the less discreet his actions become. If there is no one else, there is still a divine technique to deal with the tailed beasts. Diamond Lockdown, the nemesis of tailed beasts. Even the Nine Tails has to behave like a baby in front of the adamantine sealing chains. But now that Jiraiya is present, he is unable to use the adamantine sealing technique. We have to find another way. Shikaku was only about 100 meters away from them. Lord Jiraiya, could you teach me the art of summoning spirits? I long to enter Mount Maiboku and learn sage techniques. I want to see how much his strength would increase if he combined a celestial body with celestial arts. Jiraiya nodded without turning his head. If he was the child of prophecy, then going to Mount Maiboku was a certainty. Once all this is over, I can teach you. Then he said to Bunta. Bunta, we're going. Gamabunta drew his sword, which was several tens of meters long. Zhou Cheng curled his lip. The legendary 40-meter-long cleaver. He used Earth Release ninjutsu on Shikaku's feet. Earth Release, Underworld Swamp. With Zhou Cheng unleashing his full power, the Yellow Springs swamp reached an area of over 100 meters. Shikaku stepped on it and sank into the mud. Its movements became even slower. Zhou Cheng continued to use his ninjutsu. Clapping hands, whatever you shout comes true. Earth release, earth rising spear. Huge earth spikes shot out from the Yellow Springs swamp and pierced Shikaku's body, causing him to scream in pain. Well done. Jiraiya sincerely praised it. This kid's chakra reserves are truly astonishing, even the ninjutsu he uses has undergone a qualitative change. Its power is unprecedented. The largest Yellow Springs swamp is no more than 10 meters or even a few meters high. Zhou Cheng's technique could reach over 100 meters. It has increased more than tenfold. The earth spear, whether in terms of the size of a single thrust, its total number, or its range, has already exceeded the original scope of ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng did not stop because of Jiraiya's praise. Such ninjutsu can only cause Shikaku some pain, and the injury will heal quickly. Zhou Cheng raised one hand high, and the form of his chakra changed. It transformed into the shape of a long spear. Then Zhou Cheng used chakra compression. They literally shrunk the size of the spear by half. Then inject chakra, and then compress it. The chakra spear in his hand was almost tangible. Like a blue spear. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, he could actually compress chakra, increasing the chakra content within the same volume and thus enhancing its power. Then, Zhou Cheng transformed his chakra into wind attribute and infused it into his spear. The spear emitted a dazzling blue light. It looked as if Zhou Cheng had grasped a beam of light. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Cheng infused the spear with water attribute chakra. The two types of chakra did not repel each other under his top-level chakra control. Instead, they moved around the spear without interfering with each other. Ugly raccoon, take this. This strike pierced through the stars. Zhou Cheng leaped into the air, pulled back with his right hand, and then threw it out with a sudden burst of speed. Hiss! Jiraiya and Bunta both gasped. Are you playing? Chakra form transformation plus 2 nature transformations. How come it didn't explode? Is his chakra control at the level of the Sage of Six Paths? The power of this attack exceeded that of any ninjutsu Jiraiya knew. Perhaps, only if he activates Sage mode, and with the help of 2 Toad Sages, could he possibly withstand it. Shikaku sensed the terrifying energy contained within that spear. If I get shot like that, I'm afraid I'll be crippled. Ignoring the pain in its feet, it unleashed its magnetic escape ability, and black sand gathered in front of it. Chapter 87. One after another, walls of black sand coalesced in front of Shikaku. Then, a colossal statue just like it appeared behind the last sand wall. That was its proudest and strongest shield. This was the first time it had lost faith in the strongest shield. The spear swept across the sky at breakneck speed, even slicing a gap in the clouds. A long trench was also left on the ground. Boom boom boom. The spear easily pierced through the 3 black sand walls in front. The speed of the 4th stage decreased significantly, and the volume of the 5th stage decreased. Finally, it was inserted into the strongest shield. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Then a series of explosions occurred. Each sand wall explodes once. The chakra spear embedded in the strongest shield exploded with tremendous force. The explosion created a huge mushroom cloud, and the light it produced blinded Zhou Cheng and Jiraiya. Immediately afterwards, a violent shockwave surged outwards like ocean waves. Zhou Cheng reacted quickly, leaping onto Wen Tai's body to avoid being swept away by the blast wave. Both sides engaged in battle and Konoha looked up at the enormous mushroom cloud in the distance. My god, was that an explosion? The power of the tailed beasts is truly terrifying. Even from this distance, I could feel the tremors from the explosion, it almost made me lose my footing. How fierce the fighting must have been there. I hope Jiraiya-sama is all right. At this moment, within the 4 purple sun formation barrier, the battle between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru had reached its climax. Orochimaru, though a disciple, is young and ruthless. Hiruzen Sarutobi was already old and could no longer unleash his full power from his prime. They all looked in the direction from which the mushroom cloud rose, shocked by the intensity of the explosion. How's the battle going over there? Who wins and who loses? Jiraiya, you absolutely can't get hurt. Zhou Cheng, you can't die. I need your body for my next reincarnation. The explosion subsided. The dust that filled the sky was slowly blown away by the wind. The black sand wall has disappeared. Even the strongest shield is now shattered and broken. Shikaku's enormous body remained standing. However, there wasn't a single intact part of his body. Having suffered such a severe blow, it is now focused on fully recovering from its injuries. In this way, Gaara reappeared above Shikaku's head. Jiraiya, disregarding his shock, shouted and leaped towards Gaara. Zhou Cheng also got off Wentai and jumped onto Shikaku's body in a few leaps. Shikaku realized what was happening, and Gaara began to slowly penetrate its body. Quick! Jiraiya was extremely anxious. Gaara hadn't entered this time, and Shikaku would change his position again. Finding him again next time will be much more difficult. Zhou Cheng gritted his teeth and, with a fierce determination, rapidly produced a flying thunder god kunao. Not long after the kunao flew out, he teleported to the side of the kunao and threw it again. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Gaara. At this moment, half of Gaara's body had already disappeared into Shikaku's body. Wake up! He slapped Gaara hard across the face, leaving a clear 5-finger mark. Gaara's eyelids twitched slightly, but he wasn't fully awake. Holy crap! You asked for it! Enraged, Zhou Cheng grabbed Gaara's hand and twisted it hard. They broke Gaara's hand off while he was still alive. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Gaara's lips, and his eyes snapped open. It hurt so much that tears came to my eyes. Zhou Cheng, you! Gaara's eyes were filled with murderous intent, he wished he could devour Zhou Cheng alive. Zhou Cheng breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Your panda eyes are finally awake. As soon as Gaara awoke, Shikaku's seal began to work again. Its body began to shrink and disintegrate. Damn humans! Shikaku cursed incessantly, desperately resisting the power of the seal. Jiraiya then reached the top of Shikaku's head. He gave Zhou Cheng a strange look. How did he know the second generation's flying thunder god technique? The old man showed him the book of seals? This kid is only a teenager, he's got a lot of potential. Hopefully, his heart is with Konoha. Finally, Gaara stood on Shikaku's head. Shikaku's upper body remains outside the seal. However, the power of the seal was no longer sufficient to completely pull Shikaku back into Gaara's body. The two sides remained deadlocked. At that moment, several figures were rapidly approaching from a distance. Zhou Cheng sensed that the Konoha sealing team ninjas had arrived. I have to hurry. He glanced back at Jiraiya. They are seeking an opportunity to cut off a piece of Shikaku's body. Ugly raccoon, keep being arrogant. Come and kill me. Why aren't you moving? Oh, so you're scared of me because I beat you up. Shikaku was moving violently, clearly enraged to the extreme. Zhou Cheng deliberately pretended to lose his balance, causing Shikaku's head to fall to the ground. Hee, kid, go to hell. Shikaku reacted swiftly, its massive claws slamming down towards Zhou Cheng. Careful! Jiraiya exclaimed in alarm, this kid is still too young. I started to feel a little giddy. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, and a chakra blade appeared in his hand. It slammed down hard on Shikaku's claws, tearing off a piece of the tailed beast's body. He hurriedly channeled his chakra into that body. They sensed the immense and violent chakra of the tailed beast. He used the adamantine sealing technique to trap this chakra. Then it was pulled back into its body by the chains. Shikaku was terrified, and his body trembled even more violently. Kid, what are you doing? Boom! To avoid arousing Jiraiya's suspicion, Zhou Cheng used his chakra blade to dig a hole in Shikaku's claw and emerged from the back of the claw. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been such a waste if this kid had died like this. Zhou Cheng jumped back onto Shikaku's head, getting close to Gaara to prevent him from doing anything else. Gaara's face was pale, and his lips trembled. Every violent tremor of Shikaku tugged at his severed hand, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Why would you go to this lengths for someone else? As far as I know, you are not from Konoha village. Zhou Cheng turned to look at Gaara, his eyes no longer cold. He couldn't bring himself to hate this man who had gone through the same experience as Naruto. I am a war orphan. 4 years after my parents died, I lived a life of utter humiliation, like a dog. He endured loneliness and contempt. Until I met Bai, we depended on each other for survival. Although we still have to wander and compete with animals for food, we no longer feel lonely. Zhou Cheng turned around to face Gaara directly, his eyes gazing at the faces of his comrades from Konoha. He smiled, a smile as bright and sunny as the sun. He continued speaking, and it seemed that even Shikaku had stopped wriggling. Jiraiya secretly came to Gaara's other side, wanting to hear about Zhou Cheng's past. Later, Haku and I were taken back to Konoha by Konoha ninjas. Entering the ninja academy, I met so many friends. They have become the people I cherish most. It's fair to say that Bai and his friends pulled me out of hell. Without them, I might have become a pure demon by now. That's why I broke your hand to avenge Xiao Li. So, I won't let you hurt them. Even if it means killing you. Chapter 88. After listening to Zhou Cheng's story, Gaara and Jiraiya both fell silent. Especially Gaara. He knows best what loneliness feels like. Even though he wasn't an only child, he was still lonely. He is a Jinkraki, so he doesn't have much time to see his family. Even her beloved uncle, her only family member, betrayed her and ultimately died at her hands. Everyone in the village saw him as a monster, and no one wanted to be his friend. Even his own older brother and sister were mostly afraid of him, rather than feeling any affection for him. Gaara looked at Zhou Cheng. Did you become so strong to protect the people you cherish? Is it because of the bond and love between companions? I will too. Zhou Cheng, thank you, I understand. Gaara's expression relaxed, no longer as cold as before. He used to be just a demon who only cared about himself. Now, he is determined to begin making a change. Having witnessed Zhou Cheng's strength, Gaara also wanted to experience the taste of friendship and family. The faces of his older brother and sister flashed into his mind. I thought of the care and love they showed me on a daily basis. For the first time, a warm feeling rose in my heart. Zhou Cheng noticed the change in Gaara's eyes and demeanor, and realized that he had changed. From a bloodthirsty demon who lived only for himself, he grew into the strongest shield and protector of Tsunagakuer. Give me your hand. Zhou Cheng smiled and extended his hand to Gaara, wanting to heal his severed hand. Seeing the genuine goodwill in Zhou Cheng's eyes, Gaara smiled as well. His first laugh was rather awkward. Has he already considered me a friend? Is this what friendship feels like? Very nice. Gaara raised his hand and handed it to Zhou Cheng. Jiraiya, who was watching from the side, nodded repeatedly. It is truly remarkable that this child, having experienced all the darkness in the world, still has light in his heart. For the sake of his comrades, he actually chose to fight the tailed beasts. It can even pull a Jinchuriki who only knows how to kill back from the abyss of darkness. His smile really does resemble Minato's. In the future, Konoha will surely have one more guardian. Zhou Cheng took Gaara's hand and channeled Yang release chakra into his body. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gaara's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Although I had seen Zhou treat Xiao Li's injuries, my own experience was completely different. This energy is even more efficient than the energy used by the tailed beasts to repair their bodies. That's amazing. Jiraiya, standing to the side, nearly popped his eyes out. Yang escape. This is the power of Yang release. Zhou Cheng actually possessed Yang release chakra. That's not right. His Yang release level seems high. It feels completely different from the Yang release used by those families nowadays. He must be the child of prophecy. Jiraiya was already quite impatient and wanted to take Zhou Cheng to Mount Maiboku to see the great Toad Sage. After Zhou Cheng healed Gaara's injuries, the Konoha sealing team arrived at the scene. They immediately began sealing Shikaku. No, I've finally managed to get out of here, I don't want to go back. Zhou Cheng waved to Shikaku, we'll meet again once we've gathered all the tailed beast chakra. Under the effect of the sealing technique, Shikaku closed its eyes and completely returned to Gaara's body. Let's go back to Konoha. There's still so much to do. Zhou Cheng stretched and waved to Gaara and Jiraiya. They each threw a flying thunder god kunao at each of them. I left my coordinates in Konoha. Take your kunao, put your arm around my shoulder, and I can take you there. Then he looked apologetically at the sealing class, saying that he still couldn't manage so many people. I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many people, we'll need to split them into several groups. Wait here a moment. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot with Gaara and Jiraiya. The giant toad Gamabuntat also dispelled the summoning technique and returned to Mount Maiboku. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Cheng and his two companions had already appeared in Konoha village. The place where they were standing was right in the Chunin exams arena, and the coordinates here were exactly what Zhou Cheng had arranged in advance. He put down Gaara and Jiraiya, retrieved his flying thunder god kunao, and vanished in an instant. Just 1 minute later, he reappeared there with 3 more people. Repeating this process, he brought back all the members of the sealing team in just 5 minutes. His actions left the Konoha ninjas nearby completely bewildered. Teleport with others? And so many people, so many times. Does he really have an inexhaustible supply of chakra? Why don't you share some with us? After fighting for so long, our chakra is almost depleted. Then, Zhou Cheng led Gaara to Temari and Kankuro. Gaara's appearance indicates that Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, has been sealed away once again. The Sand Village's plan has completely failed. This time, they also suffered heavy losses. They not only abandoned the greater good, but also shattered peace. The surprise attack failed. They misjudged Konoha's true strength. Hiruzen Sarutobi has consistently adopted a policy of appeasement towards other ninja villages over the years, leading other villages to mistakenly believe that Konoha is in decline and facing a talent shortage. They all harbored ulterior motives towards Konoha, plotting how to gain the greatest benefit. Reality slapped Tsunagakure in the face. After their initial surprise attack, their offensive was gradually suppressed. Soon, the Sand Village ninjas all chose to surrender. The situation was quickly stabilized. Temari and Kankuro were also taken into custody. With them was their team leader, Jonin Maki. When Zhou Cheng saw Maki, his expression immediately changed. He desperately wanted to kill Maki, but he lacked direct evidence that Maki was the murderer of Gecko Hayate. It seems the only option is to wait for an opportunity. Gaara looked at Temari and Kankuro with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, brother, sister. I was wrong before. Temari and Kankuro were visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting the aloof Gaara to utter such a conversation. Thanks to Zhou Cheng's guidance, I have realized my mistakes. I'm not the same person I used to be. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a smile they hadn't shown in a long time. This is their genuine laughter, a laughter for their family. Finally, all that remained was to rescue the trapped third generation. However, those who enter or leave the Four Purple Sun formation will be burned by the flames. Even water-based techniques couldn't extinguish the purple flames on the barrier. The ninjas of Konoha were all plunged into despair. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer facing Orochimaru. Instead, they were the first and second Hokage, resurrected by Orochimaru using the Impure World reincarnation technique. Although I really didn't want to fight, I was under Orochimaru's control. The first and second Hokage have lost their self-awareness and become puppets completely obedient to Orochimaru. They had only one goal, to kill the old man in front of them. Chapter 89. Facing his two teachers, the elderly Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly no match. They were constantly being suppressed and beaten. Zhou Cheng, who came from outside the barrier, was also shocked by the ninjutsu of the first and second Hokage. The second Hokage's water release technique wasn't actually water release at all. Calling him a sea escaping wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even in places where water release techniques are unavailable, it still possesses such power when used. Moreover, this is only a second-generation Edo Tensei, and his strength is less than 1% of his peak. He simply couldn't believe that a second-generation master of water release techniques at their peak could be so powerful. Even compared to the Four Tails, which excels in water release, it is not at a disadvantage at all. Left with no other choice, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to summon his own summoning beast. The Ape Demon Clan. Then, let the Monkey King transform into the Golden Cudgel to fight against the first and second generations of the Monkey King. After a hard-fought battle, the first and second generations were finally sealed away. Then, he fought Orochimaru again. In order to defeat Orochimaru, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life to summon the Grim Reaper. Zhou Cheng, watching from the outside, was deeply conflicted. Should he save the third-generation old fox? Regardless, he had taught me wholeheartedly for a period of time. He looked around and saw that both civilians and ninjas were looking at the barrier with worried eyes. They were all worried about their Hokage. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. It wasn't enough to become a hero of Konoha just by passing the Chunin exams. But death has already arrived, and no one can save him now. Zhou Cheng could only watch quietly, waiting for this matter to end. His target was Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Next, he plans to learn swordsmanship, and a high-grade ninja sword is essential. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng unexpectedly appeared in the forbidden area of Konoha. Taking advantage of the chaos, he created a shadow clone and infiltrated the forbidden area. He planned to reread the Book of Seals and learn all the forbidden techniques within. After succeeding, he cancelled the shadow clone. Outside the Four Purple Sun formation, Zhou Cheng's body trembled slightly. A flood of information rushed into his mind. He acquired many forbidden techniques. This includes the complete sealing of the corpse demon. They also know how to break the seal on the corpse demon and retrieve the soul. However, this is impossible now. Because we need to find the mask of death. The third generation eventually died. After sealing Orochimaru's hands, his soul was taken away by the Grim Reaper, and he died completely. Konoha was plunged into mournful cries. Everyone shed tears. Hiruzen Sarutobi was quite good at winning people's hearts. The Konoha ninja launched a coordinated attack, but given Orochimaru's cunning, he naturally wouldn't die so easily. It transformed into an inconspicuous little snake and escaped from Konoha. As for the Sound Four, they managed to escape by jumping into the giant snake's mouth. Zhou Cheng looked at the corpses of the three generations with a sense of helplessness. Next, Konoha went through another period of turmoil until a new Hokage was elected. Zhou Cheng thought of someone, Danzo. Orochimaru's plan this time must also be in cahoots with Danzo. During the war, not a single root ninja was seen. This clearly shows that Danzo knew Orochimaru's plan in advance. Next, Danzo will definitely do everything in his power to become Hokage. He seemed to sense something and turned to look. As expected, Danzo appeared. He's here to snag a bargain. His first words upon arrival were that he would temporarily take over all decision-making in Konoha. Even Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, for the first time ever, sided with him. Many ninjas were naturally dissatisfied. However, since the Jonin hadn't yet expressed their opinion, they didn't dare to say anything. Lord Danzo, I have a question. As long as you can answer these questions, I have no objection to you serving as acting Hokage and overseeing Konoha's affairs. Everyone turned to look, and there was Zhou Cheng, who was putting on a sorrowful expression. It's him. That boy who single-handedly fought off a tailed beast. If he hadn't lured the tailed beasts away, our entire Konoha would have been reduced to ruins. He is a hero of Konoha, and we should thank him properly. Thanks to the word spread by the ninja who recognized Zhou Cheng, more and more people learned about him. Upon hearing his words, they all expressed the same sentiment as Zhou Cheng. In this world, strength equates to authority and status. Zhou Cheng's demonstrated abilities have earned their recognition. Danzou's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he quickly concealed it. How was he still alive? What's the problem? Zhou Cheng glanced around and noticed that there were many more root ninjas around. Danzou planned to seize power, but when that failed, he would resort to force. He held up his hand and pointed to the circle of ninjas present. Everyone here is a hero of Konoha. In the battle just now, everyone fought valiantly for their village and their families. But from beginning to end, I didn't see a single root ninja. The people suffered, and root didn't even appear during the ninjas' bloody battle. Now that the war is over, are the roots coming out to seize the victory that everyone won with blood and tears? Zhou Cheng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice grew louder and louder. Finally, he was heartbroken and almost cried. I must say, Zhou Cheng acted very well. His words immediately resonated with all the Konoha ninja. Yes, if the roots could also help during wartime, then casualties would be greatly reduced. Their family members or partners might not have had to die. Then someone stepped forward and raised the same question as Zhou Cheng. Once there's a first, there's a second, a third. The situation spiraled out of control as the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Zhou Cheng was secretly pleased. Anyone can be Hokage, just not you old foxes. Zhou Cheng possessed exceptional sensory abilities and could clearly sense Danzou's murderous intent towards him. He wouldn't let Danzou become Hokage and then use his power to target him at every turn. He wants to turn Konoha into his own backyard. Danzou's face was frighteningly dark. He wanted to kill them all. This was the closest he ever came to becoming Hokage. He won't give up easily. However, he could not explain what did not happen during the war. The timing of the roots' appearance is too coincidental, there's absolutely no sign of a battle. Everyone was clean from head to toe. Just when Danzou was in a state of panic, it was his two advisors who reminded him. There's no need to say more now, Konoha has lost its Hokage, and the next step is the Hokage election. If Danzou can just be patient until that time, then the entire advisory council will support him. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, those two old foxes, have already planned their escape routes. Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead, so the new Hokage must be someone from their faction or someone close to them. This is the only way to ensure that the power in one's hands is not divided. Their goal is too small, they can't possibly become the next Hokage. Moreover, Zhou Cheng didn't get too close to them. They could only choose Danzou as Hokage. Finally, with the mediation of advisors and the heads of several major families, the matter was resolved. It was announced that the election for a new Hokage would begin in 3 days. The reconstruction of Konoha needs to begin immediately. Otherwise, many people will be homeless. Public resentment was thus temporarily suppressed. Zhou Cheng used his multiple shadow clone technique to create hundreds of clones, which went to various places to help with the reconstruction. Go and earn Konoha's favor. The real purpose of the trip was to see Gaara off. This action also won the favor of the Tsunagakuer ninja. Chapter 90. Zhou Cheng, along with a few of his closest friends, arrived at the gates of Konoha. Gaara and his group will return to Tsunagakuer under Maki's guidance. News has come from Tsunagakuer that the Sand Village has discovered the body of the Kazekage, Raza, on the border between the two countries. This confirms that Orochimaru killed the Kazekage and then impersonated him to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. At this point, Tsunagakure shifted all the blame onto Orochimaru. Konoha and Tsunagakure enjoyed a brief period of peace. Gaara, take care on your journey. Zhou Cheng smiled brightly, extended his hand, and said, the next time we meet, you'll be Feng Ying. Thanks. Gaara reached out and shook hands with Zhou Cheng. At that moment, a friendship was formed between them. Let's keep in touch. Don't forget, you have friends in Konoha. Zhou Cheng looked around and saw Haku, Naruto, Ino, Hinata, and others standing there. They all looked at Gaara with goodwill. Naruto was also a Jinchuriki, so they knew what kind of life Naruto had lived since childhood. It's easy to imagine that Gaara's life wasn't easy either. They almost inevitably face being called a monster, isolated, and so on. Through Zhou Cheng's explanation, they also learned about Gaara's background. They expressed their hatred for that heartless father. They also expressed their regret for the poor mother and the uncle who was taken advantage of. They all showed affection for Gaara. They blamed all the blame on Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Gaara experienced the feeling of friendship for the first time, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, the two groups said their goodbyes. Zhou Cheng took Karin to the residence of the Grass Ninja and explained what had happened. Zhou Cheng's displayed strength had deeply impressed them, so they naturally dared not refuse his request to leave Karin in Konoha. Karin's healing abilities are extremely rare in any ninja village. The ninja dared not speak out against their anger. Moreover, they are on Konoha's territory, so no one will be on their side. They can only agree superficially, and then figure out a solution later. After Zhou Cheng's shadow clones helped the civilians and ninjas rescue most of the people trapped in the ruins. The sun was already setting. Zhou Cheng left behind a shadow clone, while his main body returned home. Karin had already returned home with Shiro ahead of time. After a busy day, Zhou Cheng simply cooked ramen for dinner. His house only had 2 rooms, so he had to give up his room for Karin to sleep in. Then I told them to go to sleep first, and I had to go out for a bit. Actually, he just avoided sleeping with Bai. Given Bai's personality, if Zhou Cheng doesn't have a room to sleep in, he'll definitely drag him to sleep with him. The rooms in Zhou Cheng's house were not big enough to fit 2 beds, so if 2 people shared a room, they would have to share a bed. Zhou Cheng wasn't used to 2 grown men squeezing into one bed. He arrived at the Hokage Rock alone. After the Great Battle, Konoha's security forces were greatly strengthened. Along the way, Zhou Cheng was questioned 3 times. However, when the guard ninjas saw that it was Zhou Cheng, they only conducted a routine check and did not make things difficult for him. On a dark and windy night, Zhou Cheng sat alone on the Hokage Rock, holding a tree branch as a ninja sword and practicing swordsmanship. That's not how you use a sword. A voice, clear and tinged with sadness, drifted over. Even Zhou Cheng, who couldn't see it, knew it was Uzuki Yujao. His current sensory abilities can now cover the entire Hidden Leaf village. Uzuki Yujao, carrying a bottle of wine, strolled over and sat down next to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. How much had he drunk? Was he trying to drown his sorrows? Zhou Cheng had already inquired, Maki had acted too cleanly, and Konoha couldn't find any trace of him. Therefore, it was impossible to identify the murderer. Captain, are you all right? Seeing Uzuki Yujao's flushed face under the influence of alcohol, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel a little worried. She's a strong, capable woman, a real boss lady. When did I show such a vulnerable side? Zhou Cheng, why? Why can't the murderer be found? Did Jai Feng die in vain? Uzuki Yujao shed 2 clear tears and took another sip of wine. That's enough. Zhou Cheng snatched the wine bottle from Uzuki Yujao's hand. You can't drink anymore. Even though Teacher Hayate is gone, you still have us. And Konoha too. I believe we will definitely find the murderer. Zhou Cheng felt very unhappy when he saw Uzuki Yujao like this. She was once such a splendid person, and now she's become like this. With a fierce look in his eyes, Maki is doomed. After venting her inner turmoil for a while, Uzuki Yujao fell asleep with tears in her eyes. Listening to her snoring, you can imagine how hard she has been working these past few days. Zhou Cheng shook his head, picked her up, and disappeared into the night. After he escorted Yujao Uzuki home, he sat down on her rooftop. He couldn't think of anywhere to go for the time being. He pondered everything that had happened in the past few days. Through the battle with the tailed beasts, my strength should have reached cage level, but not top-tier cage level. Compared to those movie stars at their peak, I'm still a bit lacking. However, my advantage is that I have an inexhaustible supply of chakra. During battle, chakra is automatically replenished as soon as it is depleted. It's like the body is constantly and automatically refining chakra. This ability must be a gift from the immortal body. An ability that defies the heavens. You'll never have to worry about not having enough chakra again. With ample chakra, I am a turret with unlimited ammunition. If you don't like someone, just blast them to smithereens. The immortal body also greatly enhanced his physical skills and illusion techniques. Now, one strike of his Tai Chi can instantly kill an ordinary Jonin. In terms of speed, he's already on par with Xiao Li, who has unlocked 8 gates. This is still without the aid of chakra, purely physical strength. My physical strength has far surpassed that of a Jonin, placing me in the cage level ranks. But that's not enough, we need to continue becoming stronger. Only by reaching the level of cage could one contend with Obito and Six Paths mode against Madara. Reach the level of shadow level physical prowess, and then learn Sage mode. Then replicate the Celestial Eye. Then they should be able to defeat Obito and Madara. To fight Kaguya, one must obtain all the tailed beast chakra and become the 10 tails Jinkraki. Only when these buffs are fully stacked can one be truly fearless against Kaguya. Only then would they be qualified to face the numerous members of the Otsutsuki clan. However, these things are too far away for me to consider now, I should focus on the things at hand first. I must learn swordsmanship as soon as possible, so that my chakra blades will have a purpose. It won't be like wielding a kitchen knife, just hacking and slashing. Then, there's ninjutsu. I still don't know enough types of ninjutsu. We can't be like Naruto, using Raise Nan for everything. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito every day. I must find a way to learn more ninjutsu. Then there are the lightning and fire chakra. The replica of Naruto grants top-tier wind attribute affinity. So, which character will receive the highest affinity for thunder and fire, thus gaining the thunder/fire attribute? That way I would gain all attributes except for yin escape. After that, the goal is to obtain the Sage's Eye and acquire the perfect yin escape technique. Chapter 91. On the rooftop, with the night breeze blowing, Zhou Cheng continued to think. The strength I displayed during the Chunin exams deeply impressed the Konoha 12. They have shown that they want me to teach them. Even Sasuke is the same. Perhaps he will no longer have the idea of going to see Orochimaru. With this skill, I am no longer a pawn on the chessboard, but have grown into a chess player. I will send Sasuke to Orochimaru. It wasn't just for Orochimaru's numerous studies. It was also for the sake of the ninjas under his command. Especially Kimimaro and Kabuto. Kimimaro is likely the only surviving member of the Shikot clan. The perfect yang escape technique should cure his bloodline disease. Once he has fully matured, his strength will be no weaker than any Jonin. He is a subordinate worth cultivating. Kabuto was a key figure in the early stages of the Fourth Shinobi World War. We need to keep him under our control. Karin has already joined me, and Orochimaru has lost another capable subordinate. The Eagle Squad will never appear again. Zhou Cheng glanced at the sleeping Uzuki Yujao through the roof and made a decision in his heart. Captain, wait a little longer, it'll be soon. Maki still needs to live. Only if he lives can Gaara become the Kazekage more quickly. After that, I will tell you everything. I'll go with you to kill him. Then I looked up at the towering Hokage building. The lights were still on in the Hokage's office on the top floor of the building. Perceptual abilities are spreading. He saw Danzo and his two advisors discussing something. Zhou Cheng sneered, these old foxes were about to stir up trouble again. After my outburst, Danzo can forget about smoothly becoming Hokage. Danzo belongs to the iron-fisted faction. If he becomes Hokage, there will be constant friction with other ninja villages, and there will be no shortage of small wars. It's also possible that the Fourth Shinobi World War could be triggered prematurely, without Obito and Madara. Although these things have little to do with me, I just can't stand you, Danzo. You are the kind of person who is extremely selfish. Every single person in Konoha is a pawn in your game, and you can discard them at will. You'd better not mess with me, or I'll kill you. Just then, he heard footsteps. He sensed that Jiraiya was approaching him. It seems he was just passing by and happened to run into Zhou Cheng. Hey kid, why are you sitting on someone else's roof all by yourself? Jiraiya peeked into the room at Uzuki Yujao, a strange smile immediately appearing on his face. This brat has this kind of hobby? Peeking at pretty girls is not a good habit. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him. You dare to talk to me like that? Then he recounted the story of Uzuki Yujao, omitting, of course, the part about him knowing who the murderer was. Jiraiya's expression instantly turned serious. War is always cruel. He thought of his deceased teacher. Although he had long been accustomed to war and the death of loved ones. But he still felt somewhat dejected. He thought of his former classmates and close friends, who were now his enemies who had killed his teacher. Orochimaru, UBD. He quickly glanced at Konoha. There are too many people in Konoha now living in pain, just like Uzuki Yujao. Only time can heal their wounded hearts. Jiraiya looked at Zhou Cheng, wondering if this kid was truly the child of prophecy. Can it bring about change in the ninja world? Let's take him to Mount Myaboku. Didn't you want to learn psychic arts? I can teach you right now. Then, he took out a scroll and placed it in front of Zhou Cheng. Sign your name on it, and you can sign a contract with Mount Myaboku. Then, you can summon toads to fight alongside you using summoning magic. Once you've gained the toad's approval, you can have them transport you to Mount Myaboku via reverse channeling. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up. They've arrived. He picked up a pen to write his name, but Jiraiya stopped him. Have you thought it through? Zhou Cheng nodded, of course I've thought it through. Jiraiya watched as Zhou Cheng wrote down his name. He continued, these are the hand seals for psychic arts, remember them. Zhou Cheng stared intently at Jiraiya's hands, memorizing the hand seals for the summoning technique. Don't try it in Konoha. With your chakra reserves, the chances of summoning a giant toad are very high. It will destroy a lot of houses. Zhou Cheng nodded. With his control over chakra, he had no need to worry about this issue at all. He bit his finger, forming only one hand seal, then slammed his palm on the ground, startling Jiraiya. Spiritual communication. Bang! White smoke rose, and a toad the size of an adult appeared on the roof. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. Do I look like someone who lacks tact? Don't worry, I've controlled the amount of chakra. Jiraiya then took a closer look at the toad. Who are you? Hamaji. Hame nodded. Are you the new contractor? My name is Gamekiki, and Gamabunta is my father. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up, he hadn't expected to summon a toad he recognized. Zhou Cheng waved to it, this is my first time using spirit communication magic. Please take care of me in the future. Hame stared for a long time before shaking his head. I sensed something different about you. My summoning was originally time-limited. I can sense that I was summoned by you, and as long as you wish, I can stay in this world forever." Jiraiya was stunned by Gamekaki's words. The difference between the summoned beasts of the three holy lands and other summoned beasts. The reason they can stay in the ninja world is that there is a time limit. When the time is up, they will be automatically released from the summons. How is that possible? Jiraiya simply couldn't believe it. Zhou Cheng was also somewhat surprised. He didn't know why this was happening. "Can you take me home? I want to tell my father about this." Amethyst looked at Zhou Cheng, his tone pleading. "When will they also need someone else's permission to return to Mount Miyaboku? Not everyone can just come back whenever they want." Zhou Cheng nodded and cancelled the spirit communication spell with a quick flick of his fingers. A plume of white smoke rose, and Gamekaki vanished from the spot. Jiraiya then snapped out of his surprise. "You're really amazing, kid. Too many impossibilities have already happened to you." He seemed to remember something, and asked Zhou Cheng again. "By the way, how did you learn the Raise Nan?" This was a question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. He was always uneasy until he figured it out. "Self-study." Zhou Cheng spoke casually, because he had taught himself the Raise Nan. They just knew the principle behind the Raise Nan beforehand. These words shocked Jiraiya. "Self-taught? I don't believe you for a second." "Fine, don't tell me then. By the way, what exactly are your feelings for Konoha?" Jiraiya began to test Zhou Cheng. "I wanted to see if he was truly worth trusting. Is it worth it for me to stand on his side?" Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at Jiraiya again. "Are you ever going to stop?" "No feelings, okay." After saying that, he stood up and stretched. "I have a favor to ask of you." Chapter 92. "Oh? What is it?" Jiraiya was puzzled. What could he possibly want from me? "I have a friend named Naruto. I think you can guide him in his spiritual practice." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Jiraiya's pupils visibly contracted. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was his student. Naruto is essentially his grand disciple. He returned to the village this time specifically for Naruto. "So what do you think of Naruto?" Zhou Cheng didn't even look at him, and answered directly. "Sunny, positive, and optimistic. The most important thing is not to give up. Although he's not powerful now, I believe he will definitely become strong. For the next period of time, I'll probably be doing missions outside the village. I can't cultivate with him." Zhou Cheng then looked at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with pleading. "I promise you. I'll go see him tomorrow." Jiraiya agreed, as he was also eager to see what his disciple's son was like. "Would you become the fifth Hokage?" Zhou Cheng asked the question knowing the answer already. He wanted to get information about Tsunade. He wanted to arrange for Karin to learn more advanced medical ninjutsu. No, I'm used to being free. Being Hokage means having to stay in the village all the time? I'd go crazy." Zhou Cheng thought to himself with disdain, "You're not just used to being free, you clearly just want to peep at beautiful women bathing all over the country. So, who do you think can succeed as Hokage, excluding Danzo?" Zhou Cheng continued to guide Jiraiya's words. "Tsunade, Kakashi. If Tsunade is willing, she's the most suitable. She is not only the granddaughter of the first Hokage, but also one of the renowned legendary Sunin. His strength is no less than mine." Zhou Cheng feigned doubt. "Hasn't Lady Tsunade not returned to Konoha for a very long time? And nobody knows where she is?" Jiraiya seemed completely confident. "Wherever there was a casino, there was news of Tsunade. I know how to find her, but that's only if it's confirmed she'll return as Hokage." Zhou Cheng continued to act as if he knew nothing. "So, what about Kakashi-sensei?" Jiraiya thought for a moment, then spoke to himself. If Sakumo Hatake hadn't died, the Hatake family wouldn't be in this state now. Why did that guy commit suicide? Kakashi has been famous for a long time, an 11-year-old jonin is a rare sight even in the entire ninja world. Furthermore, the reputation he has built since the Third Shinobi World War is enough to support his becoming Hokage. But after all his teammates died, he became lazy and lost all purpose in life. He definitely won't agree to become Hokage. Zhou Cheng nodded, not displeased that he hadn't gotten the answer he wanted. Karen's matter isn't the most urgent thing right now, we can take it slow. Afterwards, the two said goodbye to each other. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the three most powerful figures in Konoha have gathered here. Danzo's face remained grim, almost dripping with moisture. He hated Zhou Cheng to the core. If it weren't for his words, he would be Hokage by now. Let's hold the Hokage election tomorrow, lest something goes wrong. Danzo looked at the two advisors and shared his thoughts. He was confident that his two longtime friends would stand by his side. We are already making preparations for this. The most crucial thing right now is to gain the support of those powerful families. That way, your position as Hokage will be more secure. Danzo lowered his head, staring silently at the table. Has any family explicitly expressed their support for me? The two consultants exchanged a glance and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. No, they're all very shrewd, they won't step forward so quickly. They're waiting for you to promise them benefits. Bang! Danzo slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to tip over. A bunch of despicable bastards. After I become Hokage, I'll settle the score with them. Also, what have you decided to do about Zhou Cheng? He was destined not to be on our side. That damned Hiruzen. If he had handed him over to me sooner, Konoha would have gained another powerful ninja. The two consultants looked at each other again, and both saw the regret in each other's eyes. It's such a pity that such a prodigy with such extraordinary talent cannot be of use to his advantage. Kill them. He is already our enemy. Inciting the people to turn against us, what a brilliant tactic. Danzo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhou Cheng was doomed. The territory of the Kurama clan. Even though it was late at night, all the core members of the Kurama clan gathered in the conference hall. Hiruzen Sarutobi's death gave us an opportunity. A chance to rejoin the powerful Konoha clan. As long as we support Lord Danzo, he will surely treat our clan well after he becomes Hokage. This will allow us to acquire more resources to train more members of our tribe. The clan chief's words were agreed upon by everyone. Anyone who doesn't want to be able to do whatever they want in Konoha needs to have a family that holds a top-tier position within the village. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, how could they possibly give it up so easily? The Grand Elder asked. So, what should we do? Verbal support does not demonstrate our sincerity. The clan leader chuckled softly. Take the root of that girl, Yakumo Kurama, and send it. Our clan's bloodline limit has always been incredibly powerful, even extending to genjutsu. Lord Danzo would certainly be pleased to have his genjutsu so powerful that it benefits his subordinates. The elders all nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. The main reason is that Yakumo Kurama is not a descendant of their lineage. They wouldn't care about her life or death, her future. They, a group of people, decided one person's fate. Even if that person isn't present. The Hyuga clan. The hall was also brightly lit. Hiruzen Sarutobi's death gave many families the opportunity to rise in rank. This naturally includes the Hyuga clan. After the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Hyuga clan has always considered itself the number one clan in Konoha. Of course they will participate in the Hokage election. The Hyuga clan will rise to prominence as long as its leader becomes Hokage. Chieftain, we old men have discussed it. You absolutely must participate in the Hokage election. If you're willing to participate, becoming Hokage is a certainty. Danzo and his advisors are both too old. I simply don't have the qualifications to compete with you. The elders kept chattering away, giving Hayashi Hyuga a headache. Judging from the strength Zhou Cheng has displayed, he has already surpassed the level of a Jonin. Furthermore, since he used his shadow clones to help the people rebuild, his reputation among the people is quite high. With his support, the Hokage title will surely belong to us, the Hyuga clan. Niji has a close relationship with Zhou Cheng, we could send him to sound out Zhou Cheng's intentions. Given his relationship with Hinata, we can definitely win him over. Chapter 93. Hayashi Hyuga felt somewhat helpless. As the clan leader, he needed the support of the elders on important matters. He cannot force the issue if all the elders oppose it. As a father, he naturally didn't want to use his daughter as a bargaining chip. But who can resist the allure of the Hokage position? In the end, Japan agreed. The next morning, Zhou Cheng made an exception and did not run 2 laps around the village. Konoha is in dire need of rebuilding. It's not appropriate for him to go running laps now. First, all the shadow clones from yesterday were cancelled. I've compiled what the shadow clones have seen and heard. It has been observed that his popularity among the lower classes is growing. This also greatly increased the goodwill towards him among the commoner ninjas. Zhou Cheng then created about 100 shadow clones, which went to various places to help with the reconstruction. If he wants to turn Konoha into his own backyard, his prestige must reach a certain level. Shiro and Karin followed behind him the whole time. Bai was used to following Zhou Cheng around, it was his favorite thing to do. Karin, on the other hand, looked at him with an expression of adoration and infatuation. In her eyes, Zhou Cheng was handsome, strong, and gentle. My heart races every time I see him. He was preparing to head to Konoha Square to participate in the Hokage election. But he was stopped by a member of the Hyuga clan. Zhou Chenjun, our clan leader invites you. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, realizing Rizu's purpose. The position of Hokage is indeed tempting. Out of consideration for Hinata and Niji, Zhou Cheng did not refuse Hayashi's invitation. The group soon arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence. Hinata and Niji were also present. What brings Lord Hayashi here? Zhou Cheng first greeted Hinata and the others, then pretended not to notice and looked at Hayashi. Time is of the essence, so I won't waste any more words. I want to run for Hokage, and I hope you can support me. Once I become Hokage, I'll allow you and Hinata to be together. Hinata immediately lowered her head shyly upon hearing this. But then, as if remembering something, she immediately looked up at her father. Father, I disagree. Hayashi Hyuga looked at his daughter with a strange expression. Didn't she like Zhou Cheng? Why would she reject him? Zhou Cheng looked at Hinata with a smile, understanding her meaning and feeling touched. Hinata is truly a great wife candidate. Even at a time like this, he's still thinking of me. Hinata? Niji also exclaimed in surprise. Now all 12 Konoha members knew that Hinata liked Zhou Cheng. Hayashi Hyuga should be happy that he's willing to marry Hinata to Zhou Cheng. Father, brother. I like brother Zhou Cheng, that's true, but I don't want to be a burden to him. I don't want him to do anything against his own conscience because of me. Moreover, I am a person, not a bargaining chip. My talent is inferior to Hanabi's, so I can relinquish my status as a young lady. Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga fell silent. Yes, Hinata is a person, not a bargaining chip. I got a little blinded by greed. Niji also fell silent. Hinata is right. Liking something is one thing, but it shouldn't be used as leverage. Zhou Cheng shrugged and spread his hands, looking at Hayashi Hyuga with a half-smile. Another person blinded by greed. You heard it too, Hinata is right. Actually, if you hadn't used Hinata to win me over, I would have voted for you out of consideration for Hinata and Niji. It will also subtly influence ordinary ninjas to vote for you. But now, I need to reconsider. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Several elders immediately jumped out. Zhou Chenjun, everything can be discussed. They adopted a very humble attitude. It's not just because he has close ties with the heirs of several powerful families. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, once their generation grows up, Zhou Cheng's status in Konoha will definitely be quite high. Furthermore, it was because of the strength Zhou Cheng displayed during the Chunin exams. He faced the tailed beast alone and escaped unscathed. They're only teenagers. What kind of abilities will they have when they grow up? Movie level? Very likely. If Hayashi Hyuga becomes Hokage, Hinata will marry Zhou Cheng. Then, the Hyuga clan will have 2 more cage-level fighters. His position in Konoha will be unshakable. They might even become the second Senju clan. Zhou Chenjun probably doesn't know, but Hinata is about to meet the child of the Fire Country's daimyo. Maybe they fell in love at first sight. Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata, and Niji were all stunned. Meeting with the children of daimyo? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Then, they immediately realized that the elder was trying to scare and threaten Zhou Cheng. Hinata immediately became worried. She knew that what Zhou Cheng disliked most was being threatened. He's the kind of person who responds best to gentle persuasion but not force. Zhou Cheng was a cunning man, even more cunning than an old fox. How could he not understand the elder's implied meaning? His face instantly fell, and his gaze turned icy. Hinata realized something was wrong. Zhou Cheng was about to lose his temper. So, the elder clans of Konoha are all made up of this kind of scum. The moment you uttered that first threat, you were already a dead man. I'll let you off this time for Hinata and Niji's sake. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, punishment will not be spared. Let me teach you a lesson. After saying that, he activated his illusion technique, Bloodline Limit. The elder immediately collapsed to the ground, screaming and rolling around on the ground. Zhou Cheng altered his 5 senses, making him believe he had fallen into a nest of countless carnivorous insects. It was being gnawed on by countless insects. Zhou Cheng amplified his empathy tenfold. That kind of pain is worse than death. Humph, a mere jonin dares to threaten me. Zhou Cheng stood up angrily and left with Bai and Xianglin. He stopped at the doorway. Well, I'll put in a good word for you. Thank Hinata and Niji. Also, tell Niji what happened back then. He has the right to know. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Bai followed calmly behind. Karen's eyes were sparkling, she was swooning over her crush again. Ah, he's so handsome. Hinata and Niji looked on in astonishment. I never expected that I held such an important place in Zhou Cheng's heart. Hinata, in particular, heard Zhou Cheng's voice in her mind. Everything I do is for you. Hinata was stunned. What happened? Why am I hearing Zhou Cheng's voice in my head? Don't be afraid, Hinata. This is my ability after awakening my bloodline limit. It can leave a lasting impression on other people's minds. Blood transfusion limit? Has the older brother also awakened his bloodline limit? That's great. Everyone in the hall gathered around the elder. Check on his condition. What kind of ninjutsu is this? His skin looked like it had been gnawed by countless insects. Could Zhou Cheng also be a member of the Aberame clan? Idiot, that's impossible. Hayashi Hyuga recalled everything that had just happened with a serious expression. Zhou Cheng didn't make the slightest movement, it was impossible for him to use ninjutsu. That leaves only illusions. Could it be an illusion? Illusion. The entire audience erupted in uproar. How could such an illusion exist? Can illusions affect reality? Everyone fell silent as they looked at the elder who had fainted. Zhou Cheng, who had already left the Hyuga clan, smiled. That's not a bloodline limit at all. Rather, it's Kagura's ability of seeing into one's mind. It can leave a brief impression on someone's mind. A remarkable skill for transmitting messages over long distances. There's absolutely no need to worry about messages being intercepted. However, this is limited to Zhou Cheng's perception range. Zhou Cheng had a picture in his mind. I will coordinate the process myself. The 12 heroes scattered in different places. To have a godlike perspective on oneself within one's perception range. In addition, there's the ability to deliver messages instantly. They will definitely be a team that terrifies everyone. Chapter 94. In this situation, the 12 main characters essentially share a common perspective. As long as one can multitask, even if one encounters the perspective sharing of the 6 paths of pain, one will not be afraid at all. Zhou Cheng only discovered this ability when he woke up that morning. He realized that the potential of his immortal body had not yet been fully explored. Moreover, it hasn't reached its limit yet. It seems to be growing every day. I greeted some people along the way. Most of them were ordinary people and commoner ninjas. They saw Zhou Cheng as if he were a good friend. Zhou Cheng was very satisfied. It seemed that using shadow clones to help them rebuild over the past 2 days had been very effective. And so they made their way to Konoha Square. A large crowd has already gathered here. A high platform has been erected at the end of the square. Several people were already standing on the platform. Upon seeing them, Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. Let's see what reasons Danzo and his ilk can come up with to run for Hokage. Zhou Cheng stepped into the plaza. Now, most people in Konoha recognized him. Many people greeted him. Many people also treated him coldly. Zhou Cheng wouldn't even glance at the latter. They're just a bunch of clowns blinded by greed who've sided with Danzo. Then, the heads of several prominent families also ascended the high platform. They were all candidates for Hokage. Then, Danzo stood in the center of the platform and loudly campaigned for votes using a megaphone. Political rhetoric is mostly the same. He shut up with just one sentence. Lord Danzo, it's the same question from that day. While the entire Leaf Village was engaged in a bloody battle, where was Root? These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Those affected by the disaster all spoke up in agreement. Public resentment boiled over. Danzo could only slink away and stop talking, standing to the side and handing the megaphone to someone else. Then, one after another, people began campaigning for themselves. They all say things like, "What will happen after I become Hokage?" Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes repeatedly upon hearing this. Even a Jonin wants to become the Kage of a village? How ridiculous! In his view, there were only a handful of people qualified to succeed as Hokage. But today, not a single one has come here. Finally, it was Hayashi Hayaga's turn. Zhou Cheng sighed helplessly. We could only be the first to applaud after his campaign ended. This is a very clear signal. Seeing him clap his hands, the civilians and civilian ninjas also joined in. Danzo's eyes were practically spitting fire. He hated Zhou Cheng to the core, and it was a fight to the death. Hayashi Hayaga naturally smiled smugly. He received the most feedback today. There is a high chance that he will be elected. But Zhou Cheng knew that Danzo and his advisors wouldn't let him succeed so easily. The first day of the election has ended. The election lasted 3 days. Voting will officially begin in 3 days. The next day, Zhou Cheng did not go to the scene. He knew these were all just formalities and formalities. What he needs to do today is to improve his ninja level. He dominated the Chunin exams, undoubtedly becoming the #1 Chunin. Upgrading him to Chunin is perfectly reasonable. Then he demanded that he be promoted to Jonin immediately. They were rejected. Becoming a Jonin requires meeting certain conditions. Firstly, there are requirements regarding the difficulty and number of attempts required to complete the task. Finally, after passing the Jonin exams, he applied to the Hokage. Only after obtaining the Hokage's approval can one become a true ninja. Zhou Cheng himself did not meet the requirements. Furthermore, Konoha currently has no Hokage. Bang! Zhou Cheng slammed his hand on the table in anger. The table instantly turned into a pile of wooden blocks. What kind of bullshit rules are these? Go out and ask around, who in Konoha dares to question my strength now? Zhou Cheng was extremely annoyed. He recognized the ninja in front of him. He was Danzou's subordinate. He came here simply to discuss Zhou Cheng. Throughout Konoha, who dares to say that I, Zhou Cheng, am not qualified to become a jonin? Zhou Cheng's words were imbued with chakra. So to others, it sounded like a radio broadcast exploding in their heads. Yes, Lord Zhou Cheng single-handedly held off the tailed beast, preventing Konoha from becoming ruins. He is a hero. How many people in Konoha could single-handedly stop a tailed beast? You're talking nonsense. It was clearly Jiraiya-sama's achievement. When did it become Zhou Cheng's? Are you blind? Jiraiya-sama appeared later. In the beginning, Lord Zhou Cheng was the one carrying the tailed beasts. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Zhou Cheng used several S-rank ninjutsu in succession, leaving the tailed beast covered in wounds. 4 S-rank ninjutsu. Even most jonin couldn't pull that off, right? The people at the scene split into 2 sides. On one side are the people who support Zhou Cheng. On the other side were those who supported Danzou. Danzou has mobilized all the forces at his disposal to deal with Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng had a large number of votes from the commoner ninjas. Many families are now trying to befriend Zhou Cheng. The commotion here is getting bigger and bigger. More and more people are flocking here. The number of civilians ultimately exceeded that of ninjas. This naturally includes ordinary ninjas. While the Konoha leadership was vying for power and influence in the fight for the Hokage position. When they abandoned the lives and deaths of ordinary people. When the reconstruction work was abandoned and the situation was ignored. Only Zhou Cheng could create shadow clones to help them rebuild. Although the number is not large. In this situation, it becomes even clearer who truly cares for them. They naturally regarded Zhou Cheng as a representative of the common people. Just like the 4th Hokage in the past. Furthermore, Zhou Cheng himself is incredibly strong. The higher Zhou Cheng's position, the more he could speak and do for the common people. What reason do they have not to support him? That's enough. A sound imbued with chakra resounded through the sky. The enormous sound waves caused the civilians to cover their ears. This sound wave made their eardrums hurt, and they were on the verge of hearing loss. Zhou Cheng looked up and saw that the person who had come was Jiraiya. He was walking towards them with a livid expression. Everyone on the road automatically made way for them. Jiraiya can be considered the person in Konoha who is currently closest to becoming Hokage. If he announces his candidacy for Hokage, everyone will support him. The legendary Sunin are a symbol for Konoha, representing a spiritual force. They were not only incredibly strong, but also had outstanding military achievements. Orochimaru has become a rogue ninja, and Tsunade has disappeared without a trace. Jiraiya is arguably the current top candidate for Hokage, without a doubt. You little rascal, you always cause trouble wherever you go. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, walked to Zhou Cheng's side, and looked somewhat displeased. If no one stops this farce, it could easily escalate into a major incident. There is a greater possibility of bloodshed and casualties. Konoha can no longer afford any more bloodshed. You came here because of these so-called rules. Zhou Cheng and Jiraiya stared at each other, showing no fear of the aura emanating from him. For my sake, how about we each compromise? Chapter 95. Zhou Cheng crossed his arms and continued to glare at Jiraiya. I'd like to hear more details. Jiraiya handed a document to Zhou Cheng. I'll promote you to Chunin first. After that, as long as you meet the requirements for your missions, I can promote you to Jonin. Then he moved a little closer to Zhou Cheng and whispered. If I set a precedent for this, the ninja promotion system will be in chaos. 1 or 2 people who think they have some ability will try to get promoted, making it difficult to define the standards for promotion. This will severely lower the overall quality of Konoha's Jonin. If you truly want what's best for Konoha, take a step back. Those tasks are just a matter of time for you. Zhou Cheng fell silent after hearing this, unable to give an immediate response. Jiraiya was not wrong. This is a fact. Jonin are the core fighting force of a village, and their quality must be extremely high. That necessitates ensuring strict standards for promotion. Zhou Cheng is not satisfied with the current standards. Because of the final step, you need to apply to the Hokage first, and you need the Hokage's approval to be promoted to Jonin. The Hokage is also a human being, and humans have selfish desires. This would undermine the fairness of promotions. I can promise you. But you have to promise me one thing. Once the next Hokage takes office, a reasonable promotion system must be established immediately. Jiraiya's eyes revealed gratitude and satisfaction. If Zhou Cheng disagrees, this matter will definitely not end peacefully today. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. Someone who doesn't want to be Hokage lives a busier life than the Hokage. He leaped onto a rooftop, channeling his chakra and shouting. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Arguing is the worst thing you can do. It's a waste of time, and I haven't gotten the results I wanted. The current promotion system was established by the second Hokage. This system cannot be broken because of me. To avoid certain people seizing on this point and attacking me. Just as Jiraiya-sama said, I agree to compromise. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Lord Zhou Cheng, you cannot compromise. They'll look down on you even more. We are willing to stand with you on the same side. The civilians shouted excitedly, which resonated with all the civilians. They compromised countless times, but what did they ultimately gain? Time and again, they have no bottom line, time and again, they have treated them as pawns to be discarded at will. Ultimately, it's difficult for ordinary people to produce geniuses. Even if they exist, they will likely fail for various reasons. Without powerful ninjas to protect them, ordinary people will always be stuck in this fate, there's no way to change it. It's rare to find someone of such exceptional talent who comes from humble beginnings. Or perhaps it's someone who has already shown promise and has grown up. They would never give up such an opportunity, even if it meant death. Zhou Cheng waved his hand to quiet them down, the people's hearts were on their side. Gentlemen, I am not compromising with them, but with the Konoha I hold dear. Jonin are the core fighting force of a village, and also the standard by which a village's strength is measured. If I break this rule today, someone else will follow suit. The promotion system will be in chaos then. After that, the skill level of a Jonin became meaningless. Konoha's overall strength will be affected. Konoha has lost its powerful strength, and therefore it lacks the power to protect everyone. Therefore, I'm willing to compromise. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, everyone present fell silent. They admired Zhou Cheng from the bottom of their hearts. Such magnanimity, such a broad perspective. Even those of Danzou were somewhat moved. Why would Lord Danzou insist on eliminating someone so devoted to Konoha? Bai watched Zhou Cheng's figure, and a sense of pride welled up within him. This makes me admire Zhou Cheng even more. I must train harder to become a tool my brother can use. Karin still looked like a lovesick fool, while Zhou Cheng exuded charm, confidence, and charisma in everything he did. Jiraiya found it hard to believe. Is he really only a teenager? He looks more mature than me. Zhou Cheng pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet, then pointed around at Danzou's men, his eyes icy. Please pass on a message to someone for me. If he wants to live a few more years, he shouldn't cause so much trouble. My patience has its limits. When that day comes, I will kill him. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. After a long while, someone finally started clapping. The civilians present applauded and cheered with great excitement. Their hope is not for the weak. After obtaining the Chunin certificate, Zhou Cheng left with Haku and Karin. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. Some are happy, some are sad. People's sorrows and joys are never the same. In the Hokage's office, Danzo, who has always considered himself the acting Hokage, has been here for the past few days. Now he's become a desktop cleaning master. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched. The veins on his forehead were bulging. Damn Zhou Cheng! How dare you threaten me, threaten the future Hokage? Kill him! You must kill him! Someone come here! A root ninja appeared and knelt on one knee. Go and post a bounty. Zhou Cheng's head, 30 million taels. The root ninja didn't ask any questions and simply accepted the order and left. Zhou Cheng, I can't sleep until you're dead. In Zhou Cheng's eyes, the Hokage election was ultimately just a farce. The power dynamics within Konoha are so complex that a relative balance cannot be achieved. This is the drawback of Hiruzen Sarutobi's appeasement policy. Ultimately, Danzo and his two advisors intervened to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. The only option is to have Tsunade return to the village to succeed as the fifth Hokage. If this continues, ninjas from other villages will already be at their doorstep. Jiraiya left, taking Naruto to find Tsunade. Everything seems to have returned to normal. Only Zhou Cheng knew that the ninja world was always rife with undercurrents. The Akatsuki's tailed beast operation is about to begin. Then, he took on a difficult mission and left the village. As a Chunin, he was given the authority to lead a team on his own. He personally selected his teammates. Ino initially insisted on following him. However, Zhou Cheng does not want to offend the three families of Zhu, Lu, and Dai at the moment. You can only choose Hinata, Haku, Yakumo Kurama, and Karin. That's how the first 5-person team was formed. This was only achieved after Zhou Cheng adopted a tough stance and obtained Danzo's compromise. I wonder if the world is secretly repairing its timeline. Their first mission was surprisingly to the Land of Waves. In this world, Haku and Zabuza would actually meet in this way. It is blessed by Zhou Cheng Shen Le Mind's Eye. They naturally arrived in the Land of Waves without any obstacles. Zhou Cheng did not make a move, he remained hidden in the shadows. Let the four of them face Zabuza. He wanted to give his team members more practical experience. I also want to improve their teamwork. This squad will exist for quite some time. Moreover, they cannot rely on Zhou Cheng for everything. If this continues, they'll be ruined. Chapter 96. Without Haku's help, Zabuza would at best be a slightly stronger Jonin, not even reaching the level of an elite Jonin. With Kagura's mind's eye, she gained the ability to communicate without barriers. 1 Chunin and 3 Genin worked closely together. Every time Zabuza's executioner's blade was about to strike them, Yakumo Kurama used his illusionary abilities to mislead Zabuza, causing him to temporarily lose sight of his target. Yakumo Kurama was still unable to control his abilities well. Therefore, the time spent controlling Zabuza cannot be too long. After a half-hour battle, they killed Zabuza without serious injury. Zhou Cheng naturally knew that this mission offered virtually no reward. They had no choice but to kill Kato and seize all his property. His actions indirectly helped the people of the Land of Waves escape the violent rule of Kato. Cardo's death gave them hope. Amidst the praises and accolades of the people of the Land of Waves, Zhou Cheng led his team away from the Land of Waves and headed towards Konoha. I returned to Konoha and turned in the mission. After receiving the bounty, Zhou Cheng gave it all to his 4 team members without keeping a single penny for himself. They also took a portion of Kato's money and shared it with them. The others are fine. Karin had lived a life of poverty since childhood and had never seen so much money before. Upon learning that the money was for her, she shouted excitedly. Their dependence on Zhou Cheng deepened even further. Then Zhou Cheng started the special training class. The first batch of trainees were the 12 little strong men. Except for Naruto not being in the village. Everyone else has arrived. They highly recognized Zhou Cheng's abilities. They were naturally excited and thrilled when Zhou Cheng provided guidance. Zhou Cheng's training was very strict, and many people couldn't accept it at first. However, Zhou Cheng would not force them. If you can't stand it, leave. Wanting to become stronger without wanting to put in the effort? There's no such thing as a free lunch. In terms of ninjutsu, Zhou Cheng focused on training their chakra control. This is the key to the qualitative change in ninjutsu. During this time, several jonin leading their teams also arrived. They were somewhat dissatisfied that Zhou Cheng had taken their students away. However, after seeing Zhou Cheng's training methods, they all fell silent. They were all seasoned veterans, so they could naturally see the advanced nature of Zhou Cheng's training methods. If they can survive, the improvement for the genin will be enormous. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. None of the 12 heroes gave up halfway. They pulled through, and their morale and strength have improved significantly. If the Chunin exams were held again, they could sweep the top 12 spots. Coincidentally, this was the day their team was scheduled to go on a mission. When the various jonin leading the teams came to pick them up, they were all dumbfounded. Is this still my student? They all suspected that Zhou Cheng had cast an illusion on them. They can tell at a glance, whether it's the amount of chakra or the level of ninjutsu. All 12 members have made great progress. The biggest changes are in physical condition. They all looked healthy and robust. Everyone, do you want to continue training like this? Zhou Cheng gave a half smile. For them, who have undergone a complete transformation, it was all worthwhile. Think. Everyone spoke in unison, their faces filled with determination. The training was arduous, but the results were excellent. Even Shikamaru has become less lazy. If Zhou Cheng wants to turn Konoha into his backyard, he must first strengthen the garden's guards. Otherwise, if others attack, we'll be overrun and our garden will be invaded. What's the point then? Zhou Cheng's goal is to bring the concept of scroll to Konoha. Let Konoha start its turmoil from the genin level onwards. It went all the way up to jonin. To make Konoha's overall strength surpass that of the entire ninja world. Rather than a piece as fragile as paper. The news of Zhou Cheng's unique yet remarkably effective training methods spread. Many ninjas came from far and wide, hoping Zhou Cheng could offer them some guidance. Zhou Cheng wouldn't give them the time of day, they were complete strangers, why should they teach him? To avoid harassment, he also took Hinata and Haku and left the village to accept the mission. Another week has passed. The 12 members gradually returned to Konoha. Zhou Cheng naturally returned as well. Upon returning to the village, they received some news. Lady Tsunade is already a candidate for the 5th Hokage. He will soon succeed as Hokage. The entire Leaf village fell silent. No one will have any other thoughts about the Hokage vacancy anymore. Zhou Cheng was also able to find some time to buy a large house in Konoha. The money used was naturally obtained from Kato. On the day of moving, I invited all my close friends and family. He cooked for her himself, which earned him a lot of goodwill. With the big house, he, Bai, and Xianglin all had their own rooms. Kurama Yakumo also moved out of Kurane's house and into Zhou Cheng's house. The next day, because it was close to Tsunade's succession as Hokage, Konoha was very peaceful and serene. Zhou Cheng did not go for a run after getting up. With his current physical strength, ordinary training is no longer effective. There's no need to waste time on that. Bai Ziran, like him, is a person who is used to waking up early. They prepared breakfast together and then went to wake Kurama Yakumo. But she found no one in her room. Only a note was left behind. It says so. Brother Zhou Cheng, something has happened in the clan, and they've summoned me back. Don't worry. From the moment Zhou Cheng saw the note, he felt something was very wrong. Those from the Kurama clan know best what kind of people they are. Discussing anything would never allow Yakumo Kurama to rule. There must be something fishy going on. However, he didn't go to see her. After all, it was someone else's business. It's inappropriate for an outsider like him to give unsolicited advice. He spends his days giving Naruto extra lessons. Kurama Yakumo still hadn't returned by evening. He simply sent someone to inform him that he would be spending the night at the clan's residence. Zhou Cheng keenly sensed the problem. Yakumo Kurama was extremely hostile to people from his clan. If I can go home, I will never stay in the clan. Something must have happened to her. He immediately activated his sensory abilities. They searched the entire Hidden Leaf village for Kurama Yakumo's whereabouts. She was not found among the Kurama clan. Zhou Cheng frowned, something had indeed gone wrong. He went out immediately. He sensed the presence of Konoha as he ran. Ultimately, they actually found the unconscious Yakumo Kurama deep inside the roots. Danzo! Damn it! Anger surged in Zhou Cheng's eyes. He vanished in a flash. Outside the main base of roots, several root ninjas are on duty. A flash of blue light appeared. They fell in pools of blood. One fatal blow to the throat. Who goes there? An organization like the Roots cannot possibly be without hidden sentries. He originally intended to use the instantaneous movement technique to enter directly inside. However, they discovered that there was a barrier at the base, which they could not enter using the instantaneous movement technique. Then we have no choice but to fight our way in. Tell Danzo to hand over Kurama Yakumo. Otherwise, I will wipe them out in blood today. Zhou Cheng clasped his hands together and shouted. Earth release, rock pillar spear. A huge thorn-like root bursts out of the soil. It was forcefully inserted into the base of the gate. The gate, unable to withstand the weight, collapsed with a crash. Chapter 97. It's Zhou Cheng. The sentries outside the door immediately cried out in alarm. They immediately notified the people at headquarters in a unique way. Soon, dozens of ninjas poured out of the collapsed gate. Similar to the Dark Division, they all wear masks. They were wearing matching outfits. Zhou Cheng glanced at it and was slightly surprised. They were all at least Chunin level. There wasn't a single genin. The fact that dozens of ninjas were mobilized together indicates that they were a force to be reckoned with. Zhou Cheng, this is the root base. Please leave immediately. A captain of the root unit questioned Zhou Cheng sternly, but there was a deep sense of fear in his eyes. Who in Konoha doesn't know Zhou Cheng's formidable reputation? A ruthless individual who single-handedly confronts a tailed beast and publicly declares his intention to kill the acting Hokage. Why? You arrested my friend, and now you're asking me why? Enraged, Zhou Cheng used a teleportation technique to appear in front of the Root Division commander. He cleaved down with a single stroke. Captain Zhenbin was somewhat panicked. He has such a fast teleportation technique. In his panic, he grabbed a kunao and used it to block the way. However, how could ordinary kunao possibly be a match for chakra blades? The suffering ended abruptly without a response. Blood splattered, and several fingers flew up along with it. Snort! The troop commander simply grunted. He hurriedly jumped back into the group of root ninjas. Zhou Cheng nodded, as expected of the root. An ordinary ninja would have collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. You're a real man. Hand over my friend, and I can heal your finger. You don't want to lose your ninja career, do you? The troop commander remained silent. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. Upon entering the root, everyone was placed under a curse mark. Those who dare to betray will only face death. Very well, I'll give you 1 minute. I need to see my friend in 1 minute. Otherwise, I'll just storm in and find it myself. Zhou Cheng's gaze was icy as he dispelled the chakra blade. Every step he took felt like stepping on the heart of a root ninja. It was so heavy it made them feel breathless. The root ninja parted to create a passage, and a person covered in bandages emerged from the ruins of the door. Danzo, why don't you stop being a coward? Zhou Cheng mocked Danzo. Zhou Cheng, what are you trying to do? This is the route. Their status is equivalent to that of the Dark Guard. You mean? He was interrupted by Zhou Cheng before he could finish speaking. Stop. Don't always try to condemn people with words. You're not the Hokage. Finally, they stabbed Danzo in the back where it hurt. Danzo was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and his hand pointing at Zhou Cheng trembled. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over Kurama Yakumo. Danzo tried his best to calm himself down. You'd better get this straight. Kurama Yakumo wasn't captured by Kenjiro, she was given to me by the Kurama clan. After learning about Yakumo Kurama's bloodline limit abilities, Danzo also valued Yakumo Kurama highly. He planned to engage in some kind of shady dealings with Yakumo Kurama. The curse seal is used for brainwashing. They planned to completely turn her into a killing machine that only obeyed Danzo's orders. Was this a gift from the Kurama clan? They've come to your side. Zhou Cheng quickly understood why the Saddle Horse clan did this. His anger flared up again. He couldn't hold back his urge to kill. Hand over Kurama Yakumo. Or I'll wipe them all out with my blood. You've spent so many years developing your roots to this extent, you don't want them to be destroyed overnight. Danzo, enraged, laughed instead, laughing at Zhou Cheng's excessive arrogance and conceit. He hadn't witnessed Zhou Cheng fighting the tailed beasts firsthand, and had always thought the rumors about Zhou Cheng were just boasting. Even if Zhou Cheng is strong, can he fight against dozens of ninjas by himself? With himself being a cage-level expert, Zhou Cheng would surely die if he dared to charge into the route. Anyone who enters my territory will never leave. Unless, you leave lying down. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Zhou Cheng's eyes widened. A blue chakra ball immediately appeared in his hands. Then, he infused it with wind-style chakra. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken barrage. Everyone, including Danzo, was stunned. 2S rank ninjutsu were just used like that? His strength is beyond our imagination. Get out of the way. Danzo retreated at lightning speed, completely disregarding the lives of his subordinates. Those were just pawns. Dozens of ninjas huddled together, making it so easy for them to scatter. Besides some peripheral ninjas, there are also some highly skilled jonin. The other ninjas were either blocked by the people in front of them or were still in a daze. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs, 2 explosions. The main gate at the base was completely reduced to ruins. The ninjas who didn't have time to dodge were riddled with holes by the raging wind-style chakra. They lost more than a dozen ninjas in one fell swoop. Danzo's heart was bleeding. Those were all ninjas who were absolutely loyal to him. I wonder how much effort he put into training them. Everyone attacked together. He's just one person. Unleash all your ninjutsu at once, I refuse to believe he can defend against it. Danzo was furious and on the verge of losing his reason. The root ninjas who were closest to Zhou Cheng immediately began forming hand seals. Zhou Cheng gave a cold laugh. Clapping hands. Water release, cutting rain. An invisible energy spread outwards. Weaken all forces other than water until they disappear. Except for water release, all of the root ninjas' ninjutsu were rendered useless for a time. That's Kirigaku's water release, rain slash. Someone recognized Kiyu and immediately cried out in alarm, retreating rapidly to create distance between themselves and Zhou Cheng. Danzo also took in his surroundings. It was discovered that all other properties within a certain range around the bearing were weakened to the extreme. It has been weakened to the point that it is no longer possible to use ninjutsu. Impossible. At most, the rain of slash will only weaken your chakra. This slicing rain technique is almost suppressing all other elemental chakra to the point of disappearing. Even Danzo showed fear on his face at this moment. He had greatly overestimated Zhou Cheng's abilities. However, to his surprise, he still underestimated it. Many root ninjas wore expressions of despair. How do I fight this? Using physical techniques? Trying to outmaneuver Zhou Cheng in hand-to-hand combat? That's suicide. Now everyone in Konoha knows that Zhou Cheng's self-created Tai Chi is an extremely profound martial art. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water barrage. Water release, waterfall technique. The root ninja, who possessed water release chakra, still used water release techniques. In an instant, 6 or 7 water-style ninjutsu techniques attacked Zhou Cheng simultaneously. A look of disdain flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes. You bunch of clowns dare to use water escape techniques. He clapped his hands and shouted. Water release, great explosive water wave. Chakra flowed out as if it were free. It spewed out a massive amount of water from its mouth. In an instant, a water sphere formed, covering the entire space at the root gate. All of them, including root ninjas and water-style ninjutsu, were sucked into the water sphere. All those water-style ninjutsu were assimilated and disappeared. The root ninjas immediately lost their agility in the water. Also, be mindful of holding your breath at all times. Zhou Cheng was completely unaffected inside the water sphere, just like a fish. Danzo dodged quickly and was not sucked into the water sphere. He gripped his kunao and stabbed it hard against the water sphere, trying to puncture it. But they found the water balloon to be very tough. The entire kunao was submerged in the water sphere, yet it still couldn't pierce it. This is the second Hokage's water release technique. Has Zhou Cheng read the Book of Sealing? Chapter 98. When did he say he read the Book of Seals? Danzo was completely dumbfounded. Zhou Cheng has read the Book of Seals, which means he has already learned some forbidden techniques. Such a person is too dangerous. Now he realized that he couldn't have killed them all by himself. Zhou Cheng was like a shark at school, wherever he swam, a ninja would have his throat slit. In just 2 minutes, only 6 ninjas died at his hands. Danzo's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he watched from outside the water sphere. However, he was helpless. All I could do was watch, my eyes bloodshot. Watching my years of hard work being so easily erased. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out. Great Ball Raise Nan! A blue chakra ball slammed into the water sphere. The water sphere was blasted into deformation and contraction. But it didn't explode. Jiraiya, with his white hair, was visibly shocked. How is that possible? Even the giant Raise Nan can't break through the water ball. Jiraiya's face showed disbelief, but his hands didn't stop moving. Clapping hands. An aura rose from his body. His pupils and face now resembled those of a toad. Immortal technique, Super Great Ball Raise Nan. Boom. Wow! The Raise Nan, imbued with Sage Mode, finally shattered the outer wall of the water sphere. The water balloon exploded with a loud bang. A massive amount of water flowed everywhere. An artificial lake has been formed here. Zhou Cheng landed on the ground, looking at Jiraiya with hostility. Jiraiya, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight me? Upon seeing the water sphere shatter, Jiraiya immediately cancelled Sage Mode. I'd like to ask you what you're up to, barging into the roots all by yourself. Zhou Cheng angrily pointed at Danzo, gritting his teeth. Kurama Yakumo is at the root. Anger flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Calm down. Tsunade is about to become Hokage, we can't afford any mistakes. He asked Danzo in a cold voice, what exactly is going on with Danzo? Based on his understanding of Zhou Cheng was someone who valued his companions highly. Danzo captured Kurama Yakumo, wasn't that just courting death? The person who came was Jiraiya. Danzo knew that Zhou Cheng couldn't kill him today. His face immediately displayed the expression one would expect from an old fox. Kurama Yakumo joined my roots voluntarily. Zhou Cheng is here to cause trouble. Attacking the village's base without authorization is tantamount to betraying the village. Furthermore, he killed more than 20 root ninjas. Jiraiya, grab him quickly. Jiraiya didn't even glance at Danzo, but looked at Zhou Cheng with deep apprehension in his eyes. This kid's strength is already on par with mine. Kurama Yakumo walked out of here unharmed. Can we just let this matter go like this? Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. Come on. Impossible. I already conceded last time out of consideration for you. If I back down today, what would I become? Danzo wanted to continue using the root technique to suppress Shozei, and he was still shouting. Yes, we can't just let it go like this. Zhou Cheng must be severely punished. Make him hand over his Tai Chi skills for free. Zhou Cheng sneered repeatedly, wondering if Danzo, that old fox, had gone senile. Who are you? Why should others listen to you? The number of core personnel has been halved, that's enough. Jiraiya was still trying to persuade Zhou Cheng. But he was wrong. Zhou Cheng is no longer the same person he used to be. He is no longer a pawn. The first time was to give face to the sage of Mount Maiboku, one of the legendary Sunin. This time, he won't give face to anyone. The roots will be eradicated today. He's crossed a line. Seeing Zhou Cheng like this, Jiraiya felt quite helpless. Jiraiya, if you want freedom, then go and gather material properly and write your book. Don't always come here playing the nice guy. Konoha has become like this, and you still don't want to change it. Konoha is rotten to the core. Jiraiya dared not meet Zhou Cheng's gaze. He knew Zhou Cheng was right, Konoha did indeed need to change. But change means significant disruption and disruption. Konoha will then experience a period of weakness. If other ninja villages were to launch a surprise attack on Konoha at that time, it would be a major disaster. Destruction precedes construction. Only by enduring can the leaves remain. Otherwise, the claim that the number one ninja village is deceiving itself is misleading. Zhou Cheng looked at Danzo, his eyes filled with murderous intent that was almost tangible. Do you know what Danzo has done over the years? For his own benefit, he actually colluded with other ninja villages to attack Konoha. Like this time, cooperating with Orochimaru allowed Tsunagakuer to easily invade Konoha. It caused numerous civilian casualties and resulted in the deaths of 3 generations. Danzo grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. How did he know all this? Jiraiya, don't believe him. He's spouting nonsense. Danzo started to panic. If Jiraiya believed Zhou Cheng, then he would have to face 2 cage-level powerhouses. Therefore, his only option left was to run away. What are roots compared to his life? Zhou Cheng, I am a high-ranking member of Konoha. You have no right to execute me. Zhou Cheng laughed, a genuine laugh of anger. Do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about social status? He produced a raised nan, preparing to kill Danzo. He knew all of Danzo's secrets, and naturally knew that Danzo couldn't be dealt with by a single dumpling. Moreover, he was protected by more than 20 root ninjas. 1 meatball isn't enough. He was merely testing Jiraiya's attitude. Zhou Cheng. Let's hand him over to the Hokage. Jiraiya still couldn't take that step. No. A loud shout rang out. Everyone turned to look. The newcomer turned out to be none other than the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Danzo, disband the root sect. The root system shouldn't even exist in the first place. These are all questions left behind by Sarutobi-sensei. As long as you announce the disbandment of root, I can protect you. Tsunade exudes the aura of a strong woman, her face radiating confidence. From the moment Zhou Cheng first saw Tsunade, his eyes kept glancing at her pair of large lightning bolts. Wow, this thunderbolt is truly something to aspire to. When will Hinata grow to such a powerful level? Ahem. I'm getting carried away. You're Zhou Cheng. He's quite handsome. Well then, the root organization is disbanded, but Danzou's life is spared. Tsunade looked at Zhou Cheng with great interest, waiting for his answer. The methods you proposed are of no benefit to me whatsoever. Why should I listen to you? I said Danzou would die. You can't protect him. Don't force me to fight you. Zhou Cheng refused to budge an inch. He no longer wanted to be at the mercy of anyone. Tsunade punched the wall, easily breaking it. You brat, are you looking for a beating? Zhou Cheng sneered, a contest of strength. He used the inch force of Tai Chi with his right foot. He stomped through the ground. Then, as if in a provocative gesture, she raised her chin towards Tsunade. Don't think you can act superior just because you have some strength. Tai Chi Chuan is based on using the weak to overcome the strong, and Zhou Cheng was not afraid of Tsunade's superhuman strength at all. Chapter 99. Jiraiya slapped himself on the forehead. Oh no, if these two start fighting, it'll be a huge commotion. He was about to offer some advice to Tsunade when she glared at him and shut him up. Jiraiya, who fears nothing and no one, is most afraid of Tsunade. He shrank back, stood to the side, and said nothing more. Danzou was overjoyed. As long as they start fighting, I can reap the benefits. Ideally, the fight should end in a draw. Then I can kill them both. Then, the Hokage title will be mine. Lady Tsunade, that brat Zhou Cheng is actually disobeying the Hokage's orders. He definitely needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, things would truly become lawless. Tsunade glared at Danzou. Shut up. Then he looked at Zhou Cheng, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. This kid seems to have a skill that allows him to unleash tremendous power in a short period of time. I'll only use one move. Skyward kick. She stomped her foot, and a huge crater was immediately created in the ground. Zhou Cheng was not afraid at all. He used Tai Chi inch force to meet Tsunade's foot with a punch. Bang! The clash of fists and feet created visible ripples. A giant crater, more than 10 meters deep, appeared centered on them. Zhou Cheng remained motionless, though he felt some pain in his hand. Even with the strength of his immortal body, he still had this feeling. It must be said, Tsunade's superhuman strength is truly terrifying. Tsunade took a half step back, her eyes filled with disbelief. There are actually people in the ninja world who are just as strong as me. Even the Raikage, known for his physical strength, dared not take this attack head-on. Jiraiya, Danzou, and all the root ninja watching the battle all looked like statues. My jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is there anyone whose strength is comparable to Lady Tsunade's? That person was just a teenager. What if he's an adult? How terrifying would it be? Zhou Cheng was about to say something when he was drawn by the sound of footsteps. The group turned to look. They discovered that two advisors had arrived with a group of family patriarchs. They've clearly come to rescue Danzou. Zhou Cheng let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's happening again. Konoha, oh Konoha, how can we save you? Zhou Cheng glanced at the group of clan leaders. The fact that we didn't see all 12 members of the Konoha family is the most comforting thing today. If any of these people were members of the 12 Little Strong Men's clan, he would definitely go mad. Humph, go and help Kurama Yakumo out yourself, and I'll spare your life today. Remember, today only. Starting tomorrow, the moment I see you, I will strike you. Danzou's eyes revealed deep resentment. But he went anyway. A true man can bend and stretch. One day, I will tear Zhou Cheng to pieces. Soon, a figure rushed into Zhou Cheng's arms. Kurama Yakumo sobbed in Zhou Cheng's arms. Zhou Cheng immediately tried to calm him down. It's all right, it's all right. I'm here for you. Kurama Yakumo nodded, sobbing. Without Zhou Cheng, he really didn't know what to do. Perhaps we will truly drift with the tide, eventually becoming neither human nor ghost. For the first time, she felt so good to have Zhou Cheng around. Zhou Cheng didn't say another word. After locking onto the coordinates of their new home, they used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Kurama Yakumo there. Then, Yakumo Kurama recounted everything she had experienced. After her parents died, her grandfather took care of her. Yesterday, they tricked Yakumo Kurama into going back home by using the excuse that his grandfather was seriously ill. The Kurama clan originated from illusion magic and knew how to avoid being pulled into illusions. They used this method to avoid the risk of being controlled by Yakumo Kurama's genjutsu. Then they immediately took her into custody. She must have resisted fiercely. Unfortunately, aside from genjutsu, her strength was only that of an ordinary genin. They were no match for a group of chunin. Then the clan chief told him that the Kurama clan had already submitted to Danzo. They knew that Danzo liked to recruit talented children into root and train them to be assassins. He then gave her to Danzo as a sign of sincerity. Zhou Cheng's face grew increasingly grim as he listened. Damn the Kurama clan! After the Hokage succession ceremony is over, the Kurama clan no longer has any reason to exist. Zhou Cheng wouldn't mind another massacre of the Uchiha clan after the Uchiha. After calming Kurama Yakumo down, Zhou Cheng was blocked by Sasuke as soon as he stepped out of the room. Orochimaru sent people looking for me, they want to take me away. Should I go? Zhou Cheng didn't want to force Sasuke to do anything about this. A forced relationship won't be sweet. Ask yourself what you truly desire. Is strength more important, or the bond between comrades? Sasuke fell silent. After the annihilation of his clan, he valued his companions even more. If it weren't for the annihilation of his clan, he would have liked to stay in Konoha forever. However, this growth rate is too slow. Zhou Cheng naturally saw through his thoughts and sighed, the chase with Sasuke was ultimately unavoidable. He activated Kagura's mind's eye and spoke directly into Sasuke's mind. Go ahead, I'll use this ability to stay in touch with you. Sasuke's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Just how strong is Zhou Cheng? It's unbelievable that he possesses such amazing abilities. It's somewhat similar to the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan. Once you get to Orochimaru, find a way to let me know your exact location. I will use this ability to contact you. Sasuke nodded and was about to turn and leave when Zhou Cheng called him back. I'll tell my friends about this. They will definitely come after you. Therefore, you'd better leave after the Hokage succession ceremony. Sasuke simply nodded in silence. He remembered Zhou Cheng saying that only in the face of life and death can a person's full potential be unleashed. Only then can they grow rapidly. Such an opportunity would not exist if one stayed in Konoha. Sorry, everyone. I must sever all ties with you. Only then can we go there without hesitation. In the following days, preparations were made for the impending pursuit by Sasuke. Zhou Cheng gave the 12 youngsters another special training session. This made them even stronger. Finally, the time came for Tsunade to succeed as Hokage. Everyone in Konoha was busy. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked at his beloved, who was wearing the Hokage robe. His eyes were full of tenderness. Jiraiya, do you think Zhou Cheng is truly devoted to Konoha? He seemed a bit arrogant. Jiraiya shook his head. I can't see through him either. Who knows? At least what he's doing now is actually good for Konoha. It's just that the commotion is too big, and the impact is too great. If this gets back to other ninja villages, they might take the opportunity to attack us. He never trusted any allies. Having experienced the brutality of war, he had witnessed far too many betrayals. Tsunade nodded solemnly. She also knew that peace was as fragile as paper. Pay more attention to Zhou Cheng. Nip the thread in the bud. His idea is correct, but he's a bit too hasty. Chapter 100. A secluded corner outside Konoha village. 5 figures are gathered here. A white-haired boy looked at the other 4 people, his face expressionless. Has Sasuke responded yet? Sasuke's reply has been received. He was heavily guarded during the Hokage's succession. He'll come to find us after the Hokage inauguration ceremony. Satisfaction appeared in the white-haired youth's eyes, and he instructed the others. Strengthen the defenses. We'll head back once Sasuke arrives. The other 4 ninjas nodded in unison, their eyes filled with fear and admiration. Yes, Captain Kimimaro. If Zhou Cheng were here, he would definitely recognize the identities of these 5 people. They were the Sound 4, plus their Captain Kimimaro. They were sent by Orochimaru to persuade Sasuke to leave Konoha. They were absolutely confident that Sasuke would choose Orochimaru. Once upon a time, they were also mediocre people. He only became like this after meeting Lord Orochimaru, and his strength is more than 10 times that of before. In such a cruel world, no one can resist the temptation of power. On the other side of Konoha, in a dense forest, 2 figures leaped forward, one after the other, from tree branches. One of them was completely wrapped in bandages, and his eyes were like those of a lone wolf. This person was none other than Danzo. After Zhou Cheng left Route, he also left Konoha. However, he wasn't defecting, instead, he was leaving the village to meet someone who could kill Zhou Cheng. What was your leader's reply? Danzo shouted at the ninja not far in front of him. The man was dressed in a black robe with fiery clouds on it. He wore a swirling mask, revealing only his right eye. The leader has agreed to your request. However, a deposit of 10 million taels is required first. We've investigated the person you're trying to kill. His strength has reached the cage level. Danzo's eyes flashed with resentment. That was 10 million taels. The roots were severely damaged, and more than half of the personnel died. All of these were given to him by Zhou Cheng. The thought of Zhou Cheng made Danzo grit his teeth in anger. He wished he could skin Zhou Cheng alive. 10 million it is. When are you going to make your move? Danzo gritted his teeth as he uttered those words, his teeth nearly grinding to powder. The man with the swirling mask stopped, not even glancing at Danzo. That depends on you. Find a way to lure him out of Konoha. Notify us again. Then, you just need to sit back and wait for the results. Danzo's face darkened with anger. You want me to trick him into leaving the village? However, he quickly calmed down. Even if Zhou Cheng brought all the root ninjas with him, he couldn't guarantee he could kill him. Let these lunatics handle it. Hopefully, these S-rank rogue ninjas will be of some use. Okay, it's a deal. After saying that, Danzo used the body flicker technique to leave. He didn't want to stay near anyone in this organization for even a second longer. They are all too dangerous. The man with the swirling mask stood silently, remaining motionless for a long time. So powerful even without a bloodline limit. He reminds me of you, Mr. Minato. The Tailed Beast project is about to begin. Every day he exists, the 9 tails will become more difficult to capture. Let Attack go. And let him see his younger brother too. Humph. Then, his entire body was sucked into a vortex and disappeared. The inauguration ceremony for the 5th Hokage of Konoha was held as scheduled. Each village and the daimyo of the Land of Fire sent envoys to Konoha to present congratulatory gifts. After the inauguration ceremony, Zhou Cheng went to the Hokage's office alone. He was going to ask Tsunade for something. Hey, kid, what brings you here? Tsunade was sitting casually in the Hokage's chair. She casually tossed the Hokage robe aside. She hasn't adjusted to her role as Hokage yet. I want something, and only the Hokage can give it to me. Zhou Cheng sat directly opposite Tsunade, showing absolutely no respect. Tsunade was dressed in casual, loose-fitting clothes. From where Zhou Cheng was sitting, he could see Tsunade's massive lightning bolt about to erupt. You can almost see the peak that men yearn for. His clone reacted immediately upon seeing this. He cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, he's in his 40s. Don't you have any shame? But it's so big and round. I can't take it, I can't take it. Tsunade naturally noticed Zhou Cheng's gaze, he was just as much of a lecher as Jiraiya. She adjusted her posture. Speak, what is it? Zhou Cheng was immediately disappointed and licked his lips. Thor's sword. The second generation's sword. I'm missing a suitable weapon. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately sat up straight, her eyes filled with hostility. He really dared to speak up, that was a sharp weapon. You want it and I'll give it to you. You really don't respect the Hokage at all. Zhou Cheng shrugged, looking completely indifferent. Just a cage-level character, nothing special. Tsunade's eye twitched, she had no words to refute Zhou Cheng. He is also a cage-level figure, so naturally he has the right to disregard the cage of a village. Promise me one thing, and I'll give you the Thor's sword. Zhou Cheng gestured for him to enter. Never betray Konoha. I swear on my life. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. Why is everyone so afraid that I'll betray Konoha? Is it just because of my background that they're afraid I'll return to Kirigakure? All right, everything I have is in Konoha. I would never betray the village. Tsunade nodded, relieved to realize that Zhou Cheng's parents were long gone and many of his friends were from the younger generation of Konoha, so the chances of him betraying the village were slim. I will send someone to deliver the Thor's sword to you. Furthermore, you've got it all backwards. Typical chakra blades involve imbuing the weapon with chakra. Increase the sharpness and durability of weapons. Your chakra blade is actually a type of chakra-shaped transformation. Whether we consider sharpness or durability, the chakra blade is absolutely superior to any other weapon. It surpasses even ordinary chakra blades. Tsunade explained to Zhou Cheng, her tone tinged with envy. She had never seen any ninja who could transform chakra forms to such an extent. No wonder Jiraiya said that Zhou Cheng was able to master the Raise Nan without a teacher. With such terrifying chakra control, what form transformation is there that he can't perform? Zhou Cheng then suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I'm so ignorant. From this perspective, once chakra control reaches a certain level, it becomes like magic in novels. It can transform into various shapes. Imagination is the standard by which a magician's strength is measured. However, it consumes more chakra than ninjutsu. That's why we need various escape techniques that consume less power and have lower energy consumption. However, I still need to learn some swordsmanship. Not only can it make you look cool, it can also reduce chakra consumption. My current chakra reserves are enormous, but not limitless. Saving money is a virtue. Chapter 101. Zhou Cheng sincerely thanks Tsunade, an outsider's perspective is clearer. Without Tsunade's reminder, it might have taken him much longer to react. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It enlightened me. However, I have one more request. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and nodded, signaling him to continue. Zhou Cheng didn't stand on ceremony, he was willing to offer up his Tai Chi skills at worst. I have a friend who wants to learn medical ninjutsu from you. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, and Zhou Cheng stared wide-eyed at the large lightning bolt on her chest. Bring it to me first. Character and talent are both indispensable. Zhou Cheng nodded and immediately used Kagura's mind's eye ability to speak a few words in Kairin's mind. Wait a minute. She'll be there soon. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately leaned forward. How did he manage to notify that person? Or did he anticipate from the beginning that I would agree? Zhou Cheng naturally saw through Tsunade's thoughts, but Kagura's cunning was his absolute secret. Aside from a few very close people, no one else will know. The two of them just stared at each other, wide-eyed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, an ANBU ninja said that a red-haired woman claimed to be Zhou Cheng's friend and wanted to see the Hokage. Tsunade had the ANBU bring Karin with them. Upon seeing Karin with her red hair, Tsunade's pupils visibly contracted. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Karin looked at Zhou Cheng, and seeing him nod, she answered, yes. There are still members of the Uzumaki clan living in this world. The Senju and Uzumaki clans have been on friendly terms for generations. Perhaps it was fate that brought us together. From this day forward, you are my disciple, Tsunade Senju. Tsunade's eyes held a poignant sense of loss and change. Her grandmother was also a member of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was originally so powerful. Even the tailed beasts were powerless against their sealing techniques. But it was destroyed by politics. Zhou Cheng was surprised by how smoothly things went, and a smile appeared on his face. However, what he dislikes most is owing favors to others. What I like most is when others owe me a favor. What can I do? I'd feel guilty if I did nothing. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile. She wanted many things, but she was afraid you wouldn't give them to her. Tai Chi. Training methods for chakra control. S-rank ninjutsu scroll. How can we combine morphological changes with property changes? What do you think I want? I want both, will you give them to me? Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. You're so long-winded. I'll sue you if you're not careful. Tai Chi can be given to the village, but it's only the most basic kind. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, she couldn't push him too hard. Make a deal. Zhou Cheng quickly waved his hand. This isn't a transaction, it's just a gift from Karin on her behalf as she formally becomes his disciple. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Karin suddenly turned her head to look at him. Her eyes were filled with emotion and love. Zhou Cheng is really great. I want to follow him for the rest of my life. Tsunade observed Karin's reaction. As a woman, she could see through Karin's thoughts at a glance. Sigh, yet another little woman has fallen for him. Then, Zhou Cheng asked Karin to stay there a little longer. Let her discuss the teaching time with Tsunade. He then left the Hokage building. He used a teleportation technique to return home. After that incident with the root department, Kurama Yakumo felt a shadow fall over his heart. If it weren't for Zhou Cheng, she would still be at the root. It's possible that a curse mark has already been placed on it. Zhou Cheng grabbed her hand and used a teleportation technique to bring her to the gate of the Kurama clan. I can help you get rid of your inner demons about your family. From now on, the Kurama clan will cease to exist. Kurama Yakumo turned pale upon hearing this, after all, that was the family she was born into. Moreover, that's dozens or even hundreds of lives at stake. She hesitated, unable to make up her mind for a long time. Zhou Cheng sighed. In the end, she was still a flower in a greenhouse. She was never meant to be born into this kind of world. How can you become an excellent ninja like this? A lot can happen while you hesitate. Let me decide for you. After saying that, he produced 2 raised nans, one on his left and one on his right. Then, the raised nan began to change. It turned into a rapidly spinning shuriken. Wind release, Rasen shuriken barrage. 2 spiraling shuriken slammed into the gate of the Kurama clan. The wooden door was no match for the powerful spiral shuriken. Within a radius of more than 10 meters around the gate, everything was instantly reduced to dust. It was sliced into pieces too small to be seen with the naked eye by countless tiny wind blades. Who dares to trespass on the territory of the Kurama clan? Several loud shouts rang out. More than 10 members of the Anma tribe jumped into the giant pit that was originally the gate. Their faces were ashen. The family's reputation is reflected in its storefront. Now that their storefront is gone, they've lost all face. They were beaten up at their doorstep without even realizing it, and then someone even tore down their front door. If word gets out, the other families will laugh at us to death. But when these dozen or so ninjas saw Zhou Cheng's large size, their legs went weak with fear. How could it be this jinx? Immediately, someone ran to inform the clan chief and elders. Zhou Cheng ignored them completely, as if they were invisible. He kept thinking about what Tsunade had said. It's perfect to use the Kurama clan as guinea pigs. He concentrated his chakra in his hand, forming the shape of a bow. Then, he drew his bow, and his chakra transformed into a feathered arrow. Furthermore, wind attribute changes were added to the arrow. And so, an arrow gleaming with a dazzling blue light was formed. He released the arrow. The arrow shot into the territory of the Saddle Horse clan in the blink of an eye. Then there was an explosion. Everything within a radius of more than 10 meters was reduced to dust. It is completely unusable. To restore it to its original state, everything must be rebuilt. Zhou Cheng, how dare you! A loud shout rang out, and a middle-aged ninja ran out from the Kurama tribe's territory. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. Zhou Cheng has actually invaded our clan's territory. Moreover, no one dared to step forward to stop them. Nonsense, nobody wants to die for no reason. Knowing they're no match, why go and throw their lives away? Oh, I thought you were too scared to come out. Zhou Cheng gave the order, and the second arrow was already fired. Boom! Another explosion, and another area was reduced to dust, scattered by the wind. Stop! Chief Anma's heart was bleeding. That's the place where the cavalry clan lives. If Zhou Cheng destroys everything, their Saddle Horse clan will exist in name only. He was waiting for Danzhou to send someone to stop Zhou Cheng. But before that, he needed to lead his people to hold off Zhou Cheng's attack. Kama people, join me in defending our homeland. Dozens of Kurama ninjas emerged. A large number of people can give people a certain amount of blind confidence. With dozens of people working together, they felt confident they could handle it. Zhou Cheng dispelled the chakra bow. The arrows are powerful, but shooting them one by one is too slow. Tsunade and Danzhou should be arriving soon. His gaze sharpened, and he took a few steps toward the dozens of ninjas. Clapping hands, whatever you shout comes true. Earth release, earth rising spear. Chakras surged forth without reservation. Countless spikes of soil pierced the ground. The attack continued to spread to dozens of ninjas. The range actually covered an area of 100 meters in front of Zhou Cheng. Before the dozens of ninjas could react, their formation was broken by the earth spikes. In just one encounter, more than a dozen ninjas were mercilessly pierced by earth spikes, never to stand up again. Some of the houses of the Kurama tribe were also destroyed by the earth spikes, turning them into ruins. Chapter 102. Chief Anma witnessed Zhou Cheng kill more than 10 of his clansmen with a single ninjutsu. He was so angry that he trembled all over. If the other members of the tribe hadn't dodged quickly, they probably would have been easily killed as well. He finally saw just how terrifying Zhou Cheng's strength was. The down on their luck Kurama clan was no match for him. However, he still has one last card to play. Everyone, gather around me and cast the illusion together. Let him taste the might of our Kurama clan. After hearing this, Yakumo Kurama wanted to get closer to Zhou Cheng. She wanted to stand between the two. Zhou Cheng raised his hand and stopped her. When you handed her over to Danzhou, you should have known this day would come. How could you treat yourselves like this? In your eyes, are your people just bargaining chips? Sure enough, after Zhou Cheng spoke, many members of the Anma tribe did not approach their chieftain. They had no grudge against Zhou Cheng. In addition, there were the things the clan did to Kurama Yakumo. This chilled their hearts. It turns out they were just pawns. Damn it, I am the clan leader, you all have to listen to me. Everything I've done is for the sake of revitalizing the family. It's all about finding a reliable backer. Chief Anma was furious and started cursing at his tribesmen who disobeyed his orders. He already regretted it when Danzhou didn't become Hokage. There's no going back in life, he has no choice but to go down this dark path. Zhou Cheng, the Hokage will be here soon. You attacked and killed your own villager without authorization, this is tantamount to betraying the village. I will make sure the whole village knows your evil face. Zhou Cheng's eyes remained unchanged, consistently cold. Poor man, he was being used by Danzou without even realizing it. Don't try to intimidate me with the Hokage title or the village. Come lecture me when you have that kind of power. You're not qualified yet. You've lived long enough, go die. Zhou Cheng shaped his right palm into a knife shape. Chakra surged forth wildly. To take the use of shape transformation to its extreme. A chakra blade appeared in his hand, its hilt forming a shape resembling his palm. However, he did not stop there. Chakra continued to surge forth, entering the sword. The chakra blade kept getting bigger and longer. It grew to over 10 meters long in just a few breaths. In a few more breaths, it became 40 meters long. Everyone nearby saw the towering giant blade. Then, Zhou Cheng poured a massive amount of wind-release chakra into the giant blade. Zhou Cheng, stop right now! Tsunade shouted loudly when she was still dozens of meters away. They wanted to stop Zhou Cheng from slashing down. Everyone could see that this one strike would reduce the entire Saddle Horse tribe's territory to ruins. Moreover, it also contains the power of wind release. The violent wind escape technique will turn everything into dust, then disperse with the wind without leaving a trace. Zhou Cheng, you've gone too far. Danzou, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, also arrived here. Since the Kurama clan has submitted to him, so he had to put on a show, so as not to discourage others who shared the same thoughts. Zhou Cheng leaped onto a rooftop, wielding his giant blade, making himself visible to everyone nearby. He needs to stand on the moral high ground. His voice, imbued with chakra, boomed like thunder, spreading throughout the surrounding area. I, Zhou Cheng, am utterly alone and destitute. Fortunately, I have a group of like-minded friends by my side. They are my Achilles' heel. Dragons have scales that ward off evil, touch them and you will die. The Kurama clan disregarded blood ties and sent Yakumo Kurama to the root without her knowledge. He looked around and saw that many people didn't understand the roots. Every ninja en route must be placed under a cursed seal, their lives controlled by it, reduced to killing machines. In the recent Chunin exams, Root conspired with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to attack Konoha. How many precious lives have been lost in Konoha because of this? These people are perfectly capable of living a happy and joyful life. How can such an organization exist within Konoha? More and more people gathered around, all listening quietly to Zhou Cheng's story. The more they listened, the uglier their expressions became. Danzou's expression grew increasingly grim. Tsunade's expression grew increasingly helpless, she didn't like Root either. Unfortunately, disbanding the Root force is not something that can be done overnight, so she could only turn a blind eye for the time being. At that moment, Jiraiya also heard the wind and came here. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng wielding a 40-meter-long machete, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's another top-tier chakra form transformation combined with nature transformation. What shocked him even more was how much chakra such a 40-meter-long sword would require. He looked completely relaxed. Is he still human? Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, with the blessing of the perfect sage body, Zhou Cheng's body was constantly and automatically refining chakra. Even using up all his chakra was a pipe dream. Unless he faces an army of thousands of ninjas alone, like the Third Hokage, it would be impossible to wear him down. Zhou Cheng, if you strike with that knife, many people will die. Jiraiya tried to persuade him, and through several encounters, he came to understand Zhou Cheng's temperament. Once he's made up his mind, it's very difficult to change it. More and more people continue to flock here. Among them were many people Zhou Cheng knew. Most of the 12 Konoha 12, Kakashi, Gai, Kurane, Asuma. They all gasped in shock at the sight. Such a massive blade, such an amount of chakra. Zhou Cheng looked nothing like a teenager. He was, in fact, a seasoned cage-level powerhouse. The Jonin, in particular, were all utterly shocked. Now they truly realized that Zhou Cheng really did possess shadow-level strength. They absolutely could not make such a massive blade. He's only been a ninja for a short time. In less than a year, he went from being a lowly ninja, whom they initially considered as insignificant as an ant. He instantly became the strongest fighting force in the ninja world, reaching the cage level. What they didn't know was that even a cage-level expert was just a slightly stronger cannon fodder. In the eyes of the previous cage of each village, cage-level beings were nothing more than slightly larger ants. Whether you're defeated in one move or two, there's no difference, you're both just ants. Zhou Cheng's gaze was icy as he looked at Danzou, his expression conveying the message, "I'm going to kill you. You shouldn't have targeted my friend. Today, I'm going to tell those shameless people who fawn over you what they're made of. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, the Kurama tribe serves as a cautionary tale for them." Boom! Zhou Cheng raised his arm and chopped down hard. The 40-meter-long cleaver slashed down fiercely. A single slash pierced through the entire Kurama clan. The territory of the Kurama clan was split in two. But this is not the end. The wind-style energy erupted. The giant blade exploded as well. The entire territory of the Anma tribe was shrouded in the shockwave of the explosion and the violent energy of the wind escaping. In the blink of an eye, the entire building complex was reduced to dust. It became a wasteland. Along with the clan chief of the Anma tribe, and several elders, all their remains were lost. Danzou's face showed fear. With such power, if this blade were to strike him, he would surely die. We have no choice but to use our last trump card to save our lives. But if he reveals that trump card, he won't have to stay in Konoha any longer. Zhou Cheng, you killed a fellow villager without authorization. Do you want to betray the village? The only thing Danzou can do now is to steer public opinion in a direction unfavorable to Zhou Cheng. Chapter 103. However, unexpectedly, during the Chunin exams, in order to conserve their strength, the root ninjas were not allowed to go out and help Konoha. This will cause such huge consequences that they are beyond his and even the entire system's ability to bear. Before Danzou even made his move, the families of the ninjas who died tragically in the Konoha Crush plan had already begun to denounce him. Danzou, if only Root could send some ninja to help defend the village. Perhaps my husband wouldn't have died. My family wouldn't be in this state now. A mother questioned him in a heart-wrenching voice, tears already streaming down her face. Her statement sparked a wave of condemnation. One victim after another came forward to accuse Danzou. Seeing their pitiful wails, everyone else felt a soreness in their nose. These were all once happy and fulfilling families, but now some are dead and others are disabled. Danzou's crimes are unforgivable. I don't know who called out first. Then comes the second and third tone. Danzou's face turned ashen. He now deeply regrets not sending ninjas to help with the defense. He regretted even more not getting rid of that little BD Zhou Cheng sooner. If it weren't for Zhou Cheng's interference, he would have already secured the position of Hokage. All the ninjas glared at Danzou with hostility. They didn't dare to make baseless accusations against Orochimaru without evidence. However, it is a fact that not a single root ninja helped defend the village. Based on this alone, Danzou is guilty. Danzou, disband the root organization. Otherwise, you really won't be leaving here today. Jiraiya had arrived beside Danzou without anyone noticing, a smug look in his eyes. If what Zhou Cheng said is true, then Danzou is currently the biggest cancer in Konoha. It's unlikely that he'd be completely condemned, after all, he's a senior advisor, second only to the Hokage in status. This is the benefit that comes with status. It's also the fastest way to corrupt a person. Danzou glanced at the crowd, his fists clenched, veins bulging, and his eyes blazing with fury. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Cheng. If looks could kill, Zhou Cheng would have been dead countless times over. What angered him even more was that his long-awaited allies, Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, never showed up. They didn't send anyone to say anything. It seems that even they have given up on Danzo. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Zhou Cheng, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and those two old bastards, one day I will kill you all. Danzo forcibly suppressed his emotions. He was powerless to resist the overwhelming force he faced. He raised his hand high and announced loudly, "Save my life first. The root system is now disbanded." Upon hearing this, the entire audience cheered. Finally, the common people also won a victory. Many people excitedly hugged each other. Many people wept with joy. Jiraiya and Tsunade also smiled. Being able to remove the roots without bleeding is certainly a good thing. Danzo stood alone in the same spot. He had a strange smile on his face. "Laugh, the roots won't disintegrate so easily. Without my orders, they will continue to carry out their tasks methodically. They have long since become mere tools, obeying only my commands." Danzo looked at Zhou Cheng with eyes full of resentment and malice. "Laugh, Zhou Cheng will soon be killed by Xiao. After that, I can continue planning to become the Hokage. Even the roots can be brought back to life. I remain a senior advisor to Konoha. The shadow of Konoha." Danzo turned and left. The poor Kurama clan was outmaneuvered by the campaign to denounce Danzo. Surprisingly, no one seemed to care about their losses. Now the clan chief and elders are all dead. They were in a state of leaderlessness. I have absolutely no idea what to do next. Zhou Cheng noticed their predicament. He whispered a few words in Kurama Yakumo's ear. Then, Kurama Yakumo ran towards his clansmen with a grateful expression. Kurama Yakumo was not a cold-blooded person, she still couldn't let go of her clansmen. She remembered that these tribesmen hadn't treated her well, yet they had never done anything to harm her. "You should elect another clan leader. Then, live a peaceful and uneventful life. Stop having those unrealistic fantasies." These were her last words to her people, words that Zhou Cheng had taught her. She was incredibly grateful to Zhou Cheng for sparing these clansmen from being killed along with them. Many of the things done against her were the ideas of the clan leader and a group of elders. It has nothing to do with these ordinary people. Zhou Cheng walked up to Tsunade and said something. Tsunade gave him a strange look, as if to say, "Are you crazy?" However, Tsunade eventually nodded in agreement. She jumped to a high place and waved her hand to quiet everyone down. She used chakra, and her voice carried very, very far. "The ringleader has been executed, and the matter is now closed. May the remaining members of the Anma tribe repent and start anew. This land still belongs to you, you can rebuild the Kurama clan here." The remaining members of the Saddle Horse tribe were naturally unwilling. What use could such a wasteland possibly have? The cost of reconstruction would be too high. Zhou Cheng's strike even destroyed the treasury of the Saddle Horse clan. They are now practically destitute. What will we use to rebuild? With just 2 hands? Are you kidding me? They are only illusion-type ninjas, and their physical strength cannot compare to that of ordinary ninjas. Rebuilding the Kurama clan is no easy task. As the Hokage, Tsunade wouldn't be so heartless, doing so would only push people to other villages. Konoha will provide money and supplies to help you rebuild your homes. We'll also send a construction team to help you. Hearing Tsunade's assurance, the remaining members of the Kurama clan relaxed. With Konoha backing them up, they didn't have much pressure. Soon, the crowd gradually dispersed. She also wanted to leave with Kurama Yakumo. However, after taking only 2 steps, Tsunade called him back. Her expression was unfriendly, and she glared fiercely at Zhou Cheng. "Come with me to the Hokage's office." Then he left first. Zhou Cheng shrugged helplessly and could only let Kurama Yakumo go back first. Arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both there, and surprisingly, Kakashi was also there. What is it? I'm very busy. Zhou Cheng didn't even greet them, just sat down in the chair, stretched, and said that these people had come to confront him. You've gone too far. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her large breasts swaying as she spoke. The three men were completely stunned. I'm talking about serious matters. Tsunade clenched her fist, looking like she wouldn't be polite if this continued. Jiraiya and Kakashi immediately dropped their lewd expressions and sat up straight. Tsunade's punch can break several ribs. They didn't want to take that punch for nothing. Zhou Cheng took advantage of the situation by looking at him for a moment, then looked away. I've said it before, if you mess with my friend, you'll pay the price. No matter who it is. Even you. Zhou Cheng did not back down at all, his eyes fixed on Tsunade's eyes. Chapter 104. If you have a problem, come at me directly. It's just a fight. Zhou Cheng spoke calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tsunade and the other two fell silent. Because Zhou Cheng was acting out of anger for his friend and did not harm any innocent people, they did not treat him as a dangerous individual. Otherwise, they would have joined forces to suppress him long ago. Zhou Cheng, it's best to keep a low profile. To avoid becoming the target of public criticism. Kakashi spoke earnestly, not wanting his disciple to be attacked by the masses for being too flamboyant. Yes, try to control your temper. Don't explode at the slightest touch. Jiraiya also joined in the persuasion. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him after hearing this. He exploded at the slightest provocation? I'm very gentle, okay? Get this straight, I'll only target the enemy and then detonate. Several people were speechless. So, after all that listening, this is what you've been focusing on? This is Konoha, you're not allowed to act recklessly here. Tsunade began to suppress him as the Hokage. Jiraiya and Kakashi also exchanged a few words. Zhou Cheng was completely overwhelmed. What the hell is all this about? He raised his hand to interrupt their persuasion, his face full of impatience. When was it not someone else who provoked us first? So, I'm just supposed to endure being provoked and mocked? Why don't you tell them to stay away from me? The only one to blame is Taiwan for being too easily defeated. Tsunade and the other two fell silent again. Are you even speaking human language? What do you mean by blaming them for being too weak? Don't you know your own capabilities? Kakashi was about to say something more, but Zhou Cheng interrupted him again. Kakashi-sensei, you told me to keep a low profile. Do you think I was ever low-key when I was my age? A 13-year-old jonin, a genius among geniuses. You seem determined to completely overshadow your peers, have you even tried to be low-key? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. He was speechless, choked by Zhou Cheng's words. Yes, he was once so dazzling. Has he kept a low profile? Seeing Kakashi's defeat, Jiraiya and Tsunade wanted to say something. Zhou Cheng interrupted him directly. All right, enough with the nonsense. If nobody bothers me, I'm too lazy to bother. You should warn the others first. After he finished speaking, he stood up, intending to leave, but then he thought that he couldn't afford to have too strained a relationship with someone in a high position. By the way, you guys haven't been to my new house yet, have you? I'm cooking tonight, come join us. Then, he used the body flicker technique to leave. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Cooking myself. Before they could react, Kakashi suddenly stood up. His face was beaming with excitement, as if Intimate Paradise had released a new book. Ahem, from now on, if anyone messes with Zhou Cheng again, I'll be the first to object. Kakashi felt incredibly embarrassed. If I anger Zhou Cheng by being too talkative. If I don't get any of the good food in the future, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Kakashi as if he were a lunatic. This guy, did he get his head stuck in a door? Ahem, let's go together tonight. Zhou Cheng's skills will definitely not disappoint you. Kakashi used a cough to cover up his blunder. It will definitely draw these two people into a new world of food. Tsunade looked on with suspicion, somewhat disbelieving. How old was Zhou Cheng? How could his cooking possibly be any good? How delicious can it be? Kakashi's single eye narrowed into a slit. How delicious! To call it delicious would be an insult to him. Let's put it this way. Zhou Cheng should open a restaurant in Konoha. Then all other restaurants in Konoha will have to close down. Tsunade and Jiraiya were even more skeptical. Could it really be that exaggerated? Absolutely impossible. Seeing their expressions, Kakashi shrugged. Fine, don't believe me then. Zhou Cheng's cooking is the perfect cure for stubborn people. Let's go together tonight, or you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. Zhou Cheng announced that he was going to cook for himself. This caused quite a stir. Those who have tried it are starting to look forward to it. That delicious taste was what made them linger and never want to leave. The 12 Konoha genin and all the jonin were eagerly waiting for the sun to set. They wished they could tie the sun up and drag it off work. Meanwhile, at the roots, Danzo sat in his seat, while all the root ninjas knelt on one knee on the ground. Just as Danzo had imagined, these ninjas were loyal only to him. You continue to carry out your tasks and duties. Ignore anyone who comes. I'm only leaving this position temporarily. One day, I will return here and lead you out of the darkness. On that day, you will be able to appear in the sunlight and venture into the shadows. The kneeling ninjas were eerily silent, showing no reaction whatsoever. It's fair to say that, apart from a handful of individuals, the rest of the ninjas have become mere zombies. It was Danzo's killing tool, which could be discarded at any time. But Danzo can only rely on them now. He needed to endure until Xiao killed Zhou Cheng. Knowledge alone is not enough. I can contact other ninja villages. Let them launch another surprise attack on Konoha. A terrifying malice appeared in Danzo's eyes. Having suffered numerous blows from Zhou Cheng, he has gone mad. He was already willing to sacrifice most of Konoha's interests for revenge and the Hokage position. If only someone could help him take Konoha. Do it as soon as you think of it. He selected several root ninjas. He carried the letter personally to various ninja villages. In the letter, he described the cause of the trouble as leaf borers. They hoped to receive support from allies. They also promised a series of benefits. He couldn't care less about anything else anymore. The root ninjas departed. Danzo was left sitting alone. In the darkness, only two eyes gleamed coldly. In the evening, all 12 of them crowded in front of Zhou Chen's house. They were waiting for Zhou Cheng to return. Kakashi was already standing on the roof of Zhou Cheng's house. Soon, the 4 Zhou Chengs returned carrying large and small bags. The bags in her hands were full of ingredients. The 12 little heroes' eyes lit up when they saw the ingredients in his hand. That was the food they had been longing for. Wow, you're here so early. Zhou Cheng smiled and handed some of the ingredients to Hinata, Ino, and Karin, who came forward to help. Then he led the way into the house, and the others followed in single file. Kakashi also stuffed the make-out paradise into his bag and jumped off the roof. Zhou Cheng didn't waste any words. Cooking for more than a dozen people was no easy task. He went straight into the kitchen and started preparing. He didn't choose to do all these simple things himself. Instead, he had several women help him wash and chop the vegetables. To give them a sense of participation, so they don't feel like they're just there for nothing. As for those people outside, let them think what they want. While Zhou Cheng was busy in the kitchen, a group of jonin gradually arrived. The delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen made them feel refreshed and relaxed. They spontaneously put several tables together to make one large table. Then they set out the chairs and bowls/chopsticks. Then, amidst the laughter and chatter, they waited for Zhou Cheng to prepare the meal. A while later, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived together. Seeing so many people in the yard, the key figures for Konoha's future are basically all here. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This week, Cheng's network of connections has actually grown this much? Chapter 105. They saw Tsunade and Jiraiya walk in together. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Tsunade is, after all, the Hokage. Her identity still made many people feel somewhat constrained. Don't worry about me, everyone. That kid is the master here. After hearing her words, the crowd became lively again. Jiraiya and Tsunade sniffed, catching the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Both of them looked on in horror. It smells so good. That kid's got some skills. No wonder these people look like that. It smells delicious, I wonder what it tastes like? Soon, Bai served the first dish. Everyone took a deep breath. It smells so good. This was everyone's only thought. From the moment Tsunade and Jiraiya saw this dish, I couldn't take my eyes off it anymore. It has everything, color, aroma, and flavor. All that's left is the taste. Everyone tacitly sat down at the table. They sat upright, as well behaved as students in school. When visiting someone's home, no one dares to be the first to start eating when the host is not home. They were all waiting for Zhou Cheng to arrive. However, it wasn't their twitching noses that gave them away. One dish after another was served. It was dazzling to everyone who saw it. My mouth was watering. He swallowed hard. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both getting impatient. This fragrance and this color were things they had never seen or heard of before. They were all travelers who had seen countless delicacies. But none of them can compare to the dishes in front of us. But Zhou Cheng had not yet come out of the kitchen. Until all the women were also seated at the table. Zhou Cheng arrived late. He was carrying a large pot. The pot was steaming hot. They also heard the sound of water boiling. An indescribable fragrance filled the air. Everyone took another deep breath. I want to inhale all the fragrances into my nose. What's this? A smell I've never experienced before. It smells so good. Naruto, Kaiba, Koji, and a few others already had drool dripping from their mouths. This is called hot pot. It's a very special way of eating. I promise, I will definitely not let everyone down. Zhou Cheng also sat down and introduced the way of eating, which was appearing for the first time, to everyone. He set an example. He picked up a piece of raw meat with his chopsticks. I dipped it in the boiling pot a few times. Then, dip it in the sauce. Then, he put it in his mouth. He looked thoroughly enjoying himself. He had been craving this taste for a long time since he came into this world. I finally got to eat it today. Seeing his expression, everyone looked on with suspicion. Is this way of eating really that delicious? Tsunade was the first to try it. The moment the meat entered her mouth, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Tasty. It's incredibly delicious. This seemingly ordinary way of cooking can bring out the deliciousness of the ingredients. She felt that everything she had eaten before was bland and watery, and hard to swallow. Seeing Tsunade's expression, the others also tried eating a piece of meat. When the dipping sauce and the original flavors of the ingredients explode in your mouth, they all closed their eyes. OMG! This is so delicious! This simple way of eating it actually. They have lost the ability to speak. And so, a war without gunfire began. A group of people used chopsticks as weapons. A fierce battle for food ensued. Everyone was wolfing down their food, and even the women abandoned any semblance of ladylike behavior. The meal was devoured in a flash. Not a single vegetable leaf was left. They ate until their bellies were round and full, and then they started burping. Oh my god! Now I finally understand why so many people love coming to your house. I could eat this kind of food my whole life and never get tired of it. Tsunade leaned back in her chair in a very unladylike manner. Dada let out a burp. I really want to hire you as the Hokage's personal chef. Jiraiya was also completely captivated. I absolutely must include this delicious food in my book. Let everyone in the ninja world know that there's such a way to eat it. Because of a meal, their goodwill towards Zhou Cheng increased dramatically. She no longer guarded against him as she had before. Night had fallen, and everyone gradually left. As he was leaving, Sasuke gave Zhou Cheng a look. Zhou Cheng understood, and that was the end of the story. Then it got late at night. Zhou Cheng woke up from his feigned sleep. Then, using his sensory abilities, he evaded all the patrolling ninjas. He arrived at the Hokage Rock. There was already someone waiting for him there. The man turned around, it was Sasuke. Orochimaru's subordinates are pressuring us again. If we don't go now, they'll get suspicious. Zhou Cheng nodded. It's time. Let Sasuke go to the base. Go ahead, I'll leak the news. You only have half an hour. But in his heart he was thinking, Kimimaro, I'm here. They prepared to rescue Kimimaro. It's such a pity that he died like that. I wonder if Yang Dun can cure his bloodline disease. If that doesn't work, go find Tsunade and see if she has any ideas. Go, and remember your mission. To be able to survive Orochimaru. I will teach you ninjutsu powerful enough to kill that man. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Then he turned and left. Zhou Cheng didn't linger any longer. He used his multiple shadow clone technique to create clones, sending them to inform the 12 little strong men. Half an hour later, the 12 Konoha 12 appeared at the gates of Konoha. Naruto, in particular, absolutely could not believe that Sasuke would leave Konoha. What on earth is that BD Sasuke doing? Leaving without permission, that's considered being a rogue ninja. Everyone else also wore expressions of disbelief. Only Shikamaru frowned, trying to think of a solution. Sasuke talks about power all the time, he wants enough strength to take revenge. Naruto exploded, turned around and ran, wanting to chase after Sasuke. The others had no choice but to follow behind Naruto. They chased after Sasuke to the place where he had left. Zhou Cheng was not in the pursuing group, but had arrived at the location where the sound ninja were intercepting them long ago. He saw that the ghost child had already laid an ambush. Zhou Cheng did not take action to eliminate Kidomaru. He wanted to leave the Sound 4 to the Konoha 12 to deal with. His only target is Kimimaro. Soon, a figure arrived. It was Sasuke who had left Konoha. Kidomaru made Sasuke hide in the large barrel they had brought. Then he let the other three take Sasuke away. You guys go first. I'll cover your retreat and see if any pursuers have caught up to this point. Soon, the team of the 12 Little Strong also arrived here. The number of people who saw them. Kidomaru immediately entered the Cursed Seal 2 state. He was confident he could kill them all with one arrow. You guys go first. I'll take care of this guy. Niji took a few steps forward, deciding to stop Kidomaru himself. Let the other companions continue chasing Sasuke. Naruto, you pulled me out of the darkness. We can definitely bring Sasuke back too. Chapter 106. Kidomaru was quite helpless, there were simply too many of them. He couldn't possibly stop so many people by himself. We can only try to hold them off one by one. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, and several arrows were shot out. Hurry up! Return to heaven! Niji used the heaven's reincarnation technique to block all the arrows. This allows his companions to continue pursuing Sasuke. However, one person didn't leave. That's Tian Tian with 2 buns in her hair. She wanted to stay and help Niji. Niji didn't say anything when he saw that she wasn't leaving. It's always good to have someone help you. Even if you die, someone will collect your body. Battle is imminent. Kidomaru consistently used the second stage of the Cursed Seal to achieve high speed and high burst damage, constantly widening the distance between himself and Niji. His superior physical skills have always made his attack range a problem. Meanwhile, Tenten kept harassing Kidomaru with darts and shuriken. 1 against 2, and the battle was deadlocked for a time. Zhou Cheng crafted a flying thunder god kunao and placed it on the tree he was standing on. Just in case, he also left behind a shadow clone. In the original story, no one from Konoha died in this event. But both situations were fraught with danger, and they had already given it their all. Zhou Cheng continued to follow up. It was Koji and Ino who blocked the way for the second time. The duel between the two fat men was a physical clash. Ino is playing support on the sidelines. Zhou Cheng also left behind a shadow clone. Keep going. Shikamaru and Haku blocked Teiwa. Kaiba and Hinata blocked Sakon's advance. This time, all 12 Konoha 11 members are out, the Sound 4 alone are definitely not enough. Although they could fight 2 opponents at once and even gain a slight advantage thanks to the power of the Cursed Seal. However, the Cursed Seal is a double-edged sword. While granting people immense power, it also corrodes their bodies. Moreover, the Four's Cursed Seal is not perfect. It's not like Sasuke's Heavenly Curse Seal or Kimimoro's Earthly Curse Seal. Zhou Cheng continued forward and saw Kimimaro on a small plain. Standing opposite him were Lee and Shino Aberame. Naruto continued onward, chasing after Sasuke. I don't want to get involved with Sasuke. Naruto, without his power-up, is no match for Sasuke right now. Even if Sasuke is brought back, Zhou Cheng's goal has already been achieved. His goal is to defeat Kimimaro. Firstly, the corpse bone pulse is indeed unique, and also very cool. He was even thinking of replicating him to see if he could gain the unique abilities of the Kaguya clan. Secondly, it would be a great pity for such a powerful fighter to die like this. Lee and Kimimaro quickly clashed. The fight between two ninjas specializing solely in taijutsu was thrilling to watch. Under normal circumstances, Lee would definitely be no match for Kimimaro. Left with no other choice, he resorted to Tai Chi. In this way, the situation immediately changed. Xiao Li has slowly gained the upper hand. However, it's only a slight advantage. We are still far from winning. It's a bit boring to look at. To him now, such a duel seems like child's play. Shino also knew that time was of the essence. They began controlling the insects to assist Xiao Li in battle. The Aberame clan's secret techniques are quite sophisticated. Kimimoro's joints began to stiffen, and his movements began to slow down. He was sent flying by several Tai Chi palm strikes from Xiao Li. Out of sheer boredom, Zhou created a shadow clone and sent it to the Valley of the End. Don't let those two idiots actually kill the other side. The 12 main characters are now much stronger than in the original story. Zhou Cheng was afraid that the plot might change again. Will Gaara's trio reappear this time? However, this time, we probably won't need them. Just as he was pondering this, a powerful surge of chakra pulled him back to reality. Kimimaro activated his first cursed seal state, his body covered in black cursed seal lines. His strength and speed have improved significantly. Then, he rushed towards Xiao Li again. They immediately started dominating Li. The evil power of the cursed seal kept Shino's insects at bay. Zhou Cheng shook his head, the difference in strength was too great. This is the first curse seal. If it were the second curse seal, Xiao Li would surely die. Now, if Xiao Li wants to go to another province, he can only rely on the 8 gates formation. Kimimaro pulled a bone blade from his spine, intending to kill Rock Li in one blow. Die! Kimimaro appeared in front of Li in the blink of an eye, and slashed down with his bone blade. Fortunately, the insect shield that Yuji had set up beforehand blocked the attack. Countless insects died, making it impossible to maintain the insect shield. In his cursed seal form, Kimimaro was moving too fast for the insects to keep up with. Shino can only provide some defensive support, offensively, he's practically useless. Xiao Li felt threatened by death and broke out in a cold sweat. While he was still in a daze, Kimimaro's second attack had already arrived. Corpse bone pulse, 10 fingers pierced by bullets. 10 bones shot out like bullets. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xiao Li. At this point, Shino's insect was still half a meter away from Li, and it was too late to rescue him. No! Shino let out a desperate roar. Boom! When faced with death, people always unleash their strongest potential. At the critical moment, Xiao Li activated the 8 gates formation. He narrowly avoided the bone bullet. However, even with only 3 gates open, Li was still no match for Kimimaro. The gap in strength that would normally exist will only widen now. Shino had already decided to quit, there was no need for him to die here in vain. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, intending to pull out a smoke grenade as cover for his retreat. His expression changed as he touched a peculiar kunai. Shino's expression changed noticeably. He pulled out a kunai, the very one Zhou Cheng had given them during the Chunin exams. As long as chakra is injected, Zhou Cheng will be able to sense it and come to their rescue. He impatiently poured chakra into the kunai. Zhou Cheng, who had witnessed everything, naturally sensed it. He shook his head, their strength was still insufficient, and they needed to think of another way. Then he disappeared from the spot. Xiao Li's attack was blocked once again. Even after opening the 8 gates, he still felt a sharp pain in his arm. Then he was kicked away. His body was still in midair when Kimimaro caught up with him. The bone blade in his hand stabbed down fiercely. With no foothold in midair, Li had no way to dodge. Shino, standing to the side, was sweating profusely with anxiety, and shouted. Zhou Cheng! Where are you? Buzz! After the unusual sound, Kimimaro did not see the expected spurt of blood. He stopped and looked at Xiao Li. But then he saw a handsome young man standing in front of him. Xiao Li was being supported by him, there were no wounds on his body caused by the bone blade. Kimimaro's face remained indifferent. No stab? Then let's stab him again. I can fail countless times, but you only need to fail once to die. Go back and help them. Kill all of those sound ninja. Zhou Cheng released his grip, allowing Xiao Li and Jinai to leave. Their staying here is just a waste of time. Seeing Zhou Cheng appear, Shino and Li both breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Li was prepared to die in battle. Let's go. With Zhou Cheng here, this ninja is doomed. Then he and Xiao Li walked back together to help their friends. Kimimaro looked at Zhou Cheng with disdain. Am I doomed to die? Boast. He brandished his bone blade and charged towards Zhou Cheng. I'll only give you 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll retaliate. Chapter 107. 3 moves? Even Lord Orochimaru wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Is this person mentally unstable? Kimimaro's eyes finally showed emotion. Zhou Cheng's words had a significant impact on him. However, someone like him wouldn't have a big reaction. Anyone who blocks our path, just kill them. Then go kill that blonde brat who's chasing Suzuki. He gripped the bone blade and charged toward Zhou Cheng at breakneck speed. Zhou Cheng stood still, his face calm and composed. He gripped the kunai and easily blocked Kimimaro's first attack. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked, Kimimaro's pupils suddenly contracted. What's possible? Is it a coincidence? Blocking his attack is nothing special. The main problem was that Zhou Cheng seemed too relaxed. It was as if Kimimaro's attack had landed precisely on the kunai just as he drew it. One move. With a single effort, Zhou Cheng pushed Kimimaro far away. Kimimaro used Zhou Cheng's strength to jump away and create distance. His eyes were unpredictable, this guy has incredible strength. Corpse bone pulse, Willow dance. Kimimoro's body was covered in bone spurs. Then, wielding a bone blade in each hand, he charged towards Zhou Cheng. He used himself as a weapon and launched a series of attacks. In the blink of an eye, he had launched dozens of attacks. Appreciation appeared in Zhou Cheng's eyes. Kimimaro was indeed quite impressive. Such an attack could not cause any real harm to Zhou Cheng. Anyone among the 12 main characters would surely die if they faced him. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Cheng blocked dozens of attacks from Kimimaro. Then, with renewed force, he pushed Kimimaro away once more. 2 moves already. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhou Cheng did not move an inch and remained standing in the same spot. Kimimoro's eyes finally showed seriousness. His strength was far beyond what those few people could match. However, he still has absolute confidence in his abilities. Corpse Bone Pulse, Dance of the Camellia. Kimimoro's bone spurs transformed into bone blades, and the bone blades on his hands also grew longer. With a single step, the ground cracked instantly. He was already in front of Zhou Cheng. His body twisted and spun like a snake. All the bone blades could hit Zhou Cheng. In the blink of an eye, Kimimaro thrust out over 100 swords. Zhou Cheng's eyes finally turned serious. Even he had to be careful to deal with such an attack speed. He drew another kunao with his left hand. His hands moved with lightning speed, deflecting nearly 100 attacks. Then he kicked Kimimaro away. 3 moves already. My turn. Zhou Cheng threw the kunao in his hand at Kimimaro. Bring your right index and middle fingers together and raise them upwards. The 2 kunao instantly created countless shadow clones. The shadow clone technique. With the sage body and his strength advancing to the cage level, Zhou Cheng's use of ninjutsu became increasingly effortless. Kimimaro turned his body and blocked all the kunao. A clanging sound of metal striking metal could be heard. Some kunao were even cut in half by the bone blades. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. You've got some tough bones. You're a pure taijutsu ninja, so I won't use ninjutsu to bully you. Zhou Cheng drew another kunao, infusing it with a little chakra to prevent it from being cut by the bone blade. Then, his expression changed. It became cold. If you can hold out for 5 minutes, you win. Zhou Cheng took a step forward, seemingly slowly, but in reality, he arrived at Kimimoro's side in an instant. He used Tai Chi, and his whole body was enveloped in an aura. Within his aura, Kimimaro would be invisibly drawn in. There's no way to retreat. To Kimimaro, Zhou Cheng's every move was extremely slow and powerless. But after they clashed, Kimimaro realized how ridiculous his mistake was. Each of Zhou Cheng's strikes carried immense power. His bone blade was already cracked and wouldn't last much longer. If he tries to retreat, he will be pulled in by an invisible force and unable to move an inch. Such terrifying physical skills, such terrifying strength. Kimimaro recognized that the physical techniques Zhou Cheng used were the same ones used by the watermelon-headed guy earlier. However, the two are worlds apart. Xiao Li's Tai Chi can only improve his strength by 1 stage, and he can't even reach 1/10 of Zhou Cheng's level. His original fighting style was the straightforward and hard-hitting kind. It conflicts with Tai Chi in some ways. Therefore, his progress in Tai Chi is the slowest. Boom! Kimimaro suddenly unleashed an even greater amount of chakra. His skin instantly turned black, and black spots appeared on his face. Its back was completely bulging, with thick bone spurs growing out, and a tail also grew from behind it. Kimimaro now looks like a small dinosaur. Cursed Seal 2. Zhou Cheng could tell that his chakra had increased at least 3 or 4 times. He has already reached the level of a jonin. Combined with his corpse bone pulse, their actual combat strength has surpassed that of a typical jonin. Unfortunately, he was facing Zhou Cheng, a player who had an unstoppable momentum. Kimimoro's right hand was covered with thick bone. He transformed his entire arm into the shape of an auger drill. The drill bit was raised forward, and it charged towards Zhou Cheng like a drill truck. Zhou Cheng glanced at the kunao in his hand. Without the aid of chakra, an ordinary kunao would absolutely not be able to withstand such an attack. The strong do not bother to dodge attacks from the weak. If he used ninjutsu, Zhou Cheng would have killed him in a matter of minutes. He threw the kunao at Kimimaro, and the kunao was instantly shredded by the high-speed rotating drill. Zhou Cheng unleashed his chakra, and a chakra blade appeared in his hand. Then, it pierced the very tip of the drill bit. Kimimaro's advance was thus abruptly halted. No matter how hard Kimimaro exerted his strength or how much chakra he channeled, he couldn't make an inch of progress. Countless shockwaves swept around. A huge crater appeared beneath their feet. Soon, Kimimaro stopped spinning because he lost his momentum. "Stop! You're no match for me." Zhou Cheng withdrew his hand and began to persuade Kimimaro. Even with the second curse seal, Zhou Cheng's power was powerless against him. Kimimaro's gaze towards Zhou Cheng had changed. Initial indifference and disdain. From the current apprehension and fear. Out of fear, he quickly jumped back, putting some distance between himself and Zhou Cheng. The closer he got to Zhou Cheng, the more dangerous it felt. Who exactly is this guy? The information provided by Lord Orochimaru did not include any information about this person. Who exactly are you? Kimimaro uttered his first words upon seeing Zhou Cheng. "Oh, Orochimaru didn't mention me to you. It seems you've all been used as pawns. Orochimaru is truly inhuman." Kimimaro's expression changed drastically, and he pointed the drill directly at Zhou Cheng. "You're not allowed to talk about Lord Orochimaru like that. We'd be willing to die for him." Zhou Cheng scoffed repeatedly. "Orochimaru only cares about Sasuke. Even if you all die, it's not as important as Sasuke coming here." Zhou Cheng hit Kimimaro's sore spot. Before Sasuke appeared, he and Yugo were Orochimaru's number 2 subordinates. Yugo provided Orochimaru with the source of the cursed seal. He was Orochimaru's strongest henchman. The two of them were Orochimaru's right and left arms. Chapter 108. Kimimaro also heard that Orochimaru was preparing to give Sasuke the heavenly curse seal. That's a curse seal even more powerful than his earth curse seal. He had been loyal to Orochimaru to the bitter end, and this was the result he received. However, he still wouldn't betray Orochimaru. Because it's meaningless. The bloodline limit of the corpse bone pulse is powerful. But it was all done in exchange for one's body. It is an incurable bloodline limit disease. Orochimaru has researched this disease, but he can't find a way to completely cure it. Kimimaro's time is running out. Let him shine one last time for Orochimaru. Zhou Cheng noticed the change in Kimimaro's expression and knew that talk no jutsu wouldn't work on him. "Then I'll beat you into submission." A cold glint flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes as he watched Kimimaro charge forward again. He charged at Kimimaro, wielding his chakra blade. The two quickly engaged in battle. However, it was always Zhou Cheng who was on the offensive, and Kimimaro who was on the defensive. The difference in strength between the two is too great. Everything Kimimaro did was in vain. However, his advantage lay in his fearlessness, employing a strategy of trading injury for injury. "So what if I die? I won't live much longer anyway." He mobilized all his chakra. Even if it meant death, he would take a piece of Zhou Cheng's flesh. Zhou Cheng sneered. In the face of absolute strength, all tricks are useless. He channeled some of his chakra into the chakra blade once more. The size remained the same, but the quality of the chakra more than doubled. With a single slash, he even severed the stiff bone blade. "Without bones, how can you play?" Kimimaro seemed to have already considered this. There was no fear on his face. It's more of a relief. He had been tormented by hemophilia for long enough. After shattering the drill bit with a single blow, Zhou Cheng kicked Kimimaro hard in the chest. He kicked Kimimaro flying more than 10 meters away. Zhou Cheng frowned slightly, something felt off about that kick. Any other ninja who got kicked like that would definitely have their chest caved in. Kicking Kimimaro felt like kicking a steel plate. Kimimaro quickly stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained a patch of ground red. Smelling the blood, Zhou Cheng saw rows of bones growing out of Kimimaro's chest. These bones absorbed most of the force. Kimimaro tasted despair for the first time. Even without the bloodline disease, he couldn't possibly have escaped from this man's clutches. He was kicked so hard he vomited blood, and that was even after he had managed to react. How much power he must have! Give up. It's not worth it for Orochimaru. You're fighting bravely on the front lines, but where is he? From the moment the 5 of you were sent out, he never expected you would ever return. Zhou Cheng continued with his ultimate technique, verbal sparring, attempting to sow discord among Kimimaro's mind with words. Shut up! Kimimaro spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Zhou Cheng. He was still affected. My mind is starting to race. Indeed, they wanted to take Sasuke away right under the noses of Konoha's many powerful figures. It's an incredibly difficult task. Orochimaru only sent 5 of them. There are no reinforcements yet. Isn't this clearly a case of them never returning? Sure enough, more than a dozen ninjas arrived at once. 5 pairs of more than 10. Only an idiot would think the advantage is on their side. They are not afraid of death. I'm afraid of dying in a meaningless way. Kimimaro flicked his wrist, and a new drill bit formed in his hand. I'm willing to die for Lord Orochimaru. He charged at Zhou Cheng again. His face showed a look of resignation to death. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes. He was acting like some great warrior. Madness! Zhou Cheng lost his patience, and a large amount of wind-style chakra surged into his chakra blade. The chakra blade instantly turned a shimmering blue light. If this blow doesn't kill you, I'll find a way to cure your bloodline disease. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A thick blade of wind flew out. It struck Kimimaro's drill bit. The drill bit shattered into a pile of broken bones once again. If someone passed by and didn't know better, they might mistake this place for a mass grave. Then the wind blade struck Kimimaro's right hand. His arm was instantly mangled and hung limply at his side. Puff! Kimimaro coughed up another mouthful of blood. It stained his chest red. But Zhou Cheng's attack won't end so easily. The next second, Kimimaro's entire arm exploded. Minced meat was scattered all over the ground. At that moment, wind energy exploded within his arm. Ah! The intense pain caused even the usually aloof Kimimaro to cry out. He collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale, his right arm reduced to a skeleton. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Good, you're still alive. Zhou Cheng nodded. I released it into the sea, you know that. He strode toward Kimimaro. Kill me. Kimimaro was so weak that even his voice was very low. Why would I kill you? Not kill me? Do you hate me for taking your friend away? He went to Lord Orochimaru's place, you may never see him again in your lifetime. Zhou Cheng chuckled. If I told you Sasuke was a spy I sent, what would your expression be? This is not something you should be considering. Follow me. I'm not a cold-blooded person, I'm very tolerant of my subordinates. Kimimaro felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Laughing aggravated the wound, and I immediately broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Let's make a bet. I've cured your bloodline disease, from now on, you'll follow me. I'm not like Orochimaru. His own subordinates just gave up like that. Zhou Cheng said this in a tone that brooked no refusal. If he still didn't agree, then he had no choice but to kill Kimimaro. He doesn't want to support someone else's subordinates. At first, hope appeared in Kimimaro's eyes, then it turned into disbelief. He acknowledged Zhou Cheng's strength, but he absolutely refused to believe that Zhou Cheng could cure bloodline diseases. Orochimaru had already taken him to search for all the renowned medical ninjas in the ninja world. But each time, the results disappointed him. As time went on, he eventually gave up. I've accepted my fate. You'll know whether you can or not after you see it. Zhou Cheng grabbed his other arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Pure yang release chakra was channeled into Kimimoro's body. Kimimaro felt an overwhelming warmth. My physical weakness has been greatly relieved. What surprised him most was that his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his right hand, which was now just a skeleton, began to grow new flesh and blood vessels. What kind of power is this? It's even more effective than medical ninjutsu. What exactly is this person's strength? Kimimoro's injuries were too severe. The treatment took a full half-hour. Zhou Cheng's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. This was the most tiring time he had ever experienced since obtaining the immortal body. At this time, Kimimoro's body had recovered to its peak condition. Just like when he first arrived, before any fighting had even begun. Chapter 109. Why did you save me? Kimimaro sat on the ground, having lost the will to fight. Zhou Cheng was also his savior. He couldn't bring himself to fight his benefactor. Zhou Cheng patted his shoulder and sat down next to him. Don't thank me yet, let's check on the hematopoietic stem cell disease first. I'm not even sure myself. Kimimaro nodded, then closed his eyes, silently sensing something. Soon, he opened his eyes, and there was a look of joy in them, but not the kind of ecstatic joy. Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. Could it be that Yang Dun, a technique in martial arts, cannot cure bloodline diseases? Although the hematopoietic disease was not completely cured. However, the body, ravaged by hematopoietic stem cell disease, has recovered to its initial, healthiest state. That way, I can live a few more years. I can do more for Lord Orochimaru. Zhou Cheng stood up, then turned around and helped Kimimaro up. I healed you, and you still want to work for Orochimaru. Then you can go and die. I had a reason for saving you. However, I definitely don't mean for you to go back and continue helping Orochimaru. Zhou Cheng raised his hand, and a chakra blade instantly appeared, pointing at Kimimaro. As long as I don't die, and I continue to treat your body regularly, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Follow Orochimaru, and I'll chop you down right now. Kimimaro remained silent for a long time, and Zhou Cheng did not disturb him, letting him think it over on his own. Orochimaru never considered you as his own people. In his eyes, everyone except himself was worth sacrificing. That naturally includes Sasuke. Hesitation appeared in Kimimoro's eyes. Zhou Cheng knew this was a sign that his inner beliefs were crumbling. You've seen my strength. That martial arts technique was created by me. You've seen his strength too. If I can teach them without reservation, then I can teach you without reservation too. After saying that, Zhou Cheng left the time to Kimimaro. This is not an easy decision, he needs to think it over carefully. Kimimaro looked up at Zhou Cheng, his expression indicating that he had made a decision. I can follow you, but I will not participate in anything related to Lord Orochimaru. If you don't agree, just kill me now. Zhou Cheng was overjoyed. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'm not afraid you'll still want to leave. Of course. That's what I value most about you, your loyalty. Zhou Cheng put his arm around Kimimoro's shoulder. Remember this, you and I met back in Kirigakure. Kimimaro turned his head to look at him suspiciously. Don't be surprised, I'm also from Kirigakure. Both my parents died in that internal conflict. Kimimaro nodded, assuming that Zhou Cheng was also from one of the clans in Kirigakure. Zhou Cheng seemed to have read his mind. My parents are just ordinary people. Civilian? How could a commoner ninja give birth to a child like you? That's nonsense. At that moment, a group of 3 arrived. Zhou Cheng turned his head to look. It turns out it's Gaara and the other two. Yo, Gaara! You've arrived. Zhou Cheng greeted Gaara with a smile. Gaara responded to his greeting. Unfortunately, you're too late. The enemy has been dealt with. I'm sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing. Gaara then realized that he had been blinded by concern. With Zhou Cheng in Konoha, nothing serious is likely to happen. If so, it was Zhou Cheng who started it. At this moment, the 12 little strong men also arrived. They all appeared to be injured, but none of their injuries were fatal. I saw Zhou Cheng and Kimimaro standing together. Both Xiao Li and Shino were dumbfounded. What's going on? It hasn't been long at all, and it's turned out like this. Zhou Cheng waved to them and introduced them with a smile. This is Kimimaro, also an escapee from Kirigakure. So that's how it is. We're from the same hometown. Everyone suddenly realized, oh, I see. He later sought refuge with Orochimaru in order to survive. He has now changed everything and wants to join Konoha. From now on, he'll be our partner. Everyone then greeted him with smiles. On the other side, the Valley of the End. In Cursed Seal 2 state, Naruto is simply unable to fight Sasuke without using the 9 tails. Finally, Sasuke was standing, and Naruto was lying down. Zhou Cheng's shadow clone jumped directly in front of Sasuke, startling him. Boss, what brings you here? Sasuke then cancelled the Cursed Seal 2 state. Zhou Cheng pointed to Naruto, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Take him back. Otherwise, are you going to leave him here to feed the stray dogs? Then, he picked up Naruto and prepared to go back. Remember our promise. Then he used the body flicker technique to leave. At full speed, they arrived at the main force's location in just over 10 minutes. When everyone realized that only Naruto was there, they all looked very lonely. Was it still not possible to get it back? After the shadow clone placed Naruto on the ground, Zhou Cheng cancelled the shadow clone. The details of several battles flooded his mind. When I arrived, Naruto was already lying on the ground. Sasuke is nowhere to be found. He must have run far away, we can't catch him. The group fell silent, after a night of busy work and hard work. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. I wonder what Naruto's expression will be when he wakes up and finds out this is the outcome. Zhou Cheng naturally didn't say anything more. This is part of his plan. Moreover, Sasuke is no longer outside the village. Wouldn't that take away a lot of the fun? Then he sorted through the memories brought by the shadow clone. The Sound Four have already been killed by them. The body is still in the same spot. This time, the 12 young heroes faced numerous perilous battles. However, with another companion to provide backup, the danger to their lives was reduced. Moreover, the current 12 main characters are not the same as those in the original story. Their strength has far surpassed that of the original work. Although the Sound Four were empowered by the Cursed Seal, their individual strength far surpassed that of the Konoha 12. However, 2 cockroaches don't equal 1 plus 1. It is far greater than 2. The Sound Four died a worthy death. Zhou Cheng infused Naruto with some yang release chakra. His body was repaired. Soon after, Naruto slowly woke up. He was initially confused, then suddenly sat up and looked around. He only relaxed after discovering that his companions had arrived. Where is Sasuke? Zhou Cheng shrugged and patted him on the shoulder. When I arrived, Sasuke was already gone, and you were lying unconscious on the ground. I can only bring you back for now. As for Sasuke, we most likely won't be able to catch up. Damn it! A hole! Naruto cursed a few times and slammed his fist on the ground. Zhou Cheng deliberately feigned displeasure and lectured the 12 little ones. I've always told you to train diligently and increase your strength. Everyone complained that it was too tiring and too hard. Now you know just how bad you guys really are. The 12 young heroes were all filled with shame and lowered their heads. Yes, if they could be stronger, they wouldn't have been held up by the Sound Four for so long. That way we can bring Sasuke back. A sense of regret spread among them. They didn't pay attention, this was a step they had to take. When ninjas are on missions, they will encounter all sorts of dangers and enemies. We must not underestimate them. Chapter 110. Then, Kakashi arrived with his men. Seeing that no one was injured or killed, I felt relieved. Seeing that it wasn't easy for Gaara and the others to come all this way, Zhou Cheng invited them to visit Konoha for a few days. Gaara, eager to change himself, agreed. Zhou Cheng also brought Kimimaro back to Konoha. However, he did not go home, but instead took Kimimaro directly to see Tsunade. Zhou Cheng recounted the events. They simply portrayed Kimimaro as a war orphan like him, who was tricked by Orochimaru. Tsunade then agreed to Kimimaro staying in Konoha. They just didn't arrange a place for him to stay. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to take him home. They also booked rooms for Ayera and the others at the hotel. That evening, Zhou Cheng treated Gaara and the others, as well as Kimimaro, to a meal. After dinner, Gaara and the other two looked at Zhou Cheng with somewhat strange expressions. It was as if they were going to kidnap him and take him back to Tsunagakure. Kimimaro was also somewhat unsatisfied. This must have been the best and most delicious meal he had ever eaten in his life. Night fell, and Konoha fell into a deep sleep. Apart from the patrolling undercover agents, virtually no one else goes out at this time. Zhou Cheng used his sensory abilities to scan the entire Leaf Village, but found nothing unusual. He then lay down. Lying in bed, he was lost in thought. Sigh, these past few days have been incredibly busy. I haven't had a proper rest since the Chunin exams. As expected, turning Konoha into one's own backyard is not so easy. After these busy days, he finally gained the initial trust of Jiraiya and Tsunade. This will make my future actions much easier. The most important thing was to bring down Danzo, that old fox. However, the story doesn't end there because he didn't die. I will continue to suppress him. It would be best if he could escape Konoha on his own. Without Danzo constantly checking and balancing me, all my activities are no longer hindered. However, we must also be wary of those two old foxes, Mitokato Haru and Utaten Koharu. Their ability to cultivate inner strength is truly profound. An ally like Danzo can be abandoned so easily. In their eyes, there is only profit and power, and no emotion whatsoever. I've always said I wanted to learn swordsmanship or knife skills, but I've always been put off by one thing or another. Next, I should be able to relax for a few days. You can learn swordsmanship from Kakashi. I never want to hold a knife again and just hack and slash. Eliminating the hidden dangers related to the Kurama Yakumo family also helped stabilize her inner demons. The next step is to find a way to overcome her inner demons. Otherwise, she will always be a ticking time bomb. If her inner demons were to erupt in Konoha, many people would die. Without the cursed seal, the Sound Force strength is only average. Therefore, it loses its value in the impure world reincarnation. Next, Naruto will leave the village with Jiraiya for training. The Akatsuki organization is also about to begin its plan to capture the tailed beasts. Let's place a flying thunder god Kunao next to Gaara, able to provide timely support. Then there's Maki. The day Gaara becomes the Kazekage will be the day you take his head. Sasuke should have already arrived at Orochimaru's base. Improve quickly. You'll be able to meet your brother Itachi soon. If you manage to return alive from Orochimaru, I will give you secret special training. This will allow you to go toe-to-toe with Itachi. It's no longer about Itachi letting you win. Acquiring Kimimaro was the biggest gain during this period. His strength hasn't reached its peak yet, he can continue to grow stronger. At present, Kimimaro only feels gratitude towards me, not genuine allegiance. However, this will take time to gradually influence him, it cannot be rushed. As long as he doesn't have any more contact with Orochimaru, that's fine. Let him spend more time with the 12 main characters and experience the friendship and bond between them. Over time, he was assimilated. As for Orochimaru's reaction upon hearing that Kimimaro had defected to Konoha, there's absolutely no need to worry about that. So what if he finds out? Would he dare come to Konoha? Should Do go undercover again? I'll wipe him out in a minute. I need to take some time to reflect and process things over. Our strength has grown too fast, we haven't had time to systematically organize our own system. Then, continue running the special training camps. This time, I'll use my shadow clones as their opponents. Force them, exploit them. 1 month later, the special training course ended. I will leave Konoha to capture the chakra of the tailed beasts. Capturing the tailed beasts would inevitably lead to conflicts with the various ninja villages. This is a perfect opportunity for the small town to put them in their place. In their ninja village, they no longer need to be timid or hesitant when using ninjutsu. Use your chakra freely. Using B-rank ninjutsu like its S-rank. You can also take on a few S-rank rogue ninja bounties on the road to earn some extra money. Once the innate talent of the immortal body is fully refined, return to the village and replicate a pair of immortal eyes. Let's combine the sage's eyes and sage's body to see if we can awaken the Rinnegan. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, I will be a true chess player. Even if he were to learn from Jiraiya and single-handedly storm Omegakure, he wouldn't be afraid. As Zhou Cheng's consciousness entered his body, he found himself in a cage made of golden chains. The sound of snoring came from inside the cage. Zhou Cheng approached the cage and saw a tan-colored raccoon dog fast asleep inside. It turned out to be a miniature version of Shikaku. The Shikaku chakra that Zhou Cheng extracted actually grew into another Shikaku within his body. Zhou Cheng nodded secretly, it had grown a bit bigger than it had a few days ago. It is actually growing on its own. Moreover, its nourishment is my chakra. Fortunately, it obtained the perfect sage body, otherwise it wouldn't have had enough chakra to absorb. Satisfied, Zhou Cheng exited the cage-like space, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. I wonder what will happen to me once I collect all 9-tailed beasts. However, that's too far off, it's not something we should be considering right now. Soon after, Zhou Cheng fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhou Cheng got up very early again. After getting up, he had Bai call all 12 of the little strong men over. Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Koji, Ino, Hinata, Niji, Tenten, Kaiba, Shino, Rock Lee. There are also Shiro, Karin, Kurama Yakumo, and Kimimaro. However, Zhou Cheng eventually added the Konohamaru trio. He not only wants to nurture the next generation, but also the third generation. Zhou Cheng instructed them to gather at the entrance to the Forest of Death. Seeing so many outstanding younger generations appear in the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko was genuinely startled. I can't figure out what they're trying to do. Soon after, Zhou Cheng appeared before them in an instant. Mitarashi Anko's pupils suddenly contracted. That's fast. That speed is just like the legendary still water, isn't it? She had only heard of Zhou Cheng's reputation, she had never witnessed it firsthand. It's quite normal to underestimate Zhou Cheng to some extent. Now that she has witnessed Zhou Cheng's speed firsthand, she has to reassess his abilities. When Zhou Cheng arrived, he didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. The second phase of the special training camp begins today. This time, I will significantly enhance your strength once again. However, this time it's more difficult than the last. And besides, you could die if you are not careful. You have 3 minutes to consider. Those who want to withdraw can leave now. After he finished speaking, the cockroaches erupted in an uproar. Will people die? Are you kidding me? Isn't this special training? Chapter 111. Even Kimimaro, who had just joined them, had a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Mitarashi Anko walked directly to Zhou Cheng's side. She wore a ninja bodysuit year-round, which perfectly showcased her stunning figure. Especially those huge breasts, even a tight-fitting suit couldn't contain them. The way it swayed as it walked made Zhou Cheng stare wide-eyed and swallow hard. Holy crap, they're all in such great figures, it's unbearable. If I can't resist, wouldn't I make a mistake? What did you mean by what you just said? Will people die? You're going into the forest of death. Zhou Chengqiang suppressed his emotions, gave her a reassuring look, and then took out a handful of meatballs and stuffed them into her hand. Don't worry, senior. Everything will be fine as long as I'm here. I was just trying to scare them. As a ninja, how can you back down when faced with difficulties? As his strength increased, Zhou Cheng changed how he addressed the Jonin. He no longer calls anyone except Kakashi teacher. Hongdu rolled her eyes at him and lowered her voice. Does the Hokage know? Zhou Cheng was taken aback, he had indeed forgotten to inform Tsunade. However, he didn't care, he could simply bribe her with a meal. Of course the Hokage knows. Zhou Cheng could lie without batting an eye. Hongdu nodded, then stopped asking questions and stood aside, eating and watching with great interest. What exactly is Zhou Cheng up to? Special training camp? What is that? Zhou Cheng turned to look at the cockroaches, his expression turning icy. You'll be scared to death. 3 minutes are up, who wants to quit? Silence fell, not a single person chose to withdraw. Even a little kid like Konohamaru looked all smug and arrogant. Zhou Cheng chuckled inwardly, these people were just too adorable. Very good, then I'll describe the content of the first 10 days of this training camp. He pointed to the forest of death, his eyes revealing a chilling glint. Enter the forest of death, and survive 10 days of my relentless pursuit. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng clapped his hands, creating more than a dozen shadow clones. For the next 10 days, I will be your enemy, the one who hunts you down. Remember, I really can kill. A powerful killing intent emanated from Zhou Cheng. The 12 little ones were all right, but their complexions looked rather unpleasant. They were also ninjas who had experienced missions, and their hands were stained with the blood of their enemies. The 3 members of Konohamaru were so frightened by the murderous aura that they collapsed to the ground. Tears were almost streaming down my face. Seeing Zhou Cheng's mocking gaze, Konohamaru thought of his grandfather, his father, and his uncle. They were all powerful ninjas, and none of them disgraced the Sarutobi clan. I can't either. I'm a man destined to become Hokage, how could I possibly be intimidated by an imposing aura? He gritted his teeth and stood up. His gaze was unwavering as he looked at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng nodded with satisfaction. He truly lived up to his title as the 8th Hokage. Worth nurturing. Hongdu was startled by Zhou Cheng's murderous aura and almost choked on the meatball in her mouth. Hey, are you trying to kill me? He complained verbally, but he couldn't calm down for a long time. Such killing intent can only be possessed by ninjas who have come from the battlefield. She looked at Zhou Cheng with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Now, I'll divide the class into groups. Ino, Shikamaru, Koji. Ino's eyes held a hint of resentment, blaming Zhou Cheng for not spending more time with her. However, she was constrained by her family, the pig, deer, and butterfly could not be separated. Zhou Cheng smiled gently at her, instantly calming Ino down. That's just how love-struck women are. Hinata, Kaiba, Shino. The 3 of them came together. After Hinata confessed her feelings, she dared not look at Zhou Cheng even more. Each time, I would steal a glance and then lower my head. Zhou Cheng used Kagura's mind's eye ability to speak in her mind. Hinata, do your best. You're the best. Hinata looked up in surprise, met Zhou Cheng's gaze, and then immediately looked down again. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Niji, Li, Tenten. She was overjoyed every day, she loved being with Niji. Xiao Li gave Zhou Cheng a thumbs up, revealing his gleaming teeth. Sakura, Naruto, Haku. Sakura looked dejected, Naruto was happy, and Haku remained expressionless. Sakura felt lonely without Sasuke. Naruto was happy to be paired with Sakura. Bai didn't care, he would do whatever Zhou Cheng told him to do. Kimimaro, Kurama Yakumo, Karin. Kurama Yakumo and Karin were already acquainted, so they were naturally happy. However, seeing Kimimaro's cold gaze, she felt somewhat displeased. Konomaru, Ise no Fuyu, Kaze Matsuri Mogi. Konohamaru and his two companions were secretly relieved. In such an environment, teaming up with unfamiliar people will only drag the team down. According to the group assignments, each group will act independently. I will send out my 6 shadow clones in half an hour. Now, let's go. I will have someone inform your family. Several teams filed in, and within seconds they were all inside the death forest. Zhou Cheng watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but smile. Starting today, the 12 little strong ones will become 15. Then, Zhou Cheng walked directly to Hongdu, took her hand, and channeled Yang release chakra into her. Mitarashi Anko initially thought of resisting and teaching this lecherous man a lesson. But when she sensed the Yang release chakra, she froze. She felt the warm chakra healing her hidden wounds. In particular, the negative effects brought about by Orochimaru's cursed seal. Senior, the damage from the cursed seal within you has been repaired. Hongdu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This injury has tormented her for many years, and even the medical ninjas say it's irreversible. How can this kid have such amazing abilities? Unable to believe it, she closed her eyes and carefully felt her own body. Chakra flow is now smoother. In the past, when chakra flowed through the area damaged by the cursed seal, it would become sluggish and accompanied by pain. Everything is fine now. Thank you. Tears welled up in Hongdu's eyes. So many years. I can only heal the damage, not remove the curse mark. I don't know much about sealing techniques yet. Hongdu stopped crying and smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude. It's all right now. At worst, I can just come back for another treatment. Zhou Cheng laughed too. Yeah, at worst, we can just have another treatment. However, deep down, he was determined to learn sealing techniques. Then, he bit his finger and used psychic magic. He summoned the communication toad and instructed it to inform the various families. To avoid them coming to our door demanding our return. The communication toad left a message for us before it departed. Those were the words that deep-seated toad gave him. Wonderful boy, come visit Mount Maiboku sometime. Zhou Cheng then realized that he had never been to Mount Maiboku. He hasn't learned Sage Mode yet. After this special training camp ends, I'll go to Mount Maiboku first, then leave the village to find the tailed beasts. Zhou Cheng was eagerly anticipating what would happen if the immortal body used immortal mode again. Chapter 112. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhou Cheng dispatched his 6 shadow clones. Since it's special training, it needs to simulate a real war environment. Zhou Cheng immediately used his senses to pinpoint the locations of the 6 teams. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. Were they ready to face the baptism of death? Then, using Kagura's mind's eye ability, he simultaneously manipulated 5 shadow clones to use the body flicker technique to begin chasing after them. Although the power of a shadow clone is not as great as that of the original body. But even cockroaches can't defeat them. The team with Hinata and Karin was the first to spot Zhou Cheng's shadow clone. They also chose to flee immediately. The Zhou Cheng of today is not the same Zhou Cheng who was with them at the Ninja Academy. They had heard it from the Jonin leading the team. When Zhou Cheng gets serious, even they are no match for him. Faced with such an opponent, they couldn't even muster the will to retaliate. Niji, of course, also saw the approaching shadow clone through his Byakugan. As an individual, he didn't want to run away. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between himself and Zhou Cheng. But as the team captain, he had to consider the situation of his teammates. Therefore, he also chose to retreat. The two teams, lacking any means of perception or reconnaissance, were easily caught up by Zhou Cheng. As friends, they didn't believe Zhou Cheng would really go all out. But just as Zhou Cheng was slashing their skin with his kunao, this time, Zhou Cheng was serious. In fact, just in case, Zhou Cheng left a flying thunder god kunao in each of his shadow clones. We can get to their side and provide treatment as soon as possible. The threat of death spurred them on. It finally unleashed its full potential. However, they still chose to retreat immediately. They wanted to use this to get through 10 days. They had all witnessed Zhou Cheng's strike that cleaved the saddle horse tribe. With such a disparity in strength, not running away would be foolish. But in terms of speed, can they outrun Zhou Cheng? Even if what was chasing them was just Zhou Cheng's shadow clone. That's something they can't compare to. No matter which direction they fled in, Zhou Cheng always managed to appear in front of them. Left with no other choice, they had to fight. Each team gave it their all. Niji, what should we do? We simply can't get rid of him. Niji and the other two were running for their lives. However, regardless of what speed they use, Zhou Cheng always managed to stay at a distance from them, neither too close nor too far. He wanted to tell Xuanhuang that simply running around wouldn't solve the problem. When they finally stopped, they were too exhausted to even fight back. Niji had also thought of this, and he took the lead in stopping. If I keep running like this, I won't last a day. Prepare for battle. We spread out, forming a triangular encirclement. That's just a shadow clone, it will dissipate as soon as it's attacked. That way we'll have more time. Tian and Xiao Li both nodded. They weren't fools, they knew the consequences of continuing to run. The three separated on a tree branch and hid in different locations. Zhou Cheng, the shadow clone, instantly leaped into their encirclement. The traps set up in advance every day are activated. A barrage of shurikens and throwing stars rained down on Zhou Cheng, blocking all his escape routes. Zhou Cheng's lips curled up, and he tossed out only a shuriken. Then bring your index and middle fingers together and raise them upright. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In the blink of an eye, a single shuriken split into countless clones. Clang clang clang. The two shuriken clashed together. It produced a sound like the clanging of metal in a symphony. Zhou Cheng was surrounded by shurikens and throwing stars. There wasn't a single one that could reach him. Break through the daily trap. Niji and the other two all had their pupils contracted. So strong. He actually used an A-rank ninjutsu without hand seals. However, they will not give up so easily. The moment the trap was broken, a green figure appeared in front of Zhou Cheng. It's Xiao Li, who has already opened 3 gates. He was moving so fast that he left after images. However, Zhou Cheng blocked every single one of his attacks. Gentle Fist, Bagua 64 palms. Niji also joined the battle. With his Byakugan activated, granting him a 360-degree field of vision, he disregarded everything and charged straight at Zhou Cheng. He planned to use the fast and dense 64 palms in conjunction with Xiao Li to create an opening for Zhou Cheng. Faced with such an attack, Zhou Cheng certainly couldn't keep up with it all by just looking. His eyes are not from any kind of bloodline. He relied on Kagura's ability to perceive things through her mind's eye. They sensed the attack routes of Niji and Li every time. In just a few breaths, Niji and Li had already launched over 100 attacks. But they still couldn't run into Zhou Cheng. The more they were attacked, the more frightened they became. That's ridiculously strong. Niji and Li have been working together for a long time and have excellent teamwork. Kai couldn't handle their combined attacks. At this point, Tian was no longer of any help. Her wide-range ninja tool attacks will definitely hit Niji and Rock Lee. She can only prepare in advance. They laid out the ninja tool scrolls one by one on the ground. As soon as they separate, we will launch the attack. Niji and Lee's first wave of attacks has ended. Lacking the strength to continue, retreat was the only option. It's like Cheng Yaojan's three-strike axe, if the enemy isn't dead after using them, it's him who will die. Now, Tian Tian activated the first scroll, but did not immediately activate the second one. Instead, the second card was played 5 seconds later, and the third card was played 5 seconds later. The ninja tools rained down on Zhou Cheng. The rain of ninja tools lasted for a full 20 seconds. Niji and Lee were both dumbfounded. How many ninja tools must that be? How much money must it have cost? Is she a rich woman every day? Zhou Cheng shared the same thought. This is ridiculous. These ninja tools could fetch a good price even if sold as scrap metal. Earth Release Chakra Mode. Zhou Cheng's body was instantly covered in earth attribute power. It made him look like he was wearing a suit of rock armor. The ninja tools struck the earth release armor, leaving only white marks. This is an earth release chakra mode that Zhou Cheng developed by imitating the lightning release chakra mode of the Fourth Hokage. Primarily defensive. Defensive capabilities are determined by the caster's chakra level. Although it's not the original body, it's more than capable of withstanding these ordinary ninja tools. 20 seconds passed. The rain of ninja tools finally stopped. I cried and collapsed to the ground every day, but I succeeded. But that's all my possessions. You have to pay me back, you absolutely have to pay me back. Zhou Cheng was crushed beneath tons of ninja tools. However, relying on this earth release chakra mode armor, he was completely unharmed. Success! Xiao Li jumped up, so overjoyed that he cancelled the 8 gates formation. Only Niji was staring straight ahead. Through the ninja tool, he saw Zhou Cheng's shadow clone. It wasn't over yet. He's still there, remain on guard. Niji shouted a warning. Before Tenten and Li could react, the ninja tool mountain exploded with a bang. A giant spike emerged from the ground, breaking through the ninja tool mountain, before exploding with a deafening roar. Zhou Cheng emerged from the explosion like a war god. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng's armor, Niji and the other two quickly gathered together. They sensed an extreme danger emanating from the armor. Tian Tian, you're really going all out. Those 3 scrolls must be worth a lot of money. Tian Tian immediately refused to do it upon hearing that. She plopped down on the ground and burst into tears. That's all my possessions. It took me several years to save this up. Her crying caused the 3 men present to exchange bewildered glances. Zhou Cheng was even more exasperated. Sister, this is a life-or-death struggle. Can you be a little more professional? Even if we're very close, there's no need to act like this. Stop, stop, stop. If you survive, I'll cover your losses. Tian Tian jumped up and looked at Zhou Cheng with a grin. Not a single tear fell from her face. Zhou Cheng's forehead was covered in exclamation marks. Chapter 113. I'm really impressed by you. Ahem, let's continue. Niji and Li both gave Tenten a thumbs up. You're the best. Tenten, I know you have a special fondness for ninja tools. However, we can't rely solely on ordinary ninja tools. That's too weak a weapon. Zhou Cheng began to offer guidance, which was his original purpose. You could try imbuing your ninja tools with chakra. Of course, the number of chakra shuriken in a wave of ninja tools depends on your own chakra reserves. Every day, he listened intently, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Zhou Cheng then looked at Xiao Li, who was looking at him expectantly. Xiao Li, your weakness is that you're too straightforward. The 8 gates formation is very powerful, and it has made you dependent on it. And thus, they neglected the techniques. Physical skills aren't about you punch me, I punch you back. If your skills surpass your opponents, you can counterattack the instant they attack you. That's why I encourage you to practice Tai Chi more. Zhou Cheng looked at Niji one last time and noticed that his gaze was somewhat complicated. A few months ago, the two were on the same level. Now, the other side is far, far stronger than me. I can only forever chase after his retreating figure. Niji, your weakness lies in your temperament. After learning the truth about your father's death, you were no longer as indifferent as before. But it also lost its indomitable drive. What, are you embarrassed to see me now? The strong forge ahead without hesitation. Never give up. This scene was happening simultaneously in 5 other teams. Zhou Cheng pointed out the problems with each of them. This all made them realize something as if they had been struck by lightning. You have 5 minutes to adjust. 5 minutes later, the pursuit continues. Those who don't take things seriously will die. 5 minutes later, Zhou Cheng, still in Earth Release Chakra mode, blasted apart tons of ninja tools with a single punch. Then he walked step by step toward Niji and the others. And so it went, in a constant chase and escape. All 6 teams endured a miserable 10-day training period. When they reached the central tower, they barely recognized each other. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were covered in filth. They were almost unrecognizable as human. Because Zhou Cheng treated them with the intention of truly killing them. This caused them a great deal of suffering. Having received advance notice from Zhou Cheng, the elders from all 6 teams arrived at the central tower. They were all wary of Zhou Cheng's strength and wanted to befriend him. Most importantly, it is said that their strength will be greatly enhanced. In a world where strength reigns supreme, nothing is more important than strength. Whether you believe it or not, he will come. But seeing their child in this state, they were all heartbroken. Zhou Cheng stood at the door and used Yang Release Chakra to heal each of them. Then let them take a proper shower and change their clothes. Zhou Cheng's arrangement brought almost all of Konoha's high-ranking officials together. They all looked at Zhou Cheng with some displeasure. If it weren't for Zhou Cheng, how could their child have turned out like this? However, they don't have time to deal with Zhou Cheng right now. Their attention is entirely focused on their own children. Soon, 18 people gathered in front of Zhou Cheng. They spontaneously bowed to Zhou Cheng. Thank you, Zhou Chenjun, for your guidance. The parents were surprised to find that the children's mental state had changed dramatically. Their imposing aura was completely different from that of the children who hadn't participated in the training camp. Many parents' gazes towards Zhou Cheng changed. Just 10 days. How did he do it? Then, all 18 people unleashed their chakra. This shocked the entire Konoha leadership. 12 Chunin, 3 elite Chunin, and 3 academy students who reached Genin level. White, Niji, Kimimaro. Elite Chunin. The others have also stabilized at the Chunin level. The Konohamaru trio have all reached the Genin level, they can graduate early. Oh my god! They clearly remembered that these children were not at this level at all 10 days ago. 10 days. Just 10 days. This is absolutely unbelievable. Then, they were overjoyed. With improved strength, how could I not be happy? This is a major event for ninjas. Alright, this concludes the first phase of the special training camp. Now, you have a 2-day holiday. See you at Hokage Rock in 2 days. Now, let's go home. The parents brought their children to express their gratitude and invited Zhou Cheng to their homes. However, Zhou Cheng politely declined all offers. He knew that if he went to the first one, he would have to go to the second one. It'll just go on and on. Soon, the entire extended family left. Only a few people remained, living in Zhou Cheng's house. There's also Tsunade and Jiraiya. When will the special training camp reopen? I'll have all the genin from the village participate. Tsunade was overjoyed. Such a rapid increase in strength was definitely a great way to enhance the village's overall power. As the Hokage, she couldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. Do you really think I'm a robot that doesn't need rest? Did you think I'd enjoy running a special training camp? Those are all my friends. Konohamaru is also someone I have my eye on. Do you really think just anyone can get into the special training camp? We're canceling. After uttering those words, Zhou Cheng prepared to leave. Tsunade was so anxious that she almost lost her temper and punched Zhou Cheng. Aren't you going to do it? No, it has to be done. Such a great method shouldn't be missed. Tsunade, calm down. Jiraiya noticed Zhou Cheng's darkening expression and quickly stepped in to mediate. Do you think just anyone can get into the special training camp? Those are all my good friends, and I'm willing to consider their needs. But why should I do this for other ninjas? Zhou Cheng continued walking out. He really did become stupid after becoming Hokage. Everything he did was not for Konoha. Zhou Cheng. Tsunade broke free from Jiraiya's grasp and threw a punch at Zhou Cheng. She was so angry. Isn't it good that Konoha has become stronger? Only by possessing absolute strength can Konoha effectively deter other ninja villages. Zhou Cheng also saw Tsunade's fist, and his anger surged up as well. He threw a punch directly at Tsunade's fist. Bang! The ripples are visible to the naked eye. The ground beneath their feet cracked. Tsunade took a few steps back, the anger in her eyes having subsided considerably. Stop! Jiraiya opportunely stepped between the two. Why can't we talk things out properly? Then Tsunade took out a scroll and unfurled it with a wave of her hand. He pulled a sword from the scroll and threw it at Zhou Cheng. Thor's sword. Zhou Cheng took it and stroked it, it was icy cold to the touch. It's a bit longer than a typical ninja sword, but also a bit lighter. Zhou Cheng's expression changed instantly. Tsunade had seized my weakness. If you do this, I'm in a very difficult position. However, it's not like we can't discuss it. I can open the training camp again. I decide the time. The number of people cannot exceed 30. Just this once. He smiled bitterly to himself, thinking that this was how he repaid the favor he owed Thor's sword. Tsunade said nothing more. This kid's strength is unfathomable. Jiraiya walked over and patted Zhou Cheng on the shoulder. I'm leaving. Naruto, come with me. Zhou Cheng nodded. If I don't go with you, am I supposed to go with me? I'll be very busy from now on, and won't have time to guide him. He turned and walked out of the central tower, with Bai and Xianglin naturally following behind him. Zhou Cheng prepared to test the power of the Thor's sword. As he stepped out of the central tower's gate, his chakra surged into the Thunder God's sword. Cracking arcs of lightning instantly rose from the sword's blade. Chapter 114. As chakra continued to be input, the lightning arc grew longer and longer. Then I looked around. He swung his sword at a tree. A blue arc of lightning shot out, splitting the tree in two. Zhou Cheng nodded slightly. The power was decent, it should be at the level of a B-rank lightning release. Then he tried to input more chakra. The lightning arc grew to over 2 meters long. He found another tree and swung his sword again. The lightning bolt easily passed through the tree trunk and struck the second tree. They chopped a charred hole in the second tree. Zhou Cheng dispersed his chakra. Run your hand along the blade of the sword. It was discovered that the Thor's sword itself was not particularly tough, and it was unknown what material it was made of. Perhaps it was a sacrifice of resilience to gain the power of lightning. Zhou Cheng immediately recognized that the Thunder God sword was actually similar to a chakra nature transformation device. The swordsman's chakra is converted into lightning and released. This is why the more chakra input, the greater the power of the lightning arc. No wonder it was shattered by Naruto's Raise Nan. Zhou Cheng was somewhat disappointed, the Thunder God sword was not suitable for him. The power of lightning attribute magic does not meet his standards. However, it would be a godsend for some jonin who only have 2 attributes. However, we can only use it for now. I'll switch to a weapon that suits me better. Then, Zhou Cheng returned home with several followers. It's not just giving them a holiday, it's also giving myself a holiday. He took a nap. When I woke up, it was already dark. Without delay, Zhou Cheng used the instantaneous movement technique to arrive outside the village. Bite your finger to cast a spell. Bang! When the white mist dissipated, the toad that appeared was still Gamakiki. However, in just a few days, Hamakika had grown a whole size larger. It has to be said that the toads on Mount Myaboku grow at an astonishing rate. I'm using reverse psychic abilities. I'm going to Mount Myaboku. It's clear that Fukasaku Toad has already informed the other toads about Zhou Cheng's matter. So Gamakiki didn't hesitate and had Zhou Cheng grab him, then used reverse summoning to bring Zhou Cheng into Mount Myaboku. It must be said that the scenery of Mount Myaboku is truly beautiful. They're utterly weak compared to the 5A level characters Zhou Cheng had in his previous life. Gamakiki directly summoned Zhou Cheng to Fukasaku Gamabunta's residence. I heard you were looking for me. Zhou Cheng got straight to the point, aiming for a swift and decisive victory. He chose to come in late at night to avoid the toads' feeding time. Zhou Cheng simply couldn't stand the whole insect feast. Oh, you're here. Gamakiki told me about your special qualities when he came back last time. Due to the special circumstances of our Mount Myaboku, our time spent traveling to the ninja world is limited. You're the first person to break this rule. That's why I'm so curious about you. Fukasaku jumped onto Zhou Cheng's shoulder, his toad claws pointing in a direction. Go there, the great toad sage is waiting for you. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. This toad, which had lived for over 1,000 years, was no ordinary creature. I wonder if they'll see through my identity as a time traveler. Soon, a huge temple came into view. There were 2 standing toads outside the temple gate. They were all carrying weapons, so they were probably temple guards. Zhou Cheng led Shenzhou through the temple gate. The gate was tens of meters high, and Zhou Cheng looked as small as an ant in front of it. Stop looking, let's go. It's too late. If the great toad sage is asleep, we'll have to come back tomorrow. Fukasaku's words startled Zhou Chengli, who immediately took a step forward. He really didn't want to eat a whole worm feast. Following the passage, they soon arrived at the main hall of the temple. Upon entering the main hall, the pungent smell of alcohol immediately assaulted the nostrils. Zhou Cheng frowned. Toad Pill truly lived up to his reputation as a drunkard. 1,000 years have passed, and nothing has changed. No wonder he has a mental disability and his memory is confused. In the center of the main hall stands a throne several tens of meters high. A giant toad was reclining on the throne. Its face was covered in wrinkles, and it looked quite old. She wore a necklace with a huge crystal ball on it, and the word oil was written inside the ball. Zhou Cheng recognized him at a glance. This was Gamamaru, who lived during the same era as the Sage of 6 Paths. The Great Toad Sage. The founder of Mount Myaboku. Great Toad Sage, I've brought the boy I told you about. The drunken Toad Maru opened his eyes a crack. Who is this person? Fukasaku the toad jumped onto Zhou Cheng's shoulder again, shouting at Gamamaru. Great Toad Sage, is it really necessary to pull this stunt every time? Gamamaru finally stopped pretending. Instead, he looked at Zhou Cheng for a while. He muttered to himself, strange, strange. Fukasaku immediately flew into a rage. Here we go again. Can't you be normal for once? But what he received in response was Gamamaru's next words. The black-haired youth will inherit the mantle of the 6 paths. Shout out the names of the 9 wild beasts with majesty. He will change the entire world, protect the entire world, including the 3 holy sites. After saying that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Hey, explain yourself clearly. Fukasaku was so anxious he almost jumped onto the throne to slap Gamamaru across the face. But all they got in return was deafening snoring. Zhou Cheng was so shocked that his scalp tingled. Black hair, I have black hair too. Are you talking about me? Inheriting the mantle of the 6 realms? Could it be that a sage body combined with sage eyes grants one the 6 paths of reincarnation? Impossible, that's too easy. That damn toad pill, couldn't he have waited for me to arrive before drinking? Seeing that Gamamaru had already fallen asleep, Fukasaku had no choice but to give up. It jumped onto Zhou Cheng's shoulder, leading him back to his home. I want to learn immortal arts, you immortal sage. Zhou Cheng thought that Fukasaku would refuse, but to his surprise, it agreed immediately. Since you've obtained the language of the great toad sage, you are qualified to learn immortal arts. However, whether you can learn it depends on your own talent. Zhou Cheng nodded. My talent? I don't even know what level of talent I have. Under Shenzhou's arrangement, Zhou Cheng stayed in the couple's house. Zhou Cheng was conflicted. Should he wait until next time to come? After spending the night there, tomorrow's breakfast will be a feast of live insects. Whatever, I'll just skip it. It's no big deal to go hungry for a meal. Perhaps it was because of the pleasant climate of Mount Myaboku, but Zhou Cheng fell asleep very quickly. In another room, Fukasaku and his wife Shima sat together. Honey, what did that senile old man say? Shima poured Fukasaku a cup of tea unique to Mount Myaboku. If the great toad sage wasn't just spouting nonsense while drunk, then this young man is no ordinary person. Perhaps teaching him magic would also benefit our Mount Myaboku. Shima nodded to indicate that he understood. Then I'll make him a big breakfast tomorrow. Then let's test his qualifications. If he doesn't meet the requirements to learn immortal arts, I'll kick him out just the same way. Fukasaku picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Relax, relax. Jiraiya sent a message saying he might be the child of prophecy. Everything depends on tomorrow. Chapter 115. The next morning, Zhou Cheng first asked the communication toad to return to Konoha and let Bai and the others know that they were safe. Then he directly pulled Fukasaku and his wife out the door, not giving Shima a chance to make breakfast. Two immortals, let's begin. I can't wait. The two toads had no choice but to have Zhejian test Zhou Cheng's compatibility with immortal techniques first. If you are not compatible with immortal arts, forcibly practicing immortal arts will result in being petrified and turned into a statue. Zhejian grabbed Zhou Cheng's hand and slowly channeled his magic into Zhou Cheng's body. Zhou Cheng could feel a strange power flowing through his meridians. This must be Sage Chakra. Sage Chakra flowed through all of Zhou Cheng's meridians. There was no resistance whatsoever. Zhou Cheng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Shima nodded in satisfaction. His compatibility with Sage mode is even higher than Minato's. Zhou Cheng was shocked, it was even taller than the water gate. This was somewhat unexpected. Minato is a genius who can instantly activate Sage mode. My compatibility with him was actually higher than his. Shen nodded deeply. Truly, he is the son of prophecy. Then, I will now teach you how to refine Sage Chakra. Through Fukasaku's explanation, Zhou Cheng also understood the origin of Sage Chakra. Ordinary chakra is formed by the balanced fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Sage Chakra is the power created by absorbing the natural energy around the body and merging it with one's own physical and spiritual energy. Sage techniques can dramatically enhance the power of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Having understood the principles, the next step is practice. Fukasaku Toad held a ceramic jar and opened the seal. Take off your shirt. Zhou Cheng nodded, without refusing. The contents of the earthenware jar should be toad oil. A magical liquid that enhances the ability to sense the forces of nature. Then, Fukasaku Toad began to smear toad oil all over Zhou Cheng's body. Sit down, meditate. You must not have any distracting thoughts in your mind, nor should you make any movements. Zhou Cheng nodded and sat down cross-legged. Calm your mind and keep your body still. A few minutes later, he sensed some special energy in the air around him. The feeling was very similar to the sage chakra that Shima had channeled into his body. Zhou Cheng was overjoyed, this must be the force of nature. Zhou Cheng then tried to establish a connection with the forces of nature, drawing them to his surroundings. As time passed, the natural forces gathering around Zhou Cheng increased, almost engulfing him. Stop! With his eyes closed, Zhou Cheng heard the slightly trembling voice of the toad. Zhou Cheng opened his eyes and saw Fukasaku's toad-like face in shock. My god, in just half an hour you've already managed to gather so much natural power. It took Jiraiya a whole week to do that. It became increasingly convinced that Zhou Cheng was the legendary prophesied son. Next comes the most difficult part of the training. You need to achieve an absolute balance between physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. That's how you form Sage Chakra. If natural energy is scarce, it's wasted. But when there's an excess of natural energy, petrification occurs. That's why absolute balance, a 1-to-1 ratio, is necessary. Zhou Cheng nodded and closed his eyes again. Begin to draw natural energy into your body. Then they set about balancing the three energies. And so it went, with repeated attempts and repeated failures. Zhou Cheng had lost count of how many times he had tried. He finally understood why Jiraiya needed decades to study Sage Mode. However, he won't give up so easily. One of the principles of Sage Mode is only those with unwavering perseverance can become immortals. All we can do is persevere. Even 1,000 times, 10,000 times. What Zhou Cheng didn't know was that Fukasaku and Shima were completely dumbfounded, their scalps tingling with fear. They observed that Zhou Cheng could perform a balance roughly every few minutes. This speed is unprecedented and unparalleled. Moreover, the toad oil on my body has completely dried up and has long since lost its effect. Under such circumstances, it is still possible to gather natural energy so quickly. It was as if natural energy was simply the chakra within his body, completely obedient. If Zhou Cheng hadn't failed in balancing the energy, the two toads really suspected that Zhou Cheng might have already learned Sage Mode. Time passed second by second as Zhou Cheng continued his cultivation. At the same time, the place where the land of fire and the land of water meet. A small ninja force is gathering on the border. The leader was a mature woman with an exceptionally good figure and beautiful appearance. And the people beside him turned out to be root ninjas sent by Danzo. He was sent to Kirigakure to bring back a team of several dozen people. Where are the other ninja village teams? The root ninja was taken aback. How would I know? However, in order not to arouse suspicion from Kirigakure, he still forced himself to make up a story. Similar to Kirigakure, they should have already reached the border. The female ninja nodded and gave instructions to another ninja beside her who wore an eye patch. In groups of 3, disperse and secretly infiltrate the land of fire. Her orders were quickly relayed. Then, one by one, the 3-person teams used all their skills to infiltrate the land of fire. In a secluded space, several figures, resembling garbled characters, stood there. A man wearing a ring with the character on his finger spoke in a low voice. I have secretly arrived at Konoha village. The man wearing the 0 ring nodded. Wait for the right opportunity. We must kill Zhou Cheng. His presence will seriously hinder our capture of the 9 tails. Zhu nodded, understood. Then, he exited the hidden space. Outside Konoha, 2 men dressed in black robes with fiery clouds on them were looking down at the village. Shark Face couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Itaki, how does it feel to be back home? Itaka simply watched silently, without offering a reply. I wonder how Sasuke is doing. Let's disguise ourselves and go into the village first, to get to know Zhou Cheng better. I don't believe Danzo's news. Kisame nodded and followed Itaka toward Konoha. In Mount Mayaboku, Zhou Cheng continued his cultivation of immortal techniques. He has now mastered the trick. We are getting closer and closer to success. After failing once again, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Can Kagura's mind's eye sense natural energy? He activated his sensory abilities. Then, he sensed countless natural energies. However, he was not happy. Natural energy exists everywhere. Why couldn't I sense natural energy before? Could toad oil be the key to unlocking sensory perception? Now is not the time to consider this. He tried to concentrate all the natural energy within his perception range around himself. He didn't want to take it one step at a time, he wanted to be able to replenish his energy naturally immediately after a failure. This can save a lot of time. Chapter 116. Zhou Cheng felt comfortable, but his actions terrified Fukasaku and Shima. The toads of Mount Myaboku can directly see natural energy. So when they saw the massive amount of natural energy gathering around Zhou Cheng, they were petrified and stood frozen in place. How did he manage to do that? Such a large amount of natural energy likely represents the accumulation of all the natural energy from Mount Myaboku over a period of time. Even a husband and wife like Fukasaku couldn't achieve this level of ability. I guess only the great toad sage possesses such power. This kid must be the child of prophecy, the child of prophecy who can change the ninja world. Jiraiya's long-cherished wish has finally come true. And so they watched as Zhou Cheng tried and failed time and time again. They could clearly sense that Zhou Cheng was making progress with each step. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, another 5 hours have passed. Zhou Cheng has been meditating for 10 hours without eating or drinking. In fact, Zhou Cheng was already able to refine sage chakra. However, his sage body chakra reserves were simply too vast. The required amount of natural energy is also the same. This prolonged the time it would take for Zhou Cheng to succeed. Fukasaku and Shima, the couple, stayed by Zhou Cheng's side for an unknown period of time. They seemed to have forgotten their hunger and thirst. Zhou Cheng's mind was completely absorbed in the sage chakra. He discovered that his immortal body cultivation techniques seemed to be different from those of Jiraiya and the others. He discovered that the cage formed by the Vajra chains within his body could be used to store sage chakra. This way, there's no need to use shadow clones to extract chakra and then feed it back to the main body, like Naruto did. With this in mind, Zhou Cheng no longer seemed to need to consciously balance the three energies at all times. All you need to do is refine the sage chakra and put it in a chained cage. Just take it out and use it when you need it. Furthermore, as long as he has enough sage chakra stored up, his sage mode will not be cancelled. Unlike Jiraiya and Naruto, who only had 5 minutes of sage mode. Zhou Cheng was laughing wildly to himself. Then, immediately use the multiple shadow clone technique. He created hundreds of shadow clones and sent them to various locations on Mount Myaboku to meditate and refine their chakra. This increased his speed of storing sage chakra by 100 times. Then, he unlocked the chained cage, allowing the sage chakra to circulate within his body. He instantly entered God mode. Eyeshadow appeared in her eyes, and her pupils turned into toad-like eyes. It's the same perfect sage mode as Naruto's. Fukasaku and Shima, the couple, were already mentally prepared. But when they saw Zhou Cheng's perfect immortal mode, they couldn't help but jump up. Perfect level sage mode. Since ancient times, only the legendary sage of 6 paths has achieved the perfect sage mode. Zhou Cheng felt his strength had increased nearly tenfold. The improvement is not significant. Perhaps because the foundation of the immortal body is too high, there isn't much room for improvement. However, improving strength is not the main focus. It's not magic, but divine power. Sage mode is a powerful weapon against the 10 tails. Zhou Cheng opened his right hand, and a raised nan appeared in his palm. In sage mode, the color of the raised nan changes. It changed from light blue to dark blue. Then, Zhou Cheng infused it with wind release energy. A deep blue spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. Zhou Cheng could sense that the power of the Rasen shuriken increased tenfold in sage mode. He nodded, it seemed his taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu had all improved tenfold. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that it only increased tenfold. 10 times the power would at most reach the level of a kage, and still not be comparable to a peak Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. This level is nowhere near as powerful as the crown chakra of Hashirama Senju. Something must be wrong. The problem cannot be identified in a short time. He also cancelled the Rasen Shuriken in Sage mode. Little Zhou Cheng, your immortal mode is actually perfect. Not at all toad-like. This Sage mode allows us to unleash the full power of Sage techniques. Zhou Cheng first nodded, then shook his head. I feel like my Sage mode can still be improved, Fukasaku Sage. But you say it's already perfect, so how can we improve it? Is something wrong? Fukasaku and Shima exchanged a glance and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. I've never heard of such a thing. Can the perfect Sage mode be improved further? The Fukasaku couple also wanted to know what was going on, so they jumped onto Zhou Cheng's shoulders together. Let's go see the Great Toad Sage. Zhou Cheng nodded, only the Toad Pill, who had lived for 1,000 years, could answer his question. Fukasaku and Shima were originally Gamemaru's personal bodyguards. Therefore, their home was not far from the temple, and Zhou Cheng arrived in just a few minutes while running at full speed. The guards, of course, recognized Shenzhou and his 2 toads, and did not stop them at all. Upon entering the main hall, the pungent smell of alcohol filled the air once again. Zhou Cheng thought to himself, why wasn't there a window? It's good to let the smell dissipate. Zhou Cheng walked down to the foot of the enormous throne. Looking up, thankfully, Gamamaru was now awake. Great Toad Sage, we're back again. Who goes there? Toad pills are just another old trick. Shima immediately exploded. You senile old man, we have important business to attend to, not to listen to your nonsense. Little Zhou Cheng, enter immortal mode. Zhou Cheng nodded and activated his Sage chakra. The moment the eyeshadow appeared, he instantly entered God mode. Toad Pill finally reacted, glancing at Zhou Cheng through his drunken, hazy eyes. His voice trembled slightly. This is the exact same Sage technique as Hamura's. How many years has it been? It seems there really is a problem. Kid, if you can solve this problem, your achievements will be no less than Hamura's. Zhou Cheng was stunned. Fukasaku and Shima were dumbfounded. Beyond the 6 realms? What's wrong with my Sage mode? To solve this problem, go to Ryokai Cave and Shikotsu Forest. After saying that, Gamamaru fell asleep instantly. Ryokai Cave and Shikotsu Forest? Looks like I'll have to go find Orochimaru. The only option for Shikotsu Forest is to seek help from Tsunade. Sigh, I'm going to owe someone a favor again. Zhou Cheng led Shenzhou and his wife away from the temple. They quickly returned to Fukasaku's home. At this moment, the shadow clone made a strange move. Zhou Cheng knew that it felt like the chakra refinement of Sage technique was complete. He cancelled all shadow clones. Then a massive amount of Sage chakra surged into his body. He hurriedly manipulated the Vajra lock to form a huge cage. He put all the Sage chakra into the cage. But then, a memory of a shadow clone caught Zhou Cheng's attention. The place where this clone refines chakra is right next to the temple. When he was refining, he saw a talisman that glowed green in the temple. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up. Could that be the most precious treasure of Mount Maiboku, the Immortal's talisman? That's a treasure that could even save Hamura's life. If I get it, then why would I worry about not having enough Sage mode chucks? Chapter 117. However, it was kept in a temple, making it virtually impossible to steal. You need to time it right. I've been here long enough, Immortal Abbot. Could you see me off? I'll try to visit Ryokai Cave and Shikotsu Forest. Fukasaku nodded in agreement. Now that Zhou Cheng had mastered Sage Mode, there was no point in him staying there any longer. It used reverse summoning to send Zhou Cheng back to the ninja world. Zhou Cheng returned to the place where he entered Mount Maiboku. He looked around, wondering how long he had been inside. Let's go back to Konoha first. Continuous body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, he was back home. The sudden appearance of another person in the courtyard startled Bai and his team, who immediately went into battle mode. It's me. Zhou Cheng smiled and waved to them. Then I realized that something was off about the atmosphere in the yard. Most of the 15 boys were here, and they all had worried expressions on their faces. Brother Zhou Cheng! Ino and Hinata shouted it out immediately. Everyone else gathered around as well. They talked all at once, and for a moment, the courtyard was in a noisy commotion. Zhou Cheng listened for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Then he quieted everyone down and designated Shikamaru, who was clear-headed, to speak. Then I realized that I had been at Mount Maiboku for 3 whole days. Aside from receiving a message from the communication toad on the first day, there has been no further news. On the 3rd day, the training camp's holiday came to an end. The 6 teams regrouped. But Zhou Cheng was nowhere to be seen. They couldn't help but worry. They also sent people to search everywhere, almost turning Konoha upside down. However, they still found nothing. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I'm already preparing to report to Tsunade. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng returned unharmed. Zhou Cheng smiled wryly, blaming himself for not explaining things clearly to the communication toad. It's my fault, I didn't explain it clearly. I learned the summoning jutsu from Jiraiya, and then we went to Mount Maiboku, one of the 3 sacred sites. I completely lost track of time while cultivating inside. Ino held Zhou Cheng's hand tightly as usual, while her budding little lei rubbed against his arm. Zhou Cheng cursed inwardly, could you please not do this? I'm a normal man, you know. Watch out, I might commit a crime. Hinata breathed a huge sigh of relief, tears welling up in her eyes. As soon as Zhou Cheng returned, everyone in the courtyard returned to normal. They played and joked around together. Zhou Cheng gang is preparing for the 2nd step of the special training camp. A shadowy figure appeared atop the courtyard wall. Lord Zhou Cheng, Lady Tsunade requests your presence. The group of friends all fell silent. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. How did she know I was back? Are they starting to spy on me again? Zhou Cheng nodded, and with a single movement, he arrived in the Hokage's office. As time went on after he obtained the immortal body, his strength slowly increased. It's as if the immortal body is still in the process of merging. The higher the degree of fusion, the greater the bonus. His strength was considered by others to be at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But Zhou Cheng knew that a shadow-level expert was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. He must keep getting stronger. Zhou Cheng's sudden appearance startled Tsunade. She doesn't pay much attention to her appearance when no one is around. When Zhou Cheng appeared, she was casually leaning back in her chair. Perhaps he had been drinking, because his collar was wide open. A large portion of those top-tier thunderbolts was exposed. Even the car headlights were barely visible. Zhou Cheng stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. A hole. Who let you in without knocking? Tsunade quickly tidied her disguise and clothes. She started hurling insults at Zhou Cheng, who clearly didn't regard her as the Hokage at all. Zhou Cheng shrank back as he was being scolded. He was indeed in the wrong first, so let him be scolded. At least I got a feast for the eyes. Ahem, what does the Hokage want with me? Having gained the upper hand with his own eyes, Zhou Cheng's tone softened considerably. Tsunade snorted coldly, suppressing her anger. Damn little pervert. Although Root has been nominally disbanded, its ninjas are only loyal to Danzo, and they still control Root. What are you going to do? Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed, they were courting death. Just kill him. Tsunade had clearly anticipated Zhou Cheng's actions, and was not surprised at all. But wouldn't that have too much of an impact? Zhou Cheng sneered. Tsunade hasn't grown into a qualified leader yet. Danzou is waiting for an opportunity, a chance to turn the tables. Given the chance, he will definitely launch a swift counterattack. And the root is his trump card. As for those families, most of them are opportunists, swaying from side to side with the wind. Who becomes Hokage isn't important, what matters is that their interests remain in their own hands. Tsunade fell silent after hearing Zhou Cheng's words. Upon closer reflection, Zhou Cheng was right. Such people definitely need to be eliminated. However, Konoha could no longer withstand further turmoil. Having been Hokage for so long, Tsunade already knew. The Konoha of today is not the Konoha of the Third Shinobi World War. The strong leave, and the old die of old age. Top-tier combatants are few and far between. What's even more worrying is the new fighting force. Konoha protected its genin very well, which was not wrong in itself. However, this is the ninja world, a world where strength reigns supreme. The genin of Konoha are no less powerful than those of any other ninja village. However, they lack practical experience. If a situation similar to World War III were to occur at this time, several ninja villages launched a joint attack on Konoha. Konoha is absolutely unable to withstand it. Therefore, Tsunade also learned from her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I just want to play it safe. Zhou Cheng noticed the change in Tsunade's expression. A soft sigh. Konoha needs a change. The other ninja villages are currently unaware of the true situation in Konoha. They still fear the title of the #1 ninja village. Otherwise, the Fourth Shinobi World War will break out immediately. Our advantage in Konoha is our population. That's the base number of ninjas. What we lack are top-tier and core combat forces. Konoha has suffered enough from Danzou's divisions. After the fourth Hokage's death, Konoha was so embroiled in internal strife that its powerful fighting force was almost completely wiped out. Zhou Cheng's words, each syllable, pierced Tsunade's heart like sharp arrows. Yes, if Konoha doesn't change, the village will be destroyed. Zhou Cheng wasn't trying to scare Tsunade. Konoha is not at its weakest point yet. Konoha was at its weakest after Pain's attack. Most of Konoha was destroyed. Although Nagato's Rhine reincarnation technique ultimately prevented Konoha from suffering significant population losses. However, the economy undoubtedly suffered a huge blow. Isn't war all about logistics? If everyone is starving, who will risk their lives for you? No destruction, no construction. Zhou Cheng uttered his last words. Eliminate all potential risks, and then develop steadily. With Konoha's resources, it won't take more than a few years for it to recover to the strength of the #1 ninja village. The #1 ninja village in all its rightful place. Chapter 118. Tsunade listened to Zhou Cheng's words, and a resolute look appeared in her eyes. She made a decision. Sure, but I'll need your help with training the genin. Your training camp was so effective, we can't let it go to waste. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. So, she was just waiting for me here? No room for negotiation. Tsunade smiled smugly and nodded. Wow! Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at Tsunade again. You pick a few people, and I'll teach them the method. I'm very busy. Tsunade shrugged and nodded. She couldn't push too hard, or it would backfire. Root, who do you want to send? Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest, squeezing her large breasts so tightly they were about to burst out of her clothes. She just watched Zhou Cheng quietly. Zhou Cheng feasted his eyes for a while before he realized what was happening. Holy crap! So you're only targeting me, hey? I'm not going. Tsunade released her grip, and Zhou Cheng felt a pang of disappointment. Only you and the root have a deep-seated hatred. You are the most suitable candidate. Before Zhou Cheng could say anything more, a member of the Secret Service appeared in the office and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, ninja from another village have invaded. They were stopped by Kakashi, Might Guy, and Kurenai. I heard from Kakashi that the newcomer is an S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's name, Tsunade stood up abruptly. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted. How did he get here? How are you doing now? Tsunade asked urgently. Itachi is a genius no less than Kakashi. He was able to single-handedly wipe out the Uchiha clan when he left Konoha. Who knows how terrifying his strength would become after all these years. No major conflicts have occurred so far. Kakashi sent me to tell the Hokage. Zhou Cheng stood up, activated his sensory abilities to lock onto Kakashi and the other's location, and vanished with a body flicker technique. Holy crap! Seeing Zhou Cheng go to provide support, Tsunade felt relieved. She was quite confident in Zhou Cheng's abilities. A small stream outside Konoha. Two men dressed in black robes with fiery clouds were confronting Kakashi and the others. Itachi, what is the purpose of your return? To kill Sasuke, the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi already had his hand on the hilt of the sword. The headband covering his left eye had been pulled up. His left eye, bearing a scar, was revealed. However, the left eye remained closed. Kurenai Ui, standing to the side, also looked as if facing a formidable enemy. As someone of Itachi's generation, she knew all too well just how terrifying Itachi's strength was. Especially those Sharingan eyes. Itachi did not answer. Kisame chuckled. Mr. Itachi, should I take care of them? Itachi reached out to stop him and shook his head. This is Konoha. If a major battle breaks out and attracts others, we won't be able to leave. Kisame glanced at Itachi. Is it that you can't leave, or have you softened your heart? Where is Zhou Cheng? Itachi revealed his purpose. Zhou Cheng? Kakashi and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, wondering why Itachi had sought out Zhou Cheng. Just tell me where he is, and you can leave. Kakashi and his two companions felt scorned and insulted. Are we really that worthless in your eyes? Kurenai Ui immediately began forming hand seals, casting a genjutsu on Itachi and the other two. Don't be impulsive. Kakashi tried to stop them, but it was too late. Trying to use genjutsu against the Sharingan? Isn't that just asking for death? As expected, most genjutsu are ineffective against the Sharingan. Kurenai Ui, however, fell victim to Itachi's genjutsu. He was tied to a tree. Kai, don't look him in the eyes. Kakashi stopped Kai, who was about to step forward, and gave him some instructions. While Kai could fight with his eyes closed, there were still two opponents. Judging from his aura, that shark-faced man was also a powerful figure. You guys are too weak. Kisame, utterly mocking, stood with same hata on his shoulder, his face full of disdain. Kakashi is not someone who can be easily provoked with words. He continued to stare intently at Itachi's toes. If he couldn't meet his gaze, Kakashi would be at a disadvantage. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Itachi put too much pressure on him. Aren't you going to tell me? Itachi spoke coldly, raising his index and middle fingers, causing the vines binding Kurenai to tighten even more. Her face was flushed red. If she wasn't saved soon, she would surely suffocate. Kakashi, what should we do? Kai heard Hong's painful groans and broke out in a cold sweat. Kakashi was about to open his left eye. The vines on the red body slowly disappeared. She quickly fell from the tree with a muffled groan. Itachi looked closely and saw that a black-haired boy had already blocked Kurenai's path. I heard someone's looking for me. The person who arrived was none other than Zhou Cheng. Be careful, he's Itachi Uchiha. A man who wiped out an entire clan single-handedly. Zhou Cheng nodded and looked at Itachi and Kisame. I'm curious, how did you know me? I don't recall ever meeting you. Itaka didn't speak, but Kisame chuckled maliciously. So you're Zhou Cheng? You've actually been foolish enough to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. 30 million taels of silver? That's too easy to earn. 30 million taels. I have a bounty on my head. Who could it be? Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, sifting through his thoughts. When Danzou's face finally appeared, Zhou Cheng was certain that it was that old fox Danzou who was behind it all. Kakashi and the other two realized what was going on and looked at Zhou Cheng in disbelief. 30 million taels. Who's so rich? Zhou Cheng sneered and first helped Xuanhuang up. Then he took 2 steps forward and pointed to his head. 30 million is right here, come and take it if you dare. Kisame laughed loudly, arrogant brat. Then I began forming hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Zhou Cheng laughed too, that's it. Let me show you what true water escape is. Zhou Cheng clapped his hands. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A shark even larger than Kisame appeared. It crashed into Kisame's shark. Boom! 2 sharks exploded. The ground was soaked by a massive amount of water. What? Impossible! Kisame's smile vanished, and his eyes were fixed intently on Zhou Cheng. This kid is something else. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Zhou Cheng laughed again, too slow, too slow. As Kisame formed the hand seals, Zhou Cheng had already unleashed his ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water jet, several tens of meters long, roared as it charged toward the shark. It tore the shark apart in one bite, then continued charging towards Kisame. The original version uses a water dragon bullet. Kisame was startled and immediately formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. A thick earthen wall rose up in front of him, blocking the water dragon's attack. However, Zhou Cheng's water dragon was too big. Under continuous impact, the earthen wall developed numerous cracks. It was on the verge of collapse. Kisame had no choice but to retreat at top speed, dodging the water dragon's final attack. You're worth 30 million, kid. A compliment from Kisame. Zhou Cheng stared greedily at Kisame. I wonder how much your head is worth. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 rays nan appeared in his palms, one on the left and one on the right. Then, both chakra properties changed simultaneously. Water, wind. Water release, Rasen Shuriken. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Do you dare to take this attack? Zhou Cheng unleashed 2 S-rank ninjutsu techniques. Kisame and Itaka stared wide-eyed. Incorporate property changes into morphological changes. Unleashing an S-rank ninjutsu without using any hand seals. Just who is this kid? Aside from running, Kisame couldn't think of any way to block those 2 ninjutsu. Just then, Itaka suddenly appeared in front of him. The 3 tomo in his eyes grew larger, indicating they were connected. Manjikyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Chapter 119. Black flames landed on the Rasen Shuriken. It instantly ignited the entire Rasen Shuriken. The 2 black shuriken continued flying forward. However, its size is gradually decreasing. Amaterasu burned away all the chakra. Boom! The remaining spiral shuriken had a significantly smaller blast radius. Kisame's single strike blocked the shockwave of the explosion from the earthen barrier. Despite his ninjutsu being blocked, Zhou Cheng remained remarkably calm. He didn't even dare to hope of hitting them. Blood flowed from the attacker's eye sockets. His condition also deteriorated significantly. Every time you use a kaleidoscope, it's a burden on your body. How many times can you use this kind of ninjutsu? Then, spread your hands out. 2 more spiral shuriken. Kakashi and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Every time I watch Zhou Cheng use his S-rank ninjutsu, it's like he's playing around. They would all feel a chill run down their spines. Just how strong is Zhou Cheng? What is his ceiling? Kisame's eye twitched. Again. I don't believe you have that much chakra. He pulled out Samehata, give me chakra. Samehata began to continuously supply him with large amounts of chakra. Water release, 1,000 meals of salmon. One after another, water sharks burst out of the water stains on the ground and flew towards the spiral shuriken. They charged forward relentlessly, trying to stop the advance of the spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken wasn't completely used up until the 1,000th water shark was defeated. Kisame was starting to pant, 1,000 sharks had drained too much of his chakra. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow, spread his palm, and unleashed 2 more spiral shuriken. Then it was thrown out. Kakashi and his 2 companions stood there dumbfounded, beginning to feel sorry for Itaki and the others. Zhou Cheng is simply toying with them, he has no martial ethics whatsoever. But the other party was completely helpless. A sense of powerlessness rose from the depths of Kisame's heart. This is the first time I've run into a brick wall since my debut. Itaka covered his eyes and stood up, patting Kisame on the shoulder. Withdraw. The weasel transformed into countless crows and fled. Kisame, on the other hand, burrowed underground and escaped using earth-release ninjutsu. Then, the spiral shuriken exploded right where they were standing. Good thing you escaped quickly. Kakashi and the other 2 shook their heads helplessly. The 2 ninjas who had been suppressing them were easily driven away by Zhou Cheng. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Zhou Cheng turned around, walked to Kurane Yui's side, took her hand, and channeled Yang release chakra into her. The warm, cozy feeling made Kurane Yui groan involuntarily. Then, remembering that there were other people present, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. All right, Teacher Hong. She's all right now. Hong looked at Zhou Cheng with complicated feelings. Being called teacher by such a powerful person made her feel a little embarrassed. It seems that old fox Danzo is courting death. They're really going all out, 30 million taels. Zhou Cheng's gaze was icy as he looked towards the roots. Now, he can charge into the root of the enemy without any psychological burden. They were all wearing the same clothes, so they must have joined the same organization. Kakashi analyzed the situation for a moment, then looked at Zhou Cheng. Is it really Danzo? Zhou Cheng nodded. Besides him, I couldn't think of anyone else. Besides Danzo, only 2 advisors have the financial resources to offer a 30 million bounty on me. However, I didn't have any major conflicts with the consultant. Then it's only Danzo. The 3 nodded in agreement with Zhou Cheng's opinion. Danzo is truly despicable. Kurane was indignant, he had made Konoha a mess. Zhou Cheng suddenly remembered something and spoke to Kakashi, almost forgetting the important matter. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Kakashi was taken aback. Learn swordsmanship? With your skill level, do you really need to learn swordsmanship? Can you please stop rolling it up? What are we Jonin supposed to do? Zhou Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. I don't want to feel like I'm wielding a kitchen knife every time. Make your swordsmanship look cooler. Puff. Kakashi almost coughed up blood. You learned swordsmanship just to look cool? Believe it or not, I'll slap you. I won't teach. Kakashi looked smug. Really not going to teach? You really don't teach? Zhou Cheng nodded. You think I can't handle you? He feigned some difficulty. In that case, there will be 1 less seat for meals at my house from now on. Who should we invite? Kakashi's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. He grabbed Zhou Cheng in a hug, his face full of fawning. Teach, I'll teach. My good student, please let me go. He'll go crazy if he can't eat Zhou Cheng's cooking anymore. Kai and Hong were both trying to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red. They had never seen Kakashi like this before. Alright, I'll go find the Hokage first. Come to my house tonight, and trade your knife skills for food. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Kakashi and his two companions expressed their sincere admiration. Such a fast body flicker technique is arguably the fastest in the ninja world. The Hokage's office. Zhou Cheng appeared suddenly again, wondering if he could check on delay again. Tsunade was so angry she wanted to punch him to death. Zhou Cheng repeatedly admitted his mistakes. You must have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, as for whether you will change them, that depends on the situation. Zhou Cheng recounted the story of Itaki. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table in anger. Damn Danzo! 30 million taels! Who knows where he got those 30 million taels? A large portion of them are from Konoha. What a BD! Then she looked at Zhou Cheng, you can tolerate this. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. Don't provoke me. Fine, so you just want me to deal with the roots, don't you? I'll go. It's so frustrating to keep this anger inside. 5 minutes from now, bring your men to collect the body. Remember to bring plenty of people. After saying that, he turned and left, appearing at the root in a series of instantaneous teleportation techniques. The longer Zhou Cheng possessed the immortal body, the farther his teleportation technique could travel. A greater distance is fine, it just consumes a little more chakra. However, only straight line distances are allowed, and there can be no obstructions in between. In this way, Zhou Cheng's efficiency was greatly improved, whether he was chasing the enemy or traveling. The Flying Thunder God is used for emergency rescue and long-distance teleportation. The area around the roots was unusually deserted. After Zhou Cheng wiped out half of the ninjas last time, the root base became unusually empty. Through his sensory abilities, he knew that Danzo was inside the root. Danzo, come out. I know you're in there. Looking at the newly repaired gate, Zhou Cheng thought, they're really rich and powerful. I wish I had that 30 million. The door opened, and a group of people walked out. They were surrounding an old man. That was Danzo. Zhou Cheng, what are you planning to do now? Zhou Cheng gave a cold laugh, I want to destroy you. I heard you've put a 30 million tael bounty on me. The assassins have even tracked us down to Konoha. Danzo paused noticeably upon hearing this. The assassins have found Konoha, and Zhou Cheng is still standing here. Does that mean the Akatsuki has failed? Useless. A bunch of useless trash. 30 million taels, you'd be so kind to give it to me. I'll create hundreds or even thousands of shadow clones so you can kill them until you're sick of it. What a waste of money. So, you deserve to die. The roots also need to be completely eradicated. Chapter 120. Danzo's face was cold and sinister. You're still a long way from killing me. I am a senior advisor of Konoha. You, a Chunin, have no right to punish me. I want to see the Hokage. I'm going to sue you for defamation. You've slandered a senior advisor of the ninja village. What is your crime? Zhou Cheng curled his lip, always using the same old excuse. There's no one else here, so there's no need for grand pronouncements or self-righteous arguments. Saying so much will only lead to the same result, so let's just say no. Tell me, besides the Akatsuki, who else have you contacted? Zhou Cheng slowly drew the Thunder God sword and pointed it at Danzo. I'll use your teacher's sword to clean house for him. Chakra was channeled into Thor, and blue lightning arcs pulsed wildly. Tsunade actually gave you the Thunder God sword. She's really confused. You are the root of Konoha's chaos. Only with your death can Konoha truly find peace. Everything I've done is for Konoha. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him. This old fox, has he gone mad? I understand, you're brainwashing these root ninjas. They're hopeless. Even at a time like this, they're still thinking about brainwashing. I feel disgusted just looking at you, go to hell. The lightning crackled, instantly killing a root ninja. Go. Go together. He's all alone. Danzo looked at the root ninja lying at his feet, somewhat exasperated. The fewer the number of members, the more precious each root ninja becomes. His heart bleeds every time someone dies. That's right, let's all go together. Wasting time is shameful, isn't it? Zhou Cheng frantically channeled his chakra into the Thunder God's sword. The arc of lightning on the sword instantly grew to 2 meters long. With a single sweeping strike, the arc of lightning leaped and landed in the crowd. Then the lightning arc exploded, instantly sweeping across the surrounding area. 5 or 6 ninjas were struck by the lightning arc. White smoke rose from his body. That was caused by the lightning arc burning off the clothes. Screams echoed continuously. Ninjutsu. Use ninjutsu. Don't try to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. Then, a series of ninjutsu attacks came at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng sneered, trying to outdo me in ninjutsu. He clapped his hands and shouted. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon appeared, filling the entire root space. He charged headlong into those ninjutsu techniques. A single water dragon neutralized all ninjutsu. Keep going, don't stop. He uses up more chakra than we do. Danzo continued to command, die. Die. Another series of ninjutsu attacks came at Zhou Cheng. Water release, water wave. A massive waterspout roared and crashed into the ninjutsu. Then, the waterspout exploded instantly. The massive flow of water directly shattered the root ninja's ninjutsu. Damn it, keep going, keep going. I refuse to believe he can't run out of chakra. Danzo continued to roar. Zhou Cheng gave a cold laugh, there was simply more than enough. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, exploding water wave. 3 large-scale ninjutsu techniques in a row. The roots have almost turned into a lake. The water level is rising steadily. Zhou Cheng channeled some of his chakra to the soles of his feet, and then stood on the water's surface. The root ninjas and Danzo also stood on the water. Zhou Cheng smiled and kept his hands clasped together. Water release, water prison technique. More than 20 root ninjas were sucked into water dungeons, leaving only Danzo standing alone on Minato. Danzo finally panicked, Zhou Cheng was too strong. The ninjutsu used by 20 ninjas simultaneously was defeated by him with a single ninjutsu. Danzo finally faced Zhou Cheng's power head-on and began to panic. I can't stay in Konoha anymore. We must find a way to escape and wait for the ninja armies from other villages to arrive in Konoha. Then we'll use them to get rid of Zhou Cheng. To seize the Hokage position. Zhou Cheng, I am a senior advisor, you have no right to kill me. Being a private suicide consultant is tantamount to betraying the village. Do you want to become a rogue ninja? Danzo resorted to his persuasive talk again. Unfortunately, it had absolutely no effect on Zhou Cheng. Shut up. You keep repeating the same few phrases. You're not tired of saying it, but I'm tired of hearing it. Zhou Cheng picked at his ear and shook his head a couple of times, as if listening to Danzo's words was something unclean. Danzo choked for a moment, his face turning extremely pale. He already had the urge to untie the bandages. At this moment, a large group of people walked down from the entrance behind Zhou Cheng. The one leading them was none other than Tsunade. She was followed by a group of people who held real power in Konoha. There were heads of various clans, as well as 2 advisors, Mitokado Homura. Lord Hokage, Zhou Cheng attacked the advisor without permission, which is tantamount to treason. Arrest him immediately. Minion, Xiao Chun, you've arrived just in time. Quickly announce to the whole village that Zhou Cheng has betrayed the village. But he was met with silence. No one made a move. She just stood there, quietly watching him. Danzo, even now you still can't see through it all. You're finished. From the day you began your power struggles, this day was destined to come. Zhou Cheng pointed the Thunder God directly at Danzo, his face filled with disgust and coldness. Seeing the attitudes of Tsunade and her two friends, and the expressions of the family patriarchs who were originally on his side, Danzo realized that he was truly finished. At least in Konoha, as long as these people don't die, he'll never be able to turn things around. Then, remembering that his foreign aid was about to arrive, he began to laugh wildly. Soon, when reinforcements from other ninja villages arrive, you will all die. And then, I became the Hokage. Konoha will lead to an even more glorious future under my leadership. Ha ha ha. I did nothing wrong in seeking supreme power over a village. That night, if I had spoken first before Hiruzen, I would have been the third Hokage. Instead of that BD Hiruzen, who only knows how to appease and appease. Look what he's done to Konoha. Danzo was nearly driven mad, roaring furiously. Nonsense! Zhou Cheng coldly interrupted him. Even if you were the only disciple of the second Hokage, the position of Hokage would not be yours. You're too selfish. You'll do anything to get rid of anyone who might threaten your power and position. You dare say you weren't involved in Sakumo Hataki's death? During the Nine Tails rampage, do you dare say that the root sect unleashed the hellish Nine Tails? After the fourth generation died, dare you say you didn't send someone to intercept and kill the third generation? You orchestrated the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, didn't you? Simply because they're not on your side. And how did Orochimaru know about Konoha's security deployment when he attacked the village not long ago? You dare say you didn't secretly collude with Orochimaru? Zhou Cheng recounted each and every one of the events. This elicited gasps and gasps of surprise. If these things are true, then Danzo's crimes are too numerous to count. Ha ha ha. I did nothing wrong, they were the ones who were wrong. As long as you listen to me, Konoha will flourish. Even unify the ninja world. And I am the cage of the entire ninja world. Chapter 121. Zhou Cheng's eyes revealed deep disgust. Danzo was beyond saving. Further discussion is pointless. Zhou Cheng took a step forward. Will you surrender on your own, or wait for me to take action? Danzo's smile vanished, replaced by a menacing expression. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Little guy, you think you can catch me so easily? Unexpectedly, Shisui's eyes would be used on this brat. As long as I use the Kota Amatsukami in my right eye, Zhou Cheng will forever be loyal to me. Then, die. With a swing of his Thunder God sword, Zhou Cheng sent several arcs of lightning flying toward Danzo. He had no desire to engage Danzo in close combat. Danzo had too many ways to save his life. They were all at close range. His right hand, which had been transplanted with Hashirama cells, could use wood release. And those 11 Sharingan eyes. And the 4 symbol seal. What Zhou Cheng feared most was Shisui's eyes, the eyes of the god of war. Zhou Cheng was still somewhat wary of Kota Amatsukami. That is another god. If you get controlled, everything is over. Then, Zhou Cheng remembered the multiple shadow clone technique. Yes, the multiple shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu that even Kaguya couldn't distinguish between the real and fake clones. You can create multiple shadow clones as a diversion. Moreover, during the 5 Shadows Conference of World War IV, Danzo's use of Kota Amatsukami to control Mifune was discovered by Ao. Zhou Cheng analyzed that it was highly likely that Danzo was unable to unleash the full power of the Sharingan. It's also possible that Shisui's right eye was inherently weaker than his left. Itaka said that the cooldown time for his left eye's Kota Amatsukami is 10 years. During the 5-Cage Summit, Danzo said that Kota Amatsukami could only be used a few times a day. This speaks volumes. Zhou Cheng looked up at Danzo. Danzo dodged the lightning arc's attack with a few leaps. He wasn't going to remove the bandages yet. That was his trump card for turning the tide when he had no other options, and he had to seize the right opportunity. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on. Danzou tried to provoke Zhou Cheng into a close quarters fight with his words. This gives him the opportunity to use his trump card. Okay, I'll do it. I'll beat you up first. Then Zhou Cheng clapped his hands together, multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Zhou Cheng suddenly appeared before Danzou's eyes. He instantly lost Zhou Cheng's physical form. His eyes immediately turned cold. Damn it, I can't find the real body. He has already used the Sharingan in his right eye. All that could be seen were dozens of identical chakra dolls. There is absolutely no difference. At this point, the other ninjas also wanted to step forward to help. Zhou Cheng waved him off. If they're under control, should I kill them or not? Go and subdue all the root ninjas in the water dungeon. Call the sealing squad. Seal their chakra. If Danzou removes the seals he placed on them, they can still be redeemed. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment, then spoke to Danzou, saying that others needed to know what was under Danzou's bandages. As far as I know, you've lived all these years without suffering any major injuries, have you? Then why are you wrapped up like this? There must be some secret hidden under those bandages. After Zhou Cheng finished speaking, the people behind him started discussing it. That's right, Danzou has never suffered a full body injury. Why did you wrap half of your body in bandages? Kakashi covered his left eye with his headband because his friend Obito gave him a Sharingan before he died. Could there be something different about Danzou's right eye as well? Zhou Cheng smiled slightly, perfect. It's so refreshing to chat with smart people. Hehe, I'll trick you, Danzou. Danzou's expression changed drastically upon hearing their words. Damn Zhou Cheng, don't let me catch you off guard, or I'll definitely use the God of War to control you. Then I'll make you kill all these people, making you the greatest sinner in Konoha. A cold light flashed from Danzou's single eye. Zhou Cheng also stopped smiling. He planned to first use up Danzou's 11 Sharingan eyes. Otherwise, he'd have more lives than a cat. Now that it has split into 2 parts, Zhou Cheng planned to use his clones to eliminate Danzou. Dozens of Zhou Cheng rushed forward. Danzou's eyes narrowed. We have entered a state of alert. Zhou Cheng secretly affixed an explosive tag to the back of several shadow clones. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzou completed the hand seals, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a wind blade as thin as an iron wire. With a turn of his head, all of the dozen or so shadow clones in the front row turned into white smoke. With another turn, more than a dozen shadow clones were scattered. At this moment, the shadow clones in the third row had approached Danzou and entered the blast radius of the explosive tags. Zhou Cheng's lips curled up, and he made a hand seal with one hand. Multiply the explosive tags. Boom! First came an explosion. Then came a continuous series of explosions. An explosive tag seemed to multiply like a shadow, appearing and detonating as soon as it was created. And so it goes. The spectators were terrified. I'm going. Detonating tags can be used like this? This has truly broadened my horizons. Danzou probably didn't even leave behind any ashes. It exploded dozens of times. All the shadow clones were detonated. Danzou's figure was instantly engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Everyone thought Danzou was doomed. Even a tailed beast couldn't withstand such an explosion. Let alone a human being? Only Zhou Cheng remained vigilant. Danzou had 11 lives, he couldn't possibly die like this. Sure enough, the smoke and dust cleared up. Danzou appeared before everyone unharmed. The entire audience erupted in uproar. How is that possible? Danzou actually survived such an explosion. Does he have some secret method to save his life? It's quite possible that the Shimura family isn't a small clan. Tsunade's pupils contracted violently, this old guy actually survived such an explosion. They've kept a low profile, controlling the core for decades and reaping considerable benefits. To survive such an explosion, one must have obtained some extraordinary secret technique. Zhou Cheng looked at Danzou, who was unharmed, with an expression that said, "I knew it. Izanagi is indeed a divine technique that grants immunity from death." It's unknown how many Sharingan eyes Danzou closed this time. Danzou's face was terrifyingly grim. He lost one of his Sharingan eyes in a single attack. And that damned Zhou Cheng. Just as he was about to activate Kota Amatsukami, he discovered that Zhou Cheng had already used multiple shadow clone techniques. Danzou nearly coughed up blood. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. "I may not have much else, but I have a lot of chakra. I refuse to believe I can't wear down your Sharingan." The shadow clones swarmed forward again. On the way, Zhou Cheng attached explosive tags to several of the shadow clones in the back row. This time, Danzou did not choose to directly break through the shadow clone. Instead, he retreated while simultaneously destroying the shadow clones. However, the space here is too small. There was simply not enough space for him to fight and retreat simultaneously. After retreating more than 20 meters, breaking through a large portion of the shadow split. He had nowhere left to retreat. Once again, he was surrounded by shadow clones. Zhou Cheng made a hand seal, and one of the explosive tags exploded with a bang. Then, the other detonating tags kept copying new detonating tags and adding to the explosion. Boom boom boom. Dozens more explosions followed. As long as Zhou Cheng is willing, he can keep exploding. However, he was reluctant to part with the explosive tags, they cost a fortune. One kill with Danzou would be enough. As the smoke cleared, Danzou stood unharmed once again. Hiss. Then I remembered the sounds of people gasping for breath. Chapter 122. Danzou is a bit outrageous. If you survived even once, perhaps you possess some secret technique. If he's still alive, that secret technique is so powerful, it would have spread throughout the ninja world by now. How exactly did he manage to avoid the explosion? Tsunade then spoke, also unable to understand what method Danzou had used. It's not about dodging. He had nowhere to escape from the area of the explosion. He must have used some special technique to nullify the damage. In the 1,000 years of the ninja sect, we've never heard of such a secret technique. The Senju were once a powerful and influential family, and they were aware of some of their secrets. But I've never heard of such a secret method before. Zhou Cheng spoke up at the opportune moment, shifting the direction of everyone's speculation. Danzou, what exactly is under your bandages? The ability to be immortal must be related to what's under the bandages. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was going on. Yes, Danzou, who didn't suffer extensive injuries, is wrapped in so many bandages, it must be related to that ability he just had. Many people started whispering again. Zhou Cheng sneered inwardly. Next, he would remove the bandages, revealing his true colors. Boom! A loud bang came from outside the base. Everyone, including Zhou Cheng, was startled. What could have caused such a loud explosion in Konoha? Has someone attacked Konoha again? While everyone was speculating, an ANBU member approached Tsunade and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, dozens of ninja have attacked Konoha's outpost. Judging by the headband, he's a ninja from Kirigakure. Wow! Everyone was stunned by this news. Hidden Mist Village? Attack on Konoha? Zhou frowned slightly. Would Kirigakure attack Konoha? I don't remember this happening. Could it be? His gaze fell upon Danzou, and the ecstatic expression on Danzou's face came into view. Danzou, it's you. You actually colluded with other villages to attack Konoha. You damn BD! Zhou Cheng was so angry that he cursed loudly, Konoha can't take any more trouble. Tsunade's expression changed instantly, Danzo had actually gone mad to this extent. Danzo, your collusion with other villages to attack is tantamount to treason. Go, arrest him. Tsunade was furious. I originally thought that Danzo couldn't get any worse than this. I never imagined he had completely gone mad. 5 or 6 ANBU appeared in front of Tsunade, assuming a fighting stance. Zhou Cheng mocked Danzo again, saying, "That's really just wishful thinking. Do you think you can hold on to the Hokage position just because you stole it from another village? Post-war Konoha is a wasteland. What meaning would it have for you to be appointed Hokage then? Don't be so naive as to think that the other ninja villages will leave so easily after their victory. By then, won't they exploit Konoha? If we drain Konoha dry and then turn around to attack Konoha, will Konoha still have the ability to retaliate? You've been blinded by power and lost your most basic judgment." Each word and each sentence struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. Yes, everything Zhou Cheng said was true. Danzo paused for a moment, then his face turned crazed again. "Stop talking nonsense, neither of us has a way out. The victor is king, the loser is villain, the outcome will be clear after the war." At this moment, another member of the Secret Service suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee with an urgent voice. Small groups of troops from Iwagakure and Kumagakure have appeared to the northwest and northeast of Konoha. They've attacked Konoha's outpost. Wow! Everyone panicked. Is this the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War? Tsunade glared at Danzo, gritting her teeth. "Grab that old BD! Execute him in front of the entire village after the war." Danzo looked relieved upon hearing the news. "It's here! It's here! The era of Danzo has arrived! Ha ha ha, is capturing me more important, or repelling the forces of 3 ninja villages? If we delay any longer, they'll have already stormed Konoha." Everyone looked at each other, and finally all their eyes fell on Tsunade. She is the Hokage, all orders should be issued by her. Tsunade also lost her composure. Although she was once a powerful figure who commanded armies on the battlefield and held sway over a region. However, years of indulging in wine and meat have left me with nothing but a mess. In addition, there was his long history as a gambler. The events on the battlefield have long been buried deep within our minds. It is difficult to awaken in a short period of time. She's only been Hokage for a few days. Leave 2 squads of ANBU here to keep an eye on Danzo. Just keep an eye on them. His abilities are somewhat different, it will be difficult to deal with him in a short time. Zhou Cheng spoke up at the right time, solving Tsunade's problem. He doesn't care whether it's overstepping his bounds or not. The situation is urgent, there's no time to think about anything else. The remaining shadow agents should create more shadow clones. Danzo's right eye is somewhat unusual, he's easily susceptible to genjutsu. Then there's his right arm, the very reason he's immortal. Don't make a move unless you're absolutely certain you can kill with a single blow. Then he looked at Tsunade, his expression grave. The simultaneous advance of the 3 villages was indeed troublesome. Is Jiraiya still in the village? Tsunade shook her head and sighed. At the crucial moment, Jiraiya was nowhere to be found. Zhou Cheng lowered his head and thought for a moment. He looked at the secret agent who had delivered the message. How strong are the 3 ninja village armies? The ANBU member glanced at Tsunade, and only answered after seeing her nod. Kumakia is the strongest. Iwagakure is next. The Hidden Mist is the weakest. However, with the combined forces of these 3 units, Konoha will have a hard time resisting them. Zhou Cheng nodded. It's difficult, but not impossible. Then I'll go and meet the strongest cloud village. Let Tsunade lead the men to confront Iwagakure. Then, led by Kakashi, the various clans will face Kirigakure. I must get back to their aid as quickly as possible. I handed the Flying Thunder God Kunao to the 2 commanders so that I could reach the battlefield in the shortest possible time. I'll go hold off the cloud retreat. Then he took out several flying thunder god kunao and stuffed them into Tsunade's hand. Take some men and go block Iwagakuer. Then Kakashi will lead the men to hold off Kirigakuer. Tsunade thought about it and realized that this was the only thing she could do for now. The group of people hurriedly left the base. Only 2 squads of secret agents remained to keep watch on Danzou. They followed Zhou Cheng's advice and each created 4 or 5 clones to guard against Danzou's illusions. They also knew Danzou's strength, believing it surpassed the Jonin level. Therefore, they are not in a hurry to attack. 2 classes, 6 Jonin. This configuration already gives Danzou a lot of credit. On the other side, outside the Hokage building in Konoha, all the Jonin gathered here. Zhou Cheng walked up to Kakashi and handed him the flying thunder god kunao. You're probably familiar with this. I'll carry it with me, I'll get there as soon as possible. Also, bring Bai and the others along. Just say this is the second phase of the special training camp. There's only one goal, to come back alive. Kakashi stared blankly at the flying thunder god kunao in his hand, recalling that blonde-haired, spirited man. Teacher. Then he looked at Zhou Cheng and nodded emphatically. I'll try my best to stall them. Zhou Cheng nodded, then looked at Tsunade, hoping no one had died in battle. You're in charge of arranging my follow-up troops. The corpse collecting squad. Even if I don't return alive, the Konoha reforms must continue. Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. At that moment, several beautiful figures rushed into Zhou Cheng's arms, all of them sobbing softly. Zhou Cheng looked down and saw Hinata and the others. Brother Zhou Cheng, can you not go? Ino held his hand tightly, afraid that if she let go, she would never see him again. That's a ninja squad. This means Zhou Cheng will have to face an attack by dozens or even hundreds of ninjas all by himself. Chapter 123. Moreover, they were facing a regular army. They were all rigorously trained ninjas. They cooperate seamlessly and have a high degree of tacit understanding. Real combat strength is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Zhou Cheng smiled and patted the women's heads, giving them a reassuring look. The allure of pleasure is always a hero's grave. I almost didn't want to go. Don't you know how strong I am? If I can't beat them, can't I at least run away? Bai looked over when he heard his words. His eyes were filled with deep worry. He knew Zhou Cheng too well, given his personality, he would never run away on his own. However, there was nothing he could do. He began to hate himself, wondering why he hadn't practiced harder. That way, we can help brother Zhou Cheng. Instead of being unable to do anything but cheer him on, as we are now. Zhou Cheng gently pushed the women away. Look at the 15 young heroes. Come back alive to see me. The time has come to test the results of your special training. Let the name of our special training camp spread throughout the entire world of Blade Ninja. If we're going to take action, then so be it, but if we're going to, we'll make them fear us. Let them never dare to covet our Konoha land again. Zhou Cheng's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. In the end, everyone present heard Zhou Cheng's voice. Many ninjas felt their blood boil upon hearing his words. Konoha is the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. How can we allow other ninja villages to swagger around on our doorstep? Kill! 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 Many ninjas began to get excited. It kept roaring. Zhou Cheng was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Is there an unexpected surprise? Tsunade and several other high-ranking Konoha officials looked at Zhou Cheng with delighted expressions. That kid's got something. The problem of low morale was resolved with just a few words. Especially Tsunade, after Zhou Cheng's few words, she didn't even need to give the Hokage speech. I'm really starting to like this kid more and more. Set off. Tsunade, in her capacity as Hokage, gave the order, the army marched out. Speed is of the essence in war, so Zhou Cheng used the instantaneous movement technique to travel immediately. At the northeastern outpost of Konoha, a cloud village force of nearly 100 men is launching a fierce attack. Once this watchtower is captured, the northeastern part of Konoha will be unobstructed. The leader of this cloud village unit is Devour, who has white hair and dark skin. As the 4th Hokage's bodyguard, he was promoted to the leadership of this unit, despite not meeting the usual requirements. Accompanying them was Samui, with her delicate, aloof features, large breasts, fair skin, and voluptuous figure. And a head of white hair, dark skin, and a linen garment. Her teleportation technique can transport any item to any location at the speed of light, regardless of any conditions or location. It is a top-tier ninjutsu for logistical support in wartime. The fact that the 4th Hokage sent her shows how much importance he attaches to this operation and how determined he is to succeed. Mabi, how are the preparations going? How much longer until we can activate the heavenly delivery technique? Mabi smoothed her bangs and pointed to the Konoha sentry tower ahead. Take that place and use it as a stronghold. Then, I can start transporting supplies. In order to travel quickly, they only carried some dry food. If we don't send supplies soon, they'll retreat without a fight. Devour and Samui nodded, then left to direct the battle. They need to act quickly. Otherwise, wait until Konoha reacts. They might end up making a wasted trip. The hidden cloud village naturally did not fully believe Danzo's claim that Konoha's military strength was insufficient. War cannot be based on one-sided accounts. Therefore, capturing this watchtower is of utmost importance. Mabi murmured, at least Danzo's military deployment along the Land of Fire's border was correct. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to reach the heart of the Land of Fire so easily. The Leaf Village watchtower is already on the verge of collapse. In at most 10 minutes, the ninjas left behind in the watchtower will be wiped out. Why haven't the village's reinforcements arrived yet? We can't hold on any longer. A watchtower guard repelled an attack from a Cloud Village ninja with a single slash, kicking him off the wall. Then he felt the wall beneath him shake violently. That's the Cloud Village using ninjutsu to bombard the gate. The gate was made of wood and couldn't withstand many ninjutsu attacks. We're finished. The village has abandoned us. Why not surrender? That way, you can at least save your life. The sentry tower commander, an elite chunin, slapped the genin who had said those words across the face. Konoha only has ninjas who die in battle, not ninjas who surrender. Say that again, and I'll kill you first, then go and die with the watchtower. His words boosted morale somewhat. However, its effectiveness is limited. If reinforcements don't arrive, morale will quickly plummet to rock bottom. You're great, a real man. An unfamiliar voice rang out beside him, startling him so much that he immediately assumed a fighting stance. He thought it was the Cloud Village ninja who had attacked this place. Who is it? He saw a dark-haired boy standing there. His eyes held appreciation and approval. Don't worry, I'm reinforcements. Upon hearing the boy say this, he noticed the headband on the boy's forehead, which was indeed a Konoha headband. Are you part of the advance team? How long until reinforcements arrive? How many ninjas did the village send? Zhou Cheng glanced at him and replied calmly, I'm enough on my own. I came alone. A surge of anger rose within the watchtower commander. Whose child is this? What time is it to be joking around like this? Whose child are you? How dare you enter here? Leave immediately. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him. It seems my reputation isn't that great yet. I told you, I'm reinforcements. The watchtower commander wanted to reprimand Zhou Cheng a few more times. But they saw that the Cloud Village outside the watchtower had already begun forming hand seals, preparing for the next round of attack. Child, I won't pursue the matter of you entering the watchtower without permission. Go quickly, save your lives to avenge us. A smile appeared in Zhou Cheng's eyes. This guy isn't bad. I'll say it again, I'm reinforcements. The ninjutsu of the hidden cloud ninja has been unleashed. The watchtower gate shattered with a crash. A large number of cloud-hidden warriors charged towards the gate without fear of death. Zhou Cheng patted the commander on the shoulder and jumped off the watchtower wall amidst the shocked gazes of those around him. He's insane. Don't you want to live anymore? The watchtower commander first ran to the base of the parapet and looked out. Only after seeing Zhou Cheng land steadily did they breathe a sigh of relief. He thought Zhou Cheng was a hot-blooded young man who was desperate for fame. The gate has been breached. Everyone, follow me down to guard it. At this moment, the Cloud Village ninja was less than 20 meters from the gate. They could clearly see the killing intent in the eyes of the Cloud Village ninja. What a pity for that boy. When the watchtower commander led all the ninjas to the gate, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The boy clapped his hands and shouted, "Earth release, Earth rising spear technique." Immediately afterwards, countless spikes shot out from the ground. It continued to spread towards the Cloud Village ninja. Upon seeing this, the cloud-hidden vanguard all stopped in their tracks. Then they started to back away. Those who were slower were pierced through the body by the ground spikes. The path leading to the watchtower gate was completely covered by spikes, making it difficult to pass. A deafening cheer erupted from the watchtower. They've held the watchtower for now. Chapter 124. Hope appeared in the eyes of the Konoha ninja. To be able to unleash ninjutsu over such a large area. This young man is no ordinary person. No wonder he kept saying he was reinforcements. With the main gate blocked, the Cloud Village would have to spend more time before launching another attack. This gave the Konoha reinforcements more time. Darui took a few steps forward, looking at the dark-haired figure with a furrowed brow. It seems I can't conserve my energy, I'll have to do it myself. So, let's give these Konoha ninjas a real shock. He began to form a mudra, then put his hands together in prayer position. Blisters appeared on my hands. Storm escape, resilience and determination lock. The water shot out like laser beams, striking the spikes. The earth spikes exploded with a roar, turning into rubble. The water laser moved towards the gate, and it looked like it was about to hit Zhou Cheng. The Konoha ninja in the watchtower closed their eyes in unbearable sorrow. What a fine young man, to lose his life like this. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly. He hadn't expected that Union would send just the few of them. He opened his right palm, and a blue raise nan appeared in his hand. Then, the properties change. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. He threw a spiral shuriken at the water laser. The two streams of chakra collided, producing a deafening sound. Then the shockwave from the explosion swept around. The water laser and the spiral shuriken disappeared, leaving only a huge crater. Darui frowned even more deeply. Who is this person? That ninjutsu just now, it must be at least S rank. One-handed, no-hand S rank ninjutsu? Are you kidding me? When did someone like this appear in Konoha? No, he's the person Danzo was talking about. Zhou Cheng, who wreaks havoc in Konoha. So young, yet possessing such formidable strength. Zhou Cheng leaped across the giant pit and stood more than 10 meters away from Darui. Why did the hidden cloud village invade Konoha? He used his chakra, and his words traveled far. Both sides could basically hear his voice. We have been invited by Konoha's senior advisors to come to Konoha and eliminate the culprit behind the chaos that has plagued the village. Zhou Cheng. Darui also used chakra, and his voice echoed around. Are the Konoha ninjas all dumbfounded? When did Zhou Cheng cause trouble in Konoha? Isn't he the hero who saved Konoha? The watchtower commander then realized that the powerful young man was Zhou Cheng. His age and appearance match the rumors, so it must be him. No wonder he said he was reinforcements all by himself. His heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally settled down. There was hope. You actually believe what Danzo, who would betray his own ninja village, says. What a bunch of idiots! Before Darui could say anything, one of the Cloud Village members couldn't stand it any longer and charged directly at Zhou Cheng. You brat, you're asking for it! He gripped the kunao and was in front of Zhou Cheng in the blink of an eye. He thrust out fiercely. The murderous intent in his eyes quickly turned into fear. For some unknown reason, his kunao had ended up stuck in his own throat. When did he? The thought flashed through my mind, and I collapsed straight down. It all happened so fast that no one had time to react. In just a few seconds, an elite chunin from Kumagakure has already died? The fallen Cloud Village ninjas' companions, witnessing their friend's tragic death, sought revenge against Zhou Cheng, but were stopped by Darui. He shook his head, meaning that you are no match for him and don't need to go and die in vain. Even Samui and Mabai were no match for Zhou Cheng. Only he can fight Zhou Cheng. Lightning release, black spotted blade. Black arcs of lightning rose from Darui's body. That's the unique black lightning of Kumagakure, incredibly powerful, and very few people can master it. Lei Hu transformed into a black leopard and roared towards Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng gave a cold laugh. Black thunder. One day, they will all be mine. Zhou Cheng extended 3 fingers from his right palm, the fingertips forming a triangle. Then, using the 3 fingertips as a base, a blue wind blade extends out. Wind release, wind blade. Zhou Cheng struck the black thunder leopard on the head, instantly shattering it back into its black thunder form. The black lightning, following the wind blades, attempted to spread towards Zhou Cheng. With a flick of his wrist, black lightning was sent flying to the ground and vanished in the blink of an eye. What? All the Cloud Village members gasped in surprise, for black lightning held a very high position in the Cloud Village. The fact that they were directly cleaved apart by a teenager was a huge shock to them. Zhou Cheng coldly stared at the group from Kumagakure. Is this the future 5th Hokage? Too weak. You can all leave now, and I'll pretend you were never here. Otherwise, you won't be able to go back. Zhou Cheng was thinking of subduing the enemy without fighting. What he needs now is not a fight, but time. Judging from the Cloud Village's composition, the ninjas from the other 2 villages are unlikely to be ordinary either. Tsunade shouldn't have any problem holding them off. What he was worried about was Kakashi's side, whose army was the weakest and most unbalanced. If Kirigakure were to produce several more powerful individuals, Konoha would easily suffer casualties. However, since Kumagakure is a village built on martial arts, it is not possible for them to retreat easily. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, they all burst into laughter. What an arrogant young man! What a boastful tone! Zhou Cheng shrugged, spread his hands, and said, "You're courting death, so I'll grant your wish. Then you should all stay in Konoha." He clapped his hands and shouted. Water release, water pillar. A water sphere, 30 to 40 meters in size, appeared in midair and then hurtled towards the Cloud Village ninja like a meteorite. This apocalyptic scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Your water feature is that big? How can you fight if you don't uphold martial ethics? Darui, Samui, and the other 2 were immediately drenched in sweat. They underestimated Zhou Cheng's strength. Scatter quickly and move to higher ground. In desperation, Darui could only roar loudly to urge the Cloud Village ninja to get out of the way. Even if you use ninjutsu to break the water sphere, it's still vulnerable. The massive flow of water inside the water sphere can also wash people away from the ground. The only option is to try to climb to higher ground to avoid the torrent after the water balloon explodes. The ninjas of Konoha had all been petrified. Zhou Cheng actually possesses this level of water-style ninjutsu. They originally thought Zhou Cheng was already very strong. After all, there's been a lot of talk about Zhou Cheng in Konoha lately. However, they underestimated Zhou Cheng's true strength. A water sphere 30 or 40 meters in size, like a meteorite, is not something every ninja can pull off. The sentry tower commander didn't react until the water sphere was only a dozen meters above the ground. He shouted to his companions, urging them all to climb the tower. The torrent created after the water balloon explodes will engulf everything around it. The water balloon exploded the moment it hit the ground, and a torrent swept through the surrounding area, uprooting some small trees instantly. Even boulders that weren't heavy enough were swept away by the flood. Some naive ninjas thought they could rest easy by hiding in the trees. But unexpectedly, the entire tree was washed away. They could only scream in despair as they watched themselves being swept away by the floodwaters. Zhou Cheng concentrated his chakra in his feet and ran towards the Cloud Village ninja, riding the waves. He didn't want to give them any breathing room. Chapter 125. While the Cloud Village ninjas were off guard, trying to avoid the water, they took advantage of the moment. Zhou Cheng rode the waves and killed several more Cloud Village ninjas. On the other side, when the water hit the Konoha watchtower, the entire watchtower shook violently. It looked like it might collapse at any moment. The Konoha ninja clung tightly to whatever they could, fearing they might fall into the man-eating waters. Because the watchtower was built on a relatively high hillside, the water flowed away very quickly. Within minutes, the water flowed down the hillside. Ah, I'm saved! The Konoha ninjas all felt as if they had been resurrected from the dead. They had once thought that they were about to be swept away, and that even their bodies would be difficult to find. On the Cloud Village side, Darui and the other two all let out a heavy sigh of relief. That damned flow of water, it's finally over. They all looked at Zhou Cheng as if he were a monster. This water-style ninjutsu can be used even in places where water is scarce. Zhou Cheng's strength should not be underestimated. It seems the Raikage's mission this time is doomed to fail. However, they will not give up so easily. Not everyone in Konoha is like Zhou Cheng, as long as they can hold Zhou Cheng off for enough time. That would give the forces from other ninja villages enough time to invade Konoha. Zhou Cheng clapped his hands again and shouted. Water release, great waterfall technique. Chakra flowed out as if it were free. A waterfall, 50 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, appeared before him. He manipulated the waterfall to tilt it forward. Upon witnessing this scene, many of the Cloud Village members wore expressions of despair. Damn it, who said that the Konoha ninjas are far weaker than those from Kumagakure? Is this kind of waterfall considered lacking in strength? Are you kidding me? Besides flying, what other way is there to avoid a waterfall like that? Darui jumped down from the giant tree he had used to avoid the water, shouting. Everyone who knows Earth Release, use Earth Release with me. If we don't block this waterfall, our entire operation will be pointless. Many Cloud villagers jumped to Darui's side and joined him in forming hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow Fortress Wall. Dozens of people shouted at the same time. The ground beneath their feet rose up. Eventually, a massive earthen wall was formed, resembling a city wall. The waterfall crashed against the earthen wall. A deafening roar, like thunder, erupted. A large portion of the earthen wall was washed away. This time, Kumagakure did not lose a single ninja. They breathed a huge sigh of relief. But when they saw Zhou Cheng, their hearts jumped into their throats again. It took the combined chakra of dozens of ninjas to barely block the ninjutsu used by Zhou Cheng alone. A sense of powerlessness rose from the depths of their hearts. Given this disparity in strength, how can they possibly fight? Is it just a pointless suicide? The word retreat appeared in the minds of most of the Cloud village. Darui, Samui, and the other two exchanged glances. They both saw deep apprehension in each other's eyes. With such strength, Zhou Cheng has definitely reached the cage level. A teenage movie star? They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But they cannot back down. At least not now. Then the only option is to find a way to stall Zhou Cheng. Darui and Samui whispered a few words to each other, and then the group simultaneously gathered their lightning release chakra. The only way to hold off Zhou Cheng is for several people to use the same ninjutsu together to increase its power. Only in this way can we withstand Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng certainly wouldn't give them a chance to breathe, and continued to unleash large-scale ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zhou Cheng used his chakra without reservation. A rapid formation of a strip tens of meters long. It roared as it charged toward the group of Cloud Village ninja gathered together. The Konoha ninja in the watchtower had become numb. The battle they witnessed today will be one they will never forget. A water sphere tens of meters high, a waterfall tens of meters high, a water dragon tens of meters high. Every ninjutsu made their scalps tingle. Then I felt a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng is a ninja from Konoha. Otherwise, they would truly have no choice but to wait for death in despair. On the other side, several troop leaders in Darui saw the water dragon stretching dozens of meters, and their pupils contracted sharply. Does this guy have inexhaustible chakra? 3 ninjutsu with such a large area of effect would undoubtedly require a massive amount of chakra. They exchanged glances and nodded. He began rapidly forming hand seals. Ninja technique, thunderclap. The Cloud Village ninjas who knew this technique used it simultaneously. They were all covered in lightning attribute chakra. Like a suit of lightning armor. This ninjutsu can activate the body and enable the use of lightning instantaneous body technique, and it also greatly enhances defensive capabilities. As the amount of lightning release chakra increases, defense and speed will also improve. They decided to settle the battle with speed. Furthermore, the thunder armor greatly enhances their defense. This will minimize the damage that ninjutsu can cause them. They all held short swords in their hands, and the swords were covered with lightning attribute chakra. Instead of retreating, they advanced and charged straight at the water dragon. Short knives slashed at the water dragon. Water splashed up in sprays. Many of the cloud hermits were also directly knocked away by the water dragon. However, thunder armor absorbed most of the damage for them. The water dragon was thus quickly worn away. Zhou Cheng was slightly startled when he saw this. This reminded him of the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. Lightning armor is clearly a weakened version of lightning release chakra mode. I didn't expect that the hidden Cloud Village had already widely adopted support ninjutsu like lightning armor. Therefore, ordinary ninjutsu won't do much damage to them. So, how about this one? Zhou Cheng opened his arms, and 2 rays nan appeared in his palms. Then infuse it with wind release chakra. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Wind release is inherently effective against lightning release. In addition, the Rasen Shuriken is an S-rank ninjutsu. Go ahead and wear down that ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng shouted at Darui and the others, his face full of disdain. I'll detonate it when you touch the Rasen Shuriken. Let's see if your thunder armor has high defense, or if your spiral shuriken has high wind attribute berserk power. Upon seeing the Rasen Shuriken, Darui and the others wore helpless expressions. This kind of oppressive feeling is actually an S-rank ninjutsu. One-handed, no hand seals, and simultaneous S-rank ninjutsu with both hands. Zhou Cheng lacks martial ethics. How are others supposed to fight you when you use ninjutsu like that? Would he willingly throw himself into an S-rank ninjutsu, sacrificing himself to protect his comrades? Get out of the way. I refuse to believe he can keep using S-rank ninjutsu forever. When his chakra is exhausted, that will be his death. Darui shouted a warning to his men. He didn't want to lose anyone else. Ninjas of Chunin rank and above are treasures of the village. He was heartbroken if even one of them sacrificed their life. The 2 spiral shuriken exploded with a loud bang. Countless tiny wind blades raged all around. Cut everything to a degree that is invisible to the naked eye. Darui looked at Zhou Cheng with a provocative gaze. It means, go ahead and use your S-rank ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly, I'll grant your wish. With a stretch of his hands, 2 spiral shuriken reappeared in his palms. Darui was completely bewildered. He's numb. Chapter 126. Damn, does Zhou Cheng think chakra is free? Advanced ninjutsu techniques were unleashed one after another. Isn't he afraid of dying from chakra depletion? But what they're about to face is an S-rank ninjutsu. That's not something a single piece of lightning armor can withstand. Moreover, it is a wind attribute that counters lightning release. Watch out! If you get hit by this ninjutsu, you'll die. Darui reminded Samui and Mabi, while he himself pushed his lightning release chakra to its limit. In this way, Lei's Hikai's ability to increase speed reached its limit. He shot out like a cannonball. His target was Zhou Cheng, and he wanted to overwhelm Zhou Cheng with speed, preventing him from using advanced ninjutsu. Darui dodged two spiral shuriken in mid-air. After using a tree trunk for leverage, it continued its attack on Zhou Cheng. The short sword in his hand was already covered in lightning chakra. In a flash of lightning, he had already arrived in front of Zhou Cheng. The sword, crackling with lightning, slashed down fiercely. Zhou Cheng didn't even try to dodge. Thor's sword was drawn, blocking Darui's dagger. Boom! Boom! Two explosions occurred behind Darui. The Raisin Shuriken's violent power was raging unrestrained. Are you just going to let your comrades die in battle like this? Zhou Cheng smiled sarcastically and used words to provoke Darui. He knew all too well that being approached at close range meant that, given the background of the Cloud Village members, all of whom were masters of swordsmanship, his swordsmanship was no match for Darui's. But do you dare to compete with me in speed? Hee, that's interesting. Darui did not respond to Zhou Cheng's words, but instead used the momentum to retreat a short distance. Then he charged at Zhou Cheng again with renewed force. This entire sequence of movements takes less than a second. But his knife was still blocked by Zhou Cheng's Thunder God sword. The speed is good, and the accuracy is also acceptable, but the power is a bit lacking. Zhou Cheng looked at Darui with a grin, as if he were instructing a student in swordsmanship. Don't get cocky. Darui, enraged, gritted his teeth and retorted. He had absolute confidence in his swordsmanship and speed. Then, he pushed his speed to the limit. Each attack leaves an afterimage. However, Zhou Cheng blocked every one of his attacks with the Thunder God sword. Darui grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. I had already drawn my sword dozens of times. This guy actually managed to block them all. Is he really that fast? Impossible. I could only achieve this speed with the help of Lei's Hikai. Is his normal speed enough to keep up with me? Too slow. Zhou Cheng forced Darui back with a single sword strike, which was somewhat boring. When it comes to speed, who am I afraid of? He then gathered wind release chakra around his body. Wind release chakra mode. In this mode, Zhou Cheng's speed will increase to a desperate level. Whoosh! Only the sound of something cutting through the air could be heard, but Zhou Cheng's figure could not be seen. I'm here, tattooed guy. Zhou Cheng's voice came from behind Darui. Darui's pupils dilated in shock, and he rushed forward. The next second, a gust of wind flew over his head. That's Zhou Cheng's Thunder God sword. Darui was terrified, sweating profusely. If he hadn't lunged forward, he would have been stabbed through the head this time. He remembered Zhou Cheng's wind release chakra mode. How is that possible? He thought that only the hidden Cloud Village knew this kind of ninjutsu. Is he using the power of wind release to increase his speed? So strong. Another gust of wind struck, and Darui could only roll to the side in a sorry state, dodging Zhou Cheng's attack. Where he had been lying, a piece of the ground had been forcibly stripped away. Zhou Cheng held the Thunder God sword and wore a blue energy armor. It looks like Thor has descended to earth. Neither Darui nor Samui dared to approach Zhou Cheng again. Their ninjutsu is formidable, and their close combat abilities are equally monstrous. How exactly did this guy cultivate? What's most shocking is Zhou Cheng's age. He's only a teenager. Even if you started cultivating in the womb, you probably couldn't reach this level of strength. Hey? Why did you stop attacking? Then it's my turn. Zhou Cheng glanced around at the Cloud Village ninjas, then shrugged and spread his hands. But as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Everyone was gripped by panic. The most frightening dangers are those that cannot be seen. Ah! A scream shattered the silence. A Cloud Village ninja died unwillingly, his throat pierced by the Thunder God's sword. Then, Zhou Cheng disappeared again. When it reappeared, it took the life of another Cloud Village ninja. Actually, this is not Zhou Cheng's true speed. Wind release chakra mode cannot increase his speed to this extent. He was using the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. He ran at his maximum speed, throwing Flying Thunder God kunao along the way, causing them to fall in all directions. Then, use the Flying Thunder God kunao as a base. It looks like teleportation. Within a few breaths, 6 or 7 ninjas died at Zhou Cheng's hands. Darui, Samui, and the other two felt quite sweaty. If Zhou Cheng appeared behind him, would he be able to react in time? Perhaps, like those ninjas, he will have his throat pierced by a single sword. After fighting for a while, Zhou Cheng stopped. We can't push them too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If it were just the hidden Cloud Village attacking Konoha today, Zhou Cheng would have absolutely wiped them out. Now, every second he stays here increases the danger in the fog concealment area. His friends are all over there. Do you think you can get through here? You have 1 minute to get out. Otherwise, leave no one alive. Zhou Cheng stood holding the Thunder God's sword, his voice reaching everyone's ears through his chakra. Damn it! Darui slammed his fist into the ground. It was the first time he had ever felt powerless. He hasn't fully matured yet, his strength is at most that of an elite jonin. They were no match for Zhou Cheng at all. Darui, let's attack together. Samui and Mabai came to his side. They also drew their short swords, ready to fight. The hidden Cloud Village will not retreat without a fight. Darui nodded. Among the Cloud Village here, the 3 of them were the strongest. If they attack together, they might be able to buy some more time. Samui and Mabi's actions also stirred the emotions of the other Cloud Village members. The lightning ninjas who could wield the lightning armor also stepped forward, wanting to fight together. Zhou Cheng saw them, raised an eyebrow, and showed some admiration. They had the courage to fight even when they knew they were outmatched. Kumagakure truly lives up to its reputation as a martial arts ninja village. Every single one of them is fearless and undaunted. Then the only option is to kill all these ninjas. Zhou Cheng maintained his wind release chakra mode, gripping the Thunder God sword in his right hand, and charged into the Cloud Village group. In the blink of an eye, he slit the throat of a Cloud Villager. Then a raised nan appeared in his left hand and slammed into the face of another ninja. The ninja's entire face was caved in, a bloody mess. Then he kicked away a ninja who was slashing at him, causing him to vomit blood. He was rescued by other ninjas. Chapter 127. If it weren't for Lei's Hikai protecting him, that kick would have killed him instantly. Zhou Cheng was like a tiger among sheep, moving among dozens of ninjas. But those ninjas couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Instead, he killed many ninjas. They were almost always killed with a single blow. These people are all at the Chunin or Jonin level. Only Darui and his 2 companions reached the elite Jonin level. Zhou Cheng cleaved the short sword that was falling towards him with a single stroke of his sword. They started using unkind language to disturb their peace of mind. Your Reikage only sent this bunch of freaks. His head must have been squeezed in a door. You think a bunch of Jonin can conquer Konoha? You're seriously underestimating Konoha. You shouldn't have placed your bets on Danzo. He's already in dire straits himself, let alone capable of cooperating with you. Get out of here while I still have patience. Otherwise, your Cloud Village would suffer a great loss. I wonder how the Hokage will feel about losing so many of your fighting strength. Zhou Cheng's words became increasingly offensive, and anger appeared on the faces of the Cloud Village ninjas. They wished they could tear Zhou Cheng to pieces. Unfortunately, lacking the strength, all he could do was writhe in impotent rage. Darui, Samui, and the other two waved to signal the Cloud Village ninjas to stop. We can't fight anymore. If we fight again, our entire army will be wiped out. They didn't come here to invade Konoha. It was all for the benefits promised by Danzo. Therefore, only a small force of 100 or so people was dispatched. There were no top-tier experts either. I didn't expect to be stopped by just one person. This rendered their troops unable to advance an inch and caused them heavy losses. After Zhou Cheng's massacre, the hidden Cloud Village has lost more than half of its ninjas. These dozens of ninjas are a valuable asset to Kumagakuer. But they didn't even see the walls of Konoha. Darui and his two companions began to consider leaving. They remembered the Hokage's orders very clearly. Make your own judgment, if it's not feasible, then retreat. The Hokage never fully trusted Danzo from the beginning. So they only sent a small contingent to probe the area. That's why they sent Ma Bai to let her use her heavenly gift technique to establish a base. To prepare for the next steps. Unfortunately, all of these plans were disrupted by one person. Someone they can hardly surpass. A person who only made them feel despair. The three of them, Darui, exchanged glances. They both saw a retreat in each other's eyes. They each nodded. Darui took a few steps forward. We've lost. Leave Konoha immediately. But you have to make sure there are no pursuers chasing Mu. Zhou Cheng was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he showed no change. He knew it was time to negotiate. However, the initiative is in our own hands. You think you can come and go from Konoha as you please? What do you take Konoha for? Darui's expression froze, revealing a troubled look. His personality is not suited for negotiation. At this moment, Ma Bai stepped forward. So what are Konoha's conditions? Zhou Cheng glanced at Samui, whose face was practically contorted with rage. He swallowed hard. Wouldn't it be tiring to run on such a huge thunderbolt? I really want to experience what it feels like to hold a giant thunderbolt in my hand. What a pity, Samui is from Kumagakuer, Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, hee. Zhou Cheng's intense gaze made Samui tug at her collar, her eyes filled with shame and indignation. Damn pervert! Ahem, leave your heavenly gift technique scroll, and you can leave. Ma Bai's expression changed drastically. You really dare to speak like that? The heavenly delivery technique is a strategic level ninjutsu, how could it possibly be used as a bargaining chip? Impossible. Even if the entire army is wiped out, the heavenly delivery technique will never be given to Konoha. Ma Bai sternly refused. Zhou Cheng was not angry, knowing the importance of the heavenly gift technique. It's impossible to obtain it just like that. Leave all your ninja tools here. Hand over your Cloud Village's unique swordsmanship training manual. And all lightning release ninjutsu below rank B. Then you can leave. Zhou Cheng ordered them to leave their ninja tools behind to prevent them from launching a surprise attack. A ninja who loses his ninja tools will suffer a significant loss of strength. Send another small unit to follow at a distance. Until they withdrew from the borders of the Land of Fire. The border guards were then notified to be on high alert. This is the only way to prevent a counterattack from the Hidden Cloud Village. Lightning Release Ninjutsu, on the other hand, was for future preparation. He will definitely replicate the top-tier affinity of Lightning Release. At that time, he possessed Lightning Attribute Chakra. No need to go through the trouble of collecting Lightning Release Ninjutsu anymore. The swordsmanship training manual was also something Zhou Cheng wanted. The battle with Darui. He was simply using his sensory abilities, as for sensing danger. Then the body reacts. That's how they blocked Darui's sword attack. His swordsmanship is still terrible. So he decided to learn the swordsmanship of all the famous swordsmen in the ninja world. In that case, we'll be facing thousands upon thousands of enemies in the future. That way, we won't have to keep using ninjutsu with huge coverage areas. Although his chakra reserves are like the ocean. But wars like the Ninja World War, involving thousands of people, are different. It's always good to conserve some chakra. Although he has Karin, the all-powerful power bank. But you can't keep biting her. It's easy for people to misunderstand. The three of them, Darui, huddled together and discussed in hushed tones for a while. A consensus was reached. We agree to your terms. In Darui's view, ninja tools are merely external possessions. Although there are quite a few of them, they can be worth a lot of money when added together. But wealth is not as valuable as life. Lightning release is only a low-level ninjutsu below rank B, so it won't have much impact. Then the swordsmanship training manual only records basic swordsmanship techniques. Those advanced sword techniques were all taught personally and could not possibly be recorded in a manual. This is precisely to prevent situations like today from happening again. Zhou Cheng clearly hadn't considered this point. Konoha even records forbidden techniques on scrolls. Dozens of ninjas all took out their personal ninja tools. It piled up into a small mountain. Then, Darui took out several scrolls and threw them at Zhou Cheng. You've got everything, can we go now? Zhou Cheng wasn't afraid that Darui would deceive him. Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Zhou Cheng nodded, indicating that the Cloud Village ninjas could leave. Darui waved his hand, and all the Cloud Village ninjas followed him away, heading towards the land of lightning. Zhou Cheng let out a heavy sigh. The front line here has been held for the time being. Next, all we need to do is wait for Tsunade to send reinforcements here. He used several teleportation techniques to arrive at the watchtower. The Konoha ninjas looked at him with fervor and reverence. In a world where strength reigns supreme, age is no longer a factor. You are so powerful that even people old enough to be your father will respectfully address you as master. Led by the Sentry Tower commander, all the Konoha ninja knelt on one knee, shouting. Many thanks to Lord Zhou Cheng for saving my life. We are willing to follow you, sir, even through fire and water. Zhou Cheng's eye twitched. What on earth was going on? Anyone who didn't know better would have thought I was going to establish my own shadow. Chapter 128. In order not to give others any leverage, Zhou Cheng naturally wouldn't accept such a conversation. He's using chakra, if you're not careful, you'll kill him. You're wrong. You're loyal to the Hokage, to Konoha. Don't say things like that again. Reinforcements for the village will arrive soon. You all just stay here and guard the place. The watchtower commander looked disappointed. A person like Zhou Cheng will likely achieve great things in the future. He might even become the future Hokage. He originally hoped to use this incident to curry favor with Zhou Cheng. He'd had enough of that watchtower. I've always wanted to be transferred back to the village, even if it's just to lead a team on a mission. The watchtower was so boring. If you stay any longer, you'll go crazy. But all of this was ultimately just a fantasy. Zhou Cheng did not appreciate his kindness. Zhou Cheng felt his gaze, turned his head and met his eyes. I could see what he was thinking. He didn't respond, he just smiled slightly. He gave him a meaningful smile. He took out a Flying Thunder God Kunao, tossed it casually, and the Flying Thunder God Kunao landed steadily at his feet. Keep it safe. Then he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. The watchtower commander looked somewhat disappointed, clutching the Flying Thunder God Kunao tightly in his hand. Southeast of Konoha was originally territory of the Land of Whirlpools. After the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, this area became part of the Land of Fire. Because the Land of Water is located on a lonely island, they have very little contact with the mainland. They also rarely participated in the Ninja World War. Therefore, Konoha's defenses in the southeast have always been the weakest. This gave Kirigakura an opportunity. Their group of nearly 100 people easily set foot on the Land of Fire. Then, based on the map of the security force distribution provided by Danzo, they arrived at the last watchtower of Konoha without any obstacles. This watchtower is in a special location. To bypass it, one would have to travel a detour of over 100 miles. Speed is of the essence in war, so Terumi decided to launch a full-scale assault on the watchtower. After a period of fighting, the watchtower gate was broken. The hidden mist ninja have already entered the watchtower. The watchtower is in imminent danger. Where are the reinforcements? Where are they? We're about to lose our hold. Just when the Konoha ninjas were almost in despair, a barrage of kunao and shuriken forced the hidden mist ninjas back. Then, figures appeared in the watchtower. The leader had white hair, wore a mask, and carried a short knife. Ah, it's Lord Kakashi. Reinforcements have arrived. Then, dozens of Konoha ninjas charged towards the Kirigakura ninjas. For a time, the hidden mist ninja were forced to withdraw from the watchtower. Ao, standing next to Terumi, waved her hand sharply, a look of regret on her face. Damn it, so close. If the Konoha reinforcements had arrived just 10 minutes later, we could have completely captured the watchtower. Terumi glanced at him. It was indeed a pity. Konoha reinforcements have arrived, and the casualties are about to increase indefinitely. Kakashi knew that he didn't have enough power to push back. Therefore, they could only rely on watchtowers as defensive positions. They held out until Zhou Cheng arrived. Terumi ordered all the hidden mist ninja to retreat, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the watchtower, her arms crossed over her chest, making her large breasts appear even more impressive. If Zhou Cheng were here, he would definitely tease her. Her hands began to rapidly form hand seals, and she murmured. Boiling release, skillful mist technique. She exhaled thick white mist. The white fog has an extremely high temperature and is highly acidic, capable of corroding everything. The wooden walls of the watchtower simply could not withstand such corrosion. It made a clicking sound. Terumi swiftly threw out several more kunao. The kunao were nailed to the wooden wall, and they managed to punch several large holes in it. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. This would greatly weaken the wooden wall's defensive capabilities. They will lose their last defensive position. Terumi waved her hand, and the hidden mist ninjas began their attack again. Immediately afterwards, one ninjutsu after another blasted into the already corroded wooden wall. Wood chips flew everywhere, and holes appeared in the walls of the watchtower. Kaka analyzed the situation. This place could no longer be held. The only option is to retreat from the watchtower and use it as a base. Use Earth Release Ninjutsu to build a temporary defensive position. Everyone, exit the watchtower. Then, he personally covered the rear and slowly withdrew from the watchtower. As soon as he left the watchtower, he shouted loudly while forming hand seals. Let's use Earth Release, Earth Wall. Then, earthen walls burst through the watchtower and rose up. The watchtower was used as the center of defense, and a temporary defensive position was built. He made his first jump onto the earthen wall, which was 20 or 30 meters thick. He kicked a hidden mist ninja off the earthen wall. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas jumped onto the earthen wall and began to defend themselves. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Ninjas from both sides continued to be injured or killed. The number of people on both sides is decreasing. However, the hidden mist ninjas clearly had the upper hand. Kakashi's subordinates were all ninjas who had never seen real combat. They have strength but lack combat effectiveness. Konoha has done its utmost to resist. But they continued to retreat step by step. The situation has reached a critical juncture. At this moment, the 15 young heroes stepped forward. They relied on perfect teamwork. Each has its own unique abilities and bloodline limits. By guarding all positions, they managed to hold off the hidden mist ninja's attack for a time. However, they all had some minor external injuries. Seeing the battle unfolding before her, Terumi May began to feel anxious. The longer the delay goes on, the more disadvantageous it will be for Kirigakure. Reinforcements from all sides of Konoha are definitely on their way. If they are surrounded by reinforcements, then they will be the ones to flee. Let's go too. Mai Terumi gestured to the guards beside her, leading the charge into the battle. Mai Terumi's strength is definitely at the cage level. The only one who can rival her is Kakashi. However, besides Mai Terumi, Kirigakure also has ninjas like Ao and Kojuro. Their strength should not be underestimated. The battle lines were pushing back rapidly. Even the 15 young heroes couldn't hold on any longer. They were just chunin. No matter how well they coordinate, they cannot overcome the absolute gap in strength. The ninjas of those powerful clans were all cowards who feared death. It's impossible to fight to the death. Comparing the two, Konoha is definitely going to lose. The Konoha ninjas have already removed the earthen wall. If they retreat any further, the plains will be wide open, and there will be no more defensive positions to resist the hidden mist. Brother Zhou Cheng, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many of them, you absolutely mustn't come. Even though Hinata was covered in dust and blood from head to toe, she was still thinking of Zhou Cheng. She feared that if Zhou Cheng teleported over at this time, he would face the attack of the hidden mist. Brother Zhou Cheng, if you don't come soon, we're going to die. Where are you? Help me. The other girls felt both despair and hope. I hope Zhou Cheng comes, and I also hope he doesn't. They watched as the hidden mist ninja charged towards them. A single tear rolled down their cheeks. Hey, you guys are here. I heard a somewhat frivolous voice. The girls all wore expressions of relief. He's finally here. Chapter 129. Zhou Cheng appeared before them. It gave them boundless confidence. Kakashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 15 young heroes. We're saved. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Zhou Cheng hadn't expected the battle here to be so intense. If he had taken any longer to deal with the Cloud Village ninjas. How many of these people are left? War is always cruel. He suddenly turned around and walked towards the hidden mist ninja. He clapped his hands and shouted. Earth release, Earth rising spear. Chakra was used without reservation. One by one, they pierced the ground, spreading towards the hidden mist ninja. They blocked all their routes of advance. Then, Zhou Cheng shouted again. Earth release, Earth flow fortress wall. A massive earthen wall appeared, even larger than the one erected by the dozens of ninjas earlier. Now, the defense should be fine. Well then, it's my turn to perform. With a mighty leap, he soared into the air. A spiral shuriken instantly appeared in his hand. He threw the Rasen shuriken at the hidden mist ninja. Get out of the way. Mai Terumi, the strongest among them, immediately recognized it as an S-rank ninjutsu. If it landed in a crowd, countless people would die. Who exactly is this person who suddenly appeared? The 5th Hokage is said to have been a woman, not him. And he looks only a teenager, yet he possesses such strength. Then he is the source of Konoha's chaos, as mentioned in Danzo's letter. Mai Terumi's brows furrowed tightly. You can't completely trust what that old man Danzo says. The village miscalculated this time. Konoha is not as weak as Danzo described. The foundation of the greatest ninja village remains. Kirigakure, on the other hand, is the one that truly needs to recuperate and rebuild. Everyone, retreat 50 meters. Mai Terumi ordered all the hidden mist ninja to retreat to minimize casualties. The battles that followed were beyond their control. Zhou Cheng landed on the edge of the spikes, looking curiously at Terumi Mai and the people around her. Unexpectedly, Kirigakure sent the future 5th Mizukage. Why has Kirigakure invaded our borders without provocation? Zhou Cheng's words were transmitted to everyone's ears through chakra. We have received a request from the Konoha Advisory Council. Someone is causing trouble in Konoha. We hope to come to your aid as allies. If you're stopping us, then you're the ones taking the money to wreak havoc on Konoha. Terumi Mei stood with her trusted confidants about 20 meters away from Zhou Cheng. Her facial expression was indifferent, making it impossible to discern her inner thoughts. Zhou Cheng laughed. Even in this state, he was still saying such childish things. Ridiculous. Your Mizukage, oh, you don't have a Mizukage right now. All power in the village is in the hands of that old geezer. No wonder they listened to Danzo. They're getting more and more senile as they get older. Zhou Cheng's words pierced the hearts of every hidden mist ninja like a thorn. Zhou Cheng is right, the village has been out of sight for too long. The elders' decisions are often premature. An incompetent general can lead to the downfall of an entire army. Zhou Cheng continued to use words to disturb their concentration. Furthermore, you weren't even trying to help Konoha. It's for their own vested interests. Danzo must have promised the coastal land of whirlpools to the land of water. I don't believe you would send so many people if there weren't benefits to it. Don't think too highly of yourself. Then he looked at Mei Terumi, his eyes feigning a flirtatious expression, clearly intending to provoke them. Wow, she's a real beauty. So, are you married yet? Mei Terumi's expression changed instantly. Marriage was taboo for her. Ao and Kojuro exchanged a glance and silently took a few steps back. This guy's dead meat. Mei Terumi took a few steps forward, and her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. At first, she was like a gentle older sister next door. Now she's a domineering female CEO. Kid, what did you just say? Marry. Do you think I don't want to get married? I just haven't met a good man. Zhou Cheng grinned. If you can't, then come with me. Come to Konoha, I'll take care of you. Mei Terumi's expression turned even uglier. His fists were clenched tightly together. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Go to hell. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Zhou Cheng curled his lip. Water dragon bullet requires hand seals? Now that's what you call a water dragon bullet. He clapped his hands, and a water dragon, larger than Mei's, crashed into her. The two water jets collided. The massive flow of water washed the surrounding ground clean. In this ninjutsu duel, Mei Terumi sensed Zhou Cheng's strength. This guy's strength is definitely no less than mine. A serious look appeared in her eyes. It was also accompanied by a hint of fighting spirit. No man in Kirigakure is her match. This caused her to miss the age for marriage. It's a pity he's too young. Molten release, lava technique. She sprayed a large amount of thick, strong acid from her mouth. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Mei Terumi possesses two bloodline limits, making her a force to be reckoned with. Against her, my only advantage is my chakra reserves. To guarantee a win against her, you need to enter chakra mode or sage mode. Water release, Rasen Shuriken. The spiral shuriken collided with the strong acid. It caused a massive explosion. The strong acid corroded the chakra of the shuriken. The water-based energy within the shuriken was also diluting the strong acid. In the end, nothing happened except for leaving a large crater. This time, the two are tied again. Ao and Kojuro stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. That's a bloodline limit, and it was broken just like that? Did this guy start cultivating from the womb? Has the invincible leader of Kirigakure finally met her match? Mei Terumi forms simple hand seals. At their level, they can already perform the simplest hand seals. Boiling release, skillful mist technique. It possessed an extremely high temperature, and a white mist accompanied by strong acid gushed from her mouth. Wherever it passed, the ground was corroded into tiny pits. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted. This was white mist capable of dissolving even the skeleton of Xuanhuang. I mustn't get caught in this white fog. Water release, water wave. A large amount of water appeared beneath Zhou Cheng's feet, eventually forming a large river that dissolved the white mist in the water. The strong acid is diluted while lowering the temperature of the white mist. The two are tied again. Mei Terumi knew that she was still a little weaker. He only uses abilities from bloodline limits. However, Zhou Cheng only used ordinary ninjutsu. Since it's a draw, she definitely lost. Mei Terumi made an estimate. Zhou Cheng has used so many ninjutsu techniques since then. He showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. This guy's chakra reserves are truly astonishing. It seems today's operation will be fruitless. Zhou Cheng gazed at Terumi Mei's beautiful face and graceful figure. They were thinking of using a single move to intimidate Kirigakure. He broke the chains that held the sage chakra. He instantly entered immortal mode. The change in Zhou Cheng's aura caused Terumi Mei to furrow her brows tightly. He hasn't even used his full strength yet? Kakashi watched Zhou Cheng's retreating figure. I could sense that it was the same kind of sage mode as my teacher. Teacher. You have a worthy successor. Zhou Cheng will definitely be able to protect Konoha. Listen up, Hidden Mist Ninja. I'll only use one move. If you can catch it, you win. Chapter 130. His words undoubtedly provoked the Hidden Mist Ninja. One move to solve us? You little brat, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Many of the Hidden Mist Ninjas burst out laughing. You may be strong, but don't be so naive as to think you can defeat us in one move. Ao and Kojuro also smiled. You're still young after all. Do they think they're invincible in the ninja world? Even the Konoha ninjas on the earthen wall behind them felt that Zhou Cheng might have overestimated himself. Defeating dozens of Hidden Mist Ninjas in a single move is undoubtedly a fantasy. Does he think he's the god of ninjas? All the Konoha ninja, except for the 15 Konoha shinobi, also prepared for battle. They wanted to strike while Zhou Cheng was in trouble, to rescue him and also to dampen the arrogance of the Hidden Mist Ninja. Mei Terumi wore a serious expression. She was closest to Zhou Cheng and thus felt the changes in his aura most clearly. This guy might not be exaggerating. His imposing presence gave me a sense of pressure. A very strong sense of oppression. If not handled carefully, it could be fatal. Zhou Cheng's face was unusually serious. I've never used this trick before, I hope it doesn't backfire. Bring it on. These two words exploded like a thunderclap over everyone's heads. It blew their scalps off. Zhou Cheng raised his right hand high, and a raised nan appeared in his palm. The ninjas from Kirigakure and Konoha shook their heads in disappointment. The same move? Are you playing us? Even the 15 strong ones, who had absolute faith in Zhou Cheng, looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding Zhou Cheng's intentions. Immortal technique, super great ball raise nan. The raise nan expanded rapidly, growing to over 30 meters in size. It's significantly larger than Jiraiya's giant raise nan. Everyone's scalp tingled. Chakra form can change to this extent? What do you want to do? Are you playing with fire and getting burned? If this isn't controlled, it will explode. You yourself will be reduced to ashes. The 15 young heroes were dumbfounded. So, Zhou Cheng hadn't shown us his true strength all along. One raise nan like that could probably wipe out a third of Konoha. The Hidden Mist Ninjas did not retreat, they firmly believed that Zhou Cheng could not control such a change in form for long. He couldn't handle it. Ao and Kojuro had arrived beside Mei Terumi, their chakra already at its maximum. If the chakra ball in Zhou Cheng's hand explodes, they will not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to protect Mei Terumi. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes. Continue. He channeled wind release chakra into the raise nan, which was already imbued with sage mode. This was something he had never tried before. if the different energy sources fail to maintain a balance. He left no trace of his remains. Soon, he held up a spiral shuriken that was 40 meters long. A violent wind elemental attack raged within the spiral shuriken. Kirigakuer, this move is your way of returning the favor. Thank you for visiting Konoha. Then, he forcefully swung his right hand downwards. The Rasen shuriken hurtled towards the group of hidden mist ninjas like a meteorite. The moment it left Zhou Cheng's hand, the raging wind attribute chakra went out of control. It began to wreak havoc all around. Zhou Cheng, having exhausted his chakra, knelt on one knee, panting heavily. My whole body was soaked in sweat. The hidden mist ninjas felt as if a hurricane was heading their way. The violent wind made it impossible for them to open their eyes. The Konoha ninja were all petrified. They had never seen anything like the Rasen shuriken before. Even Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of ninjutsu has already surpassed the S-rank category. If such a spiral shuriken were to land in a village, then everything will start over. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes widened as she desperately roared for the hidden mist ninja to retreat quickly. If we don't run now, we'll be wiped out. Ao and Kojuro pulled her back together. But Mei Terumi harbored endless resentment. They traveled all this way just to kill a few Konoha ninja, and then retreated back to the land of water? What's the difference between that and making a wasted trip? Faced with that enormous, meteor-like spiral shuriken, she felt only a deep sense of powerlessness. Even if she used all her strength, she had no way to block this ninjutsu. Kakashi then realized what was happening and turned around to wave at the Konoha ninja. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat immediately! At least 500 meters away. The Konoha ninjas seemed to awaken from a dream. I don't care about anything anymore. He jumped off the earthen wall and ran towards Konoha. Everyone's face was filled with terror. That's terrifying. It's even more terrifying than an S-rank ninjutsu. Is that BD Zhou Cheng trying to kill us too? 15 Xiaoqiang looked back every 3 steps. They were worried about Zhou Cheng. They witnessed Zhou Cheng kneeling on one knee. A ninjutsu of that level must have exhausted his chakra. So, how is he going to escape? Brother Zhou Cheng. Hinata gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran towards Zhou Cheng's direction. You can't leave me, brother Zhou Cheng. Seeing Hinata's actions, Karin turned and ran back without hesitation. The son of my life, you are not allowed to die. Ino broke free from Shikamaru's grasp, tears welling in her eyes, and ran towards Zhou Cheng. My love of my life, I can't lose you. But before they could run more than a few meters, Kakashi knocked them unconscious with a hand chop. At the same time, it stopped Kurama Yakumo, who might have run back. Right now, there's nothing we can do but believe him. Then, with the help of the other cockroaches, they carried several girls on their backs and continued running towards Konoha. Boom! The spiral resembles a nuclear bomb exploding. A huge mushroom cloud rose outside the watchtower. Several energies intertwined. The shockwave swept around like a tsunami. Everything within a 500-meter radius was reduced to ashes. The hidden mist ninjas, who had just run 500 meters, stopped, exhausted. They all collapsed to the ground. He thought he had escaped death. But the next second, a violent blast of air blew them off their feet and sent them tumbling several times before slamming them hard to the ground. They felt dizzy and disoriented. The energy from the fall was churning inside me, making me feel incredibly uncomfortable. Tui! 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 Mei Terumi crawled out of the dust. He quickly spat out the sand and pebbles from his mouth. She was covered in dust from head to toe. She had never looked so disheveled. Zhou Cheng. She looked up at the sky and sighed. I never imagined there was a man like this in Konoha. So powerful it's despair-inducing. She glanced around and saw the disheveled and exhausted hidden mist ninja. Some of the weaker ones weren't killed by the explosion, but were carried into the air by the blast wave and fell to their deaths in extremely gruesome ways. The other ninjas were all injured, none of them were unharmed. Kojuro also lost an arm. Mei Terumi's resentment reached its peak. Damn Danzo! Damn Elder! Damn Konoha! That damned Zhou Cheng! This was the first defeat of her life. Such a crushing defeat. She was just about to order the troops to regroup. This is the only chance to fight back. Zhou Cheng may have already died in the explosion. She witnessed Zhou Cheng kneeling on the ground, exhausted after using his ninjutsu. In that state, it would have been impossible to escape such an explosion. Oh, you guys are still alive. Above her head, she heard that young voice she would never forget. Chapter 131. Mei Terumi looked up in disbelief. She saw that figure she could never forget. Zhou Cheng. Mei Terumi's exclamation drew the attention of all the hidden mist ninja. They all turned their attention to Zhou Cheng. They exploded instantly. They all stood up. Mei Terumi surrounded them. You're still alive. Ao shielded Terumi Mei behind him, his face grim. Zhou Cheng glanced at Qing and said, "You think you're worthy to speak to me? Say one more word, and I'll return that eye roll to its rightful owner." Qing choked for a moment, then flew into a rage. Yet he had no choice but to suppress his anger. That damn BD, don't ever fall into my hands again. Zhou Cheng glanced at the hidden mist ninjas, a smile playing on his lips. One hit, can you withstand it? Shall we continue? Mei Terumi pulled away from Ao and took a few steps forward. How did he escape? You're lucky you escaped the blast radius. How much chakra do you have left? One against dozens, you think you've got a sure win. As soon as she finished speaking, the hidden mist ninja all took a few steps forward. Each of them had a murderous look on their face. The shockwave alone cost them many of their companions. They wanted nothing more than to rush towards Zhou Cheng and kill him. Zhou Cheng snorted coldly, his voice carrying chakra that reached everyone's ears. When I used that Rasen Shuriken technique, my chakra was indeed temporarily depleted. Fortunately, they managed to use some of Shikaku's chakra in time. Only then can they successfully escape the blast radius. With the regenerative power of my immortal body, a small portion of the chakra has been restored. That's enough to scare the hidden mist ninja. You can try it, whoever moves dies. Zhou Cheng drew the Thunder God's sword, its blade crackling with lightning. Seeing him like this, even the hidden mist ninjas were somewhat unsure of what to do. They couldn't immediately tell what Zhou Cheng's state was. Even Mei Terumi was taken aback. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Cheng. Had this guy's chakra already recovered? I have to test him. Earth release, heart-slaying decapitation technique. She planned to use earth magic to trap Zhou Cheng. If they can trap him, then it means Zhou Cheng is just bluffing. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed. Couldn't he fool her? Earth release, earth split palm. He slammed his palm on the ground, and the ground immediately cracked open. Mei Terumi's ninjutsu was easily broken. My lord, I've observed that his chakra isn't as abundant as it used to be. His chakra reserves are indeed running low. Beneath the blue eye mask, the Byakugan was constantly observing Zhou Cheng's chakra flow. If anything unusual is found, report it to Terumi Mei immediately. What are you waiting for? Attack him together. Kill him. Right now, he's just a paper tiger. Kojuro clutched his other hand with one hand, his face pale with pain, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing his words, the hidden mist ninjas swarmed forward, ready to tear Zhou Cheng to pieces. Zhou Cheng sighed slightly, he had failed again. But do you think I'm just going to obediently go and die? Let me show you the power of the Eight Gates formation. Haha, you've come at the right time. The Eight Gates formation, the third gate, the gate of life, opens. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from Zhou Cheng. The shockwave visibly spread outwards. Green energy enveloped his body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such powerful chakra. Compared to before, it's improved by at least several times. Cheng covered his right eye tightly, screaming repeatedly. Bang! Zhou Cheng took a step forward and arrived in front of a hidden mist ninja in the blink of an eye, sending him flying with a single punch. Mei Terumi's pupils contracted violently. Such immense power, such incredible speed. My eyes can barely keep up. This is the secret technique used by the Konoha genin who single-handedly held off the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Konoha has actually passed down this secret technique. The screams of the hidden mist ninja rose and fell. Within minutes, 7 or 8 hidden mist ninjas were killed with a single punch. However, the hidden mist ninjas' ninjutsu speed was too slow, and they couldn't catch up with Zhou Cheng at all. They huddled together, afraid of hurting their companions, and dared not use any wide-range ninjutsu. This gave Zhou Cheng an excellent opportunity. I opened 3 doors and used speed to crush the weaker opponents. It felt amazing. Mei Terumi realized this too. Were they a bunch of idiots, huddled together waiting for him to kill them? Scatter, everyone! Leave a 5-meter distance between the 2 people. Upon receiving Mei Terumi's order, the Kirigakure ninja immediately dispersed, each maintaining a distance of more than 5 meters. However, more than 10 ninjas have already died at Zhou Cheng's hands. Their units' numbers have decreased again. There were nearly 100 people when they arrived, but now less than half remain. Mei Terumi's heart is bleeding. All of this stemmed from the elders' covetousness of Konoha. In addition, there was Danzo's instigation and promises. Konoha's geographical location is too good. The vast plains, fertile land, and pleasant climate ensured a large population. No ninja village is without greed for Konoha. Other ninja villages, due to various reasons such as climate and geography, their population cannot possibly compare to that of the Land of Fire. This makes ninjas from other ninja villages highly valued. Especially the high-ranking ninjas, each one is a treasure to the village. Even the death of one person is a sin, but today, dozens have died at the hands of this man. How many people have been blown into the air by the blast wave and fallen to their deaths? Beautiful sister, come with me. The weather in Kirigakure isn't suitable for women to live in. The weather in Konoha is the most comfortable. Zhou Cheng stopped killing. If the hidden mist ninjas kept their distance of more than 5 meters, they could very well use this to track him down. With a few people working together, they can definitely attack him. My lord, I have something to report. A middle-aged Kirigakure ninja approached Mei Terumi and spoke softly. Zhou Cheng looks a lot like someone. That person was a member of our hidden mist village. His small clan was wiped out in that civil war. However, the ninjas from their clan are all strong. Perhaps Zhou Cheng is that person's descendant. After listening, Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes were filled with deep questions. If Zhou Cheng is indeed from Kirigakure, then why did he become a Konoha ninja? How strong is that person you're talking about? The hidden mist ninja thought for a moment. In terms of ability, we should be about the same as you. Mei Terumi's pupils contracted. Equal to me? Is it a movie-level film? Could someone like that really die in internal strife? If this is true, is it possible to persuade Zhou Cheng to return to Wuyin village? Zhou Cheng, I just received news that you're from Kirigakure. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. Trying to curry favor when you can't win. So what if it is? There's no need to hide it, this kind of thing will be found out easily if you investigate. I am an orphan of the Civil War, stranded in the ninja world. Konoha found me and gave me a home. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Mei Terumi was now almost certain that Zhou Cheng was a descendant of a powerful figure from Kirigakure. The information mostly matches. Then why don't you return to Kirigakure? With your current abilities, you are fully qualified to run for Mizukage. Zhou Cheng sneered. This woman is trying to drag me back to Wuyan village. I don't even remember who my parents were, I was only 3 years old then. Kirigakure made all of this possible, why should I go back? Chapter 132. However, if you tell me who killed my parents, I might consider going back to Kirigakure. Zhou Cheng was just making things difficult for Terumi Mei, so many years have passed, how could he possibly find out this? As expected, Mei Terumi looked troubled after hearing this. More than a decade has passed, and most of those who participated in that civil unrest have died for various reasons. How should we begin the investigation? She could only turn her gaze to the ninja who knew Zhou Cheng's parents. He shook his head. Back then, I was just a low-ranking ninja, I had no access to core secrets. And after all these years, those who knew about this have either left the village or died. Aside from a few older villagers, no one else should know about this. Mei Terumi nodded, then looked at Zhou Cheng and shrugged, indicating that there was nothing she could do. Then stop talking nonsense. To fight or to retreat? Zhou Cheng drew the Thunder God's sword, and his aura surged once again. As for Shikaku's chakra, that's his last trump card. Moreover, he is just a little kid right now, and Zhou Cheng doesn't want people to say he's employing child labor. The Thunder God's sword flicked its tip at Mei, a question posed, should they continue the fight, or should Kirigakure spare her at all costs? Mei Terumi has regained her strong, independent woman persona. He stood there for a long time, then let out a soft sigh. Even if we could keep Zhou Cheng here, what difference would it make? That came at a huge cost. After that, almost nothing remained of the hidden mist ninja world. How do we deal with the Konoha ninja in the watchtower? Even if they did reach Konoha, what use would the remaining small group of Kirigakure ninja be? Are we going to travel 1,000 miles to be sent to our deaths? Moreover, Konoha was able to assemble and send reinforcements in such a short time. This means Danzo has been exposed, and he might even be dead. It would be better to leave some of the Fog Shadow's forces intact. There's no need to sacrifice the entire future for Konoha. Our hidden mist village has lost. We must withdraw from the land of wood and fire immediately. Zhou Cheng made no move. He knew all too well that the negotiations had only just begun. Leave behind all your ninja tools. Hand over all water release techniques below rank B. And you, stay here. Zhou Cheng proposed conditions similar to those of Union Village. There's no need to elaborate on ninja tools. To prevent a counterattack, it can be distributed to Konoha ninjas, or at the very least, sold for money. Zhou Cheng has almost mastered the water release ninjutsu. There's no point in using ninjutsu anymore. He then focused his attention on the water-style techniques of Kirigakure. These secret techniques are closely guarded secrets, obtaining even a few is equivalent to mastering more than 10 ninjutsu. As for the person he finally pointed to, it was naturally Mei Terumi. Zhou Cheng planned to coerce and lure her to Konoha before she became the Mizukage. Since they've decided to turn Konoha into their own backyard. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure Konoha's absolute position in the ninja world. Therefore, all the top-tier combatants must be recruited from Konoha. However, Zhou Cheng knew that the chances of successfully recruiting Terumi Mei were extremely slim. However, this could also draw the attention of the hidden mist ninja to Mei Terumi and make them forget about the secret technique. Before Mei Terumi could react, Ao and Kojuro had already jumped up. They were devastated. Should Mei Terumi stay? You wish. UBD, what did you say? How could the adults possibly stay? Even if it costs us our lives, we won't let the master stay. Young and hot-blooded Kojuro glared at Zhou Cheng, almost gritting his teeth. My lord, I will kill him immediately if you give the order. At this time, several of Mei Terumi's other confidants also approached Kojuro. They glared angrily at Zhou Cheng, their hands already on the hilts of their short swords, ready to draw them at any moment. Although Qing was not as impulsive as a young person, she still found it difficult to tolerate the conditions proposed by Zhou Cheng. Mei Terumi is the best candidate to become the next Mizukage. Qing has staked everything he has on her. If she fails to become the Mizukage, then all her efforts will be in vain. Adult. Qing was about to speak when Zhou Cheng interrupted her. You bunch of trash, you think you can negotiate with me? Believe it or not, I'll wipe you out in a minute. How dare you yell at me? You're asking for it. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're the 6th Mizukage. Right now, you're just an ordinary jonin. A hole. I'm going to kill you. Despite the excruciating pain of his severed arm, he was about to rush towards Zhou Cheng. But a gentle yet stern voice stopped them. Chjr. Calm down. It was Mei Terumi, who regarded Kojuro as her own child, who spoke up. She looked at Zhou Cheng, her face expressionless. His eyes, however, were blazing with fury. That damned guy, how could he make such an unreasonable request? Am I Mei Terumi a bargaining chip in this transaction? Your demands are excessive. Remove the third condition, I can agree to the first two. Zhou Cheng smiled and shook his head. You're determined to leave someone behind for me. You don't have to stay, that's fine, then he'll stay. Zhou Cheng pointed the Thunder God sword at Qing. The hidden mist ninja were all stunned for a moment. They thought Zhou Cheng would relentlessly pursue Terumi Mei, and this sudden change caught them off guard. Impossible. Mei Terumi was trembling all over, clearly very angry with Zhou Cheng. Qing was her capable subordinate. He was also a senior figure in Kirigakure. After acquiring the Byakugan, he performed many meritorious deeds. He is an indispensable figure in Kirigakure. Zhou Cheng curled his lip. My target is his eye roll. I'm not interested in him. Gouge out his eyes and give him to me. Don't rush to refuse, this is my bottom line. You have 5 minutes to discuss. If I don't get results in 5 minutes, the killing will continue. Zhou Cheng was actually stalling for time, allowing his body to recover its chakra. He closed the 8 gates of the formation. Holding Thor's sword, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Meanwhile, several high-ranking members of Kirigakure also gathered together. Senior Qing, how can you stay? Let me go. I'm the weakest one. Kojuro's injuries went untreated, and he was in so much pain that his face turned deathly pale. Ao patted Kojuro on the head. You are the future of Kirigakure, let me stay. He certainly didn't want to stay, but he still had to say the polite things. He firmly believed that Mei Terumi would not abandon him. None of you can stay. No one can stay. If we came together, we'll go back together. They argued for a long time, but couldn't reach a conclusion that everyone agreed on. 5 minutes later, Zhou Cheng stood up. Have you made up your minds? Mei Terumi stared coldly at Zhou Cheng without saying a word. She could not abandon anyone. Qing took a step forward. Zhou Chenjun, could we change the terms? This condition is too harsh. Zhou Cheng waved his hand, and lightning arcs reappeared on the Thunder God sword. So, you guys haven't come up with anything in these 5 minutes. I told you, that's my bottom line. Since you won't agree, then you can all stay here. Chapter 133. Zhou Cheng coldly stared at the hidden mist ninjas. Refusing a toast only leads to a penalty drink? Then I'll grant your wish. 8 gates formation, gate of life opens. Green steam reappeared. The next moment, Zhou Cheng's figure had vanished. When it reappeared, the Thunder God sword had already pierced the throat of a hidden mist ninja. He kicked the corpse away. Zhou Cheng disappeared again, like a gust of wind. Then another hidden mist ninja died by his sword. With the 8 gates open, no one among the hidden mist ninjas could keep up with his speed. Even Qing could observe Zhou Cheng's actions with a disdainful look. But he needs to verbally remind the others. By the time the others heard, the sword was already piercing his throat. Simply keeping up with Zhou Cheng's pace with your eyes is useless. A few minutes later, another 7 or 8 hidden mist ninjas died at Zhou Cheng's hands. Mei Terumi and Ao's expressions grew increasingly grim. If this continues, we'll really be wiped out. That's enough. Mei Terumi roared angrily, feeling utterly resentful. I'm staying. Qing immediately stood in front of her. My lord, Kirigakure cannot live without you. Your leadership is the key to guiding the prosperity of Fog Village. Since he wants me to stay, then I'll stay. An old life is nothing to brag about. Kojuro grabbed Ao with one arm, laughing miserably. I'm the most useless one. Let me stay. Qing pushed him away, that guy told me to stay. He walked towards Zhou Cheng. I'll stay, and let the others go. Zhou Cheng sneered. You only realize this now? Too late. Even if I kill you, I'll still get a cold shoulder. Wouldn't it have been better to start like this? Now, it's too late. You're not qualified. If you want to live, leave Terumi Mei behind. Enraged, veins bulged on his forehead, and he launched into a tirade of curses. You damn BD, you broke your promise. This is outrageous. Zhou Cheng chuckled lightly, not even glancing at him directly. I'm just bullying you, so what? The hidden mist ninjas erupted in a collective outburst, hurling insults at Zhou Cheng. With a single swing of his sword, Zhou Cheng sent one of the most vocal Kirigakure ninjas to fall into a pool of blood. Like a dog barking, so annoying. I told you, 5 minutes was my limit. You didn't give me an answer, and now you're turning around and insulting me. Who gave you the courage? This is Konoha. Not your dark and damp Kirigakure. Zhou Cheng's imposing presence terrified some of the hidden mist ninja. They walked up to Mei Terumi and knelt down together. Sir, we don't want to die. Please, please save us. Kojuro kicked a kneeling Kirigakure ninja to the ground. She started hurling insults at him. Damn BD! Are you even men? Have you all lost your fighting spirit? No one will answer him. He's absolutely right. But what is more important than life? Who would want to die if they could live? Mei Terumi's face was so gloomy it could drip water. She saw it all. Looking at Zhou Cheng, she asked the question that had been on her mind. Why should I stay? Zhou Cheng shrugged, because you're a great beauty. First, you're beautiful and you're single. Secondly, you are very strong. I will weaken the power of the hidden mist village. After speaking, Zhou Cheng stood quietly, waiting for Terumi Mei's reply. I really can't stay. Zhou Cheng curled his lip. What kind of time is this to be so stubborn? I'm not asking for your opinions. I may not be able to kill you, but I can wipe them all out. I'll leave you alone to return to Kirigakure. Mei Terumi sighed. What's done is done, there's no point in saying anything now. I stayed. Let them go. Zhou Cheng was clearly taken aback, he hadn't expected Mei Terumi to agree. Zhou Cheng saw the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes. A chill ran through me. Forcibly bringing her into Konoha like this might backfire. That's enough. Once I reach the 6 paths level, I can wipe out the 4 great ninja villages with a flick of my wrist. That's enough. Seeing you in so much pain breaks my heart. The first 2 of the 3 conditions I just mentioned remain unchanged. Article 3. Zhou Cheng pointed a finger at Qing, his eyes radiating a fierce aura. Leave him rolling his eyes, and you can all leave. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Gouge out the whites of your eyes? That was something Kirigakure had painstakingly acquired during the Third Shinobi World War. Over the years, Ao has completely integrated with the Byakugan. This also minimizes rejection. Losing the white eye meant that Qing lost not only the most important thing. Kirigakure also suffered heavy losses. His face was ashen, and his fists were clenched tightly. That damn BD! Is there something troubling you? The Byakugan originally belonged to Konoha, this is simply returning it to its rightful owner. Zhou Cheng moved swiftly, arriving in front of Qing in an instant, his Thunder God sword pointing at Qing's eye patch. Will you do it yourself, or should I do it myself? His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and his fists were clenched tightly, but he made no other movements. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. With a swipe of his Thor's sword, he severed Qing's eye patch. Beneath the blindfold were some rather gruesome wounds, and Zhou Cheng was all too familiar with the look of someone rolling their eyes. What a perfect eye roll, too bad it got transplanted onto you. Thanks to your Byakugan, you've achieved many merits in Kirigakuer. May your status in Kirigakuer rise higher and higher. You've already received enough. Now, give me your eyes. The 8 gates formation, the 7th gate, the gate of shock, opens. Compared to before, 100 times more powerful chakra erupted from Zhou Cheng's body. The green steam turned blue. Everyone in Kirigakuer felt a chill run down their spines. This affects the amount of chakra. It's just as powerful as the tailed beasts. This guy hasn't even used his full strength yet. Is he really human? Qing was blown backward by the shockwave from Zhou Cheng and fell to the ground with a thud. The initial resentment turned into despair. Kojuro's face turned even paler. In his youthful arrogance, he had completely lost his swagger at this moment. He just stared blankly at Zhou Cheng, who was enveloped in blue steam. He's starting to lose his composure. I never imagined that the gap between us would be so vast. Mei Terumi raised her hand to block the strong wind that was blowing. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even when facing tailed beasts, she never felt powerless. She knew all too well that such a secret technique couldn't last long. However, she also understood that before this state of affairs ended, none of them would survive. Zhou Cheng's 7th gate can unleash such a large amount of chakra. This is because Zhou Cheng's original foundation was already high. The 8 gates can increase the user's power several times or even 100 times. All of this is based on the user's strength. Zhou Cheng originally possessed cage-level strength. Opening the 7 more gates would grant an extremely powerful boost. However, it also consumes a huge amount of chakra. Zhou Cheng's immortal body possessed an astonishing amount of innate chakra. Otherwise, the 8 gates formation could only be maintained for a short time. Chapter 134. You've really angered me. No matter how much I try to reason with you, you just won't listen. Just say you want to die. Zhou Cheng's voice boomed like thunder. Many of the hidden mist ninjas collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with fear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Qing remained standing for a long time. He was utterly desperate. Under the suppression of absolute power, any schemes, tricks, or ninjutsu are futile. He looked at his palm, then pointed a finger at his right eye. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the ears of every hidden mist ninja. It gave them goosebumps. The pain of gouging out their own eyes sent chills down their spines. It was Professor Qing who saved us. Mei Terumi came to Ao's side. He was being treated using basic medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would either die from the pain or from excessive blood loss. Zhou Cheng closed the 8 gates formation and returned to normal. But because of this, no one dared to challenge him anymore. At that moment, dozens of figures appeared in the distance. Kakashi heard the commotion and led the Konoha ninja here. Seeing Zhou Cheng standing out like a crane among chickens among the hidden mist ninjas, the Konoha side erupted in a huge cheer. Zhou Cheng is not dead. Very good. Lord Zhou Cheng is not dead. He's not dead. Ha ha ha. Kakashi's face visibly relaxed. Zhou Cheng's death was a significant event for Konoha. A death no less devastating than that of a Hokage. Kakashi knew that Zhou Cheng's current strength was firmly at the cage level. And the most exciting thing is that he's only a teenager. Everyone had high expectations for his abilities once he reached adulthood. He grew up safely and was destined to be a figure who could suppress the ninja world. Just like the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. They beat the other ninja villages into submission, making them as docile as pets. The girls rushed into Zhou Cheng's arms. Zhou Cheng deliberately pretended to be about to fall. Ouch! 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 The girls almost went crazy. In a flurry of activity, Karin was the most direct. She rolled up her sleeves and offered her slender arm to Zhou Cheng. "Brother Zhou Cheng, bite me." That one sentence almost made everyone else present collapse. "What did you say? Bite me? Hey, in broad daylight, can you guys please be a little more mindful of your behavior? Don't worry, it's just a superficial injury." "Karin, thank you for going to stop that one-eyed man's bleeding. If he dies in Konoha, a full-scale war between us and Kirigakure won't be far off." Zhou Cheng knew Qing's status in Wuyan village. Gouging out the Byakugan isn't enough to drive Kirigakure to desperate measures. Karin pouted, looking unwilling. She has no intention of treating the person who caused Zhou Cheng's brother's illness. "Go on, just stop the bleeding." Zhou Cheng patted Karin's head and smiled brightly. Karin was momentarily stunned by what she saw. After Karin gave Ao a simple treatment, Terumi Mei took out several scrolls and tossed them to Zhou Cheng. "The secret technique you're looking for is here." Then, she gave the order to the hidden mist ninja. "Remove all your ninja tools, then let's leave." After hearing Mei Terumi's words, the hidden mist ninjas were as dejected as wilted eggplants. They were all dejected. Zhou Cheng asked the Konoha ninja to take stock of the types and quantities of ninja tools. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she grabbed Karin's hand and bit down on it. Karin was trembling all over. "Zhou Cheng bit me. I can finally help brother Zhou Cheng. This feeling is wonderful." Zhou Cheng still needed to get to Tsunade's place. There's no time to slowly recover chakra. Before long, Zhou Cheng returned to his peak condition. "I'm sorry, Karin. I need to recover my chakra quickly. The Uegakure, Hidden Stone Village, forces have not been defeated yet." Karin shook her head like a rattle drum. "I'd be willing to let you bite me as many times as you want." Then, I exchanged a few more pleasantries with them. He disappeared from everyone's sight. Northwest of Konoha, Tsunade arrived with her elite troops and repelled the attack from Uegakure. The battle reached a stalemate for a time. No one can defeat anyone. On advanced combat capabilities, Konoha is definitely stronger. Like the other two ninja villages, Uegakure only sent a small force of about 100 people. The commanders of Uegakure are Kuratsuki, Yotsuki, and Akatsuki. They are all elite jonin. He's just one step away from reaching the level of a shadow. Damn it, Konoha discovered us beforehand. Konoha's Anbu is no ordinary organization. It's been a long time since we've heard from Danzo. I think he's already been discovered and taken into custody by Konoha. The three men, including Haito, stood together, discussing their next plan. Their operation was a surprise attack, and being discovered beforehand greatly reduced the chances of the plan's success. Grandpa, really? He actually believed that old BD Danzo. This might be a trap set by Konoha. Kuratsuki openly discussed the third Tsuchikage. Who can blame her when she's the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage? Huang Tu glared at her. He was always so outspoken. Your grandfather didn't send troops because he trusted Danzo. He sent us to seize the greatest benefits during the internal strife in Konoha. We at Uegakure don't care whether Danzo lives or dies. Huang Tu clenched his fist and continued speaking. Judging from the fact that the Hokage himself came to stop us, Konoha is really in big trouble. They can't send anyone else. This is our best chance. Inside the Konoha fortress, Tsunade, accompanied by her guards, was inspecting the defensive fortifications. She didn't seek a counterattack, only that Zhou Cheng could defeat the forces of the other two ninja villages. In that case, Iwagakure will retreat without a fight. Tsunade turned and looked towards Konoha. I wonder how the other two routes are doing? Konoha is truly in turmoil. Just then, the secret agents came to report. Hokage-sama, Iwagakure is attacking again. Tsunade waved her hand and led the way toward the defensive position. What came into view was a neat formation of nearly 100 Iwagakure ninja marching towards the defensive position. Prepare for battle! Tsunade shouted loudly, putting all the Konoha ninja into battle mode. Battle is imminent. Various types of escape techniques were flying everywhere. The screams of ninjas echoed throughout the battlefield from time to time. Tsunade summoned a slug, which split into countless smaller slugs to heal the ninjas on the front lines. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Both sides made moves, sometimes advancing and sometimes retreating. The position changed hands several times, only to be recaptured by the Konoha ninja. Haito glanced at the sky, his face showing some anxiety. It was almost dark. It's getting dark, and we're not familiar with this area. Nighttime will be even more disadvantageous for us. If we can't take the city, we'll have to retreat. Huang Tu glanced at the sky and nodded in agreement with Haito's statement. Use that ninjutsu. Having come this far, how could we possibly give up so easily? I'll form the hand seals. You all wait for the right moment and have the ninjas retreat. Black Soil and Red Soil exchanged a glance and nodded. Earth Release, Earth Mountain Technique. When the earthen seal was completed, all the rock hiders retreated at top speed. Two semicircular earthen mounds, each several tens of meters high, rose outside the Konoha battlefield. Two earthen mounds have surrounded Konoha's position. Then, the two semicircular mounds began to close together. We must crush Konoha's territory into dust. Chapter 135. This single ninjutsu consumed most of Huang Tu's chakra. His combat effectiveness has declined sharply. However, destroying Konoha's defensive positions would be worthwhile. They only brought one squad this time, consisting of 3 sensory ninjas. In the previous battle, they had already been prioritized and focused down by Tsunade. Therefore, the Iwagakure ninja must not let the battle drag into the night. Without the assistance of sensory ninjas, they had absolutely no chance of winning at night. He saw 2 huge mountains pressing in on him. All the Konoha ninja panicked. If it gets squeezed inside, it will definitely turn into a meat pie. Everyone, evacuate the position. Tsunade frowned deeply. If she used her superhuman strength, she could shatter the earthen mound. However, that was still too slow. It cannot be completely destroyed before the 2 earthen mounds merge. Therefore, there was no other option but to retreat. Just as the Konoha ninjas were fleeing in panic, a giant blade, tens of meters long, appeared on the horizon. The giant blade swept across the 2 earthen hills. Boom! After a deafening roar, half of the 2 earthen hills were sheared away. Another stab. The 2 earthen hills turned into rubble. No longer a threat. The Iwagakure ninja were all stunned. A knife tens of meters long. Are you kidding me? That's not fair. Then they saw a giant toad fall from the sky. Boom! Upon landing, the ground trembled uncontrollably. Sand and stones are flying everywhere. The Konoha ninja cheered when they saw the toad clearly. That's Gamabunta, Jiraiya's summoning beast. They looked up at Gamabunta's head. I hope to see that figure with white hair and a tall, imposing stature. But what they saw was a boy with black hair. It's not Jiraiya, it's Shozei. He's here. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Cheng's arrival here indicates that the other 2 enemy forces have already retreated. The crisis in Konoha has been temporarily averted. The Konoha ninja erupted in even louder cheers. Zhou Cheng's prestige in Konoha is growing day by day. Many ordinary ninjas regarded him as their spiritual leader. Zhou Cheng, perched atop Gamabunta's head, crossed his arms. The chakra beneath his feet gripped Gamabunta's skin tightly, preventing him from falling. Bunta! Let's teach them a lesson. Wen Tai nodded unhappily. He picked up the giant blade that was slung over his shoulder again. If it weren't for my father telling me to listen to you, I wouldn't have listened to your spiritual communication. Zhou Cheng saw through his thoughts, gathered chakra in his feet, and stomped down. Take care of the person in front of you first. Then, I'll teach you a lesson. Toad Wenta snorted coldly, his voice booming like thunder. Don't cry then. Water release, gunfire ball. Gamabunta is a summoning beast that can fight Shikaku to a standstill for a short period of time. Its ninjutsu power should not be underestimated. Earth release, earth flow fortress wall. Dozens of Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously unleashed earth flow wall. This significantly boosted the power of ninjutsu by a whole new level. The iron cannonball struck the earthen wall and was immediately stopped. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. A chakra ball then slammed into the earthen wall. They blasted a large hole in the earthen wall. Gamabunta plunged the knife into the hole and pulled it out with all his might. The earthen wall immediately broke open, creating a huge gash. Immediately afterwards, Gamabunta used his water release technique. Water release, gunfire ball. Bang! The iron cannonball landed precisely on the Iwagakure ninja. Then just blow it open. More than a dozen ninjas were blown away. In addition, many ninjas were swept away by the current. Damn it, where did this brat come from? They're pretty strong. They saw Zhou Cheng blast open the earthen wall created by dozens of ninjas working together with a single ninjutsu. The lowest was somewhat unbelievable. I've never heard of anyone like this in Konoha before. Wrong. Black-haired boy. Isn't that the Zhou Cheng that Danzo mentioned? He does have some skill after all. Black Soil wanted to curse at Yellow Soil. What kind of time is this to be thinking about this and that? Dad, what are you daydreaming about? What do we do now? We don't have a summoning beast that powerful. Huang Tu nodded. Aside from the tailed beasts, no other summoning beast of this level could rival it. It's a pity we didn't bring a Jinkra key. Or, Dad could take care of it himself. He Tu rolled his eyes at him. What's the point of saying all this now? Order a retreat. The summoning beasts of the three sacred lands cannot exist in the ninja world for long. It must return to Mount Myaboko within 5 minutes at most. That's when we'll beat that guy to a pulp. Black Soil and Red Soil nodded together. Is this the only solution right now? Retreat in an orderly fashion, ready to counterattack at any time. The order was relayed. All the Iwagakure ninja were holding their breath. The fact that they had to retreat because they lacked a summonable beast to match left them all feeling quite disappointed. They were all fired up, ready to launch a fierce counterattack. They watched as Iwagakure retreated in an orderly fashion. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. Was he planning a strategic retreat? Dream on. Bunta, continue the attack. Bunta first swung his sword down. Then follow up with a water release technique. Many more Iwagakure ninja were hit. They could be seriously injured, or they could lose their lives. You bunch of bastards, run faster. A retreat? A real retreat? He Tu was so angry that he started cursing and swearing. What kind of time is this? If you want to fight back, you must first survive. Within 5 minutes, we will truly retreat. Upon hearing her words, the Iwagakure ninja realized what was happening and quickened his pace. The real escape began. Gamabunta is too big. Even a minor bump or knock can result in a serious injury. Trying to run away. Can you outrun a toad that's over 20 meters long? Zhou Cheng scoffed. Gamabunta can jump over 100 meters in one leap, okay. Jump in front of them. Gamabunta exhaled a puff of smoke and reluctantly jumped. Then it landed directly on the retreat route of the Uegaku ninja. The giant sword slashed down again, followed by another ninjutsu. Many more ninjas were unable to dodge in time and were sent flying. Damn it! Everyone, scatter! Escape in different directions. Come back to the assembly point in 5 minutes. Huang Tu hurriedly used his chakra and shouted. Upon hearing this, the Uegaku ninja immediately scattered like birds and beasts, breaking up into smaller groups. Zhou Cheng chuckled lightly, why would I bother chasing after an ordinary ninja? As long as you and your daughter are together, that's fine. Zhou Cheng pointed to the black soil and gave the order to Wen Tai. Go after that woman and kill her. Bunta first snorted in dissatisfaction. Kid, don't go too far. However, it still chased after the black soil. Ah, why are you chasing me? UBD, I'm going to kill you. Black Earth ran and shouted, but there was not a trace of panic in his eyes. Earth release, stone pillar. She completed the hand seals while running. Suddenly, a huge rock pillar rose up beneath Gamabunta's feet, heading straight for his belly. Gamabunta swiftly brought down his knife. To their surprise, the sharp giant blade could not cleave the rock pillar. Unfortunately, it had no choice but to stop. It certainly didn't want to crash into the rock pillar. Did it lose all trace of the black soil once it stopped? Zhou Cheng scoffed, in my perception, not even an ant can escape. There, behind that tree. Upon hearing this, Bunta swung his sword down. Chapter 136. Boom! The giant tree was split straight in two. A cloud of dust rose up. Black soil. 2 people ran at top speed towards the base of the giant tree. My eyes are bloodshot with rage, my precious daughter, you can't be hurt. The other person, naturally, is Kitu, who has a good relationship with Haitu. His face was also filled with endless sorrow. Such an attack cannot be withstood by the physical body alone. Just as they reached the giant tree, Gamabunta pulled his sword back into place. The two of them began searching for Haitu. No? Has it turned into minced meat? Impossible. There wasn't even a trace of blood. Dad, Red Earth. I'm here. The two looked over at the sound. They discovered that Haitu's entire body was underground, with only his head sticking out. I used earth, a type of magic, to dig underground. You want to kill me? Humph. Haitu looked smug. The Lois and red soil also breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all right. However, a voice immediately reached their ears. You think this makes it safe? Slay them all. The 3 men, including Haitu, looked up and saw a giant sword slashing down at them. The strong wind they generated distorted their entire faces. Get out of the way. The Lois pushes aside the red soil, allowing the black soil to continue to penetrate deep into the earth. After doing all this, he didn't have time to dodge. Earth release, fist of rock technique. The Lois fist transformed into a massive rock fist, slamming into the blade of the giant sword. The giant sword failed to cleave the rocky fist of the Lois soil. Instead, it left a notch in the giant sword. The giant blade was bounced up, and Gamabunta let out a surprised "et." Clearly, they hadn't expected this human to go this far. Haha, Bunta, you're no good. Zhou Cheng laughed heartily on Wen Tai's head. Serves you right for being so cocky. Repairing this knife won't be cheap. Gamabunta scoffed, you brat, you don't know fire release. Otherwise, we can cooperate. Burn these ninjas to death. Zhou Cheng gave an awkward smile, there will be opportunities in the future. Zhou Cheng had always found it strange that, with his chakra control, he couldn't possibly perform the attribute nature transformation that hadn't yet been replicated. He couldn't use either fire release or lightning release. Because he cannot perform chakra nature transformations of either of these two attributes. This bothered him for a long time. Does it have to be a replicated attribute? Kid, my 5 minutes are up, I have to go back. Gamabunta stopped what he was doing. The toads of Mount Maiboku can only stay in the ninja world for 5 minutes. Once the time is up, they will automatically cancel the channeling. Zhou Cheng laughed again. 5 minutes? You can stay here as long as I want. Didn't Gamakaki tell you that the toads I summon have no time limit? Gamabunta then remembered that Gamakaki had indeed told him that. It tried to scratch its head to hide its embarrassment. But Zhou Cheng gave him a thorough dressing down. Hey, do you want to kill me? I'm still on your head. Gamabunta immediately lowered his hand and apologized repeatedly. Then it occurred to me that I didn't get along with Zhou Cheng. Kid, don't think you can get away with this. Zhou Cheng gathered his chakra and stomped down hard. The toad-like man screamed in pain. You stinky toad, get down to business. The black soil emerged from the ground, gazing at the yellow soil with delight. Dad, you're all right. Huang Tu nodded solemnly, 5 minutes will be up in a minute. Counterattack begins, 5 minutes are almost up. Zhou Cheng smiled. Since you're so eager to fight me, I'll grant your wish. Bunta, go over there and keep watch. Then it jumped off its head all by itself. Fatty Huang, you'd better take this knife. While Zhou Cheng was in mid-air, a chakra blade had already materialized in his right hand. And it is constantly getting longer. When Zhou Cheng was only a few meters off the ground, he slashed down fiercely with his sword. You think I'm afraid of you? Earth release, fist of rock technique. A rock fist met Zhou Cheng's chakra blade head-on. Ah! The rocky outcrops of Lois were easily cleaved open. Half of his hand was also cut off. Dad! Hei Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Cheng's chakra blade is incredibly sharp. Kitu immediately jumped in front of Huang Tu, shielding him behind him. 5 minutes are up. Call all you Iwagaku ninja back to face your deaths. You have 5 minutes to leave Konoha. But you won't leave. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Zhou Cheng gripped the chakra blade and pointed with his other hand at Gamabunta, who was not far away. It did not return to Mount Maiboku. What? It didn't disappear. Could the rumors be false? Huang Tu covered his hands with his hands, cold sweat pouring down his face. If the toad doesn't need to go back, then Zhou Cheng will be there too. All the Iwagaku ninja here will be wiped out. They're definitely going to die. At this time, as agreed, the Iwagaku ninjas returned to the area one after another. When they saw that Gamabunta was still there, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the toad had to go back within 5 minutes? Is this toad an illusion? Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how strong a toad is, it's not a tailed beast. If we combine our ninjutsu, we can suppress it. In times of crisis, Haitu's potential as a leader was unleashed. It soothed the fear in the hearts of the Iwagaku ninja. Yes, it's just a spirit beast. It's not a tailed beast, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go together. Bunta, they look down on you so much. Can you tolerate this? Gamabunta exhaled a puff of smoke, then drew his knife. Zhou Cheng looked at Hei Tu and the other two, and said, I'll keep an eye on you. Fatty Huang, how much blood do you have left to bleed? Black Earth walked up to Yellow Earth, first picking up Yellow Earth's severed hand, then forming a hand seal. The severed hand was covered with soil, and sure enough, no more blood flowed out. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. Earth escape could be used like this? This will only ensure you don't bleed to death. But I can't reattach your severed hand. If left untreated, the simian crease can become necrotic. From now on, you will practice hand seals with one hand. Black Earth's face contorted with murderous intent. Damn BD! Dad, let's work together and kill him. Then I'll rush back to Iwagakure and reattach your hand. Akatsuki nodded and took a step forward. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at her. What a naive woman. I'm very busy, it's better if you all come together. Wind release chakra mode. His body was covered in blue chakra. His speed has been increased. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu, Kuratsuki and the other two were visibly taken aback. Wind release chakra mode? Who are you trying to scare? I've never heard of anyone being able to use wind release chakra mode. I've only ever heard of the Raikage lightning release chakra mode. But the next second, their pupils suddenly contracted. It was too fast. Zhou Cheng flashed and appeared in front of Kuratsuki, replacing the chakra blade with the Thunder God sword. The sword's blade crackled with lightning, perfectly countering earth release. Akatsuki pulled Kuratsu aside and unleashed a powerful punch of rock-like energy at the Thunder God sword. Chapter 137. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. Are all the people from Iwagakure this stubborn? Unfortunately, the Thunder God sword was not his chakra blade. The sword was deflected by the rock fist. But Zhou Cheng had already kicked Chi-Tu in the chest. He was kicked flying more than 10 meters away. He lay motionless on the ground, his fate unknown. Red soil. Black Earth believed that Red Earth had been killed by Zhou Cheng. She quickly formed hand seals, using lava release to kill you. Molten release, lime condensation technique. A large amount of lime was spat out of her mouth. Upon contact with Zhou Cheng, it immediately spat out water. To turn lime into cement instantly. The cement solidified instantly. Trapped Zhou Cheng inside. Humph, it was solved in one move. Seeing that he had Zhou Cheng under control, Haito clapped his hands, looking smug. But by then, Zhou Cheng, who had been restrained, had turned into soil, and then into muddy water. Earth release, clone technique. When Black Earth was startled and immediately became alert to his surroundings. Don't look anymore, I'm here. Zhou Cheng's voice came from above her head. Haito looked up and saw a sword tip already in front of her. If this stab lands, Haito will surely die. At the critical moment, a figure tackled Haito, saving her life. Black Earth turned her head and saw that Red Earth had saved her. However, there was blood on the corner of Chi-Tu's mouth. Zhou Cheng's kick just now must have caused him a lot of internal injuries. Akatsuki, are you all right? Red Earth shook his head and stood up with Black Earth. They both watched Zhou Cheng warily. This guy is fast and strong. They're tough to deal with. We need to find a way to limit his speed. Huang Tu also walked to his daughter's side. The three people formed the character, Zi, meaning character, moving closer to Zhou Cheng. The screams of the surrounding Iwagakure ninja never ceased. Gamabunta is still a bit too strong for ordinary ninjas. Your men are dying every single moment. Once they're all dead, it'll be the three of you next. The three of them looked around and saw a scene that resembled hell on earth. Corpses were everywhere, while Gamabunta only suffered minor injuries. Even if you kill Gamabunta, you've only killed a summoning beast. Zhou Cheng is still alive and well. Black Earth stomped his foot angrily. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn Grandpa, he underestimated Konoha too much. That's what led to the current situation. Those who came from Iwagakure are almost all dead now. Even if we kill Zhou Cheng here, we'll still be utterly defeated. Dad, there's a very high chance your hand won't be able to be reattached. Both the Yellow Earth and the Red Earth sighed and said nothing more. Haito is telling the truth. But instead they heard mocking laughter. Kill me. Can you do it? Zhou Cheng gripped the Thunder God sword at an angle, his blue chakra robes fluttering slowly. Don't be so arrogant. The three of us can't beat you. Haito pointed at Zhou Cheng, clearly displeased. Zhou Cheng's smile faded, his eyes narrowed, and he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. 8 gates formation, 7th gate, open. Wind release chakra mode combined with the 8 gates. Zhou Cheng is now far beyond the level of a shadow. The chakra within him is already very close to that of a tailed beast. The terrifying blast wave forced the 3 of them to retreat repeatedly. I just felt a chill run down my spine. They had only ever sensed such a level of chakra from tailed beasts. Make them feel powerless and desperate. How is that possible? How could a human possibly possess such powerful chakra? Haito looked utterly incredulous, the last shred of pride in his heart had been shattered. The same applies to Lois and Red Soil. They simply couldn't think of any way to defeat Zhou Cheng. Only the Tsuchikage can defeat him. Gamabunta also stopped what he was doing. Zhou frowned slightly. That amount of chakra surpasses even mine. This kid, no wonder the old man values him. Zhou Cheng pointed to a hillside not far away. The next second, he was gone. Immediately afterwards, an explosion occurred on the hillside. That was Zhou Cheng punching the mountainside. Half of the hillside vanished, becoming flat land. What would happen if this punch landed on you? No trace of the body remained. The 3 of them, Haito, spoke in unison in their hearts. Fine, we admit defeat. Huang too realized just how vast the gap in strength was. They chose to surrender. This way, at least more people can stay in Uegakur. Zhou Cheng laughed and cancelled Gamabunta's summoning. I'll go to Mount My Boku and beat you up. Then, he cancelled the 8 gates formation and chakra mode. Then he summoned a communication toad and sent it to deliver the good news to Tsunade. Enough with the nonsense. Leave all ninja tools behind. The Lois Soil nodded. Hand over all earth release techniques below rank B. He too was furious and wanted to argue with Zhou Cheng. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. But the Lois pulled it back. Can. Zhou Cheng smiled. Since you've been obedient, I'll give you a hand. Extend out your severed palm and your hand together. The Lois had no choice but to comply. They're fish on the chopping block now, they have no right to make demands. Zhou Cheng Yang channeled his Yang release chakra into the yellow earth. The severed palms of the Lois were visibly joined together. In no time, it returned to its original state. The Lois earth moved its palm. My palms looked as if they had never been injured. Thank you. Huang Tu bowed deeply to Zhou Cheng. The importance of the hands to a ninja is self-evident. Unable to form hand seals, unable to perform ninjutsu. Then he's just a useless person. Haito also bowed solemnly to Zhou Cheng. We are completely convinced. The Lois Soil is filled with heartfelt admiration. Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him. I just don't want that old geezer Oniki to come to Konoha right now. Dust release techniques are not so easy to deal with. At that moment, Tsunade arrived with her entourage. Zhou Cheng then left everything to Tsunade to handle. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the group of the 15 Bronze Saints. Brother Zhou Cheng. With her keen senses, Karin spotted Zhou Cheng immediately. She exclaimed in delight. People who knew Zhou Cheng gathered around. They all asked questions about the situation. Zhou Cheng's ears were about to explode from listening. They simply waved their hands to quiet them down. Then I explained what happened. Upon learning that the 3 ninja villages had surrendered, they were relieved. Everyone, thank you for your hard work these past few days. You're welcome to come to my house tomorrow night. Zhou Cheng invited people he knew to dinner. It was met with cheers. Several days of busy work and struggle. Both your body and mind need a good rest. Good food and fine wine are naturally the best accompaniments. Then, Zhou Cheng said goodbye to them. They used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the watchtower in the northeast of Konoha. Grandpa Zhou Cheng. Upon Zhou Cheng's sudden appearance, the tower commander was initially shocked, then hurriedly greeted him. Zhou Cheng nodded and jumped onto the top of the watchtower wall. The war is over. It won thunderous cheers and applause. It's finally over. They had a really exciting day. The stimulation is so intense, my heart can barely take it. Finally, Zhou Cheng returned to Tsunade's side. Chapter 138. Zhou Cheng wanted to know what other conditions Tsunade had negotiated with Iwagakure. He learned it from Tsunade. Besides the conditions proposed by Zhou Cheng himself, Tsunade simply added a monetary compensation condition. 100 million taels in compensation. Zhou and his colleagues were all dumbfounded. 100 million. I wish I had it. Zhou Cheng wanted to return to Konoha, but was captured by Tsunade. She insisted that he come with her. She had already relayed the news back to the village that Zhou Cheng had single-handedly repelled 3 ninja village forces. The village is in an uproar. It was somewhat inappropriate that he wasn't there when the troops returned. The people are ready to welcome them. Left with no other choice, Zhou Cheng could only slowly follow the main group towards Konoha. Outside Konoha village, Kakashi's forces also arrived. The two groups joined forces, forming one team, and entered the gates of Konoha. The moment Zhou Cheng stepped into Konoha, deafening cheers and applause erupted. Petals fluttered everywhere. A salute was fired. Wherever Zhou Cheng went, everyone wanted to go up and touch him, and thank him properly. Zhou Cheng felt his face was about to freeze from smiling so much. They finally managed to escape the public's clutches. Zhou Cheng returned home. He threw himself onto the bed, ready to get a good night's sleep. The continuous battles had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He cleared his mind and quickly fell asleep. I don't even know how long I slept. When he woke up, it was already late at night. He didn't get up, he just lay there in bed. The events of the past few days flashed through my mind. He first took out the lightning release ninjutsu scroll he had obtained from Kumagakure. I glanced at it briefly. They are indeed all lightning release ninjutsu below rank B. If I can replicate the highest level of lightning affinity, I can possess lightning chakra. That way I can learn all these lightning techniques. Then, he took out the swordsmanship training manual from Kumagakure and started reading it. The above are just some basic sword techniques. Even without replicating my swordsmanship talent, I can easily learn it. It seems we've been outsmarted by the Hidden Cloud Village after all. Their advanced swordsmanship is taught only through oral instruction and demonstration, it is never recorded in any scrolls or books. My reputation is now considered somewhat famous in Kumagakure. But I'm sure I'll have a bad reputation. Unfortunately, I don't care. Even if you call me a peerless demon, I won't hear a single word. However, I still need to make a trip to Kumagakure. Both the two-tailed fox and that octopus are in Kumagakure. I'll find an opportunity to meet them. Next are the things that Kirigakure gave me. Open the scroll given by Mei Terumi. Zhou Cheng glanced at it. There are only 2 secret techniques inside. One of them is water release, rain slash. It can weaken any escaping technique except water release within a certain range. However, Konoha has already mastered this ninjutsu. And I've already learned it. The second one is the Hojiki clan's water transformation technique. After being hydrated, physical attacks and melee techniques become nullified. That's a great secret technique. Whether for escaping or infiltrating behind enemy lines, it's a great ninjutsu technique. Zhou Cheng recorded the process of the procedure. Then I gave it a try. He first nailed a kunai to the table. Then he used the water transformation technique. The liquefied arm easily pierced through the kunai. Yes, similar to Obito's hollowification. Once hydrated, it basically loses its ability to fight. Then Zhou Cheng had a thought. The Kong lockdown appears. Inside a small cage made of Vajra chains, a white eye is floating. How should I deal with this white eye? Transplanted to oneself? No, there's no need. So many members of the Hyuga clan are waiting for me to recreate them. I refuse to believe I can't replicate that eye roll. So, should we give it to Orochimaru in exchange for the chance to go to Ryokai Cave? I should contact Sasuke when I have time. Then, Zhou Cheng took out the Earth Release Ninjutsu scroll that Huang Tu had given him. Konoha is still somewhat lacking in Earth Release techniques. This is a good opportunity to learn the skills first and then teach them to the village, thus gaining more reputation. There are still 2 months until the refinement of the immortal human body's innate talent is completed. I can't just sit idly by in the village. Something has to be done. Make use of the next 2 months. Go and make contact with all the tailed beasts. Let's go to Kirigakure first to check on the 3 tails and 6 tails. The 3 tails is now likely in its wild state. Since your hidden mist village can't handle it, then I won't stand on ceremony. With this in mind, Zhou Cheng's mind entered the space sealed by the Vajra. They arrived outside the cage of the little Shikaku. It's gotten even bigger than it was a while ago. It's already 5 or 6 meters in size. However, it remains dormant. Zhou Cheng needs to use a lot of chakra to feed it every day. Its chakra reserves are now comparable to those of an elite jonin. Zhou Cheng exited the chain space. The ability to perceive things spread throughout the entire village. The whole village was quiet. Apart from the gorillas, there were no other figures moving about. Zhou Cheng was relieved. Then, he thought of his parents. In his memory, his parents were just ordinary ninjas. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, his father seemed to be some kind of extraordinary figure. Which one is true? Why do his memories conflict with those of Kirigakure? He was completely baffled. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, then the Secret Service came looking for Zhou Cheng. Danzou escaped the village after all. Zhou Cheng felt somewhat helpless and cursed the Secret Service as useless. People like Danzou will inevitably cause all sorts of trouble for Konoha. Having nothing to do, Zhou Cheng found Kakashi. Let's begin formally learning swordsmanship. The day passed quickly. In the evening, Zhou Cheng, who had arranged to have dinner with friends, bought a huge amount of groceries. When I got home, most people had already arrived. Tsunade is here too. She brought 2 pieces of news with her when she came to eat. First, the village plans to give Zhou Cheng 10 million taels of silver as a reward. Secondly, the Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Rock Village will all send delegations to Konoha. They specifically requested that Zhou Cheng receive them. Zhou and his colleagues were all dumbfounded. Did you specifically request that I be the one to receive you? Seriously? Are you out of your mind? I have so many things to do. I don't have time. However, he gave Tsunade face and did not refuse in front of everyone. A delicious meal was prepared first, and both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, several figures, like projections, entered the space again. We failed. Zhou Cheng is very strong. It will be difficult to defeat him in a short time. Besides, that's on Konoha's territory, we can't afford to linger. The man wearing the 0 ring on his first hand nodded. Let someone else go. You, go to Iwagakure and capture the 4 tails and the 5 tails. I've received news that the allied forces of the 3 ninja villages have been completely defeated. They have retreated to their respective villages. People's hearts are unsettled now. This is our best chance. Everyone, get out there. Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage's office. Bang. You bastards, you bunch of trash, you can't even beat a teenager. The 4th Raikage, smashed the table in 2 with a single punch. I noticed other people's eyes twitching. Raikage, do you think tables are free? This is the 10th table you've smashed. When will you be able to control your temper? Darui, Samui, and Mabai were so frightened that they fell silent. I didn't dare to move an inch. Finally, it was Mabi who, fulfilling her duty as the Hokage's secretary, timidly spoke up. Lord Reikage, who has been chosen as the envoy to Konoha. The Reikage hadn't even spoken yet. As Reikage's right-hand woman, Hai stepped forward. I'll go. The Reikage nodded, he trusted Hijiri completely. Let's bring Kurui and Tsuchida along too. Remember, your mission this time is not to go as a defeated foe and show weakness. It's not that we're here to demonstrate the might of Kumagakure. It was just a minor defeat. Finally, we need to test Konoha's bottom line and Zhou Cheng's strength. Chapter 139. Reikage is very interested in Zhou Cheng. The kind of interest that comes from punching him to death. That damned brat! How dare he make Kumagakure lose face in the entire ninja world? 100-man army was stopped by a single kid. And to be repelled in such a short time is a great disgrace. Darui, tell me more about Zhou Cheng. A teenager, really makes you feel hopeless. Darui nodded, fear showing in his eyes. He can use chakra techniques similar to those of the Reikage. In that mode, his speed is nothing but afterimages. None of the three of us can keep up with his speed. We can only passively take the beating. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Can Konoha have chakra mode? Isn't that exclusive to the Reikage? His speed is so fast it's like a blur, I wonder how he compares to the Reikage? Samui continued, picking up where Darui left off, his chakra reserves are astonishing. It's possible to perform ninjutsu without hand seals. Furthermore, he can perform S-rank ninjutsu with one hand. Finally, to minimize unnecessary casualties, we chose to surrender. Another uproar erupted. No-hand ninjutsu. One-handed S-rank ninjutsu. Mabi glanced at the Reikage's expression and continued her story. However, his swordsmanship is quite mediocre. He chose our village's swordsmanship training manual from among his spoils. Her words drew ridicule from many people. Fencing? We, the Hidden Cloud Village, are the #1 ninja in the world. Trying to outsmart us with swordsmanship is suicide. Fortunately, the swordsmanship training manual only records some basic swordsmanship techniques. It doesn't matter. Soon, silence fell over Reikage's office. Everyone is waiting for the Reikage's response. Not bad, kid. But when it comes to speed, I've never lost. Wind release is nowhere near as good as lightning release. AI looked at Hope. During this trip to Konoha, I'll propose to Tsunade that we hold a Chunin exam jointly organized by all 5 ninja villages. The pride lost on the battlefield will be regained in the Chunin exams. Then I found Zhou Cheng and told him I invited him to be a guest in Yunyan. Hope nodded and wrote it down. He turned around and went to prepare for his diplomatic mission. AI looked at Darui one last time, her expression one of disappointment and frustration. You've gone into seclusion for 3 months. Don't dishonor Black Thunder. Darui's expression turned serious, and he nodded solemnly. A fierce fighting spirit gleamed in his eyes. Zhou Cheng, next time we meet, I will definitely beat you. Mizukage Village, Mizukage's office. The one seated at the head of the table was naturally the elder who had been in charge of the Hidden Mist Village for many years. After the death of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, there has been no suitable candidate to succeed him. The nearly exhausted Master Yuan sat on the water shadow chair. He asked weakly about the details of the battle. Zhou Cheng. Such a person, why have we never heard a single word about him? What are those guys in the Dark Guard doing? Are you busy eliminating dissidents? The blue-eyed man, whose right eye was now bandaged, looked somewhat forlorn. Without the white eye, he lost the sensory abilities he relied on for survival. Their status in the village would plummet. Elder, it's said that Zhou Cheng's parents were originally from our Hidden Mist Village. The 4th generation was killed while under the influence of illusion magic. Zhou Cheng was thus forced to wander far from home. Mei Terumi spoke before Ao could. She knew all too well the importance of the disdainful look she received from Qing. He'll definitely start by saying bad things about Zhou Cheng. In that case, his feud with Zhou Cheng would never be resolved. Master Yuan remained silent for a long time before continuing to speak. A black-haired boy? Could he be that person's son? No, his entire family has been slaughtered. There's no way anyone will be left alive. Mimi, do you have a photo or portrait of Zhou Cheng? Mei Terumi shook her head. How could I possibly have his photos or portraits? Seeing that she shook her head, Master Yuan did not ask any further questions. Just how strong is Zhou Cheng? How do I compare to you? Mei Terumi frowned, organizing her thoughts. Under normal circumstances, we're about evenly matched. However, he possesses far too many secret techniques. Especially the 8 gates technique of Konoha. He has mastered this forbidden technique to an extremely high level. I have faced the power of the 8 gates directly, and it brought me only despair. In that state, even tailed beasts must be treated with caution. Qing finally remembered the terror of being controlled by the 8 gates. He nodded in deep agreement. After listening, Master Yuan took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Mimi, you should go on this mission to Konoha. We'll set off once Kojuro's injuries have healed. We're suffering from a severe brain drain in Fog Village, we must try our best to bring Zhou Cheng back. From your description, I can sense her affection for you. You can make good use of this. Finally, tell Zhou Cheng for me that if he wants to know about his parents, he should come to Wuyan village himself. Mei Terumi nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. She had just taken a step when she turned back to look at Qing. Aren't you coming with me? Qing shook his head, he knew he wouldn't be able to control himself if he saw Zhou Cheng. On the contrary, it's easy for things to go wrong. Mei Terumi shook her head and sighed, then opened the door and walked out of the office. Master Yuan looked at Qing and chuckled softly. Don't worry, you'll be an elder when the new Mizukage takes office. Retire peacefully. Qing's face looked very pale. Peace of mind for retirement? I'm not reconciled. Hidden Rock Village. Onaki angrily threw away all the snacks he was holding. You've disappointed me so much. Scared that much by a little brat. Black Soil, unconvinced, replied angrily. Grandpa, how can we compare to you? If I knew Dust Release, I would have beaten him to a pulp long ago. You haven't seen his chakra reserves, it's truly terrifying. Huang Tu nodded in deep agreement. Dad, that kid's chakra reserves are comparable to those of a tailed beast. Onoki snorted through his big nose. What do tailed beasts matter when faced with Dust Release? They will all be separated into molecules. Hei Tu flattered her at just the right moment. That's why only Grandpa can defeat him. Onaki continued to snort coldly. Fine, considering he reattached your father's severed hand, let him off this time. My old bones can't take any more strain. The mission to Konoha will be a joint mission for all 3 of you. When you get to Konoha, don't be so subservient. I can't afford to lose face like that. Onaki looked at the yellow earth and instructed. Bring him something to thank him properly. And again, tell him this is a one-time thing. If he opposes Iwagakure again, I will kill him. Everyone was completely baffled. Isn't that a bit too domineering? It was clearly us who attacked Konoha. How come it sounds like everything is Konoha's fault in your mouth? However, no one dared to refute him. Onaki is known for his stubbornness and inflexibility. He will not accept any rebuttal. This problem was thus immediately handed over to Huang Tu. How can we thank Zhou Cheng? The debt of gratitude owed to a ninja is no small matter. Chapter 140. Somewhere in the ninja world, a figure dressed in a black robe with fiery clouds and wearing a swirling mask stood silently on the edge of the cliff. Zhu, how is it? Have you found out anything useful? A shape resembling a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. Like a hermaphrodite, half black and half white. Danzo has escaped from Konoha and his whereabouts are unknown. After the defeats of Kumagakuer, Kirigakuer, and Iwagakuer, in order to ease tensions with Konoha, prepare to send a delegation to Konoha for peace talks. The Raikage even proposed holding a Chunin exam jointly by the 5 major ninja villages. The man with the vortex nodded, letting Zhu continue his story. Zhou Cheng's identity is somewhat special. Both parents were ninjas from Kirigakuer, Hidden Mist Village, and they were incredibly strong. He died during the internal strife while you were in charge of the 4th Mizukage. As for his true strength, I can't find out. He always holds back a little when he makes a move. New abilities will be revealed in every battle. Most importantly, he and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki are like brothers. We need to capture the 9 Tails, and he's our biggest obstacle. The man with the whirlpool nodded. Let Kakuzu and his 2 immortal duo test him out first. If it's just at the shadow level, then it's nothing to worry about. Also, continue to monitor Itaki. He's been acting rather unruly ever since his brother left Konoha. Yes, sir. Zhu answered, then disappeared back into the ground. It was as if they had never been here at all. This is why Zetsu was assigned to specifically gather intelligence. He can move freely among any plant. It won't leave a single trace, and no one will ever notice. The man with the vortex raised his right hand and muttered. Lin, it'll be almost done. A world with you. On the way from Konoha to Tsunagakuer, the group was strolling leisurely forward. A group of more than 10 people. The leader was a white-haired man. He wore a Konoha headband and a cloth mask over his face. It was Kakashi. Walking beside him was the black-haired boy, Zhou Cheng. Just then, Naruto, with blonde hair, ran over. He looked excited. I never imagined Gaara would become the Kazekage. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded. My investment has finally paid off. Gaara will succeed as the 5th Kazekage in a few days. This happened a little earlier than in the original story. Gaara specially invited Zhou Cheng and the others to Tsunagakuer to attend the ceremony. Zhou Cheng naturally chose to take the 15 Xiaoqiangs with him. Kakashi is the official leader, and Yujao Uzuki is the deputy leader. Who told Zhou Cheng not to have had a chance to become a Jonin yet? Bringing Yujao along is all to avenge Hayate Gecko. From the moment Gaara ascended to the position of Kazekage, Maki is a dead man. Zhou Cheng will kill him in Tsunagakuer. Of course, it was Yujao Uzuki who did it herself. Uzuki Yujao, with her purple hair, walked over and gave Zhou Cheng a meaningful look. It's still half a day's journey to Tsunagakuer. After attending the Kazekage succession ceremony, you must return to Konoha immediately. The delegation from Kirigakuer will arrive in 3 days. Zhou Cheng smiled. Returning to Konoha is easy. He took out the flying thunder god Kunao and waved it in front of everyone. I left my coordinates in Konoha, I can get back to Konoha in seconds. Uzuki Yujao was still worried. It's so far, are you sure you can get there? Aren't Konoha and Tsunagakuer too far apart? Zhou Cheng gave her a reassuring look. Aside from traversing space, the flying thunder god technique can go as far as it wants. Don't worry. Do I look like someone who's joking? Naruto asked Zhou Cheng curiously at this moment. Then why didn't you use the flying thunder god technique to go directly to Tsunagakuer? Zhou Cheng rolled his eyes at him. Gaara actually lost the flying thunder god Kunao. Moreover, Zhou Cheng could no longer sense the coordinates of that Kunao. Helpless, he had no choice but to walk there. Because I want to go with you. Zhou Cheng can spout nonsense without batting an eye. Really? We also like walking with brother Zhou Cheng. Hinata and Ino each took a arm around Zhou Cheng's arm. Since that battle a few days ago, Hinata had believed that Zhou Cheng had died in battle. She underwent a tremendous transformation. Facing Zhou Cheng, she no longer dared to even meet his gaze as before. Now, she even dares to hug Zhou Cheng's arm in front of others. Karin pouted, looking Zhou Cheng up and down, trying to find another place she could hug. Wah, I want to hug brother Zhou Cheng too. Those wretched Hinata and Ino, humph. Ino is becoming happier and more content now. Because of Zhou Cheng's series of jaw-dropping performances. The Yamanaka family no longer objects to her being with Zhou Cheng. She was even told to hold on to Zhou Cheng tightly and not let any other woman get there first. Ino didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to stay by Zhou Cheng's side. That would make her very happy. Hinata is very happy now. The people in her tribe no longer treated her coldly. Everyone who sees her will give her a kind smile. Even his father was no longer stern and indifferent towards him. She would occasionally smile. Especially her younger sister, Hinata Hanabi. She always regarded Zhou Cheng as her idol. I especially envy Hinata for being able to be with Zhou Cheng every day. Every time she came home, Hanabi would pester her with questions about everything related to Zhou Cheng. Hinata knew that all of this was thanks to her older brother Zhou Cheng. In her heart, Zhou Cheng's position was becoming increasingly important. Karin looked at the handsome Zhou Cheng. Her eyes were full of little stars. Zhou Cheng had become a part of her life. The grass ninja once sent people to try and bring her back. Give her a higher status and better benefits. Karin refused without even thinking. What a joke! How could I possibly leave brother Zhou Cheng? You're trying to kill me. Kurama Yakumo was also watching Zhou Cheng. Her feelings for Zhou Cheng were quite strange. I am grateful to Zhou Cheng for pulling her out of the abyss of her family. But Zhou Cheng also destroyed most of her family's wealth. She herself didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Zhou Cheng. Friendship? It seems there's more than that. Love? It still doesn't reach that level. Therefore, she and Zhou Cheng were not as close as she was to other women. Yet, they are closer than ordinary friends. Sakura has been depressed ever since Suzuki left the village. However, Zhou Cheng could tell that she had changed a lot. After becoming Tsunade's apprentice, he trained relentlessly. She has now surpassed Ino in terms of direct combat strength. Zhou Cheng knew perfectly well that she was preparing for her next encounter with Suzuki. Zhou Cheng sighed heavily in his heart. Changing a person doesn't require vast changes like the changing of the seasons. It's been less than a month since Suzuki left. So much has already happened. It has changed so many people. Humans are truly complex creatures. Uzuki Yujao kept secretly glancing at Zhou Cheng. She kept thinking about what Zhou Cheng had said to her. The one who killed Hayate Gecko was Baki from Tsunagakuer. How did he know? She investigated thoroughly for so long, both openly and covertly, but still had no clue. If it really is Maki. Did Zhou Cheng bring me along this time to help me get revenge? So, how should I repay him? Chapter 141. Kakashi led the way. But in my heart I was thinking. Zhou Cheng's talent is truly terrifying. After only 2 days of learning knife skills, he already seems to be doing quite well. It's no longer like wielding a kitchen knife to chop someone up. This raised his close combat skills to a whole new level. Seeing so many outstanding children surrounding him, Kakashi was very pleased. These children will all achieve great things in the future, they will surely become the pillars of Konoha. Especially Zhou Cheng, after making so many contributions to Konoha. The people of Konoha had long since accepted him and considered him a part of the village. As a result, Zhou Cheng is very likely to succeed as the 6th Hokage in the future. After all, Tsunade still looks very young. He could easily serve for another 7 or 8 years. By then, Zhou Cheng had already come of age. He is fully qualified to run for Hokage. Then I'll be the Hokage's teacher. Zhou Cheng and his group left not long afterward. Then I saw a group of Tsunagakuer ninjas. The one leading the group was none other than Zhou Cheng's target for this trip, Maki. Zhou Cheng grabbed Yuazhiki Yujao and told her not to act impulsively. Now is not the time. Uzuki Yujao closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing her anger. Guests from Konoha, you have traveled a long way and must be tired. Ahead lies the entrance to our sand village. A narrow sliver of sky. Zhou Cheng and the others looked in the direction Ma Ji was pointing. In the distance, a massive sand wall stood tall. It looks like a giant city wall. A small crack appeared in one part of the sand wall. From a distance, it looks like a tiny crack. They walked for a while longer. The full view of the sand wall gradually came into view. The city wall, tens of meters high, was entirely built of sand. The sand seemed to have been enhanced by some kind of ninjutsu. It is as hard as rock. There was a checkpoint at one location. Behind the outpost is a man-made narrow passage. They've perfected the art of making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Unless the enemy can fly, attempting to storm Tsunagakure from here is nothing short of a pipe dream. Even if we manage to break through, we will pay a heavy price. No ninja village could afford such a loss. Zhou Cheng and his group looked at the hidden sand village. They all felt that Konoha was in far too much danger. The land is flat and open, with no natural defenses. There was nothing but dense forest. Forests are simply not suitable for defensive positions. The only option is to expend a great deal of financial and human resources to build additional sentry towers and defensive positions. The land of wines possesses vast deserts and gobi. The one thing we have no shortage of is sand. If the sand village ninjas work together to use ninjutsu, they can build a wall tens of meters high around the village. This saves an immeasurable amount of resources. These resources can then be used to develop other aspects of the village. Absolutely amazing! Absolutely amazing! Zhou Cheng exclaimed in sincere admiration, his envy evident in his words. Imagine yourself facing an enemy attack, and you're all out there unleashing your full firepower. Standing at the entrance to the narrow passage. Who could possibly break through? Even though they were guests, Gaara's good friends, they still had to go through numerous checks before they could enter the narrow pass. The deeper Zhou Cheng went into the narrow passage, the more alarmed he became. After walking for several dozen meters, the exit of the narrow passage finally came into view. Wow, a city wall tens of meters thick. The siege could be held off by tailed beasts for a very long time. Ordinary ninjutsu wouldn't do much damage to the city walls. The exit of the narrow passage. Gaara, along with Temari and Kankuro, were already waiting there. Gaara opened his arms wide, his face beaming with smiles. Welcome, my friend. Zhou Cheng also opened his arms and hugged Gaara. Congratulations, you're the first man among our group to become a shadow. Gaara scratched his head sheepishly. You flatter me. How can I possibly be compared to Konoha's wind god, who single-handedly repelled the combined forces of 3 major ninja villages? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The wind god of Konoha? What is that? Temari explained with a smile, glancing at Zhou Cheng almost inadvertently. The entire ninja world now knows of Zhou Chenjun's heroic deeds. What we know most about him in battle is his S-rank wind release ninjutsu. They gave him the title of Wind God, and now the news has spread throughout the ninja world. What, hasn't anyone in Konoha heard of it yet? The Konoha members shook their heads. Never heard of it. The people of Konoha affectionately call Zhou Cheng their guardian deity. Guardians of Konoha. After this battle, Zhou Cheng's reputation in Konoha has soared. Even Tsunade, who just took office, can't compare. At this point, Mito Kato Homura and Udatan Kohara reappear as advisors, stirring up trouble once again. He's spreading the theory that Zhou Cheng is dangerous within Konoha. The goal is to warn the people of Konoha to stay away from Zhou Cheng. However, Zhou Chengli's contributions were simply too great. Few people paid any attention to the two advisors. Wow! The wind god of Konoha! The girls all gasped in surprise. Everyone thought the title Zhou Cheng sounded very imposing. Even a group of boys joined in the commotion. Let's all shout Wind God! Wind God! Zhou Cheng felt a little embarrassed when he was called that. Who came up with this nickname? It's so cringeworthy. Seeing Gaara joining in the commotion, Maki's expression darkened. As the wind shadow, how can you be so unrefined? Also, this is to celebrate Gaara becoming Hokage. But Zhou Cheng has stolen the spotlight. He coughed twice deliberately. This attracted everyone's attention. The group immediately fell silent. They didn't look too good. They were all young masters and ladies from prominent families. This is the first time I've been forcibly interrupted like this. If it were one of our own people, that would be fine. Gaara also looked somewhat displeased. He really enjoyed playing around with Zhou Cheng and the others. It was only then that he came to understand the meaning of life. Only then will they realize that life isn't just about killing. Protecting others is also a part of life. Protect your friends, protect your bonds, protect your village. Gaara, you still have a lot to do. There's still a lot for you to do at the Wind Shadow inauguration ceremony. Your friend must have had a long and tiring journey to come all this way. Why don't we let them go and rest first? Maki defended himself at the opportune moment. His words were perfectly timed, leaving no room for criticism. Gaara frowned, clearly displeased. However, he nodded nonetheless. Because he couldn't find a reason to refuse. And so, Zhou Cheng and his group moved into the accommodations prepared for them by Maki. Upon entering the room, Zhou Cheng hid a flying thunder god kunao in the corner under the bed. Just in case, he must remain vigilant at all times. When outsiders enter Sunagakur, they are essentially entering a prison. If you want to get out of here alive, you'd better behave yourself and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, you'll fight your way out through the narrow passage. Leaving Flying Thunder God Kunao in multiple locations is definitely a good idea. He doesn't distrust Gaara, he distrusts Maki. Then, there was a knock on his door. Zhou Cheng opened the door, and there stood Yujao Uzuki. Captain Yujao, is there something you need? Uzuki Yujao pushed him into the room, then followed him in and locked the door behind her. Zhou Cheng stood there, stunned. What are you trying to do? Chapter 142. Uzuki Yujao stared intently at Zhou Cheng, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Was Maki really the murderer of Hayate? Zhou Cheng listened and became serious, then nodded. Why didn't you let me kill him before? Zhou Cheng sighed softly, she had been blinded by hatred. Maki holds a high position in Sunagakur. We cannot kill Gaara before he truly becomes the Hokage. That would cause unrest. The succession ceremony for the Hokage will also be disrupted. Just as Uzuki Yujao was about to retort, Zhou Cheng covered her lips with his hand. Seeing her shocked expression, Zhou Cheng continued to persuade her. For Konoha, the best outcome would be if Gaara became the Hokage. My relationship with Gaara means Konoha has gained a reliable ally. Then we won't have to face 4 super ninja villages like we did in the Third Shinobi World War. Seeing that Uzuki Yujao had calmed down, Zhou Cheng let go of her hand. Uzuki Yujao's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Then, without saying anything, she turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Zhou Cheng scratched his head, only then realizing that his actions just now had been somewhat ambiguous. What kind of mess is this? But it's no use saying anything now. He had no choice but to sit in a chair and use his sensory abilities to cover the entire sand village. Familiarize yourself with the terrain beforehand. He's very concerned about safety now. The safety of more than a dozen people cannot be taken lightly. If he came alone, he would definitely have a relaxed and comfortable time. Want to leave? Use the Flying Thunder God technique. Who can stop him? As Zhou Cheng watched, he realized something was wrong. Marquis seems to be plotting something. The person was completely wrapped in a black robe, so their face could not be seen. Zhou Cheng immediately activated his deep perception. In Zhou Cheng's eyes, the man in black robes became a chakra being. The amount of chakra from his right eye to his right hand is astonishing, while the chakra in other parts of his body is quite ordinary. Under normal circumstances, such a situation is impossible. A ninja's chakra is balanced and flowing throughout their body. Unless it's necessary to use chakra to suppress something within the body. Right eye, right hand? Danzo. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. You old fox, you actually came to Xuanhuang. He's gotten involved with that BD Maki again. They're birds of a feather. It seems this Hokage succession ceremony is destined to be anything but peaceful. Was Maki plotting a coup? Possibly. He wanted to become the Hokage, but he lacked the strength and background to achieve it. If I could use someone else to do the dirty work and get rid of Gaara, that would greatly increase his chances of becoming the Hokage. Ha, yet another person blinded by power. When Luo Sha was around, he didn't dare utter a single word. Zhou Cheng stroked his chin and cancelled his perception. Everything awaits the Hokage succession ceremony. We must find a way to ensure that old BD Danzo can't escape again. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng stood up, opened the door, and went out. He arrived at Kakashi's door and knocked. The door opened, and a masked face peeked out. Oh, it's you. What's up? Zhou Cheng looked around, then gestured with his chin towards the room, indicating that they should go inside to talk. Kakashi noticed Zhou Cheng's serious expression and paused for a moment before making way for him. Kakashi closed the door, turned around, and looked at Zhou Cheng. Tell me quickly. I saw Danzo. One sentence almost made Kakashi jump up. He's with Maki. In the second sentence, Kakashi had already picked up his clothes and was about to put them on. This invitation might be a conspiracy. A conspiracy that even Gaara was kept in the dark about. Zhou Cheng gestured to him that he didn't need to do that. Kakashi then nodded in agreement. I sighed inwardly, realizing that every village has people blinded by power. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and continued his analysis. Danzo is most likely after us. Why don't we turn the tables on them? Kakashi's eyes lit up. Yes. The two of them then discussed it for a long time. Zhou Cheng walked into Uzuki Yujao's room as if nothing had happened. He slipped a note through the crack in the door. Then, he walked away as if nothing had happened. Uzuki Yujao cautiously peeked out, looking around. Finding no one else around, it pulled its head back inside. Then came the sound of the door locking. That evening, Zhou Cheng took the 15 young men for a casual stroll around Xuanhuang. Get to know the local customs and culture of Xuanhuang. An environment and objects completely different from those in Konoha. They are full of curiosity about everything. They strolled around until sunset before returning to their hotel. We had a simple dinner together. In the land of wind, the nights are filled with sandstorms, and the temperature is much lower than during the day. So everyone stayed in their rooms and didn't go out. Zhou Cheng continued to use his sensory abilities to cover the entire Xuanhuang village. At Maki's house, Danzo sat with Maki. Zhou Cheng curled his lip. Let you guys gloat for a couple of days first. Zhou Cheng then discovered that the Sand Village's defensive forces had increased compared to before. To outsiders, this appears to be a normal phenomenon, intended to strengthen the security surrounding the Hokage succession ceremony. However, Zhou Cheng, who had awakened Kagura's mind's eye equivalent to having God's perspective, saw something unusual. Zhou Cheng recognized someone among them. Kabuto, Orochimaru's right-hand man. He disguised himself as an ANBU member of Xuanhuang and led more than 10 ninjas. Those should also be Orochimaru's subordinates. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, not expecting Orochimaru to get involved in this matter as well. Danzo really went to great lengths. However, Zhou Cheng had already learned of all this in advance and devised a countermeasure. Everything depends on the ceremony the day after tomorrow. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning, Zhou Cheng got up very early as usual. But then she was frozen back into bed. Sunagakure is practically a desert. Daytime temperatures were exceptionally high. The temperature drops terribly at night and in the early morning. Phew, Konoha is still the best. That's normal weather. That's a proper place for people to live. Left with no other choice, Zhou Cheng used chakra to resist the cold. That's a bit better, at least I can go out and move around now. However, he didn't go very far because there was no one on the street. The entire sand village was like a dead city, with him as the only living being. Left with no other choice, Zhou Cheng could only return to his room. Kagura used her mind's eye to sense the sand village. There was nothing unusual. Everywhere was completely quiet. Wait until the sun is high in the sky. Temperatures have just begun to rise. The number of people on the street gradually increased. Zhou Cheng and the 15 boys also went out to have breakfast together. Then, led by Temari and Kankuro, they toured around Sunagakure. The exotic atmosphere made everyone quite excited. As the sun began to set, the temperature gradually dropped. They then returned to the hotel. When the temperature is low, hot pot is the perfect choice. Zhou Cheng borrowed a pot from the hotel kitchen. I also managed to buy some meat and vegetables before the food market closed. They also borrowed a table from the hotel lobby. Everyone gathered around, enjoying the hot pot to their heart's content. Gaara and his 2 siblings naturally made time to come as well. They had been craving the taste of hot pot for a long time. The cooked meat, dipped in sauce, is then put into the mouth and chewed. The flavors of the meat and the dipping sauce combined explode on the taste buds. Then swallow it, it's warm and delicious. Everyone wore expressions of satisfaction. Everyone is praising Zhou Cheng for inventing this way of eating hot pot. They could eat it their whole lives and never get tired of it. Chapter 143. Due to the large number of people. Towards the end, everyone was still hungry, but there wasn't enough food. But all the stores are already closed. I can't find anywhere to buy it. And so it ended halfway through, leaving everyone feeling like something was missing. Therefore, Gaara used the Kazakage's power ahead of schedule. A portion of the Sunagakure village's treasury was transferred in. Sufficient portions of meat and vegetables. Everyone was once again immersed in a sea of joy. It wasn't until late at night that everyone finally went home, having had their fill of fun. While in bed, Zhou Cheng used his sensory abilities to cover the entire sand village. No abnormalities were found. Zhou Cheng had always been very curious. Where did Danzo live? I couldn't detect him at all. Could they be hiding inside some kind of protective barrier? You'd better not show your face tomorrow. I'll just snipe you. Given Danzo's nature, he must have found someone to help him again. Who could it be? Could it be Xiao's group again? Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng became serious. If it really is Xiao-kun, that would be a real problem. If Pain were to carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs in Sunagakure, that would be a disaster. No, I need to replenish my sage chakra. Kagura's mind's eye is activated, allowing her to unleash her full sensory abilities. Then he looked and saw little green dots. Those are all natural energies. However, it is indeed much less than Mount Mai Boku. Zhou Cheng gathered them all around him and began refining sage chakra. The refining process lasted all night. He didn't stop refining until early the next morning when someone knocked on his door. After storing the sage chakra into the chains of the adamantine sealing technique, he got out of bed and opened the door. It's Hinata and Ino, the 2 of them. They came to tell Zhou Cheng to set off. There's only a little over an hour left before the Kazakage succession ceremony begins. Zhou Cheng nodded and washed his face with water release chakra. The cold water instantly sobered him up. When I arrived in the hall, everyone was already up. At Kakashi's request, they were fully armed. They called it respect for Gaara. And these 15 little heroes actually believed such a reason. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. They're such a simple-minded bunch. Then, he, Kakashi, and Uzuki Yujao exchanged a glance. They both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The most formidable enemies are those that cannot be seen. They knew there was an enemy, but they didn't know his location, purpose, or strength. Zhou Cheng would rather Danzo lead his massive army in a direct assault on him. I also don't want him to resort to underhanded tactics. Let's go, today is Gaara's big day. As his friends, we must show our best spirit. We can't let him down. The crowd responded. She followed Kakashi and Uzuki Yujao out of the hotel. Their hotel was only a 10-minute walk from the venue. As they walked down the street, it was already packed with people. The common people of Tsunagakure were delighted to have a new Kazekage. Shadow's status in the village goes beyond just being the strongest. He is also the spiritual pillar of the village. He's the one who brings a sense of security to the entire village. There's no sign of it. The mental state of ordinary people will be different. Zhou Cheng and his group followed the crowd forward. They were not a genuine Konoha diplomatic mission. There were no seats available for them. The real delegation from the Land of Fire was from the daimyo's side. Therefore, Konoha did not send any ninjas. After all, the death of the Third Hokage was inextricably linked to Tsunagakure. Without their alliance with Orochimaru, Orochimaru's forces alone could not easily penetrate Konoha's territory. Zhou Cheng had been using his sensory abilities to search for Danzo's whereabouts. However, nothing has been accomplished so far. Aside from the extra ninjas, there was nothing else unusual about it. After a while, he also got a little tired. Maintaining Kagura's mental focus for extended periods can be very taxing on mental energy. He could only temporarily disable Kagura's mind's eye. They watched the ceremony. However, he found it somewhat boring. It's nothing more than a few leaders taking turns speaking. Finally, there is Gaara's declaration of office. Every word he uttered elicited huge cheers and applause. Everything went so smoothly that Zhou Cheng felt it was almost too unreal. If the person on stage hadn't been my good friend, he would definitely doubt the authenticity of this ceremony. Finally, Gaara sat in the seat reserved for the Kazekage. The crowd erupted in even louder cheers and applause. Then, Maki took the stage. Representatives from each ninja village were invited to the stage to offer their congratulations. Zhou Cheng didn't recognize any of the representatives from the various ninja villages. None of them were the ninjas I remembered. It seems that Gaara, this young Kazekage, is. The major ninja villages didn't care, or even ignored it. Until the Konoha representative took the stage. Zhou Cheng realized something was wrong. Judging from the face, Zhou Cheng couldn't find a corresponding person in his memory. He didn't recognize this ninja. That's impossible. Tsunade would definitely consult with such an important person first. He glanced at Hinata beside him, and an idea popped into his head. Hinata, use your Byakugan to take a look at that Konoha ninja on the stage. Look at his chakra. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Veins bulging at the corners of his eyes rolling back in his head. Brother Zhou Cheng, his chakra is incredibly powerful. Especially the right eye and right hand. His chakra is enormous. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted, his right eye and right hand? Danzo. Not good. Zhou Cheng hurriedly pulled Kakashi and Uzuki Yujao over. He recounted the events. Both of them wore expressions of shock. It was Danzo. No wonder they felt something was off. He's trying to assassinate Gaara. Because he was impersonating a Konoha ninja. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Sand Village, the Konoha representative killed the newly appointed Kazekage. Then Konoha will be unable to defend itself. War will break out after that. Zhou Cheng's aura has changed. Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki had already placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, ready to draw them at any moment. Let's go save Gaara. Zhou Cheng briefly explained the situation to Xuanhuang. The 15 young heroes all entered battle mode. On stage, Danzo was already using the pretext of giving gifts to get close to Gaara. He was less than 5 meters away from Gaara. Zhou Cheng shouted urgently. Danzo, how dare you! He used his chakra, and his voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire venue. Gaara on the stage also heard Zhou Cheng's voice. For a moment, I was confused. Isn't this person in front of me a representative of Konoha? Who was Zhou Cheng calling for? Maki's face showed obvious anxiety, and he took a few steps toward Gaara. Zhou Cheng instantly appeared on the stage using a teleportation technique. At this moment, Danzo was only 3 meters away from Gaara. He had already removed the cloth covering the so-called gift he was holding. It was a scroll. Zhou Cheng couldn't see the patterns on it and couldn't determine what kind of scroll it was. He was about to step forward to stop him. Maki had already positioned himself between him and Danzo, shouting. Enemy attack! Protect Lord Hokage! Zhou Cheng frowned, the wicked were the ones who accused him first. Chapter 144. Slurp. More than a dozen figures appeared in front of Zhou Cheng, holding kunao in their hands, wary and alert. I love Rothan, so I stood up. His face was frosty, he couldn't believe Zhou Cheng would treat him like this. Moreover, he heard Zhou Cheng call out his name. Danzo. Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja. He's come to Tsunagakuer? Just then, a black light shone in Gaara's eyes. That came from the scroll in Danzo's possession. The false 4-symbol seal. The black light transformed into black lines, swiftly drawing a sealing incantation out of thin air. Then, it rapidly expands into a spherical shape. It spread outwards. Danzo was naturally the first to be affected. His body was sucked into the black sphere and disappeared in an instant. Zhou Cheng stared in disbelief. Danzo was dead just like that? Impossible. How could someone like him die so easily? The black sealed sphere continued to spread. 2 Tsunagakuer Anbu jumped in front of Gaara. They wanted to use ninjutsu to destroy the black sphere. Regardless of the type of ninjutsu, it all becomes nourishment for the black sphere to suddenly expand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The black ball was now less than half a meter away from Gaara. The 2 members of the Secret Service were also sucked into the black sphere and disappeared. Just as Gaara was about to run away, Maki suddenly appeared beside him. With his hand on Gaara's shoulder, he shouted. Feng Ying Dad, keep on running. But because of this delay, the black ball was already within reach of Gaara. It's too late. Gaara was in despair, the scene of the 2 Anbu disappearing in an instant was still vivid in his mind. He roared inwardly, You stinky cat, come out now. He was met with silence. Spicy balls. This was Gaara's only thought. Temari and Kankuro's eyes were bloodshot. He charged towards Gaara without a care in the world. By this time, Maki had already jumped out of the range of the black ball. He watched all of this with a gloomy expression. Soon, I will be the 6th Hokage. The crowd below gasped in surprise. Run, Lord Hokage! A sense of despair welled up in the hearts of the Sand Village ninja. They had also heard of the 4-symbol seal. There's no way to escape from such a sealing technique. But the black ball expanded too quickly. Lord Hokage was too late to escape. Is this the shortest reigning Hokage in history? The wind shadow served for less than half a day. Many female ninjas couldn't bear it and closed their eyes. Some even shed tears, weeping silently. Just when everyone was in despair, a chain suddenly appeared. The black ball was quickly bound. This prevents it from expanding further. At that moment, the black ball was only a hand's width away from Gaara. In half a second, he will be sucked into the black ball. Upon seeing this, the entire venue fell silent. They were caught off guard. Gaara was already drenched in sweat, and when he was suddenly rescued, he was stunned and unable to react. Gaara looked up, wanting to see who had saved him. Zhou Cheng was seen gripping the other end of the chain with one hand. They are pulling hard on the chains. Gaara then noticed that the chains were covered with dense runes and incantations. This is not an ordinary chain. It is the Vajra sealing technique that Zhou Cheng obtained after replicating the talent of the Vortex clan. A technique that can easily seal even-tailed beasts. Zhou Cheng gripped the chain with his right hand and formed a hand seal with his left. Faced with the domineering inner four-symbol seal, he couldn't think of a way to stop it for the time being. It can only be sealed using a high-level sealing technique. Only sealing techniques can defeat sealing techniques. He no longer cared about revealing that he possessed the diamond lock. Saving lives is the priority. The black sphere gradually stopped expanding under the influence of the chains. It could not break free of the chains. Zhou Cheng was also unable to eliminate the black sphere sealed by the four symbols in the short term. The inner four-symbol seal requires the caster's blood to activate. As the blood drains away, the four seals within will slowly disappear. Danzhou used some unknown method to seal the blood inside the scroll. Zhou Cheng could only first retrieve all the black spheres of the four symbols, along with their chains, back into the space sealed by the Vajra. He saw Zhou Cheng integrate the black ball into his body. Hinata and the other girls were terrified. Gaara's expression changed drastically, and he jumped to Zhou Cheng's side, looking at him with concern. The 15 Konoha Genin members jumped onto the platform together with Kakashi and the others. They surrounded Zhou Cheng in the middle. The next second, Tsunagaku erupted in deafening cheers. Great! Lord Kazekage is saved! Our benefactor, that boy is a great benefactor to our sand village. Not only a benefactor, but also a hero of our Tsunagaku. The cheers and applause lasted for a long time. But no one noticed that Maki's face had turned extremely pale. Hateful! What a perfect plan, ruined by this guy. That BD Danzhou even patted his chest and told me that the four-symbol seal was unbreakable. Zhou Cheng pointed to the scroll that had fallen to the ground. It was the source of power for the inner four-symbol seal. Zhou Cheng pointed to the scroll on the ground, his voice urgent. Quickly, destroy that scroll. It's the source of the black sphere's power. Upon hearing this, a large crowd surged forward. Several hands grabbed the scroll at the same time. Several people wanted to destroy the scroll, and with a bit of force, they tore it into several pieces. Zhou Cheng could clearly sense that the black sphere within the Vajra-sealed space was no longer expanding, but was gradually shrinking. Zhou Cheng let out a sigh of relief. It's all right, the black ball has disappeared. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. Gaara and his two siblings were eager to properly thank Zhou Cheng for saving their lives. Then an untimely voice rang out. How dare you Konoha assassinate the Kazekage during his succession ceremony? Where are the secret agents? Arrest them! The Sand Village's ANBU members all appeared on the platform. However, they did not act immediately. The dark area belongs only to the shadow. They only obey their shadows. Maki cannot command them yet. Gaara waved his hand, signaling the ANBU to retreat. Anyone with eyes can see that the Konoha ninja we just saw was someone in disguise. But the real Konoha ninja were my saviors. Gaara turned to face the crowd below the stage. Let us express our sincerest gratitude to the benefactors of Tsunagaku. Wow! The hall erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Even some of the Sand Village ninja joined in the applause. Maki's face turned even uglier. This is his best chance. He could become the wind shadow without being gossiped about. It's too late now. Am I destined to be a ninja for life? He was unwilling to accept it. Danzo, where are your men? Why aren't you making a move? Maki roared. This attracted the attention of everyone on stage. Danzo? Wasn't he sucked into the black sphere and vanished without a trace? Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. This old BD really wasn't dead. Boom! A huge figure landed below the platform, and many people were instantly turned into mincemeat. That's a dream taper. Once it appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked everything around it into its mouth, just like a giant vacuum cleaner. Whether living or dead, none are exempt. That's Danzo's summoning beast. Gaara, clear the area immediately. Chapter 145. Gaara gave the order. The Sand Village genin jumped into the crowd to evacuate them. The Chunin were in charge of command. The Jonin went to restrain Baku. A portion of the Dark Guard remained to protect Gaara. The rest of the people scattered and remained on guard. Zhou Cheng's chakra surged wildly. It jumped directly onto the Baku's back. He already held a giant raised nan in his hand. The Baku tried to twist its body to make Zhou Cheng fall. However, given Zhou Cheng's chakra control, the chakra grip on the solace of his feet is not to be underestimated. The raised nan slammed into Baku's back. The taper, in pain, roared repeatedly and writhed even more violently. However, Zhou Cheng remained unmoved, standing firmly on the back of the Dream Eater. Then, he created a shadow clone. An explosive tag was attached to the shadow clone. Multiply the explosive tags. Zhou Cheng jumped from the Dream Eater's back onto the platform. He made a hand seal. The explosive tags on the shadow clone exploded instantly. Then came a series of explosions. The detonating tags appeared one after another, as if they were being copied, and then exploded one after another. Even the enormous Baku was instantly engulfed by the explosion. After a few screams, the psychic summoning was forcibly cancelled and the person disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Such a powerful summoning beast is a creature that requires more than a dozen jonin to restrain. Was Zhou Cheng really that good for him, finishing him off in just a few seconds? They felt it was so unreal. Maki's expression grew increasingly grim. Zhou Cheng's strength is actually that great? He thought that Danzo was afraid of Zhou Cheng, which was why he kept mentioning his concern for Zhou Cheng. Today I saw Zhou Cheng's performance. Maki was completely stunned. During the Chunin exams, this guy's performance could only be described as outstanding. It was hidden so well. Zhou Cheng's sensory abilities spread out. His voice carried chakra, he wanted to provoke Danzo. His summoned beast is here, so Danzo can't be too far away. Danzo, you old tortoise, come out. He sensed that an old man turned and ran away immediately after hearing Zhou Cheng's words. Danzo! With a loud shout, Zhou Cheng appeared in front of the old man. Zhou Cheng directly conjured a chakra blade. He wanted to eliminate Danzo once and for all. That old BD is really good at stirring things up. The old man ripped off his clothes, revealing his true appearance. It really was Danzo, his entire body wrapped in bandages. You old BD, you're not getting away this time. Danzo's face showed deep apprehension. Zhou Cheng's strength is terrifying. Almost every time I saw him, he was getting stronger. Zhou Cheng! Why are you always picking on me? Zhou Cheng scoffed, it's you old codger, who's been causing me trouble at every turn, okay? From the day you hired the Akatsuki to assassinate me. We're already locked in a life-or-death struggle. Prepare to die. The chakra blade rapidly lengthened and plunged into Danzo's chest. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng drew his chakra blade and turned to look in the other direction. Danzo had already appeared there, his face contorted in pain. Then, Zhou Cheng created 7 or 8 shadow clones. Beware of Kota Amatsukami in Danzo's right eye. Old man, I've figured out your abilities completely. Your right eye is for illusion, and your right hand is for avoiding fatal wounds, right? Danzo's exposed left eye widened instantly, filled with disbelief. We've only fought a few times? Can he accurately describe the abilities of his right side? This guy has such a strong fighting spirit? I regret it now, if only I had known. We should have killed him from the start. Wind release, vacuum ball. Danzo, of course, would not sit idly by and wait for his doom. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. It exhaled a highly compressed air cannon from its mouth. Earth release, earth spear. Zhou Cheng simply shouted it out. A homemade gun materialized in his hand. The homemade gun fired like a bullet. The air cannon was detonated and dissipated. Then, Zhou Cheng instantly appeared behind Danzo. He's too fast. Danzo had no time to react. A raise nan blasted right onto Danzo's head. His head exploded like a watermelon. But Zhou Cheng showed no joy on his face. He turned around again and found Danzo in another place. The onlookers witnessed the battle between the two. Gasps of shock could be heard intermittently. Zhou Cheng fought too brutally. Especially the people from Konoha. When had they ever seen Zhou Cheng like this before? They were shocked by Danzo's bizarre abilities. Even though they have been killed, they can be resurrected in other places. The original corpse will also disappear. Is it true that Zhou Cheng used his right arm to avoid damage? Is Danzo immortal? How could that be? Even a powerful ninja group like the Sage of Six Paths will one day die. Danzo was at best a ninja who had just entered the cage level. How could he possibly be compared to the Sage of Six Paths? So what exactly is his ability? Zhou Cheng let out a cold laugh inwardly. It's time to reveal Danzo's true colors. Zhou Cheng stomped his foot, maximizing his speed. He appeared directly in front of Danzo. Danzo instinctively stepped back. I want to stay far away from Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng slashed down with his chakra blade. Danzo thought Zhou Cheng was going to kill him again. He tried his best to pull himself back. To get out of the chakra blade's attack range. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. With a flick of his wrist, the chakra blade changed direction. It struck Danzo's bandages. The bandage snapped. Danzo is still waiting to unleash Izanagi. But they found they didn't feel the sensation of death. Then I felt a sense of relaxation throughout my body. Then bandages flew up in front of him. What? Danzo jumped away to a distance. The bandages on his body were scattered all over the ground. Danzo's right side was deathly pale, like a corpse. His right eye and entire right arm were covered in Sharingan eyes. It makes him look like a human monster. This caused a gasp of surprise. Those blood-red eyes, that's the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Transplanting the Sharingan into myself is one thing. He even had the Sharingan embedded in his arm. It looks disgusting. A complete monster. Kakashi and the others all showed expressions of anger. The Sharingan cannot be dug out from a living person. That means it must have come from a corpse that had just died. Moreover, apart from Sasuke, there are no other members of the Uchiha clan left in the village. Kakashi and Yujiro Uzuki exchanged a glance. The Uchiha clan massacre was also Danzo's doing. That guy is absolutely awful. Even dying 100 times wouldn't atone for the sins he committed. He impersonated a Konoha envoy, so the real Konoha envoy must already be dead at his hands. All 15 of them were filled with righteous indignation. They'd only heard that Danzo was bad. Danzo's evil had far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Especially Sakura and Naruto. They were closest to Sasuke. He naturally understands the kind of pressure Sasuke is under. Now we know that the one who caused all of this is Danzo, who is right in front of us. A fierce rage was burning in their eyes. Zhou Cheng pretended that he only just realized Danzo's ability was the Sharingan. So it's the Sharingan. So your immortality ability must be the legendary Izanagi. Chapter 146. Danzou listened to Zhou Cheng's words, his eyes filled with deep doubt. Where did this kid find out the secret of the Sharingan? Did Sasuke tell him? No, Sasuke's current understanding of the Sharingan is limited to just the number of tomo. Seeing Danzou's frustrated expression, Zhou Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction. Izanagi is the ultimate eye technique of the Sharingan. It can make things that happen to you over a period of time seem like they never happened. Only choose to realize what is beneficial to oneself. You just used your eye technique to make your own death never happen. However, using this eye technique will cause the Sharingan to go blind permanently. 5 Sharingan eyes on your arm have already closed. That's the same as the total number of times I've killed you. That means you have 7 lives. I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times. The more Zhou Cheng spoke, the uglier Danzou's expression became. That damn BD, where did he get all this information from? This is a dojutsu that even most members of the Uchiha clan don't know about. You rascal, you're definitely not just any ordinary orphan. He actually knows the Uchiha Supreme Eye technique. A look of madness appeared on Danzou's face. No one could have imagined that I had cells transplanted from the first-generation emperor into the right side of my body. Therefore, I also gained the ability to use wood release. Use this to your advantage and find an opportunity to kill this kid. Everyone watching was utterly shocked after hearing Zhou Cheng's words. Such a pupil technique actually exists in the world. It can make unfavorable things seem like they never happened. This incredible eye technique actually belongs to the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, once it's used, the Sharingan will go blind, thus losing its powerful eye technique. Izanagi is powerful, but the price he paid was far too high. Maki's expression was unpredictable. He was struggling, accepting reality, willing to spend the rest of his life under the tutelage of his students. Let's take a gamble. Maybe a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. After witnessing Zhou Cheng's strength, he became even more indecisive. A blonde-haired boy roared and charged at Danzou. UBD! I'm going to teach you a lesson for Sasuke. Naruto unleashed a barrage of multiple shadow clones right from the start. Dozens, even hundreds, of Narutos surged towards Danzou. In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, quantity is ineffective. Danzou could defeat Naruto with a single punch. Naruto didn't even get a chance to touch Danzou's clothes before Danzou wiped out his entire crew. However, Naruto wore a triumphant smile. Damn it! Go to hell! A pink figure jumped down from Danzou's head. He clenched his right fist tightly and punched towards Danzou. An astonishing amount of chakra erupted from her body. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted, that was Tsunade's superhuman strength technique. Boom! Sakura's punch missed its mark and slammed hard into the ground. The ground was instantly smashed into a huge crater by the immense force. The people from Konoha nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. When had they ever seen Sakura like this before? Such power is terrifying. They were all imagining what it would feel like if Sakura punched them. He must have had all his bones shattered, he was as dead as could be. You're asking for death. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzou was somewhat exasperated. Being bullied by a powerful figure like Zhou Cheng is one thing. When did it become your place to lecture me, you two brats? He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed his most proficient wind release technique. Numerous wind blades, resembling those of a weasel, shot towards Sakura. If you get hit by that, you'll definitely be cut into small pieces. Earth release, earth wall. Zhou Cheng jumped in front of Xuanhuang and slammed his palm on the ground. A sturdy earthen wall broke through the ground, protecting Sakura behind it. If you've got the guts, come at me. Zhou Cheng cursed, you old codger who bullies the weak. Wind release chakra mode. Boom. Zhou Cheng was instantly dressed in a light blue chuck shirt. Old man, your opponent is me. Whoosh. There was only the sound of something cutting through the air, but Zhou Cheng's figure had vanished. This only happens when the speed reaches a certain level. Danzou blinked, and as soon as he opened his eyes, Zhou Cheng's chakra blade was only a dozen centimeters away from him. What? Danzou's eyes widened. What kind of speed was that? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Zhou Cheng's chakra blade pierced through his head. Hiss! Everyone watching gasped in shock. That speed is absolutely terrifying. How can I fight someone whose speed is so fast that my eyes can't keep up? Fortunately, he was a friend of the Kazekage and a friend of Tsunagakur. The well-informed Kakashi recognized it at a glance. It was remarkably similar to the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. Maximum speed boost. Aside from the teacher's flying thunder god technique, probably no ninja could surpass these two in speed. Danzou was in despair. He never wanted to face Zhou Cheng again. Facing him, there was only utter despair. Even if I had 100 Sharingan eyes, it wouldn't be enough for him to kill me. Why aren't you making a move? If we don't act now, the plan will fail. Danzou suddenly started shouting at his surroundings. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What? There were accomplices too. A piece of trash. A large, pure white bird appeared in the sky above Tsunagakur. A man dressed in a black robe with fiery clouds sat on its back. Another figure appeared beside Danzou. He was enormous, you could tell at a glance that he was a puppet. What a piece of trash! It was a deal, you were to deplete most of his chakra. Then we'll kill him. Now, you're completely at a disadvantage, you've even died 3 times. Humph, get lost. It's shameful to work with you. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes when he saw the 2 people who appeared. Deodara, Sasori of the Red Sand. Akatsuki accepted Danzou's bounty, he really did his job well. Weren't they here for Gaara? 3 years ahead of schedule? Danzou, you've really gone to great lengths to kill me. A look of madness appeared on Danzou's face. I've fallen to this state. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I'd be Hokage by now. I'm willing to pay any price to have you dead. A deep sneer appeared on Zhou Cheng's face. You want to kill me? Naruto? Keep dreaming. Looking like this, you still want to be Hokage. You're lucky those people in the village didn't kill you. Danzou stared intently at Zhou Cheng, gritting his teeth. If I kill everyone here, who outside will know my true identity? Mr. Scorpion, please make a move. The puppet turned its head to look at Danzou and chuckled softly. I never imagined you'd be even crazier than I thought. There are hundreds of people here. The ninjas of Tsunagakur also became alert. Kill everyone here? That's wishful thinking. Only Zhou Cheng knew that Scorpion was absolutely capable of doing this. He was not only a puppet master, but also a master of poison. If he wanted to, Sasori could wipe out a small ninja village. Chapter 147. Everyone be careful, this person is very skilled with poison. You must keep your distance from him. There's not much to worry about with scorpions as long as you pay attention to one thing. Moreover, Scorpion's humanity was not completely extinguished. Zhou Cheng was worried about Deodara in the sky. He's a bomber if he wants to be. As long as he has enough chakra, he can achieve a wide-ranging attack. The most powerful technique, the Great Star, is capable of destroying an entire ninja village. The most important thing is that Zhou Cheng can't fly yet. Deodara wanted to leave, and Zhou Cheng was completely helpless. Gaara, tell all the ninja below the Jonin level to leave. They can't help us here either. Gaara nodded and went to relay the order. The number of people in the venue, which had been several hundred, suddenly dwindled to just a few dozen. Jonin are still very rare. As for the 15 young heroes, their strength cannot be categorized by ninja rank or villain level. With less concern for accidentally harming innocent bystanders, Zhou Cheng fought with complete abandon. He planned to quickly eliminate Sasori, and then find a way to drive Deodara away. Killing Deodara is something Zhou Cheng wouldn't even dare to dream of. Throughout history, the ability to fly has always been a huge advantage. In the ninja world, only a handful of ninjas can fly. Even Deodara and Sai only rely on mounts to fly. Only Onaki and his teacher, who possess the bloodline limit elimination technique Dust Release, can truly fly on their own. And the Sage of Six Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan. Before Zhou Cheng reaches the Six Paths level, he can forget about having the ability to fly. He looked at Sasori, a raised nan already appearing in his palm. Then, the properties change. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. He flicked his wrist and threw the Rasen Shuriken away. Danzo was so frightened that he did several backflips in a high jump, retreating dozens of meters away. He was truly afraid of Zhou Cheng. Sasori had naturally heard of the power of S-rank ninjutsu. He didn't dare to take it on head-on. After dodging the first spiral shuriken, Sasori's belly burst open, and a humanoid puppet emerged from it. Third generation. The ninjas of Tsunagaku recognized the puppet's true form at a glance as their third Hokage. Rumors have long circulated in the village that the third Hokage was stabbed and his body was never found. It turns out she was turned into a human puppet. Magnetic Release, Iron Sand Rain. The third Hokage conjured up black magnetic sand that resembled ocean waves out of thin air. Magnetic sand flew into the air. Then they rained down in dense clusters, each drop possessing a powerful, lethal force. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. With such density, evasion was impossible. He clapped his hands, creating a large flow of water out of thin air. Water Release, Shijir. The water flow turned into raindrops, shooting upwards towards the black sand rain. The black sand and water droplets collided and cancelled each other out. The dense black sand was thus broken apart. Scorpion in his Hiriko form cannot make human expressions, making it impossible for others to know his inner thoughts and feelings. Magnetic Release, Giant Iron Needle. He continued to manipulate the third Hokage, unleashing the bloodline limit he possessed in his previous life. The black sand, filling the sky, is being compressed at high density. Several black iron spears floated around the third Hokage. Then it shot towards Zhou Cheng like a cannonball. Zhou Cheng clapped his hands and shouted. Water Release, Water Fang Bullet. Zhou Cheng shaped his right palm into a gun shape. One pull of the trigger. Then, water escape bullets were fired at lightning speed. The spear and the water escape bullet collided. Black iron spears are dense and strong. However, the large quantity of water escape bullets led to a qualitative change. The two cancel each other out again. Zhou Cheng and Scorpion fought to a draw. A mechanical voice, like that of Scorpion, emanated from Hiryu Amber. Not bad, kid. Zhou Cheng pursed his lips. I was just testing your strength. Then, we can deduce Akatsuki's overall strength. If Xiao were to mobilize all its forces one day, Zhou Cheng didn't want to rush in blindly out of sheer enthusiasm. Finally, he was surrounded by Akatsuki and died a gruesome death. Let you gloat for a few minutes. Don't let your tail get so high. Zhou Cheng knew that Scorpion was keeping its distance from him. His puppet body was struck by the falling spiral shuriken. Those tiny amounts of wind-style chakra would riddle the puppet with holes, rendering it unusable. Magnetic Release, Sand Iron Wings. A pair of wings made of black sand appeared on the back of the third Hokage. With a flap of his wings, he really took flight. Zhou Cheng's eyes revealed deep envy. I want to fly too. Magnetic Escape, Sand Iron Spinning Top. The remaining black sand began to gather and swirl. This formed a giant black iron spinning top. The top spun rapidly and pressed down on Zhou Cheng from above. Zhou Cheng clapped his hands. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. He spat out a stream of water that had been compressed to its maximum pressure. Like an incredibly sharp water blade. Zhou Cheng tossed his head. A wave of water swept across the black iron top. The two collided and produced a metallic clanging sound. It makes your teeth ache just hearing it. Bang! The black iron top, unable to maintain its shape due to the impact of the water flow, returned to the side of the Third Hokage as liquid black sand. Boom! A huge explosion came from the other side. Zhou Cheng turned his head to look. White clay bombs were observed falling from the sky intermittently. Devour has begun his operation. Gaara, you deal with that guy in the sky. Use your sand to stop his bomb. Gaara nodded, and sand resembling a futon appeared beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. He wasn't foolish enough to chase after Devour. He knew perfectly well that the speed of the sand could not match that of the large white bird in the sky. Kid, you dare to get distracted while fighting me? Go to hell! Magnetic escape, iron sand boundary technique. Countless black sands emerged from the Third Hokage's body. It forms a giant curtain in mid-air. Under the darkness, long, black thorns made of black sand moved rapidly. Darkness descended upon Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed. If this is covered up, it will be covered in thorns and become a beehive. Competing with me in ninjutsu was your biggest mistake. I won't use S-rank ninjutsu to bully you. Zhou Cheng clapped his hands and shouted. Water release, great explosive water wave. A flow of water, like an ocean, gathered around him. The water flow unfolds, like a curtain wrapping around the black sand curtain in the sky. Drink! Zhou Cheng roared again. The water curtain was enlarged to twice its original size. Its area is already larger than the black sand curtain. The black sand curtain struck the water curtain as if it had hit a solid wall. It can't go any further. The water curtain began to close. Enclose all the black sand inside a water sphere. What? I've lost control of the black sand. How did you do that? Sasori's incredulous voice rang out from Hiriakori. Zhou Cheng naturally wouldn't explain his techniques to the enemy. He made a throwing motion towards Hirako. Here you go. The water sphere, covered in countless black sand, hurtled towards the scorpion like a meteorite. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The ninjutsu duel between the two was absolutely spectacular. It gave them a stunning visual experience. Danzou's face darkened. He knew this after Xiao's failed assassination attempt on Zhou Cheng. One person cannot deal with Zhou Cheng. The new Akatsuki member actually dared to be so arrogant. If someone got hit by that water ball, they probably wouldn't even be able to find their body. Chapter 148. Hirako's clumsy body finally began to move. The Third Hokage, having lost his magnetic sand, is no longer very useful. There simply isn't enough time to wait for him to collect the magnetic sand again. Hiryu Amber, Needle 8 Waves. Fei Lu, whose mask fell off, revealing a ferocious face. His mouth opened mechanically. It sprayed a high density of poison needles and stingers from its mouth. It was incredibly fast. It shot onto the water balloon in the blink of an eye. The scorpion wanted to use a large number of venomous stingers and barbs to break the water sphere. That would not only resolve their own crisis. It can also free up those magnetic sands. However, those poisonous needles and stingers struck the water sphere. It only changed the color of the water balloon, it didn't break it. Hiryu, prosthetic hands of 1,000 bones. Hirako begins to disintegrate. High-density venomous stingers and needles sprayed from every organ in his body. The quantity is several times greater than that of the 8-wave needle. Countless poisonous needles and stingers once again struck the water sphere. The water sphere explosion that Scorpion had anticipated did not occur. Apart from the water containing more toxins and becoming darker in color, nothing else happened. The water balloon continued to hurtle towards Hirako. It seems the battle is about to end. Danzou let out a long sigh. Is there really no one who can kill Zhou Cheng? The Sand Village ninjas also showed relaxed expressions. The enemy will be annihilated without them even lifting a finger. 15 Zhou Cheng was also overjoyed. Brother Zhou Cheng is amazing. An enemy was taken down with ease. Suddenly, the third Hokage jumped in front of Hiriko. He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. The talisman on his arm was revealed. The talisman glowed with an eerie light. It summoned thousands of arms. Their arms were intertwined like a spider web. Bind the water balloon inside and squeeze it inward. I want to squeeze the water balloon so hard it bursts. Zhou Cheng sneered, you're too naive. Drink. Zhou Cheng continued to channel his chakra. Expand the water sphere outwards. One goes inward, the other outward. The two continued their struggle. Let's compare chakra. You're overthinking it. The water sphere changed. It changes from a circle to an oval. Then it begins to rotate. Chakra form transformation. Zhou Cheng usually adds chakra nature transformation to chakra form transformation. This time, he's going to do the opposite. Add chakra form transformation to chakra nature transformation. Supersized water release raise Nan. The water sphere, originally a deep green, turned blue in an instant. A blue halo also appeared around it. Like a star in the universe. The arms binding the water release, raise Nan all broke off. Scattered all over the ground. What? Hiriko's voice rang out in disbelief from Sasori. His voice was already trembling slightly. Let's leave this Hiriko puppet and the third Hokage's puppet body here. Explode. Zhou Cheng manipulated the water release, raised Nan and slammed it fiercely towards Hiriko. Seeing this, Kakashi shouted urgently, everyone, get as far away from us as possible. Only then did the 15 young men realize just how destructive Zhou Cheng's ninjutsu, similar to a dumpling, was. They all slipped away incredibly fast. Danzo didn't need anyone to remind him, he had already hidden far away. They were terrified that the explosion would affect them. As soon as he made a move, several members of the Tsunagakure Anbu followed him. Dare to assassinate Feng Ying? How could I let you get away like this? In an instant, everyone within a radius of several dozen meters centered on Zhou Cheng and Fei Lu who disappeared, they had all run away. Hiriko's abdomen was opened. The scorpion's true form, a puppet, emerged. He took out a scroll and spread it out in front of him. Scroll, fiery hellfire array. His body was opened up like a machine. Several tubes were connected to his palm. 2 blazing flames shot out from his palms. Scorpion smiled confidently to himself. This kind of flame can melt even steel and rock instantly. The water escaped in a zigzag motion, and you were instantly evaporated. 2 streams of flame shot onto the water release, raised Nan. However, the scenario that Sasori anticipated where the water-style escaping technique would evaporate did not occur. All the flames were blocked by the blue light barrier. What? Impossible. Boom. The scorpion only had time to utter 2 questions. The water release, raised Nan struck his Hiriko puppet. The raised Nan exploded, first unleashing countless water-style energies that raged like tiny blades. Then the out-of-control magnetic sand entered the puppet's body. Then came a massive explosion. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall. Those were water droplets blasted into the sky by the water release, raised Nan. The shockwave from the explosion knocked over several overconfident Tsunagakure ninjas who were nearby. They were flipped over and their feet were in the air. I was completely disoriented from the fall. The magnetic sand was also blasted into various places by the explosion. It adheres entirely to the metal. Zhou Cheng looked up. Sasori's crimson amber was blocking the very front of Sasori's main body, it was shattered and beyond repair. Next came the puppet of the third Hokage. It was also dilapidated and nearing the end of its life. Then came several more puppets, all of which, without exception, became unusable. Finally, there's Scorpion's true form, a human puppet. He was covered in wounds, clearly indicating that he had suffered serious injuries. Wow, that's tough. Zhou Cheng activated his taunt skill. Go ahead and carry it yourself. Are puppets really that useful? I think Hiriko has quite a few holes in her body. The Scorpion Man puppet remained expressionless. He wanted to make an expression, but he couldn't. Damn it, Deodara, how long are you going to keep flying? Get off that damn bird! Deodara's voice echoed from the sky. Senior Scorpion, what's wrong? This can't hold up any longer, Scorpion's voice was furious, and he pointed a single finger to the sky. Get down here right now, you damn BD! Your so-called art is bullshit. No, art is an explosion, yet. Countless white clay spiders fell from the sky. Gaara's warning echoed throughout the land. That white clay can explode, use ranged attacks, avoid close-range contact. Deodara's furious roar echoed from the sky, drink. The clay spiders on the ground rapidly approached the human body and then exploded. Explosions were accompanied by screams. Clearly, many Sand Village ninja were affected by the blast. Senior Scorpion, run away quickly. Another giant clay bird swooped down at lightning speed, attempting to take away the scorpion's human puppet body. C3, number 18. A clay figure fell from the sky. The doll is growing larger at an extremely rapid pace. Everyone on the ground had their pupils shrink. Such a massive amount of clay would wipe out the entire village after the explosion. Everyone, get out of the way. Gaara's eyes widened, he absolutely couldn't let this doll explode in the village. He raised both hands. A massive amount of sand flew into the air. A barrier made of sand forms in the air. A barrier covered the entire sand village. The clay figure landed directly on the sand barrier. Art is an explosion, drink. Deodara made a hand seal with one hand and shouted loudly. The doll, which had expanded to be tens of meters in size, exploded with a deafening roar. A dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. The entire village of Tsunagakuer shook violently. Chapter 149. Gaara's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Its mouth was also wide open. My whole body was trembling. They were already drenched in sweat. Even the sand cushion beneath his feet could no longer sustain him, and he knelt on one knee. This demonstrates just how powerful the explosion of a clay figurine can be. Zhou Cheng also shrank back in shock. Such explosive power would be catastrophic in any ninja village. Half the village will be reduced to ashes. Attention everyone! The nemesis of clay bombs is lightning release. Those who can use lightning release ninjutsu, hurry up and clear the clay bombs from the ground. Zhou Cheng shouted a warning. Unfortunately, this isn't Kumagakuer, Hidden Cloud Village, so the number of ninjas who know lightning release is limited. Otherwise, I would definitely beat Daida until he shits himself. It was this explosion that drew Zhou Cheng's attention entirely to the sky. Scorpion's humanoid puppet was also taken away by the giant clay bird. Zhou Cheng felt like he had forgotten something. I can't remember it for the time being. At that moment, a strong sense of unease rose within him. Kagura's passive ability, Mind's Eye. They possess an extremely high ability to sense danger. Boom! A huge explosion erupted in Tsunagakuer. Large amounts of white fog rose up. Several giant snakes, each tens of meters long, appeared in the most densely populated area of Tsunagakuer. Orochimaru! Pocket! Zhou Cheng slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about his pocket? Then, there was another explosion. Orochimaru's unique summoning beast, Manda, also appeared in Tsunagakuer. Zhou Cheng's pupils contracted. Orochimaru had arrived too? The moment the giant snake appeared, it began to devour people indiscriminately. It was shouting that this was its offering. Danzo, do you know how many more people will die because of you? You deserve to die. The Akatsuki are soaring through the skies, but they've left you behind. Zhou Cheng took a few steps toward Danzou. Then he gave instructions to the 15 Xiaoqiang. Go help Tsunagakuer deal with those vermin. The 15 young heroes nodded and headed towards the giant serpent together. Kakashi-sensei, Captain Yujao. Please take care of Gaara. He probably doesn't have much chakra left. Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki nodded and left. With a few leaps, he arrived beside Gaara. Together with several ANBU members, they protected Gaara in the middle. They were all wary of the giant clay birds in the sky. As long as the Akatsuki organization remains, they cannot let their guard down. Uzuki Yujao glanced at Maki not far away. He whispered a few words in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi nodded calmly, then casually glanced at Maki. It turns out he was the murderer who killed Gale. We need to be wary of his backstabbing. Danzo looked at the Sand Village Anbu ninjas surrounding him. His brows were furrowed tightly. Spicy balls. There's no escape. Damn it. Am I really going to die here? He glanced at his right arm. There are also 6 Sharingan eyes. 6 chances to escape. I, Danzo, will not die so easily. Wind release, great vacuum ball. Danzo struck first. They wanted to escape the encirclement of the Sand Village ninja before Zhou Cheng arrived. With his cage-level strength, escaping the encirclement of several Jonin shouldn't be difficult. In the sky, behind the giant bird, Sasori stared coldly at the ninjas on the ground. Danzo actually collaborated with people outside our organization. A brilliant plan. However, his information was incorrect. Zhou Cheng is not a newcomer to the shadow level. Instead, it has already reached the level beyond the shadow realm. Within the organization, apart from the leader, no one can defeat him alone. Deodara nodded. Then kill him with art. He spat white clay from his mouth and threw it onto the ground. Do you have enough chakra to use C3 again? Deodara shook his head. It needs time to recover, and we're running out of clay. Scorpion nodded and said nothing more. There's no point in them staying here any longer. Scorpion knew that his puppet had been destroyed by Zhou Cheng, greatly diminishing his strength. Even if they went to the ground to join the battle, it would be of no use. Deodara had already used C3, which consumed a huge amount of chakra and clay, and he needed time to recover. Staying here is pointless except for watching the play. Let's go back and tell the chief. Even if those two are immortal, they couldn't possibly kill Zhou Cheng, at best, they'd fight to a draw. Deodara made a hand seal with one hand and uttered a shout. Then a series of explosions rang out on the ground. Since they couldn't kill Zhou Cheng, there's no point in them staying here. They kept their promise to Danzo. The deposit is non-refundable, of course. Come and take it from Omegakure if you dare. Then, Deodara rode the giant bird and disappeared into the sky. Danzo had just jumped out of the encirclement when he saw the giant bird depart. His eyes widened instantly, and he burst into a tirade. Damn you, Xiao, you took my money and didn't do anything. Zhou Cheng had already arrived in front of him. Ha ha ha, old man, are you desperate? Those who died because of you felt the same way in life. Upon hearing this, Danzo wore an expression that seemed perfectly natural. Those ants, they're dead, so what? What's there to regret? Survival of the fittest, the law of nature. If I were stronger than you today, would you still be laughing? Zhou Cheng's expression hardened, and he stared intently at him. If you're unrepentant, then go die. Wind release chakra mode. The 8 gates formation, the 7th gate opens. Boom! An immense amount of chakra erupted from Zhou Cheng's body. Both sides in the battle were so frightened that they involuntarily stopped what they were doing. They had only ever felt such chakra from tailed beasts. So strong. A look of despair crossed Maki's face. His dream of becoming a martial arts master has been shattered completely. With Zhou Cheng here, no one can touch a hair on Gaara's head today. Then his plan would be meaningless. Just stay in the village and be a good advisor. As the teacher of the Third Hokage, his status cannot be too low. The other Sand Village ninjas were dumbfounded. Is Zhou Cheng still human? Are you sure he's not the 10th-tailed beast? Even the 15 Konoha 15, Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki, had expressions as if they were meeting him for the first time. Just how strong is Zhou Cheng? That kind of chakra is comparable to that of the god of shinobi. Danzo's face also showed a surprised expression. How many cards do you actually have up your sleeve? Why have you grown up so fast? Why do you always oppose me? Zhou Cheng stood in the blue steam. The sound was like thunder. You know what you've done. Selfish and inhuman. I could have ignored those things. But why did you send someone to assassinate me? From that day on, only one of us can live. I'll kill you, then I'll settle the score with Orochimaru. You both deserve to die. At that moment, a Sand Village ninja cried out in alarm. That's Wind God mode. It's the Wind God of Konoha. He is the Wind God of Konoha. I've always heard that the Leaf Village's Wind God and our Third Hokage are good friends. I didn't believe it at first, but it's true. Chapter 150. Rain Village gets its name from the fact that it rains all year round. In the tallest building in Yunnan, a man, emaciated as a skeleton, was bound by a strange device. He was facing a purple-haired woman. The woman was looking at him with a worried expression. Nagato, how are you? You can no longer use the Sharingan's abilities. Your body can't take it anymore. If this continues, we'll die before we achieve our goal. Nagato smiled, but it looked more like a grimace. It'll be soon, Konan. If we obtain all the tailed beasts, the Eye of the Moon plan will succeed. At that time, the ninja world will truly be at peace. Xuanhuang sighed softly and changed the subject. Scorpion and Devour have sent word. Danzo's assessment of Zhou Cheng's strength was wrong. He has already surpassed the cage level. Scorpion alone can't handle him. Nagato remained expressionless. Having experienced so much over the years, he had long since become numb. Danzo's money isn't easy to earn. Send a message to Cloud Village. If capturing the two tails doesn't go smoothly, let's put it on hold for now. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cheng's victory over the various village forces has made all the ninja villages as united as ever, like an iron plate. Besides Konoha being such an oddity, there's constant internal strife. Bring Kakuzu and Haiden back, and find an opportunity for the four of them Sasori, Deodara, and Zhou Cheng to gang up on him. With four of them attacking him, I don't believe Zhou Cheng can survive. Xuanhuang nodded, then sighed. Seeing that Nagato had closed his eyes to rest, she didn't want to disturb him and turned to leave. In Tsunagakuer, the great battle between the ninjas and the giant snake continues. Zhou Cheng's legendary wind god form greatly boosted the morale of Tsunagakuer village. They unleashed ninjutsu at the giant snake as if it were free. Its enormous size makes it a living target. The Sand Village ninja don't even need to aim. On the other side, Danzo cautiously retreated as Zhou Cheng approached. Zhou Cheng had become a shadow in his heart. A shadow that can never be erased. Old man, give up. Today is your death day. A hint of despair flickered in Danzo's eyes. Without the Akatsuki's help, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Orochimaru? Let's not even mention the cripple whose hands are sealed. Orochimaru, we're in trouble this time. You need to find me 500 people as sacrifices. The enormous voice of the 10,000 snakes resounded. It has suffered the most attacks and is already riddled with wounds. Although many ninjas died in its mouth. However, there were simply too many Sand Village ninjas. One after another, the ninjutsu never stopped. In just half an hour, it endured no fewer than several hundred ninjutsu. Orochimaru, I'm going back. Bang! White smoke filled the sky, and the 10,000 snakes vanished. The other giant snakes were also killed by the Sand Village Ninja. The Sand Village Ninja erupted in a deafening cheer. Now, only Danzo remains. Get rid of him, and this farce will be over. Zhou Cheng flashed and arrived in front of Danzo. A deep fear surfaced in Danzo's eyes. Wow, so fast. This is how everyone feels. Zhou Cheng's speed was almost instantaneous. Such speed can only be matched by the Reikage in lightning release chakra mode. Truly worthy of being called the wind god of Konoha. Boom! Zhou Cheng threw a punch. The violent force of the punch pulverized Danzo and the area within dozens of meters behind him. Blood mist sprayed all over the ground. After only 2 seconds, the figure disappeared again. Another punch was thrown, and Danzo, who had just appeared, was blasted to pieces again. A ravine several tens of meters long thus appeared. The Sand Village Ninja were dumbfounded. Is this the Leaf Village's wind god? Such power comes from a single punch. This is no longer a cage-level powerhouse, this is a god. Konoha's wind god. 15 Xuanhuang was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Especially Xiao Li. He understands the power of the 8 gates best. I never imagined that Zhou Chengdu had already opened 7 doors. I wonder how she compares to Teacher Kai. No wonder Teacher Kai keeps mentioning Zhou Cheng. I saw his talent today, he's truly better than me. This is youth. Burn, Zhou Chenjun. In his excitement, Xiao Li also opened 3 doors to join in the fun. He received a lot of eye rolls from the girls. Why are you making such a fuss? Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki were filled with shock. They knew Zhou Cheng was strong, but they didn't expect him to be ridiculously strong. So powerful that they were filled with fear. At the same time, they were also relieved that Zhou Cheng was one of their own. If Zhou Cheng were an enemy, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep every night. Danzo, you still have 4 Sharingan eyes on your right arm. I'll play 4 more times with you. Boom! Another punch. Danzo was blasted into a bloody mist. However, Zhou Cheng knew that he was not dead. Another punch, another cloud of blood. 2 more times. Boom! Once. Boom! Your right arm can no longer revive you. Now, prepare to die. Zhou Cheng walked step by step toward Danzo. Every step he took landed on Danzo's heart. He plopped down on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear of death. For every step Zhou Cheng took out, Zhou Cheng would take a step back while seated. No, no. You can't kill me. I am the advisor of Konoha. I am the future Kage of Konoha. Zhou Cheng, as long as you don't kill me, I'll give you the highest ranking advisor status. In Konoha, you are second only to the leader. Danzo has begun to spout nonsense. He still acts as an advisor to Konoha. You're already a rogue ninja of Konoha, and you're still spouting nonsense with your eyes closed. If you bravely face death, I will still respect you as a true hero. But the way you look right now is just too appealing. Zhou Cheng's words resonated with everyone present. Under such circumstances, how could Danzo possibly survive? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. Zhou Cheng was only 1 meter away from Danzo, looking down at him from his elevated position. Danzo's face was already covered in a dense layer of sweat, and his body was trembling. He was afraid. Zhou Cheng suddenly frowned. Kagura's keen perception was warning him again that danger was imminent. Just then, Danzo suddenly raised his right hand and pointed it at Zhou Cheng. Wood release, explosive spear tree. Danzo's right arm writhed like a worm. A tree branch pierced his skin and shot towards Zhou Cheng. Halfway through, the branch grew into a tree. A tree branch pierced Zhou Cheng's body. This change happened far too fast. The relaxed smiles on everyone's faces were still fresh in their minds. No, brother. The girls almost broke down. They all took off running towards Zhou Cheng. Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki had already drawn their short swords and charged towards Danzo. Everyone was crowding around Zhou Cheng and Danzo. Ha 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 ha. Danzo laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. His laughter was so manic and ferocious. Finally, you will become my puppet. Danzo's right Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, spun rapidly. Koda Amatsukami, activate. Zhou Cheng, I am your master forever. Unify the ninja world for me. Ha 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 ha. From this day forward, those who obey me will prosper, those who defy me will perish. Chapter 151. The 15 little strong men stopped 5 meters away from Zhou Cheng. They dared not act rashly. The tree branch is still stuck in Zhou Cheng's body. They were afraid that their actions would provoke Danzo and cause him to do something rash. Danzo, let go of Zhou Cheng. Karin is the most impatient, she speaks directly. If anything happens to him, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Kimimaro stepped forward. His aura exploded forth. The earth curse mark began to cover his entire body. Danzo, if he dies, you won't live either. 2 bone blades had already appeared in his hands. Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki also arrived. He held a short knife in his hand, his eyes serious. Danzo can actually use wood release ninjutsu. So that's why half of his body was deathly pale. Danzo, you should leave. Just let him go. As the Kazekage, I guarantee that no one will hunt you down within the hidden sand village. Gaara and the Sand Village ninjas also arrived here. Danzo was surrounded by layers of people. He looked at the group of people surrounding him. Danzo showed no fear whatsoever. I have already used Koda Amatsukami to control Zhou Cheng. With the power of Jojin Fengxian mode. These people aren't enough for him to kill. Ha ha ha. Let me go. It's your turn to leave. Today I'm going to kill you all. Then pin the blame on the Akatsuki. I'll go back to Konoha, make Tsunade step down, and I'll be the new Hokage. Everyone thought Danzo had gone mad. Even after all this, you're still spouting nonsense. Kill us? What will you use to kill them? There are over 100 ninjas here, all of them at least Chunin level. Even the Hokage wouldn't dare say something like kill them all. You're insane. What makes you think you can kill us? A glimmer of hope reappeared on Maki's face. If Danzo could really kill Gaara, he really should thank Danzo. He wanted to see what Danzo's trump cards were. They will then ask questions at the exit. Shut up. Maki, UBD. They claim to be my allies, yet they stood motionless during my time of crisis. Are you a turtle? Maki's expression froze. Danzo had actually revealed our alliance. He's really gone mad. Don't talk nonsense and make false accusations. When did we unite? Don't drag others down with you when you're about to die. Maki started to panic. If this comes to fruition, he will become a rogue ninja of Tsunagakuer, just like Danzo. During the Chunin exams in Konoha, let's team up to take on the Third Hokage. I remember, quite a few Konoha ninjas died at your hands. Now, let's join forces and I assassinate the Wind Shadow. With the death of the Wind Shadow, you will have the opportunity to ascend to the position of Wind Shadow. You dare say that's not your original statement? A real man wouldn't dare to do something but not take responsibility for it. Wow! The Sand Village ninja exploded instantly. Maki is the mentor of the Wind Shadow. He actually plotted to assassinate Feng Ying? They are truly blinded by greed and utterly depraved. Because of him, so many Sand Village ninjas died. The village has also suffered such great destruction. He deserves to die. March, is what he said true? Gaara's face darkened, and he questioned him sharply. You are my teacher. Why? No, 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 Danzo is talking complete nonsense. I haven't done any of those things. Danzo sneered repeatedly, damn coward. You were the one who hired Orochimaru's men for this operation, weren't you? I'm cut from the same cloth, I'd admit it, but you're like this. Useless. Temari and Kankuro turned to Maki, completely unwilling to believe it. However, so many people and ninjas died in the village. The culprit must be found. Maki's face turned ashen, and I refused to admit it to the death. There is absolutely no evidence to prove that I did these things. I don't. Don't listen to his nonsense. I love Tsunagakure so much, how could I possibly do such a thing? You believe Danzo, a dying man. Danzo laughed a few more times, utterly ridiculous. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter, you're all going to die anyway. Zhou Cheng, kill them all. After hearing Danzo's words, everyone looked at Zhou Cheng. What nonsense are you talking about? How could brother Zhou Cheng possibly kill us? Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki had already shielded the children behind them. They could tell that Zhou Cheng was acting strangely. Danzo burst into maniacal laughter again. After suppressing his emotions for so long, he finally felt the light at the end of the tunnel. Let me tell you the truth. The special ability my right eye possesses is the power to alter other people's memories, making them completely my slave. Zhou Cheng thought he had victory in the bag, but he got too close. He's already under my eye spell, and he's my most loyal slave. Even if I order him to kill you all, he won't even blink. Upon hearing his words, everyone felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Zhou Cheng's abilities are obvious to all. Even if all these people were combined, they wouldn't get away with it. The Tsunagakure Anbu have forcibly pulled Gaara back. The other Sand Village ninjas were also slowly retreating. The title Wind God of Konoha is not just a figurehead. To them, Zhou Cheng is equivalent to a god. I don't believe it. How could Zhou Cheng be controlled by you? Ino shouted, her hands already forming hand seals. Her eyes were resolute as she tried to use her family's secret technique to test whether Zhou Cheng was truly being controlled. Zhou Cheng's eyes were vacant as he snapped off the branch stuck in his body. He turned around and looked at his group of friends. Everyone was startled by his gaze. It was so unfamiliar. Brother Zhou Cheng. The other girls also tried calling out. Zhou Cheng did not respond. Kakashi formed hand seals towards Zhou Cheng, Genjutsu, release. No response. Secret technique, the art of mind transference. Ino completed the hand seals. Zhou Cheng paused for a moment. Ino's body went limp. Hurry and kill Danzo, then Zhou Cheng's illusion will be broken. Zhou Cheng's mental strength is amazing. I can't control him for long. Everyone suddenly realized. He fixed a fierce gaze on Danzo. Kakashi had already pulled up his headband, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. With her ninja sword in hand, Uzuki Yujao is ready to strike at any moment. Secret technique, shadow imitation. Shikamaru had already secretly completed the hand seals. His shadow deformed, lengthened, and moved towards Danzo. Damn it! The favorable situation suddenly turned sour, infuriating Danzo so much that veins bulged on his forehead. Kakashi had already reached him, and the Hotaki sword technique slashed mercilessly at Danzo. Danzo sneered, "Fight me in close combat? You're asking for death." Would release, explosive spear tree. Given Zhou Cheng's experience, you still dare to fight me in close combat? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and his left Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming the 3-tomo into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Divine Might. A spatial vortex appeared out of thin air, sucking all the wood-release attacks aimed at him into the vortex. Then, Kakashi's sword slashed down on Danzo's shoulder. Your right arm shouldn't exist. Kakashi wanted to cut off Danzo's entire right arm. What? The Sharingan has such an ability. Chapter 152. At the highest point of a building in Tsunagakur, a black-haired figure was sitting here leisurely. His eyes remained fixed on the battlefield. Seeing Ino use her mind-to-mind technique on Zhou Cheng, he immediately shook his head. Ino has ruined everything for me. Well, that was just my Earth release clone. The purpose was to get Danzo to bring out Maki. Let Maki explain what he did. Now look what's happened, everything has been for nothing. Seeing that Danzo was at a disadvantage, Maki dared not step forward to admit it. It turns out that Zhou Cheng's true form was sitting on top of the building. The Zhou Cheng on the ground was merely a clone of him, with most of his chakra distributed among it. Unlike other clones, it does not disappear when attacked. Zhou Cheng stood up. It was time to end this. Since Maki doesn't say it himself, then we'll extract his memories. Then Ino will have to work even harder. Zhou Cheng leaped and jumped directly off the building. Just before he hit the ground, he activated the mental power of his clone, expelling Ino from his body. Then the clone was cancelled, and the user landed where the clone had been standing. Ah, brother Zhou Cheng is awake. He kicked my consciousness out of my body. Everyone became alert upon hearing her words. Hey, you guys have worked hard. Zhou Cheng's signature smile appeared on his face. The 15 young men he knew best all breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zhou Cheng, are you all right? Danzo said he used his eye technique to control you. Hinata immediately ran to Zhou Cheng's side and took his hand. Zhou Cheng gently pinched Hinata's cheek with his other hand, it felt really nice. Don't worry, I'm fine. He then looked at the others, giving them an apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have worried you. That Zhou Cheng was just my clone. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Doppelganger? Are you kidding me? Is a clone that powerful? No, 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 you're overthinking it. Zhou Cheng continued explaining, turning to look at Danzo. The one who fought Danzo was indeed my true form. The one hit by wood release is my clone. I'm doing this so that Danzo will confess Maki's crimes. Then pretend to let Danzo control you, make Maki think victory is assured, and he'll confess what he's done. Who would have thought that Maki was such a cowardly BD? After hearing Zhou Cheng's explanation, everyone finally understood. Then, he looked at Zhou Cheng with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Formidable strength and exceptional intelligence. Zhou Cheng is absolutely terrifying. You're talking nonsense. I never did any of those things Danzo described. Maki's face visibly sagged. I'm glad I didn't act impulsively. Otherwise, he would be a corpse by now. Bang! Danzo took advantage of Kakashi's distraction due to Zhou Cheng. He kicked Kakashi away. The wound on my shoulder is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, thinking, no wonder it's Hashirama Senju's cells. Its self-healing ability is amazing. Hashirama Senju was indeed a sage body, just like me. Maki, let's see if you can keep up your stubbornness for a little longer. Our mountain clan of Konoha possesses a secret technique that allows us to read the memories of others. He then looked at Gaara, are you willing to lay a hand on your own teacher? Gaara, let's subdue Maki first. If the retrieved memories indicate that Maki did nothing, I, Zhou Cheng, kneel down and apologize to the entire Tsunagakur village. With his last few words, he channeled his chakra, and his voice resounded throughout the entire sand village. Gaara remained silent for a moment before nodding to Zhou Cheng. Mr. Maki, if you are innocent, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Whether it's clear or murky, we'll know in a moment. Zhou Cheng nodded in satisfaction and then walked over to Ino's side. He affectionately patted her head. Are you all right? I used too much force. Ino's eyes sparkled, and she shook her head vigorously. The headlights, which were beginning to develop on her chest, swayed a few times. Ah, brother Zhou Cheng patted my head again. I'm I'm fine, brother Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng nodded, and when he turned to look at Danzou, his face was already filled with murderous intent. Danzou, surprised, aren't you? You're just a tool. You're worthless now. Wind God mode, activated. Multiple shadow clone technique, activate. Prepare to die. Danzou finally panicked. The Sharingan on my arm has been used up. The other gods could not find Zhou Cheng's true form. The Akatsuki organization has also withdrawn. Maki has been apprehended. He had no means of saving his life. No one will come to his aid. His face was ashen. Zhou Cheng, just don't kill me. I can help you become Hokage. That's the Hokage, don't you want to? I don't believe anyone can resist the allure of shadows. Everyone looked at Zhou Cheng, waiting for his answer. Yes, who can resist the allure of shadows? The person with the highest authority in the village. To be the head of a village is the highest honor. Zhou Cheng chuckled lightly. What's so great about being a shadow? It's exhausting. You're wrong, I don't want to. The shadow appears imposing and aloof on the surface. But Kei Ying shouldn't even dream of having her own time. Everything should be considered from the village's perspective. Forever buried under mountains of documents. That would render the person useless. Zhou Cheng shuddered as he imagined what Naruto would look like after becoming Hokage. The strongest ninja in the world. Yet, the demands of his busy schedule left him looking so, is a difficult word to translate directly, but it conveys a sense of listlessness, apathy, and lack of motivation. It's heartbreaking to think about. Danzou paused for a moment, not wanting to? You're kidding me. Then you don't want to protect Konoha. Don't you want to protect your friends? In Danzou's eyes, only by becoming a Kage could he protect everything he cherished. Do you think I haven't been protecting them? With my abilities, does it make a difference whether I'm a shadow or not? The meaning of protection does not lie in one's own social status. I really don't know what you learned from the second generation. The meaning of protection is to protect something, or someone, even at the cost of one's life. And they don't care about their own status or the other person's status. Zhou Cheng pointed at Gaara, he did it to protect Tsunagakuer. Even those who initially hated him, calling him a monster, will protect him with their lives. Can you do it? Danzou was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that just a complete idiot? Zhou Cheng understood Danzou's expression, a cold smile playing on his lips. You think people like that are stupid, right? So, all these years, you still haven't become Hokage. Zhou Cheng then pointed at the 15 young men, and spoke with a firm and resounding voice. I protect them, never based on my own status or the other party's status. And I protect Konoha simply because they are in Konoha, nothing more. Those people from Konoha were just incidental. Ask yourself honestly, have you ever thought, even for a single moment, about the well-being of all the civilians and lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha? As long as you exist, no one will forget you. Everyone listened silently. Nodding occasionally, shaking his head occasionally. Maki also silently lowered his head. Danzou stood there quietly. He slowly closed his eyes. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes. He stuck a finger into his right eye. His actions elicited gasps of surprise. What is Danzou up to now? Zhou Cheng, I don't agree with your theory. The strong rule over the weak. I lost, but only to Zhou Cheng. This Sharingan is yours. Chapter 153. With that, Danzou tossed Shisui's bloodied right eye to Zhou Cheng. Bring it on. Give me a quick death. Zhou Cheng opened his palm and caught the Sharingan. He threw a punch with his other hand. The violent force of the punch instantly turned Danzou into a bloody mist. Dead beyond dead. Even if one wanted to be resurrected using the impure world reincarnation technique, it wouldn't be possible. Zhou Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Thus ended the life of a powerful figure. He cancelled the wind god mode. He opened his hand and looked at the Sharingan lying quietly in his palm. Should we have a transplant? Kota Amatsukami. It looks so tempting. It's just a pity that this is the right eye. The effects and duration of Kota Amatsukami are nowhere near as good as those of the left eye. Moreover, I don't need to transplant a Sharingan to obtain its bloodline ability. The ability is not immediately available after transplantation. Instead, a period of integration is needed. That's not something that's in your own blood, after all. Just like Ao, after having her white eye transplanted, she needs to wear earrings with a sealing effect on her ears to suppress the rejection of the white eye. I can easily obtain the Sharingan by replicating members of the Uchiha clan. Let's keep this eye for now. With a flick of his wrist, the Vajra lock chain appeared in his hand. After sealing Shisui's right eye in the independent space of the Vajra sealing, Zhou Cheng looked at Maki. So many things happened, and it took so long. It's finally your turn. I came here specifically for you. I'll make you die with a satisfied heart. Gaara, may we begin? There are still many things to do in Konoha, we must get back immediately. Zhou Cheng shook his head silently as he spoke. Maki is doomed. His heart has already flown to Konoha. The peace delegations from the 3 ninja villages are about to arrive in Konoha. They specifically requested an audience with me. This is really troublesome. Gaara nodded and had several ANBU members restrain Maki. Preparing to begin memory retrieval. He knew Yamanaka Ino and knew that she was the new generation of the Yamanaka clan's Ino Shikacho. A deep sense of fear appeared on Maki's face. As long as his memories are read, he's definitely going to die. Under the threat of death, he finally revealed his ruthlessness. Suddenly, he sprang into action and snapped the neck of the officer in front of him. Then he reached into the ANBU's ninja tool pouch and pulled out a kunao. The kunao pierced the chest of one of the ANBU officers who was walking towards him, taking his life. This created a gap in his encirclement. He squeezed through the gap in the encirclement. All of this happened so suddenly. The Sand Village ninja didn't even have time to react. After regaining his senses, Maki was already 10 meters away, running towards the edge of the village. However, by doing this, Maki directly exposed that he was the mole. The Sand Village ninja flew into a rage, cursing as he chased after Maki. Gaara glanced at Temari and Kankuro. The siblings nodded. He chased after Maki at his fastest speed. Gaara is ready to clean house. Zhou Cheng glanced at Uzuki Yujao. She was already gripping the knife, chasing after Maki with murderous intent. Kakashi wanted to go too. But Zhou Cheng stopped him. Teacher, keep an eye on them. I'll go. Kakashi pulled down his headband, covering his Sharingan. He nodded and stood with the 15 young men. Zhou Cheng immediately used his instantaneous movement technique to chase after Maki. With his speed, he arrived in front of Maki's escape route in 2 blinks. Zhou Cheng, get out of the way. Otherwise, die. When Maki saw the figure ahead, his legs trembled with fear. That's Zhou Cheng. He actually caught up with us. Despite his fear, he still shouted fiercely. Zhou Cheng's eye twitched. Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Ha, you've got guts. You killed a Konoha ninja and you think you can escape. Daydreaming. Thor's sword is drawn, and arcs of lightning flash. Die. Wind release, wind blade. Maki pointed at Zhou Cheng with his fingertip. Numerous unseen wind blades sliced towards Zhou Cheng. That's the move he used to kill Gecko Hayate. After using this move, Maki immediately changed his escape direction and ran forward without looking back. He didn't even dare to hope to kill Zhou Cheng, he only wanted to keep him occupied, even for a short while. All of these will increase his chances of successfully escaping. Are you looking down on me? Use wind release to restrain me. Have you forgotten my nickname? Maki looked up in shock, Zhou Cheng was already standing in front of his new escape route. Damn it! Maki cursed under his breath, unable to think of a good solution for the moment. At this moment, the Sand Village Ninja and Uzuki Yujao arrived here. Completion. Maki knew he had no chance left. Zhou Cheng ruined our only chance. Speak, did you kill the Konoha ninja Hay-8 Gecko? Confess and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die with no peace. I'll resurrect you using the impure world reincarnation technique, and use you however I want. Maki sighed heavily and dropped the kunao in his hand. He resigned himself to his fate. Yes, I killed Moonlight Hay-8. During the Chunin exams, he overheard my plot with Kabuto. I have no choice but to kill him. Temari and Kankuro's faces turned ashen. Why have you become like this, teacher? Go on. Many Konoha ninja died at my hands during the Chunin exams turmoil. I killed everyone who saw me make a move. Uzuki Yujao's face was filled with murderous intent, UBD. At that moment, Gaara arrived with more than a dozen Anbu members. After returning to Tsunagakur from Konoha, a mysterious man approached me. He tempted me to become the Wind Shadow. I'm smitten. But my strength and background combined are simply no match for Gaara. I almost gave up on the idea. Until Danzo came to me. My ambition has been rekindled by Danzo, and it continues to grow. You all know what happened next. Maki gave up completely. He sat there on the ground, awaiting his destined end. Take down Maki and seal his chakra. He will be executed in front of the entire village. Gaara gave the order, and he reverted to his cold, detached identity as a Jinkraki. Not a student of Maki. Just as the Sand Village Anbu were about to step forward, a purple figure rushed towards Maki. A flash of cold light, and Maki's head fell to the ground. Everyone then realized what was happening and turned to look. With a single stroke of her sword, Uzuki Yujao beheaded Maki, avenging her lover. Having avenged her great wrong, she wept. 2 lines of clear tears rolled down her beautiful cheeks. Blast! The hidden members of the Sand Village exchanged bewildered glances. What should they do? Zhou Cheng coughed. You were quick. I didn't even notice. That Gecko Hay-8, who died at Maki's hands, was her lover. So? Gaara nodded. I understand. Take Maki's body and head away. Use his head as a warning to the whole village. Maki's influence in Tsunagakur still needs to be deterred. The Tsunagakur Anbu nodded and left with Maki's body. Zhou Cheng activated his sensory abilities again and discovered that Kabuto was no longer in Tsunagakur. Zhou Cheng silently complained. As expected of Orochimaru's capable subordinate. Just like Orochimaru. Chapter 154. Zhou Cheng was too lazy to chase after him. I don't have time to play hide and seek with Do, who's still just an ant. The delegations from the 3 great ninja villages should be arriving in Konoha soon. However, I suddenly don't want to use the Flying Thunder God technique to get back to Konoha. I'll walk slowly. Just because you want to see me doesn't mean I should come running to you. Dream on. While Tsunagakur was conducting post-war surveys, clearing rubble, and rescuing civilians, Zhou Cheng and his 15 young heroes also joined in. Just like he did when he was in Konoha. During this time, Uzuki Yujao urged him many times. The situation in Konoha is more urgent. However, Zhou Cheng brushed them off. On the 3rd day, they finally embarked on their journey home. Not far from Tsunagakur, everyone was watching Zhou Cheng. He will use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha first. Zhou Cheng simply waved his hand, signaling them to continue on their way. I'll go back to Konoha with you. Walk. Just treat it as a vacation. Kakashi also started to get anxious. The delegation should all have arrived. Shouldn't you head back first? Zhou Cheng shook his head. What's the rush? Do I have to go back now that the delegation has arrived? They are the defeated side. Still so arrogant? We're going to make them wait. If we don't extinguish their arrogance, they'll never know that Konoha is different now that I'm here. Zhou Cheng's words exuded an air of dominance. The girls were seeing stars. So cool. Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki rolled their eyes at him, thinking, showing off again. However, they had to admit that Zhou Cheng had hit the nail on the head. Very inspiring. They are the defeated party and should lower their stance. Unconditionally yielding will only embolden the three ninja villages to act with even greater impunity. They believe Konoha is weak and easily bullied. After thinking it through, Kakashi and Yujao Uzuki stopped urging Zhou Cheng to return to Konoha. Instead, they traveled slowly towards Konoha with a group of children from Konoha's future, as if on a tourist's journey. After avenging her great enemy, Uzuki Yujao felt somewhat lost for a time. After achieving one's biggest goal, a sense of loss and confusion will inevitably follow. What should I do next? This trip-style return to the village gave her a good buffer. My mood gradually improved. Konoha, Hokage Building, Main Conference Room. The place was now full of people. They were all core members of the delegations from the three major ninja villages. They all came with anger, demanding answers from Tsunade. Lord Hokage, we from all the villages have come for peace. Zhou Cheng leaving the village at this time, isn't he showing us a complete lack of respect? Where is Konoha's sincerity? Or does Konoha have no intention of reconciliation at all? Tsunade's brows furrowed tightly. These guys, every word they say is like a knife to the heart. Absolutely despicable. And Zhou Cheng is even more despicable. They went to Tsunagakur and never came back? Based on the timeline, they should have returned to Konoha by now. The delegations from the three major ninja villages were still arguing incessantly. It was as if they were the victors, there to demand an explanation, not to negotiate. Who is Tsunade? She is the princess of the Senju clan. With her outgoing personality, how could she possibly tolerate such treatment? She slammed her fist on the conference table. The sound startled everyone present. They all looked at Tsunade with dissatisfaction. Lady Tsunade, what do you mean by this? Kuratsuki, with her strong personality, was somewhat dissatisfied with Tsunade's behavior and questioned her. Tsunade stood up abruptly, I want to punch you all. What do you want to do? That's a question I should be asking you. What do you want to do? You attacked Konoha without provocation, and then you were defeated. But instead, they went to Konoha to show off their power. Who gave you this confidence? Tsunade's words struck everyone like a heavy hammer blow. This caused their expressions to change. The unprovoked attack on Konoha was a problem they couldn't avoid no matter how hard they tried. This was a fact that left them speechless. Humph, why aren't you saying anything? Does he think that just because I'm his student, I'll be as easy to talk to as he is? Before anyone else could speak, the earthen platform of the hidden cloud village spoke first. Lady Tsunade, we've come here to negotiate peace. If Konoha maintains this attitude, we have reason to suspect that Konoha doesn't want to negotiate and wants to continue fighting. If another war breaks out, it will be the Fourth Shinobi World War. Can Konoha bear the consequences? His words immediately garnered the full support of the others. They wanted someone to shift the topic away from the attack on Konoha. Tsunade glared fiercely at Chuchita, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. That damn BD, he changed the subject. The fact that we're talking about peace talks means that a conflict has occurred between us. What caused the conflict? Isn't it you who attacked Konoha? Tsunade cleverly steered the conversation back to the attack on Konoha. Everyone was completely baffled. What? You can't get past this? Can we please stop mentioning the sneak attack? Lady Tsunade, we sincerely wish to negotiate, but Zhou Cheng is not waiting for us in Konoha. Where is Konoha's sincerity? Of the three great ninja villages, the ones who have always been arguing are the people of Kumigakure. The only people from Kirigakure were Mei Terumi and Kojuro. Given Mei Terumi's personality, she would never do such a thing, nor would she allow Kojuro to do it. Given Zhou Cheng's past kindness in retrieving Huang Tu's hand, the villagers of Iwagakure wouldn't argue too much. Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury. She desperately wanted to smash Tsuchikage's bones to pieces with a single punch. She knew that without Zhou Cheng's return, the peace talks could not continue. Since you all want to talk to Zhou Cheng, then wait until he returns. During this period, you may stay in Konoha. Don't cause me any trouble, or I'll break your legs. After saying this, Tsunade slammed the door and left the conference room. Everyone ducked their heads. No one doubted Tsunade's strength. She could break their legs. Are we really going to wait? Tsuchitai was also thinking of getting people from the other two ninja villages to join the protest. To his surprise, none of the people from Kirigakure or Iwagakure paid any attention to him. Mei Terumi looked at him as if he were an idiot, then left with Kojuro. The father and daughter shrugged and stood up to leave. It seems there's something between them and Zhou Cheng that we don't know about. Hope, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, her brows furrowed. What do we do? Are we really going to wait for him? Hope glanced at the earthen platform. You're a senior figure, can't you see through this? We have no choice but to wait. Konoha will keep pressing us about our sneak attack. We have no reason to refute this. Let's just hope Zhou Cheng returns to Konoha soon. In the Hokage's office. As soon as Tsunade returned, she saw a communication toad already waiting for her. She raised an eyebrow. Was it Jiraiya or Zhou Cheng? She walked to the Hokage's chair and sat down. Zhou Cheng was relaying a message to her by starting the communication frog. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Tsunade smiled and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 155. Zhou Cheng's intention was to leave the delegations from the three ninja villages waiting in the cold. Let's put an end to their arrogance. They need to wait. Zhou Cheng, relying on his own 2 legs and sightseeing, would still need at least 7 more days to reach Konoha. Zhou Cheng instructed Tsunade not to meet with any envoys from any ninja village for 7 days. After hearing the message Zhou Cheng had sent through the communication toad, Tsunade dismissed the toad. She sat alone in the Hokage's chair. After a moment of silence, he called out to the door. Jingyan, come in here for a moment. Lady Tsunade, is there anything I can help you with? Publicly announce that I am sick. I haven't seen anyone these past few days. Remember, it's anyone. Silent was clearly taken aback for a moment. Are you sick? You are a titan in the world of medical ninjutsu. Are you sick? Only an idiot would believe that. What are you standing there for? Go now. What I want is for nobody to believe me and for me to be invisible. Having followed Tsunade for many years, Shizuan immediately understood Tsunade's meaning. He nodded, then turned and went to do it. Immediately afterwards, news spread throughout Konoha. The 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade, has suddenly fallen seriously ill and needs to rest quietly. She is not receiving any visitors. After the news spread. Regarding the hidden mist, Mei Terumi didn't react much. She really liked Konoha's climate, it wasn't as gloomy and damp as Kirigakure. Why not take this opportunity to stay a few more days? The Iwagakure village was dissatisfied. But no significant action was taken. He just vented a few complaints. Konoha will benefit from Zhou Cheng's leadership for a long time. Meanwhile, the hidden cloud village was immediately bombed. Everyone knows that Tsunade is a master of medical ninjutsu. What diseases can it cause? Furthermore, the stronger a person is, the lower their chances of getting sick. Tsunade is a cage-level Shikigami. And he's in his prime, how could he possibly get sick? She simply didn't want to see the envoy from the 3 ninja villages. Then wait for Zhou Cheng to return to Konoha. The initiative is now entirely in Konoha's hands. They made a fuss for nothing. But this is Konoha, and since the Hokage isn't here, the people of Kumigakure are completely helpless. Left with no other choice, they had to settle down temporarily. Zhou Cheng and his group enjoyed their time sightseeing and having a great time. He had no intention of returning to Konoha. In the end, Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore and reminded Zhou Cheng, and only then did they set off back to Konoha. Because of their large numbers, even the weakest among them are at least Chunin level. So we didn't encounter any difficulties along the way. No foolish bandit or wandering ninja would dare to target them. Looking for poop in the toilet? Like carrying a lantern. Zhou Cheng's biggest gain these past few days has been the rapid warming of his relationships with the girls. They all tacitly avoided asking Zhou Cheng to make a choice. The wise person didn't rush Zhou Cheng to make a choice. Zhou Cheng was happy to have some free time. This is a question that could cost you your life. No man can get through this easily. 7 days later, Zhou Cheng and his group leisurely appeared at the gates of Konoha. The ninja on duty recognized Kakashi and Zhou Cheng. They let them through immediately. However, Zhou Cheng keenly noticed that the ninja on duty had a strange expression on his face. However, he did not ask. It would be very awkward if it were just someone else's private matter. But as they ventured deeper into Konoha, Zhou Cheng noticed that more and more people looked unwell. Upon seeing him, she initially appeared very happy. He wanted to go up and say hello, but then seemed to remember something and stepped back. 1 or 2 is fine. If 5 out of 10 have this problem, then there's a serious issue. Zhou Cheng pondered to himself. Something must have happened in Konoha while I was away. Go directly to Tsunade. You all go back first, I'm going to find the Hokage. After giving those instructions, Zhou Cheng used the body flicker technique to head towards the Hokage building. Every time he stopped, it elicited gasps of surprise. Lord Zhou Cheng has returned. Those guys are in for it. SHH, the Hokage has strictly forbade us to say this. Zhou Cheng's doubts grew even stronger. Them? Could it be that delegations from other ninja villages did something in Konoha? I must see Tsunade immediately. He continued to use the body flicker technique at top speed. Call. A gust of wind blew into the Hokage's office. The wind made the documents on the table rustle. The wind also ruffled Tsunade's bangs. Who goes there? Sensing something amiss, 2 ANBU members appeared directly in front of Tsunade's desk, assuming a defensive posture. Tsunade frowned and looked up, then instantly relaxed her brow. It's me. Zhou Cheng was moving too fast, he was still at the gate just minutes ago. I'm currently in the Hokage's office. It's important to know that the route from the entrance to Konoha to the Hokage building, walking at a normal pace would take half an hour. This caught even the ANBU ninjas off guard. So it's Lord Zhou Cheng. I hope you, sir, can bring honor to Konoha. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. The 2 secret agents then left on their own. Zhou Cheng's brows furrowed even more. What exactly happened? What exactly did the mission do? What happens? Zhou Cheng got straight to the point, without any pleasantries, and asked his question directly. Tsunade looked at Zhou Cheng, and the more she looked, the angrier she became. He picked up the water glass next to him and threw it at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng easily caught it. You've done a good job. Go to the Kazekage succession ceremony. You can go by yourself. Why take those children with you? The delegation from the 3 major ninja villages this time includes several genin and chunin. They took advantage of your absence to recklessly challenge Konoha ninjas of the same rank. You've taken all the best chunin. The Konoha chunin suffered a crushing defeat. Even the villagers of Konoha have lost faith in us. During the genin stage, the 3 members of Konohamaru's team were trained by you, and they fought very well. The other lower-ranking ninjas fared even worse. Then, those ninjas started spreading rumors in Konoha again. You're only leaving Konoha at this crucial moment because you're afraid of them. What's both laughable and infuriating is that some people actually believed it. Zhou Cheng sneered, "What a bunch of fools. Those who don't believe me are probably people who have never received any favors from me. That's just how human nature is sometimes." Which ninja village was involved in this? Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. He was asking for a beating. Cloud-hidden villages are the most numerous, followed by rock-hidden villages, and mist-hidden villages are almost non-existent. It seems they were all stopped by a woman named Mei Terumi. Zhou Cheng nodded. It seems they only remember the good times and not the bad. I'll teach them a lesson. Don't forget, I'm still just a chunin. When Tsunade heard his last sentence, she almost spat out the wine in her mouth. Are you a chunin? Then there wouldn't be a single jonin left in the ninja world. Your skills are more than enough to make you Hokage. Zhou Cheng turned to leave, but suddenly remembered two people. They stopped in their tracks. Were those two old guys involved? Upon hearing this, Tsunade sighed. He nodded. A fierce killing intent flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes. After eliminating Danzo, two more old fogies appeared. This is so damn annoying. Kill them all. Chapter 156. Zhou Cheng left, leaving Tsunade alone sitting in the chair. She picked up her glass and took a sip. Konoha is about to change again. A transformative change. She chuckled. That's exactly what we need to do. Given time, it will be natural for me to pass the leadership to him. With him here, Konoha might even surpass what it was when Grandpa was alive. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng had already returned home. He wasn't in a hurry to get revenge. The 15 young warriors were all quite tired after their long journey. Zhou Cheng decided to let them get some rest. He himself also took a good shower. I soaked in the bathtub for a long time before climbing out. Nothing feels better than a hot bath after a long day. I walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. He encountered Yakumo Kurama. When she saw Zhou Cheng like this, two blushes immediately appeared on her beautiful cheeks. Zhou Cheng could clearly hear her heartbeat quicken considerably. She didn't even say goodbye, and ran straight back to her room. Zhou Cheng shrugged and spread his hands, completely forgetting that there were women in the house. He returned to his room and found a comfortable position to lie down on the bed. He reflected on everything that had happened in the past few days. Gaara has finally become the Kazekage. In this way, Tsunade became a loyal ally of Konoha. As long as I'm still in Konoha, Gaara will remain the Kazekage. The alliance between Konoha and Tsunade will not be broken. Of course, Tsunade also needs to send someone to Tsunade to establish a formal alliance. However, we also need to pay attention to those elders in Tsunade. Scorpion's grandmother, Chobaba. Her younger brother, Ebizo. They were conspicuously absent from this battle. Are they really that confident that Tsunade can weather this crisis? However, judging from their personalities, they probably won't directly question Gaara's identity as the Kazekage. For now, Gaara has firmly secured his position as Kazekage. There's also Danzo. Finally, we killed that old BD. This will remove a major threat to Konoha. For the power and status of the Hokage, he's really capable of anything. I'd sacrifice anyone but myself. Without him, Konoha can at least enjoy 3 years of peace. Fortunately, they obtained Danzo's right eye, which was also Shisui's right eye. Koda Amitsukami, Suzanu. An alluring power. It's a shame that it would be too wasteful for me to use it myself. I can easily obtain the Sharingan through replication. Moreover, based on these experiences with the reissues, I'm certain that any ability successfully replicated will be top tier. Is the ultimate level of the Sharingan simply the perfect Mangekyo Sharingan? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. So, Shizuku's eyes could be transplanted to someone. So, who should it be given to? Kakashi? No. He transplanted 2 Sharingan eyes that didn't belong to him, and the 2 Sharingan eyes didn't even belong to the same person. That would be too aggressive and could backfire at a crucial moment. The Sharingan is definitely meant for people you're close to. Among the 15 outstanding young men, those from wealthy families definitely wouldn't fare well. Their family has its own pride. Such a thing must not be allowed to happen. Furthermore, this candidate must have a sufficient amount of chakra. Otherwise, if the transplanted organ cannot even activate the pupil's power, it would be a waste. Therefore, only 3 people meet the requirements. Xiangling, Junma Lu, Uzuki Yuuyan. Kimimaro has already possessed the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Furthermore, there's a bloodline disease involved, so we're not considering that for now. Karin has always been considered a secondary ingredient. Moreover, they belong to the Uzumaki clan, possessing a unique innate physique and an astonishing amount of chakra. However, she is currently learning medical ninjutsu and ninjutsu techniques from Tsunade. He also learned Tsunade's superhuman strength technique and other ninjutsu. Their combat power has far exceeded that of the original work. Uzuki Yujao's strength is only at the Jonin level. Aside from his formidable swordsmanship, he doesn't possess any other particularly strong abilities. Such strength seems somewhat weak within my team. Then the Sharingan will be transplanted into her. The disdain Qing received was primarily due to his perception and support abilities. It doesn't provide much of a boost to combat power. Through these battles with the Akatsuki members, I discovered that their individual strength is only around the initial cage level. He shouldn't be afraid of anyone if he's fighting alone. Even Obito wouldn't do. I know his abilities very well. There are ways to suppress him. As for pain, the 6 paths of pain. Without having come into contact with the Rinnegan, it is impossible to determine his strength level. However, judging from their ability to kill Jiraiya, Nagato, with all 6 paths combined, possessed strength far exceeding that of an ordinary cage. Unfortunately, Nagato didn't awaken those Rinnegan on his own. All aspects were restricted. Unable to unleash the full power of the Rinnegan, I must secure the sage's eyes and yin release before engaging pain in direct combat. Based on these 2 battles, Akatsuki probably won't send just 2 people to deal with me next time. Zhou Cheng told 15 Xiaoqiang to go back and rest. It was all right. But this sparked another rumor in Konoha. Zhou Cheng has returned, but he is afraid of the 3 great ninja villages. Therefore, they chose to stay indoors. Otherwise, why not help Konoha regain its dignity? He was just scared. The so-called wind god of Konoha is a joke. The Chunin and Genin of Konoha are beyond saving. Following such a weak Hokage is worse than going to live in their ninja village. At least I won't have to suffer indignities. Upon hearing this rumor, Zhou Cheng cursed even more fiercely in his heart. They're a bunch of idiots. People actually believe such rumors? I might still be wary of 6 paths man and 6 paths Obito. Do you think I'm afraid of these little Karomi? I'm really afraid of the 3 great ninja villages. I was too scared to go to the front lines when they attacked Konoha. Just you wait. I'll beat the shit out of you all tomorrow. Zhou Cheng continued to rest at home. After all, it was already afternoon when they arrived in Konoha. It's getting dark, what's the point of all this fuss? Meanwhile, the other young ninjas came over and asked Zhou Cheng to let them go and cause trouble for the Chunin and Genin of the 3 great ninja villages. However, Zhou Cheng refused all of them. He made the cockroaches hold their breath. Let's unleash our full power tomorrow. The rumors intensified, but Zhou Cheng remained calm and composed. Enjoying a leisurely cup of tea at home. Tomorrow, I'll first go find the delegation from Kumagakure. Didn't you guys say that Konoha's Chunin were no good? Let them choose one from the 15 strongest. I'll beat you so badly your own mothers wouldn't recognize you, I'll even write my name Zhou backwards. None of the 15 young heroes were good people. They just don't show that side of themselves when they're with their friends. Their true strength had long since reached the level of elite chunin. In addition, there are family secret techniques. Zhou Cheng's special training has yielded a wealth of practical experience. In the chunin level, they are the very top small group of people at the very top of the pyramid. As for genin, those 3 brats from Konohamaru's team are enough to hold things up. However, just to be on the safe side, I have to give them an extra meal on short notice. Thinking it over, he created 2 shadow clones. The 3 Zhou Chengs each went to the homes of Konohamaru and his 2 companions. I'm going to teach them some ninjutsu that will make them invincible. Chapter 157. Konohamaru's chakra nature is wind and fire. Zhou Cheng can't help with fire release techniques right now. The only thing we can do is focus on wind release techniques. He planned to teach Konohamaru the wind release chakra mode and the raise nan. Zhou Cheng, you're back. Quick, go beat those bastards up. They are awful. Konohamaru was initially delighted to see Zhou Cheng, and then prepared to drag him along to cause trouble for the 3 ninja village delegations. No rush. Zhou Cheng smiled and patted his head. With a flick of his left hand, the raise nan appeared in his palm. Konohamaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Want to learn? Of course I want to. Konohamaru almost jumped up. Zhou Cheng is his idol and the goal he strives to surpass. Konohamaru wants to learn everything about him. If you can master this ninjutsu in one night, I'll teach you another. Can I know what it is first? Zhou Cheng nodded. Don't be scared, kid. Wind release chakra mode, activate. Boom. A blue chakra robe covered Zhou Cheng's entire body. Konohamaru stumbled back a few steps. It wasn't that he was scared, but rather that Zhou Cheng's chakra was so immense that he was sweating profusely. Is this the wind god everyone's been talking about? Can I learn it too? There is a common unspoken rule among ninjas in this world. Ninjutsu can be taught freely, but secret techniques must be passed on to disciples. Konohamaru thought that since he wasn't Zhou Cheng's disciple, he wouldn't be able to learn this ninjutsu. Zhou Cheng chuckled. You've got a narrow mind. What's the big deal? Wind release chakra mode, off. Water release chakra mode, activate. I can do more than just this one thing. Besides, I'm not an inflexible person. I'll teach you even if you don't become my apprentice. Zhou Cheng looked at Konohamaru tenderly. I consider you my younger brother. Konohamaru was stunned. His younger brother? I never imagined I held such a high place in Zhou Cheng's heart. However, I won't give up the Hokage position to you, Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng grinned. I wouldn't even be a dog for the Hokage. You're still too green. Let's start learning the raise nan. Then, he explained the principle of the raise nan to Konohamaru. Then they took out some balloons filled with water. The first step is to make the water inside the balloon spin and keep it moving. Zhou Cheng gave a demonstration. Make the water inside the balloon spin rapidly without breaking the balloon. Konohamaru's first few attempts were just like Naruto's. The balloon was popped in just a few moments. Wow, it sounds easy, but it's so hard to do. Konohamaru was initially a little frustrated, but he quickly recovered. He continued practicing with the water balloon. His success rate so far is 0. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but frown. With that kind of efficiency, you can't learn the raise nan in one night. Do you know the multiple shadow clone technique? Konohamaru nodded. As the grandson of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konohamaru's resources certainly far surpass those of other ninjas. Create as many shadow clones as you can manage. Let them practice at the same time. Cancel shadow clone technique once per hour. You can gain all the practice experience for shadow clone technique. This speed is dozens, even hundreds of times faster than what you could achieve by cultivating alone. Konohamaru's eyes lit up. How come I didn't think of this method? However, it's good in theory, but it's just too dangerous. Zhou Cheng saw his concerns and comforted him with a smile. With me here, how could anything happen to you? Konohamaru was finally relieved. He unleashed the multiple shadow clone technique, creating more than a dozen shadow clones within his own limits. The multi-times training cheat has been activated. Zhou Cheng watched quietly from the side. Cultivation is like a master leading you through the door, the actual practice is up to you. Everyone is born different, has different circumstances, and different talents. The same thing can have many different processes and results. Konohamaru is the Hokage's grandson. Both his parents were powerful jonin. My uncle is also one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Fire Country's daimyo. The entire army was renowned for its prowess. It's quite remarkable that Konohamaru, growing up in such a family, didn't become a spoiled brat. Moreover, he was very diligent in his training and never gave up easily. This is why Zhou Cheng values him. In Zhou Cheng's mind, Konohamaru is definitely the future Hokage. He will fully support you then. As for Ise Yuden and Kazamatsuri Mogi on the other side, Zhou Cheng also taught them some things based on their own characteristics and attributes. Especially Kazamatsuri Mogi. She possesses the wood release bloodline limit. Zhou Cheng taught her some advanced ninjutsu techniques related to earth release and water release. And water release chakra mode. Kazamatsuri Mogi was incredibly moved. He vowed to cultivate diligently and live up to Zhou Cheng's expectations. This can be considered as laying the foundation for good karma in the future. If she can master wood release in the future, today's investment is worthwhile. Zhou Cheng only taught Ise Yudana some water release and wind release ninjutsu. As for chakra patterns, they were also taught. However, Ise Yuden may have lacked the talent of the other two and was unable to learn the chakra mode. He was saddened by this for a long time. She cried, tears streaming down her face. They're still just kids. Zhou Cheng didn't want to ask for too much. Little did he know, he was just a child in other people's eyes. The night passed just like that. Konohamaru and Kazamatsuri Mogi both stayed up all night. They spent the entire night practicing the ninjutsu Zhou Cheng had taught them. Konohamaru has gained a basic understanding of the Raise Nan. However, like Naruto, he needs the assistance of shadow clones to perform this technique. He only grasped the basics of wind release chakra mode. It can only increase speed by a small amount. Unlike Zhou Cheng, he couldn't even increase the power of wind release ninjutsu. The same applies to Kazamatsuri Mogi. One night was too short a time. The fact that they were able to master it already shows that they have considerable talent. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng appeared at the Cloud Village delegation's residence with the 15 Konoha 15 and Konohamaru's team. I saw him like this all the way. They knew Zhou Cheng was going to cause trouble for those delegations. Many of Zhou Cheng's supporters applauded. Lord Zhou Cheng is finally ready to make his move. Teach those damn bastards a lesson they won't forget. How dare they come to Konoha to show off their power? Lord Zhou Cheng, give them a good beating. Beat the shit out of them. Meanwhile, those ignorant people who had never received Zhou Cheng's favor and were deceived by rumors were pointing fingers and gossiping. His expression was one of disdain. You only realize it now? Why didn't you think of that sooner? If you're scared, you're scared. Otherwise, why bring so many people? Why don't you go alone? Hehe, I think he's afraid of losing too badly. Exactly, those achievements were all fabricated. One person repelled the attacks of the 3 ninja villages simultaneously. Is it possible? He must have fought alongside the ninjas on the front lines to repel the enemy, and then claimed all the credit for himself. People like that are disgusting. Zhou Cheng has come a long way. He discovered that those who didn't support him were mostly new faces. They are likely all newly arrived residents of Konoha. Zhou Cheng's achievements were absolutely impossible for them, given their limited knowledge. Chapter 158. Zhou Cheng didn't argue, because it was pointless. Arguing with people who may never even have met a cage-level expert will only lower your own standards. But the 15 Konoha 15 and Konohamaru didn't care about all that. He immediately started arguing with the people. Zhou Cheng's face darkened. You guys, you've just fallen right into their trap. What a troublesome guy. That's enough. Zhou Cheng's voice carried a hint of chakra. His voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. This caused a stir and gasps of surprise. Don't meddle. The 15 little heroes then stopped arguing with them. However, his face was still filled with anger. They followed Zhou Cheng and continued walking forward. Because of the commotion, the cloud-hidden delegation already knew about Zhou Cheng's arrival in advance. Their main gate was wide open, but there wasn't a single person on duty. There was no one to greet them. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes. This was blatant provocation. As the master of Konoha, he actually had to personally invite the delegation from the outer village. Humph, since you won't come out, then don't ever come out. Zhou Cheng clapped his hands, and the ground immediately began to shake. A small hill slowly emerged from the ground. When the earthen mound fully appears, the entire cloud-hidden base will be reduced to ruins. Everyone in the camp will be buried there. Stop! A blonde-haired man named Hope jumped out of the camp, followed by several Cloud Village ninjas. Their faces were filled with shock. What is Zhou Cheng planning to do? This is the diplomatic headquarters of the hidden Cloud Village. Does he want to disrupt the peace between the two villages? The most serious consequence is that the dozen or so Cloud Village ninjas in the base will lose their lives. This is what they care about most. Zhou Cheng ignored him completely and continued to raise the earthen mound. Zhou Cheng, do you want to ruin the peace between the two villages? Chuchita shouted anxiously. A large portion of the ninjas in the camp haven't had time to escape yet. Who do you think you are? Zhou Cheng merely glanced at him and continued raising the earthen mound. A hole. Enraged, Tu Tai's forehead veins bulged, and he prepared to attack Zhou Cheng. Hope grabbed him and shook her head. He's trying to lure us into making the first move. Hearing Hope's words, Zhou Cheng glanced at her with some surprise. This kid's got a good IQ. But how can you possibly break through this earthen hill of mine? The hill continued to rise, and all the buildings at the cloud-hidden stronghold had collapsed. Hope looked at Zhou Cheng quietly. He appeared calm, but his eyes betrayed him. His eyes were filled with boundless rage. When had Union ever been treated like this? Damn BD, die! A voice came from behind Zhou Cheng. Then came the crackling sound of lightning release. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a smile. A fish had taken the bait. He stopped what he was doing, and in a flash, he was in front of the Cloud Hermit who had attacked him. Zhou Cheng knew that this must be one of the Cloud Village Chunin who was challenging people all over Konoha. I never imagined I'd have to make an example of someone to scare others. He feigned shock. You actually dared to attack a Konoha ninja in Konoha. Then you can die. With that, a kunai was already plunged into the throat of the Cloud Village ninja. This scene left everyone present speechless. Has he gone mad? Murder in the street. Moreover, the person who died was a ninja from Kumagakur. Wasn't he afraid of causing another war? A hole. Tu Tai roared and drew his short sword, ready to attack Zhou Cheng. Tu Tai, I'm the leader this time, you must obey orders. Put the knife away. Hope's calm and collected personality left Zhou Cheng slightly disappointed. If Tu Tai makes a move, then he will have a reason to kill another person. What a pity. Everyone saw it, he struck first. I acted in self-defense. Zhou Cheng shrugged and spread his hands, looking completely innocent. His expression almost made the Cloud Village ninja grind their teeth to dust. Out of self-defense? He's just a chunin, what threat could he pose to you? Has Lord Zhou Cheng come here regarding peace talks between the two villages? Hope Jiang suppressed his anger and almost gritted his teeth as he uttered those words. Zhou Cheng shook his head. I came here to beat you up. No, if you want peace talks, go find the Hokage, not me. I'm just an ordinary chunin from Konoha, I have absolutely no right to speak. I'm here today to see just how powerful the chunin of Kumigakure really are. How dare you say that Konoha's chunin are all trash? Gather all your chunin and genin, let's have a no-holds-barred sparring match. Upon hearing his words, the 15 young men all smiled. No rules? That means you can fight however you want. How could you say that? Hope frowned deeply, he hadn't expected Zhou Cheng to act so unpredictably. The peace talks are none of your business, go find the Hokage. But the Hokage told us to find you again. What, are you here to make fun of me? Before Kexi could even speak, Tutai had already jumped out. Let's compete. Our hidden cloud village is no less capable than anyone else. Then, with a wave of his hand, about 10 ninjas stepped out. 7 genin, 3 chunin. Let's begin. Chuchita was eager to avenge the dead chunin. He immediately ordered 10 ninjas to charge towards Zhou Cheng and his group. Wait! Zhou Cheng raised his hand to signal a halt. Many people showed expressions of disdain. He must be scared. Tu Tai also gave a cold laugh. A halt? I'm just scared. It's a rare opportunity for us to spar, how about we set up a little wager? Hope's brows furrowed even more. What exactly is Zhou Cheng's purpose? If we lose, we'll spread the word that Konoha village is full of trash. And we will return to you the spoils we obtained from you. If you lose, you'll have to walk around Konoha with a sign saying Kumakaha is trash. So, are you going to answer or not? Before Hope could speak, Tu Tai had already